After successfully repelling numerous cosmic-level threats, the Avengers now confront an unprecedented challenge, a mysterious force, known as the temporal rift, capable of manipulating time and space, is gradually engulfing the dimensional structure of the reality. This power emanates from an ancient artifact of an unknown civilization, which was inadvertently activated, triggering chaos and disaster across time and space. To mend the fractured reality and prevent the collapse of the universe, the Avengers must traverse various timelines and parallel universes in search of a method to seal the temporal rift, all while facing adversaries from the past, present, and future. Chapter 1. The sun poured its brilliance unabashedly onto the Avengers' training ground. Iron Man Tony Stark, clad in the latest gleaming nanotech armor, soared through the air like a meteor, his deep-set eyes radiating focus and confidence, the corners of his mouth curving into a slight smile as he intermittently unleashed dazzling energy beams. Captain America Steve Rogers gripped his shield tightly. Beads of sweat glistened on his bronze skin, his steadfast gaze filled with concentration, each movement precise and powerful, as though he were engaged in a life-and-death struggle with an invisible foe. Thor, the god of thunder, held his mighty hammer firmly in both hands, his muscles taut, golden hair dancing in the wind as he threw back his head in a fierce battle cry. Each swing of his hammer resonated with the roar of thunder, his handsome visage alight with fervor and bravado. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff moved with the agility of a sleek panther, darting gracefully between obstacles, her beautiful face marked by seriousness, her eyes reflecting calm determination. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, donned in a deep crimson magical cloak, gestured with his hands as mysterious runes swirled around him, his brow furrowed in deep concentration as he wielded his magic, commanding the elements around him. Ant-Man Scott Lang flitted between the microscopic world and the normal realm, shrinking to the size of an ant one moment and returning to his regular stature the next, his face alight with excitement and curiosity, showcasing his unique abilities. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy rippled through the sky, and a massive rift in space-time appeared above them without warning. The rift shimmered with strange lights, as if leading to an endless unknown. What in the world is that? Iron Man exclaimed incredulously, his bright, star-like eyes widening in disbelief, the confident smile that once graced his lips swept away by an unexpected gust of wind. Shock and profound confusion intertwined on his handsome face. Meanwhile, Captain America, who had been tirelessly engaged in his training, abruptly halted his movements, lifting his gaze directly towards the colossal rift that had materialized out of thin air. His brow furrowed deeply, resembling two heavy iron gates, firmly locking away the turbulent unease brewing within. "And no matter what this thing is, I am certain it will not bode well for us," he declared in a low, powerful voice, the underlying concern unmistakable. Beside them, Thor, the god of thunder, similarly retracted his usual boisterous and carefree grin. His visage, chiseled like marble, gradually adopted a grave demeanor. The fleeting shadow of concern flickered across his deep-set, ocean-like eyes, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky. "In my estimation, this is highly likely to be a formidable threat emanating from an entirely unknown realm," he articulated with a hint of caution, clearly not daring to underestimate the precarious situation before them. Natasha, the Black Widow, a former operative, displayed an acute sense of vigilance. A subtle glint of wariness flashed in her striking yet frostbitten gaze. Her body tensed slightly, resembling a bow drawn taut, perpetually prepared to confront the impending peril. "Everyone, remain on guard. We may soon face significant trouble," she warned, and the atmosphere in the vicinity instantly thickened with tension. Not far away, Doctor Strange, with his typically unflappable demeanor, fixated on the bizarre fissure. A deepening seriousness overtook his countenance. "Ladies and gentlemen, based on my observations, the power emanating from this rift is extraordinarily potent and fraught with innumerable unknown hazards." As he spoke, he delicately waved his magical scepter, seemingly attempting to uncover more secrets about this enigmatic crack. Finally, the diminutive Ant-Man, Scott Lang, could not restrain his curiosity and approached, gazing upward at the mysterious and intimidating temporal rift suspended in midair. Upon discerning the unfathomable darkness within, an expression of astonishment crossed his face. Goodness, could this herald a brand new crisis? Thus, the group collectively halted their ongoing training activities, instinctively tilting their heads to behold the sudden emergence of this mysterious fissure. Each heart felt as though burdened by an immense weight, shrouded in endless apprehension and heightened vigilance. Chapter 2. Within the expansive, technologically advanced conference room of the Avengers headquarters. A colossal screen illuminated the haunting image of a rip in the fabric of time and space hovering in the sky. Iron Man, Tony Stark, occupied the head of the conference table, his arms crossed over his chest, brow furrowed, and eyes flickering with anxiety and contemplation. His iconic nanotech armor lay silently beside him, as if patiently awaiting his command. Captain America, Steve Rogers, stood by the window, gazing out at the scenery, his expression grave, teeth clenched, and heart burdened with trepidation over the unknown threat. The resolute determination in his eyes conveyed an unwavering message. No matter the challenges ahead, he would not falter. Thor sat in a chair, one hand cradling his chin, his gaze somewhat distant. Memories of Asgard's ancient legends swirled in his mind, prompting him to ponder whether this rift was linked to the age-old prophecies. His brow knitted into a furrow, golden locks cascading casually over his shoulders. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, sat gracefully, legs crossed, her gaze calm yet sharp, reminiscent of a predator poised to strike. Her fingers gently tapped against the table, contemplating how to leverage her intelligence network to acquire more valuable information. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, sat with arms folded, eyes closed, employing his magical prowess to sense the potential ramifications of the temporal rift. His complexion fluctuated between pallor and flush, clearly under immense mental strain. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, appeared somewhat restless, fidgeting in his seat, casting furtive glances at the rift's image on the screen, curiosity and tension mingling within him. Confronted by the sudden emergence of the rift in the sky, the Avengers convened in an urgent meeting. The atmosphere in the room was so tense it felt as though one could extract moisture from the air. Iron Man broke the silence first, his voice tinged with urgency. This rift has appeared far too abruptly, completely surpassing our expectations. We must swiftly ascertain its origins and implications. His gaze was resolute, emanating an indomitable spirit. Captain America turned to face his comrades, scanning each member with a steady and powerful tone. I concur, we cannot remain passive. However, before we take action, we need to devise a detailed plan. His face was lined with a profound sense of responsibility, as if the fate of the entire world rested upon his shoulders. Thor rose, fists clenched tightly. This may be connected to Asgard's ancient legends. I must return to investigate. I am certain that in my homeland, I will uncover some clues. His eyes burned with the flame of hope. Black Widow nodded slightly, her voice calm, yet decisive. I can utilize my intelligence network to gather more information regarding the rift. However, this will require time, and we cannot guarantee the reliability of the information we obtain. A hint of concern flickered across her brow. Dr. Strange slowly opened his deep and enigmatic eyes, as if awakening from a protracted slumber. He inhaled deeply, his breath cutting through the room like a biting cold wind, sending a shiver through the air. This force was undeniably immense. It resembled an infinite black hole, consuming everything that ventured too close. Moreover, this power was fraught with countless unknown dangers. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter annihilation. Dr. Strange's voice was low and grave, imbued with an unprecedented seriousness and concern. Yet, despite the overwhelming pressure and difficulties he faced, a resolute gleam shone in his gaze. At that moment, Ant-Man, who had remained silent until now, timidly raised his hand. He appeared somewhat apprehensive, as if uncertain about the words he was about to utter. However, after a brief hesitation, he summoned his courage and spoke. Perhaps I could attempt to delve into the microscopic realm to uncover the truth. It may conceal clues we have yet to discover. And with a stroke of luck, we might unravel this mystery. Clearly, this was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Yet he was willing to take the risk as long as there was a glimmer of hope. Upon concluding his statement, Ant-Man cast a hopeful glance at everyone present, yearning for their affirmation and support. The conference room fell into a profound silence. Whispers filled the air as the attendees began to deliberate quietly on Ant-Man's suggestion. Some deemed it a viable approach, while others expressed concern about the potential dangers Ant-Man might face within the microscopic world. After a vigorous debate and thoughtful consideration, a consensus emerged. They would collaborate and confront this unprecedented crisis together. Once the meeting adjourned, a heavy mood enveloped each individual. They recognized the daunting nature and peril of the task ahead. Yet they also understood that only through unity and unwavering resolve could they hope to overcome the challenges that lay before them. Silently, they rose, each bearing the weight of their respective missions, and departed the conference room with determined strides, ready to face the impending trials. Chapter 3 Iron Man returned to his laboratory, a realm pulsating with futuristic technology, where advanced instruments glimmered and emitted a soft hum. He gazed intently at the colossal screen displaying intricate data on the temporal rift, a heavy stone pressing upon his heart. What secrets lay hidden within this damned fissure? He murmured to himself, furrowing his brow, his eyes revealing a blend of determination and anxiety. He was acutely aware that every second of delay could yield unforeseen consequences. Amidst the high-tech apparatus surrounding him, Iron Man deftly activated a dazzling array of advanced devices. The myriad of intricate buttons and luminous interfaces responded swiftly to the deftness of his agile hands. At this juncture, his gaze was sharp and focused, akin to that of a falcon, exuding an urgency never felt before. Each tap of his fingers upon the control panel felt like an intense race against time, every second crucial. Jarvis, please conduct a comprehensive analysis of this vast array of data at once. We must identify a definitive method to seal this terrifying rift. The voice of Iron Man was slightly hoarse, tinged with an unmistakable fatigue, yet it brimmed with an earnest anticipation for success. Simultaneously, on the opposite side of the globe, Captain America led a well-trained, well-equipped elite team deep into a ravaged wasteland. This once thriving city had now been reduced to desolation, surrounded by grotesquely distorted buildings and shattered roads. The aftermath of colossal energy shocks unleashed by the temporal rift. Captain America stood resolutely before this tragic tableau, his determined visage etched with anger and a profound sense of duty. Gripping his iconic round shield tightly, he seemed to channel his unwavering conviction and boundless strength into it. The faint light reflecting off the shield appeared to illuminate the dark, uncertain path ahead. No matter the cost, we must swiftly discover a viable solution. We cannot allow the innocent populace to endure such horrific calamities any longer. Captain America's deep, resonant words echoed amidst the ruins, inspiring every member of his team to forge ahead with unwavering resolve. The team followed closely behind his tall and steadfast figure, each member's face betraying a serious and unyielding demeanor. Their steps were synchronized, akin to a well-drilled, indomitable legion of steel. "Captain, I sense some instability in the temporal fabric here," a team member whispered, a hint of concern lacing his tone. Captain America nodded slightly, acknowledging the report. His deep-set eyes sparkled with calm and composure, revealing no trace of fear. Instead, from the depths of his gaze, one could clearly perceive a burning dedication to completing their mission. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the universe, Thor raced back to his homeland of Asgard with great urgency. The ancient and majestic palace was enveloped in an enigmatic aura, resembling a long-dormant treasure awaiting the revelation of its secrets hidden within the annals of time. Thor anxiously burst into the palace's vast library, laden with countless ancient tomes. His hands quickly flipped through the weighty scrolls, the pages fluttering and stirring a gentle cloud of dust. Though these books contained the boundless wisdom and rich history accumulated over millennia in Asgard, Thor's mind was singularly focused on one thought. He must urgently find a solution to their current predicament. Beads of sweat trickled down his broad forehead, falling onto the yellowed pages, only to vanish without a trace. Yet, Sol was utterly oblivious to the perspiration, wholly engrossed in his fervent search for the elusive clues. In the profound study of the temporal rift, Iron Man was intently fixated on the myriad instruments and screens within the laboratory, his brow furrowed, his lips murmuring incessantly. This rift, exuding a sinister glow, seemed capable of consuming all, resembling an unfathomable abyss that loomed before them, instilling a sense of dread. It resembled the gaping maw of a colossal beast lurking in the shadows, concealing untold secrets and perils within. As the chilling aura emanating from the rift left everyone speechless, suddenly, the previously silent precision instruments sprang to life, flashing red warning lights and emitting piercing alarms. Simultaneously, a prominent message appeared on the screen, indicating the detection of a mysterious signal emanating ceaselessly from the rift. "Hey Jarvis, what on earth is this peculiar phenomenon?" Iron Man exclaimed. His eyes widened in astonishment as he addressed the communicator, his tone brimming with curiosity and bewilderment. Could it be that something from the other side of the rift wishes to engage in casual conversation? That would be rather amusing. However, the only response came from Jarvis's ever-calm and composed voice. "Sir, preliminary analysis suggests that this signal does not represent ordinary communicative information, but rather an unknown language or a complex code previously unseen. With our current data and technological capabilities, we are unable to interpret it accurately at this time. Rest assured, I have recorded the relevant data and am diligently conducting further analysis. I am confident that we shall achieve a breakthrough shortly. This is quite vexing." Iron Man scratched his ingenious head. But no matter, I, Iron Man, shall not be deterred by such trivial challenges. He promptly contacted Dr. Strange and Ant-Man. "Gentlemen, I have encountered a mysterious signal. Please come and assist me," Iron Man declared. Before long, Dr. Strange and Ant-Man arrived at the laboratory. Dr. Strange observed the signal on the screen with grave seriousness, stating, "This may conceal significant secrets." Ant-Man, with a grin, remarked, "Perhaps it's just the prank of an extraterrestrial child." Iron Man shot Ant-Man an exasperated glance. "This is no time for jest. This is serious business." Ant-Man recoiled slightly. All right, just a bit of humor. Let us delve into the research." The trio gathered closely, engaging in fervent discussion regarding the enigmatic signal. Iron Man stroked his chin, pondering deeply. What could this possibly signify? Could it indeed be some form of code? If so, what could it represent? His gaze revealed a hint of perplexity and curiosity. Doctor Strange shook his head, yet harbored contrasting thoughts. It is difficult to say. Perhaps it is a signal of distress. But if it is a cry for help, what peril has the Cinder encountered? Do we possess the capability to assist them? His brow furrowed slightly, anxiety etched upon his countenance. Ant-Man suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Hey, why don't we follow this signal and venture directly into the rift in time and space to investigate?" His heart brimmed with a thirst for adventure and anticipation of the unknown. Iron Man raised an eyebrow, secretly admiring Ant-Man's courage, yet feeling a tinge of concern. "You, my friend, are truly audacious. However, it is indeed a bold idea. Perhaps we may uncover some significant clues within." "Exactly. You can't catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's lair." Ant-Man excitedly concurred, his spirit already aflame with the desire to unravel the enigma behind this mysterious signal. Yet, it was perilous. Doctor Strange's brow knitted in caution and vigilance. Iron Man crossed his arms, weighing the pros and cons. Although risky, it might be our only lead at present. If we let this opportunity slip away, we may never solve this riddle. So what are we waiting for? Let us act swiftly, Ant-Man urged, his heart brimming with excitement and anticipation. Iron Man chuckled helplessly, feeling a touch of exasperation at Ant-Man's impatience, yet simultaneously being inspired by his fervor. "You always are in such a rush. Very well, let us embark on this adventure together." Thus, they resolved to bravely delve into the secrets behind this enigmatic signal, each carrying their own emotional dynamics, embarking on a journey fraught with uncertainty. Chapter 5. Deep within the Egyptian desert, the scorching sun mercilessly scorched the earth, and waves of heat distorted the air. Tony and Doctor Strange stood at the entrance of an ancient ruin, sand and wind brushing against their faces. As Tony wiped the sweat from his brow, he jested, "Hey, Doctor, are you certain we can find a solution to the rift in time and space here? I'd rather not make a fruitless trip across this vast desert only to gather a pile of rubble." Doctor Strange shot him a disapproving glance and replied earnestly, "Mr. Stark, sometimes one must trust in the guidance of magic rather than solely relying on your cold, unfeeling technology." Tony shrugged in resignation, muttering, all right, let us hurry inside. I certainly do not wish to linger in this dreadful weather for another moment." The two cautiously entered the ruins, where the walls were densely inscribed with peculiar symbols and patterns, as if whispering ancient, mysterious tales. Tony gazed intently at the symbols, his brow furrowed, muttering, "What a chaotic mess. It feels like a child's random scribbles." Doctor Strange stifled a chuckle and replied softly, "This is far from mere graffiti, Mr. Stark. Perhaps these symbols hold the key to unraveling the enigma." Tony, dismissing the notion with a slight grimace, muttered, "I hope so, otherwise all this sweat will have been in vain." In the midst of their conversation, Tony inadvertently kicked a stone, causing him to lurch forward dangerously, nearly losing his balance. "Ugh, this wretched place is hardly accommodating." He couldn't help but grumble. Doctor Strange shook his head in exasperation, cautioning, "Be careful, Mr. Stark. This is hardly your opulent mansion." As they continued to explore, a concealed chamber suddenly materialized before them. Tony exclaimed with excitement, "Huh? See, I told you, there must be treasures hidden within." Doctor Strange's piercing gaze fixed intently upon him, as if to transmit a profound warning and dissatisfaction through his eyes. His voice, deep and authoritative, carried an undeniable gravity as he cautioned, "Do not fixate solely on those so-called treasures. Who knows what lethal dangers may lurk behind them?" Yet, in the face of Doctor Strange's solemn warning, Tony shrugged nonchalantly, a confident and carefree smile gracing his face as he retorted, "Danger? I'm the illustrious Iron Man. What peril in this world could possibly daunt me?" Despite his cavalier words, both men cautiously stepped into the enigmatic chamber, where dim light illuminated walls adorned with cryptic runes, and the floor was meticulously arranged with ancient tomes and mysterious artifacts emanating an otherworldly glow. "Perhaps within these confines lies the elusive answer we have long sought," Doctor Strange murmured thoughtfully, his gaze fixated on the seemingly ordinary yet profoundly significant objects before him. At that moment, Tony's curiosity got the better of him, and he picked up an oddly shaped artifact, examining it eagerly in his hands. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he grinned and jested, "Hey, look at this thing. It's quite intriguing. I bet I could fetch a handsome price for it in the market." Upon hearing this, Doctor Strange's previously composed demeanor darkened instantly. His brow furrowed as he snapped at Tony, "Mr. Stark, please get a grip on reality. This is hardly the time for financial calculations." Taken aback by Doctor Strange's sudden outburst, Tony blinked in surprise before quickly adopting a placating smile, waving his hands in explanation. "Oh, come now, Doctor, please don't be upset. I was merely jesting. Surely, you can overlook my little quip. Chapter 6. Deep within the enigmatic ancient ruins of the Egyptian desert. Tony and Dr. Strange found themselves in a concealed chamber, enveloped by an air of antiquity and mystery. The walls of the chamber flickered with a faint luminescence, casting an ethereal glow upon the ancient manuscripts and arcane artifacts that adorned them. Tony, arms crossed and a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, surveyed the items with a sardonic glint in his eyes. Doctor, do you truly believe these relics can assist us in resolving that vexing temporal rift? It feels as though we've unearthed them from the lair of some deranged sorcerer. Dr. Strange maintained a grave demeanor, his gaze sharp and penetrating, as if he could discern the hidden truths lurking behind these antiquities. Mr. Stark, do not underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. To you, they may appear as nothing more than a collection of tattered papers and peculiar trinkets, yet within them may lie the key to saving the world. Tony shrugged. All right. Let us commence our study forthwith. This infernal place is stifling and sweltering, and I have no desire to linger here. Dr. Strange nodded gently before approaching the manuscripts. He carefully lifted a parchment made of animal skin, its script archaic and obscure, as if it were a riddle left by the sands of time. This appears to be an exceedingly ancient and intricate language, he murmured, brow furrowed in profound contemplation. Tony leaned in closer, scrutinizing the text on the parchment. It looks like a jumble of nonsense to me. Doctor, can you truly decipher this? Strange shot him an exasperated glance. Give me a moment, Mr. Stark. In the realm of magic, the acquisition of knowledge necessitates patience and focus. Tony sighed in resignation. Very well, I shall examine these artifacts. Perhaps I might uncover something of value. He strolled over to a shelf adorned with peculiar statues, picking one up to inspect it closely. The figure resembled some form of extraterrestrial being. Could it be that the ancient Egyptians had contact with aliens? Dr. Strange disregarded Tony's ramblings, remaining fully engrossed in his examination of the manuscripts. Time slipped away, the chamber resonating with the soft sounds of their breathing and the occasional clatter of Tony manipulating the artifacts. Oh dear, Doctor, this is exceedingly dull, Tony finally exclaimed, unable to contain his discontent. We've been in this wretched place, poring over these trinkets for hours with no progress whatsoever. Dr. Strange lifted his gaze, his expression resolute. Mr. Stark, the pursuit of knowledge is seldom a straightforward endeavor. Should you find it tedious, you may step outside for a breath of fresh air. Tony scoffed. I shan't be leaving. I intend to see what treasures we might unearth from this heap of junk. Just then, the statue in Tony's hand emitted a faint glow. Hey, Doctor, look. This thing seems to be reacting. Dr. Strange quickly approached, his attention fixated on the statue with keen interest. This may be some form of trigger mechanism, perhaps related to these texts. The two began to delve into the study of the statue, seeking to uncover its connection to the literature. Perhaps the symbols on the statue resonate with certain elements within the texts, Dr. Strange remarked. Tony's eyes lit up, urging, let us hasten our search. After considerable effort, they finally discovered symbols in a manuscript that bore a striking resemblance to those on the statue. Excellent. It appears we have made a breakthrough, Tony exclaimed with enthusiasm. However, just as they prepared to delve deeper into their research, the chamber suddenly began to tremble violently. Stones from the walls tumbled down, and dust rained down upon them like droplets of rain. This place is going to collapse, Tony shouted. Dr. Strange swiftly conjured a protective shield around them. Do not panic. Mr. Stark, we must first find a way out. The two struggled to locate an exit within the shaking chamber, as their surroundings grew increasingly perilous. Doctor, over here, Tony called, having spotted a narrow passageway. Dr. Strange followed him, maintaining the protective barrier while deftly avoiding the falling debris. At last, they escaped through the passage and emerged into the hall of the ruins. Meanwhile, other parts of the ruins continued to crumble. What bad luck. Just when we finally made a discovery, we almost got buried alive, Tony panted. Dr. Strange gazed at the collapsing chamber with a hint of regret. At least we have gathered some clues. We must continue our research upon our return. Well, let's hope for a smoother experience next time, Tony replied. The two departed the ruins amidst swirling dust, bearing that precious clue, ready to face the challenges ahead. Chapter 7. Deep within the Egyptian desert. In the grand hall of that mysterious ruin, Tony and Dr. Strange had just narrowly escaped the impending collapse of the chamber. At that moment, the hall began to shake violently, ancient stones plummeting from the ceiling, stirring a cloud of dust. Damn it, how can this place collapse so suddenly? Tony exclaimed, dodging the falling debris while cursing. His Iron Man suit rapidly enveloped him, providing a layer of protection. Dr. Strange waved his hands, magical light flickering in his grasp as he attempted to stabilize the surrounding structure. No more complaints, Mr. Stark. We must swiftly find an exit. Tony activated the scanning system of his armor, JARVIS. Quickly assist us in locating a way out of here. Scanning now, sir. However, The structure has become exceedingly complex due to the collapse. J-A-R-V-I-S-S voice resonated in Tony's ear. At that moment, a group of mysterious figures appeared at the hall's entrance. Clad in black robes and masked, their faces were obscured. Another group of unwelcome guests. Tony frowned. J-A-R-V-I-S analyzed their equipment. Sir, they appear to be armed with advanced weaponry and are emanating some peculiar energy fluctuations. Dr. Strange gazed upon these enigmatic figures, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. They may have come for the very discoveries we have just unearthed. The leader of the mysterious beings stepped forward and rasped menacingly. Surrender what you have found in the chamber, or you shall not leave here alive. Tony smirked derisively, declaring, you are not worthy to seize anything from Iron Man. With that, he unleashed a powerful energy beam from his palm, hurtling towards the intruders. Dr. Strange, undeterred, summoned the arcane forces, releasing vibrant waves of magic that surged toward their foes. The mysterious figures scattered, raising their weapons in retaliation. In that moment, the hall was ablaze with flashes of light and the cacophony of energy explosions. Doctor, we must conclude this swiftly. This place cannot withstand much longer, Tony urged. Dr. Strange nodded in agreement, stating, I shall conjure a magical shield. You take the opportunity to breach their defenses. With hands clasped, he manifested a colossal magical barrier that shielded them from the onslaught. Seizing the moment, Tony surged forward, his suit's thrusters igniting with fierce flames, propelling him like a cannonball into the ranks of the mysterious beings. The sudden assault disoriented them, causing them to retreat momentarily. However, they quickly regrouped and launched a counterattack against Tony. Navigating deftly among his adversaries, Tony unleashed a barrage of energy from his weapon, incapacitating foe after foe. J-A-R-V-I-S analyzed their weak points. He commanded, Sir, it appears their masks are the source of their energy. Targeting them may prove effective. J-A-R-V-I-S replied. Heeding this advice, Tony meticulously aimed for the masks of his adversaries, dismantling them one by one, significantly diminishing the enemy's combat effectiveness. Simultaneously, Dr. Strange was not idle. He wielded potent magic, manipulating the surrounding objects to thwart the enemy's assault. Taste this, he exclaimed, as massive boulders soared through the air, crashing down upon the mysterious figures. Through their synchronized efforts, the number of adversaries dwindled, yet they persisted with tenacity, unwilling to yield. Who are these wretches? Tony expressed his growing impatience. At that moment, the leader of the mysterious beings brandished a peculiar device and pressed a button atop it. A surge of formidable energy erupted from the apparatus, racing towards Tony and Dr. Strange. Watch out, Dr. Strange shouted, hastily casting a spell to counter the oncoming wave. Yet, the force was overwhelming, shattering the magical shield in an instant. Tony was struck by the energy wave, causing his suit's systems to falter, and he plummeted from the sky. Mr. Stark. Dr. Strange rushed to catch Tony as he fell. I am well, Doctor, but we must devise a solution to this predicament. Tony rose from the ground, sparks flying from his armor's damaged components. Just as they found themselves ensnared, Dr. Strange suddenly noticed a passageway on one side of the hall. That may be an exit. Let us rush forth. Tony nodded, affirming, all right, stay close to me. The two launched another assault against their adversaries, battling their way towards the passage. The enigmatic figures sensed their intent and fortified their defenses around the exit. To hell with it, charge ahead. Tony activated the maximum power of his suit and barreled towards the passage without hesitation. Dr. Strange summoned his most potent magic to carve a path for them. After a fierce skirmish, they finally breached the enemy's line and plunged into the passage. Inside, dust and smoke enveloped them, and the space was exceedingly narrow. Tony and Dr. Strange cautiously advanced, hoping this route would lead them outside. I hope this path leads to the outside world, Tony remarked. Suddenly, a deep roar reverberated through the passage. What on earth is that? Tony said, warily scanning the darkness ahead. A colossal beast surged from the shadows, its sharp claws and fangs exuding a terrifying aura. It seems our troubles are far from over, Dr. Strange remarked grimly. Without hesitation, Tony unleashed an energy beam at the creature. The beast nimbly evaded while lunging at them. Dr. Strange cast a spell, temporarily immobilizing the monster. Now's our chance, run. The two sprinted forward, finally spotting a glimmer of light. An exit, Tony exclaimed with exhilaration. They burst forth from the passage and emerged onto the surface of the desert. We made it out, Dr. Strange sighed in relief. However, before they could celebrate, they noticed the enigmatic figures had pursued them. These fiends are relentless, Tony commented. We cannot allow them to seize our discovery, Dr. Strange insisted. The duo readied themselves for battle once more. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from above. A Quinjet appeared overhead. It's the Avengers support, Tony declared. The aircraft's weapon systems locked onto the enigmatic figures, unleashing a barrage that repelled them. "Wonderful, we are saved," Doctor Strange exclaimed. Tony and Doctor Strange boarded the jet, leaving the desert behind. "That was a harrowing experience," Tony said, removing his suit inside the aircraft. Doctor Strange smiled faintly. "Yet we have made a significant discovery." As they soared towards the Avengers base, they understood that even greater challenges awaited them. Chapter 8. Tony and Doctor Strange, armed with precious documents acquired from the ruins of an ancient civilization, soared towards the Avengers' headquarters aboard the Quinjet. Illuminated by the golden hues of the setting sun, within the cockpit, both men were lost in contemplation, reflecting upon the perils they had encountered within the ruins. Tony reclined in his seat, eyes shut, as vivid images of battle flickered through his mind. His Iron Man suit had sustained some damage during the recent skirmish, with certain components still emitting faint sparks. This expedition proved to be quite perilous. Yet, who were those enigmatic figures? He muttered to himself. Doctor Strange, seated nearby, clutched the documents tightly, his gaze deep and troubled. Regardless of their identities, it was evident that they were intent on possessing our discovery. This manuscript undoubtedly conceals significant secrets. As the aircraft touched down on the base's helipad, Captain America, Thor, Black Widow, Ant-Man, and other members of the Avengers awaited their return. "At last, you've returned." Captain America approached, observing the weary expressions of Tony and Strange. Tony descended from the jet, stretching his shoulders. "Captain, we've encountered serious trouble this time." The group gathered around, their curiosity piqued by the documents they had brought back. "Is this what you found in the ruins?" Thor inquired, eyeing the manuscript in Doctor Strange's hands. Doctor Strange nodded. "Indeed, although we have yet to fully decipher it. I have a strong sense that this may hold the key to resolving the rifts in time and space." The team convened in the base's conference room to deliberate on their discovery. "We must ascertain the contents of this manuscript with urgency," Captain America declared. Tony took a seat and activated the computer before him. "Jarvis, please scan and analyze this document." Jarvis's voice responded, "Scanning in progress, sir." However, the text and symbols within this manuscript are exceedingly complex and will require some time to interpret. Black Widow regarded the document thoughtfully, suggesting, "Perhaps we can acquire information about this ancient script through other channels." Ant-Man leaned in, proposing, "I believe we could examine the manuscript from a microscopic perspective. We might uncover hidden clues." As the team shared their insights, the atmosphere in the conference room grew tense and charged. Suddenly, Jarvis interjected, "Sir, preliminary scan results indicate that this manuscript references a mysterious energy source, potentially related to the formation of the temporal rifts." All eyes turned towards the computer screen. "Continue with the in-depth analysis, Jarvis," Tony instructed. Doctor Strange rose from his seat. "I will consult my library of magic for related materials. It may prove beneficial." The team dispersed, enveloped in a palpable sense of urgency as they engaged in their respective research endeavors. In the laboratory, Tony tirelessly calculated and simulated the data on his computer. What manner of energy source could this be? What could possibly lead to the emergence of a temporal rift? His brow furrowed. He fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Captain America was in the training room, diligently honing his physique while pondering how best to confront the impending challenges. "We must be thoroughly prepared, regardless of the adversary we face." Thor retreated to his chamber, perusing ancient texts from Asgard, hoping to uncover any pertinent records related to the document. The wisdom of antiquity might illuminate our path. Black Widow utilized her extensive intelligence network, communicating with contacts around the globe in an effort to gather more clues regarding the enigmatic energy source. Ant-Man donned his specialized gear, entering the microcosm to meticulously observe the document's microscopic structure. Time passed, and each individual labored tirelessly to decipher the secrets of the manuscript. At last, Doctor Strange discovered an ancient tome in the magical library, inscribed with symbols and incantations reminiscent of those found in the document. Perhaps this was the answer we had been seeking. He hastily returned to the assembly, sharing his revelation with the group. "Excellent work, Doctor," Tony exclaimed. "Jarvis, integrate the doctor's findings and reanalyze the document." Following a tense period of calculations and analyses, Jarvis finally presented a preliminary conclusion. "Sir, based on current analyses, the mysterious energy source mentioned in the document appears to originate from an ancient dimension, which bears a certain connection to our world." The revelation left everyone astounded. How do we locate this dimension and shut down the energy source to seal the temporal rift? Black Widow inquired. Tony pondered for a moment. This requires further examination of the document and the formulation of a detailed strategy. In the ensuing days, the Avengers dedicated themselves to relentless study of the manuscript, continuously refining their plan. One evening, Tony sat alone in the laboratory, gazing out at the starry sky, filled with myriad reflections. The challenge ahead was unprecedentedly daunting, yet we must not falter. Just then, Captain America entered the room. "Tony, you haven't rested yet?" Tony turned. I was contemplating whether there are any flaws in our plan. Captain America approached him. Don't burden yourself too much. We are a team, and together we shall overcome our obstacles. Tony smiled slightly. With you around, Captain, I always feel more assured. The two exchanged knowing smiles and returned to their work. Through tireless effort, they eventually crafted a relatively comprehensive plan. Listen closely. Based on our research and strategy, we need to divide into several groups, each tasked with distinct responsibilities, Captain America declared at the meeting. The atmosphere was serious, as everyone listened attentively to the captain's directives. Tony and Doctor Strange are tasked with researching how to access the ancient dimension, while Thor and I are responsible for finding a way to shut down the energy source. Black Widow and Ant-Man are in charge of gathering intelligence and logistical support. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. This will be a formidable battle, but I firmly believe that as long as we stand united, we shall certainly prevail. Captain America inspired everyone. The members of the Avengers, filled with confidence, prepared to confront the challenges ahead, fully aware that the monumental responsibility of saving the world rested upon their shoulders. During the preparations, Tony diligently refined his armor, ensuring it would adapt to the forthcoming combat. Doctor Strange immersed himself in the study of magic, enhancing his powers. Thor forged new weapons, while Captain America engaged in rigorous training. Black Widow and Ant-Man worked tirelessly to procure various supplies and intelligence. At last, everything was in place, and the Avengers were ready to embark on a new journey. Let us go, Captain America commanded, as they boarded the Quinjet, setting off towards the unknown dangers. The jet traced an arc across the sky, gradually disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 9. In the core conference room of the Avengers base, the atmosphere was tense and grave. A massive electronic screen displayed mysterious documents retrieved from ancient civilization ruins, alongside various analytical data and images. Iron Man, Tony Stark, Captain America, Steve Rogers, Thor, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, and Ant-Man, Scott Lang, were seated around the conference table, each face marked by a serious and focused expression. Jarvis, enlarge that crucial text, Iron Man instructed, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, his brow furrowed. As Jarvis complied, an ancient script was magnified on the screen, its strange symbols and patterns seemingly whispering long-held secrets. Doctor Strange leaned closer to the screen, scrutinizing the symbols. This segment of text appeared to reference a mysterious power, though its specifics remained nebulous. Captain America crossed his arms resolutely, stating, regardless, this could be our vital clue. Thor sat back in his chair, gently tapping the table with one hand, suggesting that perhaps information related to it could be found in Asgard's archives. Black Widow nodded slightly, adding, however, we cannot place all our hopes solely on Asgard's knowledge. We must explore other avenues as well. Ant-Man, sitting nearby, seemed somewhat restless. So what should we do? We cannot just wait around. Iron Man rose, placing his hands on the conference table, urging, everyone, let us not rush. We need to analyze this calmly. Jarvis, compare all our existing ancient civilization data and see if there are any similarities. Comparison analysis in progress, sir. Jarvis's voice echoed in the room. The crowd awaited the results in hushed anticipation, the conference room enveloped in silence, save for the faint hum of electronic devices. After a brief interval, Jarvis's voice resonated once more. Sir, I have discovered some analogous symbols within an ancient Maya civilization document, though interpretation necessitates further investigation. A flicker of excitement danced in Iron Man's eyes as he promptly summoned the document. The screen illuminated with information pertaining to the Maya civilization, and Doctor Strange meticulously scrutinized it, sensing a peculiar connection that warranted deeper magical analysis. With that, Doctor Strange gestured with his hands, conjuring a spell that enveloped the screen in a mysterious radiance. The onlookers watched his movements with bated breath. As Doctor Strange's magic unfolded, concealed information within the document gradually emerged. Behold, it mentions a mystical energy fluctuation that bears semblance to the descriptions in our literature, Doctor Strange proclaimed, gesturing towards the screen. Captain America leaned in for a closer inspection, yet remarked, this is insufficiently detailed. We require additional clues. At that moment, Black Widow's communicator chimed, and upon answering, her expression turned grave. I have just received intelligence regarding an ancient tribe in Africa, which harbors a legend concerning a mysterious power that may be connected to our research, she disclosed. Without hesitation, Iron Man declared, then we shall embark immediately to investigate. The group rose in unison, preparing for action. Thor retreated to his chamber to retrieve his newly acquired weapon, the Stormbreaker, his gaze resolute, determined to uncover a solution to their dilemma. Ant-Man busied himself checking his gear, muttering a hope that they would not encounter any significant troubles this time. Soon, the members of the Avengers boarded the Quinjet, soaring towards Africa. Upon arrival, They delved into the ancient tribe under the guidance of a local. The tribe's members regarded the newcomers with wary eyes. Captain America approached, engaging amicably with the tribal chief. "We harbor no ill intentions. We seek only the legend regarding the mysterious power." After a moment's silence, the chief resolved to trust them and began recounting the ancient tale. "Long ago, our ancestors spoke of a mysterious force from beyond the stars, capable of distorting time and space, bringing forth endless calamity," the chief articulated. Iron Man interjected eagerly. "Did they mention how to control or eradicate this force?" The chief shook his head, replying, "The legend states that only those with pure hearts and dauntless courage can discover the means to combat this power." The assembly exchanged glances, pondering the implications. Black Widow contemplated for a moment, suggesting, "Perhaps this is merely symbolic. We must seek clues from other avenues." After conducting further inquiries within the tribe, the Avengers found themselves at a standstill, having gleaned no additional valuable information. It appeared that the answers they sought were not to be found here. Thor remarked with a hint of disappointment. Just as they were preparing to depart, Ant-Man stumbled upon an ancient stone tablet nestled in a corner of the tribe, adorned with peculiar symbols and inscriptions. Doctor Strange approached the tablet, scrutinizing it closely. It might hold the key to their quest. He conjured his magic once more to decipher the contents inscribed upon the stone. As the arcane light flickered, the text gradually became legible, revealing a reference to a mysterious location potentially linked to the power they were in search of. "We must not hesitate. Let us embark at once," Iron Man declared. Thus, they set forth on a new adventure. After a series of challenges, they finally arrived at the enigmatic site indicated by the tablet. It was an ancient ruin concealed within a valley, shrouded in an aura of mystery. "Exercise caution. Danger may lurk here," Captain America warned. They tread carefully into the ruins, which were riddled with various mechanisms and traps. Thor wielded his Stormbreaker to obliterate an oncoming mechanical foe, confirming that this place was indeed inhospitable. Black Widow deftly evaded the traps, cautioning, "Watch your step." Deep within the ruins, they uncovered a colossal sarcophagus, intricately inscribed with complex runes. Iron Man gazed at the sarcophagus, pondering, could this be the artifact we seek? Just as they were poised to unseal it, a cadre of mysterious figures emerged, obstructing their path. "You again?" Iron Man exclaimed in fury. It turned out these enigmatic individuals were the very ones who had previously clashed with them over the documents in the Egyptian desert. "That belongs to us. You shan't have it," the leader of the mysterious group shouted. A fierce battle ensued once more. The members of the Avengers coordinated seamlessly, engaging in a desperate struggle against their adversaries. Iron Man's repulsor beams, Thor's lightning, Doctor Strange's sorcery, Captain America's shield, Black Widow's combat prowess, and Ant-Man's unique abilities were all employed to great effect in the fray. After a strenuous fight, they finally vanquished the mysterious foes. "At last, we have dealt with these nuisances," Ant-Man gasped. The group gathered around the sarcophagus, preparing to unveil its secrets. As the sarcophagus creaked open, a mysterious luminescence radiated from within, illuminating the entire ruin. Within the glow, they seemingly beheld hazy images and clues. What could this be? Thor pondered, perplexed. Doctor Strange observed the images in the light intently, surmising that they might provide insights into the origins and methods of controlling the elusive power they sought. As they endeavored to decipher the clues, the ruins began to tremble violently, seemingly on the verge of collapse. "We must evacuate at once," Captain America shouted. The group hastily fled the ruins, emerging just in the nick of time. Once aboard the Quinjet, they commenced the meticulous task of organizing and analyzing the clues gleaned from the ruins. "Although the details remain somewhat elusive, I sense we are inching closer to the truth," Iron Man remarked. The others nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with determination and hope. They were acutely aware that further challenges awaited them, yet they would not falter, for they were the Avengers, entrusted with the monumental mission of saving the world. Chapter 10. Captain Steve Rogers, leading his carefully selected team clad in specialized time travel gear, stood on the platform of the time machine, poised to embark on a journey that would alter the course of history. The captain's gaze was resolute and focused, though a twinge of apprehension lingered within him. "Gentlemen, this is going to be a wild ride. We must be cautious not to wreak havoc on the past," he remarked with a smile, attempting to alleviate the tension in the air. "Rest assured, Captain, we will follow your lead without fear," one team member confidently declared, thumping his chest. "Let us hope so. If we misstep, we may become the villains of history," the captain jested, though his expression betrayed no trace of levity. As the machine roared to life, a brilliant light enveloped them, and they were instantly swept into the torrents of time, landing on the tumultuous battlegrounds of World War II. Upon their arrival, the captain was immediately overwhelmed by the acrid smoke, coughing as he inhaled the potent scent. "Ah, this aroma is particularly distinct. It feels as though I've plunged back into the depths of a nightmare," he muttered between coughs. The team members were similarly taken aback by the chaotic scene before them, their expressions reflecting anxiety and trepidation. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, the captain rallied his team. No time for dawdling. We are here to save the world as superheroes. This is far more intense than we anticipated, a team member exclaimed, his voice trembling as he surveyed the surrounding chaos. The captain clapped him on the shoulder. What is there to fear? Have we not faced our share of battles? This is merely another challenge to overcome. Navigating cautiously through the battlefield, the captain's mind raced with tactical considerations. We must locate that infernal experiment swiftly, otherwise, all will be lost. Captain, enemies to the left, a team member shouted. The captain pivoted swiftly, brandishing his shield. Come on, boys. Let us show you what Captain America is made of. In the heat of battle, the captain showcased his exceptional combat prowess and leadership skills. Huh, is that all you've got? He taunted while deftly parrying the enemy's blows. Inspired by his courage, the team gradually regained their confidence and fought valiantly. Suddenly, a shell exploded nearby, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The captain emerged from the debris, his face smeared with dirt. Goodness, what a warm welcome. I nearly found myself buried alive, he exclaimed, prompting laughter among the team and alleviating the tense atmosphere. They pressed on, drawing closer to the enemy's position. Everyone, be cautious. Avoid making too much noise, the captain whispered. Captain, why do I feel like we're thieves? One soldier murmured. The captain shot him a glare. Keep your voice down. Our mission requires stealth. As they infiltrated the enemy's territory, the captain's heart raced. They must not be discovered, otherwise, all their efforts would be in vain. At that moment, an enemy soldier unexpectedly emerged from a corner, colliding with the captain and his team. Enemy, the soldier shouted. The captain reacted swiftly, lunging forward to cover the soldier's mouth. Shoo, be silent, or your life is forfeit. The soldier, eyes wide with terror, stood frozen. Now, take a little nap, the captain said, gently knocking the soldier unconscious. Captain, your technique is quite impressive, one team member remarked with a smile. Of course, I am the American captain, he replied, puffing out his chest with pride. They continued their search within the enemy's territory and finally located the scientist conducting a mysterious experiment. The moment the captain laid eyes on the scientist, he cursed inwardly, thinking, this fellow does not appear to be a good person. He must not be allowed to complete his experiment. With a shout, the captain charged forward. The scientist, startled by the sudden attack, turned pale. Who are you to disrupt my experiment? He demanded. The captain seized the experimental equipment. Your experiment will bring disaster. We are here to stop you. The scientist attempted to resist. You ignorant fools, this experiment will change the world. Change the world? I see it as a route to destruction. The captain retorted mercilessly. With the assistance of his team, the captain successfully halted the experiment. As it ceased, a ripple of time spread through the surroundings. Wow, this feels rather extraordinary. The captain mused, feeling the surge of power, yet harboring concerns about unforeseen consequences. Captain, have we succeeded? A team member inquired. The captain surveyed the area. I am uncertain, but at least we have averted a potential catastrophe. Then let us return swiftly. I wish to linger here no longer, another soldier added. The captain nodded. Very well. Prepare for the journey home. Let us hope that when we return, our world remains safe and sound. With a blend of anticipation and unease, they embarked on their journey back. Chapter 11. The tranquility of the Avengers base was abruptly shattered by the blaring of an alarm. Captain America, Steve Rogers, burst forth from the training room, his robust physique glistening with perspiration, yet his gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk. What is happening? He inquired of the intelligence system while sprinting. An unidentified flying object has been detected approaching the base, the system responded. The captain furrowed his brow, pondering in silence. What new threat could this be? He swiftly summoned the other team members. Iron Man, Tony Stark, descended in his latest nanotech armor, while Thor brandished his mighty hammer, a serious expression on his face. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, arrived with agile grace, her eyes reflecting vigilance, and Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, opened a portal and stepped through. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, emerged from the microcosm, having enlarged himself. Exercise caution. We do not yet know if they come as foes or allies, the captain declared, gripping his shield tightly, his body slightly leaning forward, ever prepared for battle. The group made their way to the observation deck, their eyes fixated on the approaching object. It does not appear to be an enemy we are familiar with, Iron Man remarked, his gaze analyzing the object's characteristics through the visor of his suit. Thor crossed his arms, declaring, whoever it is, if they dare to provoke us, they shall taste the might of my thunder. The flying object gradually descended onto the plaza of the base, its hatch opening to reveal a figure. Tension mounted as they beheld a mysterious woman clad in an unusual silver armor, her hair pulled back, exuding an air of mystery and resolve. The captain stepped forward. Who are you? What is your purpose here? The woman smiled faintly, I am Alice, from a distant planet. I have heard tales of the valor of the Avengers and have come seeking assistance. A flicker of doubt crossed the captain's face. Assistance? Please elaborate. Alice took a deep breath. My homeland is shrouded in a dark force, and its people live in fear. I have learned of your repeated victories against formidable foes, and I hope you can extend your aid. Iron Man scrutinized Alice, skeptically assessing, this does not sound like an easy task. Alice met their gazes with unwavering determination. I understand the challenges, but this is our last hope. The captain glanced at his teammates. We need time to deliberate. Alice nodded, I understand. But time is of the essence. I hope you can arrive at a decision swiftly. The team reconvened in the conference room to discuss the matter. The captain took his seat at the head of the table, hands clasped before him. What are your thoughts? This could be a trap. Iron Man, reclining with his legs crossed, countered. It may also present an opportunity to demonstrate our strength. Thor thumped the table, asserting, regardless of whether it is a trap. We cannot ignore those in need. Black Widow crossed her arms, yet we cannot act impulsively. It is imperative that we first ascertain the situation. Doctor Strange, with his eyes closed, pondered for a moment before stating, I have utilized my magic to sense the truth. This woman is not lying. But the matter may not be as straightforward as she has portrayed. Ant-Man scratched his head, exclaiming, oh dear, this is quite a headache. The captain rose to his feet, asserting, regardless, we cannot easily abandon the opportunity to save lives. However, we must be thoroughly prepared before taking action. The others nodded in agreement. The captain approached Alice once more, declaring, we shall assist you, but you must provide us with more information. A flicker of gratitude flashed in Alice's eyes as she replied, thank you, I will share everything I know. During the ensuing time, Alice elaborated on the circumstances of her homeland and the origins of the dark forces. The captain listened intently, devising a plan of action in his mind. This will be a challenging battle, he remarked. Iron Man clapped a hand on the captain's shoulder, stating, but we have never been afraid of difficulties, have we? The captain smiled slightly. Indeed, let us prepare for action. The team busied themselves, gathering weapons and equipment in readiness for the impending conflict. In the armory, the captain meticulously inspected his shield, silently vowing to complete the mission. Captain, are you ready? Black Widow inquired as she approached. The captain nodded, indicating he was prepared to depart. The Avengers boarded the Quinjet alongside Alice, embarking on an unknown adventure. Chapter 12. The Avengers and Alice boarded the Quinjet, setting forth toward an undisclosed destination. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was tense and solemn. Each individual engaged in final preparations for the forthcoming battle. Captain America, Steve Rogers, sat resolutely in his seat, gazing ahead with steadfast determination, silently contemplating the battle strategy. He gripped his shield, as if it were a symbol of his strength and conviction. Iron Man, Tony Stark, busied himself adjusting his armor systems while muttering, this time, there can be no mistakes. The new equipment must unleash its full potential. Thor leaned against the wall of the cabin, his hands tightly clasping Mjolnir, his eyes revealing a thirst for combat. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, deftly inspected her weapons with practiced agility. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, closed his eyes, employing his magic to sense the potential dangers ahead. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, appeared somewhat anxious, taking deep breaths to steady himself. Alice sat in a corner, her face a canvas of worry and anticipation. At that moment, the aircraft suddenly shook violently, and the shrill sound of alarms pierced the air. What is happening? Captain America inquired loudly. An unknown force is attacking us, the pilot exclaimed. A wave of anxiety washed over the crowd as they turned their gazes toward the window. They beheld a dark energy beam relentlessly assaulting the aircraft. Prepare for battle, Captain America shouted. Iron Man immediately activated his thrusters and soared out of the craft, determined to ascertain who was causing the disturbance. Upon exiting, he encountered a figure unlike any he had ever seen. Clad in ominous black armor and sporting a fearsome mask, the mysterious villain emanated a formidable dark energy from his hands. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Iron Man demanded. The villain scoffed. I am Vex, the Dark Lord. You presumptuous fools dare meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Without hesitation, Iron Man unleashed a powerful energy beam from his repulsor, aimed at Vex. The Dark Lord effortlessly evaded the attack and retaliated with dark energy. Meanwhile, Thor, the god of thunder, charged out of the aircraft to join the fray. Allow me to engage you, Thor bellowed, as he hurled his enchanted hammer crackling with lightning toward Vex. Unfazed, Vex engaged in an intense confrontation with both Thor and Iron Man. Meanwhile, within the aircraft, Black Widow skillfully maneuvered to evade incoming assaults. Doctor Strange opened a portal. Arriving on the battlefield with fervor, Vex, your malevolent actions shall not prevail. Vex laughed heartily. Do you truly believe you can stop me? Ant-Man, not to be outdone, transformed into his giant form and charged at Vex. An epic battle unfolded in the skies as the Avengers found themselves locked in a fierce struggle against this enigmatic adversary. Inside the aircraft, Captain America's gaze was fixed intently on the combat unfolding on the screen, his thoughts churning like a tempestuous sea. He was acutely aware of the enemy's formidable strength. Each attack was laden with peril, and his comrades fought valiantly against their foe. Memories of past battles flooded his mind, those formidable opponents they had faced and the sacrifices made. A resolute conviction surged within him. He recognized that retreat was not an option, nor could he allow his teammates to falter. He had to discover a way to vanquish their enemy, even if it demanded a monumental price. Captain America clenched his fists, his heart racing as if he could hear the fervent call of his inner voice urging him. We must triumph over our adversary. His gaze sharpened, seeming to pierce through the screen to identify the enemy's vulnerabilities. He began to rapidly analyze the opponent's combat patterns in his mind, seeking an opportunity for breakthrough. Simultaneously, he contemplated his own abilities, strategizing how to best leverage his strengths. He firmly believed that with unified resolve, they could overcome this formidable foe. His heart brimmed with trust in his teammates and confidence in his own capabilities. In this moment, Captain America's inner strength surged, ready to confront any challenge. For justice, for peace, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Chapter 13. The Quinjet trembled dangerously under the assault of the Dark Lord Vex, the violent shudders causing the occupants within to sway perilously. Steve Rogers, steadfastly gripping the handrail, maintained a resolute and composed gaze, exclaiming, "Natasha, stabilize the aircraft." Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, wholly focused on the control panel, beads of sweat forming on her brow, responded, "I am doing my utmost, Captain." Outside, Iron Man Tony Stark adeptly maneuvered through the air, his nano armor glimmering in the darkness. "Vex, do you truly believe you can conquer us?" "Such naivety," he shouted while unleashing a barrage of energy beams. Vex scoffed, effortlessly evading Stark's onslaught, and retaliated with a wave of dark energy directed at him. "You insignificant insects, merely struggling in futility." Thor, the god of thunder, wielded Mjolnir, lightning weaving a web around him. "Taste my thunderous might, Vex," he roared, charging forth. Vex sidestepped, delivering a kick to Thor, taunting, "Is that all you have, God?" Thor was sent flying but regained his composure mid-air, launching another attack. Doctor Strange, with hands weaving intricate patterns, conjured magical runes that formed chains to bind Vex. "Vex, your dark powers are powerless against magic." Vex forcefully broke free from the chains, scoffing. "Magic? Useless against me." Ant-Man Scott Lang transformed into his giant form, attempting to seize Vex. "I'll crush you." Vex disdainfully glanced at him. "You overestimate your abilities," and unleashed a wave of dark energy that sent Ant-Man reeling. Seeing the dire situation, Captain America decided to take matters into his own hands. He leaped from the Quinjet, his shield radiating light. "Vex, your evil ends here." Vex laughed heartily. "Captain America, do you think you can stop me?" The two clashed, shield meeting dark energy with a resounding impact. Meanwhile, Alice anxiously watched the battle unfold from within the Quinjet, her heart brimming with concern. "We must win," she murmured. The combat intensified, Vex revealing formidable power, leaving the Avengers feeling increasingly overwhelmed. Iron Man's armor energy dwindled. "Jarvis, calculate the optimal attack strategy." "Sir, energy levels are critically low." "Retreat is advised," Jarvis replied. "Retreat? Absolutely not." Iron Man gritted his teeth, persisting with his assault. Thor, too, felt the weight of exhaustion, his strength depleting. Doctor Strange's magic was stifled by Vex's dark might, its efficacy greatly diminished. After multiple unsuccessful assaults, Ant-Man found himself injured. The shield of Captain America bore cracks, and his stamina was rapidly depleting. Seizing the moment, Vex unleashed a formidable attack, repelling everyone. "Haha, you have lost." Vex laughed triumphantly. The members of the Avengers lay on the ground, gasping for breath. "Is this truly the end?" Captain America voiced his reluctance. Just then, Alice emerged from the aircraft, holding a mysterious crystal. "This is the energy core from our homeland. It may be able to counter him." Upon seeing the crystal, Vex's eyes gleamed with greed. "Give it to me." Without hesitation, Alice tossed the crystal to the Avengers. Captain America caught it, feeling a surge of immense power. "Everyone, let us rise together." The group rallied, launching another assault against Vex. Chapter 14. The Quinjet trembled violently under the furious onslaught of the Dark Lord Vex, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Inside the cabin, items lay strewn about, while Steve Rogers, Captain America, gripped the armrest tightly, his gaze devoid of fear, filled instead with resolute determination. "Natasha, whatever it takes, keep the aircraft steady," Steve shouted, his voice steady and strong, instilling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, held the control stick firmly, sweat cascading down her forehead onto the control panel. "Captain, I want to let you down," she vowed, her teeth clenched, fully focused on the ever-shifting situation. Outside the aircraft, Tony Stark's nanotech armor shimmered brilliantly in the darkness, his expression serious and concentrated. "Vex, you vile creature. Today is your reckoning," Tony roared as he swiftly unleashed a barrage of powerful energy beams. Vex scoffed, effortlessly sidestepping the attack and countering with an even more potent wave of dark energy. "Iron Man, do you truly believe such trivial tricks can harm me?" Thor, the god of thunder, brandished his mighty hammer, his eyes ablaze with fury, lightning crackling around him. "Vex, you shall pay for your malevolence," Thor bellowed, charging at Vex like an enraged lion, unhesitant in his pursuit. Vex, undeterred, met him head-on, delivering a kick that sent Thor flying. In midair, Thor flipped and regained his stance. "I shall not fall easily," he roared anew, lunging forward once more. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, waved his hands, incantations spilling from his lips as mystical runes illuminated the air, forming vibrant chains of magic in an attempt to ensnare Vex. "Vex, your dark powers shall be rendered powerless before my sorcery," Stephen proclaimed loudly. Vex exerted himself to break free from the magical chains, emitting a chilling chuckle. "Magic? Merely trivial tricks." Ant-Man Scott transformed into his colossal form, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. "Vex, behold as I crush you like the insect you are." Scott extended his enormous hand, attempting to seize Vex. Vex cast a disdainful glance his way. An overconfident fool. With that, he unleashed a surge of formidable dark energy, repelling Scott. Captain America, Steve Rogers, recognizing the dire situation, leaped from the aircraft without hesitation, his shield radiating a resolute light. "Vex, your nefarious deeds end here," Steve proclaimed loudly, his voice imbued with the force of righteousness. Vex laughed heartily. "Captain America, do you truly believe you can thwart me?" Such naivety. The two clashed instantaneously, shield meeting dark energy in a fierce collision that resounded deafeningly. Meanwhile, Alice anxiously observed the battle from within the aircraft, her hands tightly clasped together, knuckles turning white from the strain. "We must win, please," she murmured, her gaze brimming with concern and anticipation. The conflict escalated, Vex's overwhelming power gradually rendering the Avengers powerless. Iron Man's armor energy indicator flickered ominously red, signaling an imminent depletion of power. J-A-R-V-I-S. Calculate the optimal attack strategy. Tony shouted anxiously. "Sir, energy levels are insufficient. Retreat is advised." J-A-R-V-I-S. Calm voice resonated in his ears. "Retreat? Absolutely not. We cannot simply surrender." Gritting his teeth, Tony persistently launched his assaults. Thor, too, felt his strength waning, each swing of Mjolnir growing increasingly burdensome. "Curse it! How is this fiend so powerful?" Thor gasped, catching his breath. Doctor Strange's magic was severely suppressed by the dark forces, its efficacy diminishing. "This dark power is too potent. I require more time to unravel it," Stephen said, his brow furrowed in concentration. Ant-Man Scott bore numerous wounds after repeated failed attacks. "This adversary is too formidable," Scott lamented. Captain America's shield bore a plethora of alarming cracks, his stamina rapidly depleting. Is there truly no way out? A flicker of despair crossed Steve's mind. At that moment, Alice bravely stepped out from the aircraft, a crystal emanating a mysterious glow in her hand. "This is the energy core from our homeland. Perhaps it can counter him," Alice proclaimed loudly, her eyes filled with hope. Upon seeing the crystal, Vix's gaze glimmered with greed. "Hand it over." Without hesitation, Alice hurled the crystal towards the members of the Avengers. Captain America seized the crystal, instantly overwhelmed by a surge of powerful and pure energy coursing through his heart. "Everyone, together. We cannot afford to lose," Steve proclaimed, his voice imbued with an inspiring force. The others rallied, their eyes ignited with the flames of hope. "All right, let us give it our all," Iron Man shouted. "Let him witness our might." Thor followed with a roar. Doctor Strange once again conjured his magic, while Ant-Man transformed and charged forward. A more intense battle erupted anew. Chapter 15. In the pitch-black, perilous night sky, the Quinjet resembled a solitary vessel, buffeted by the violent forces unleashed by the Dark Lord Vex, swaying precariously like a trembling leaf in a fierce wind, on the verge of being torn apart. Inside the cockpit, chaos reigned, with various instruments flickering ominously and alarms blaring, creating a dizzying and terrifying spectacle. Yet amidst this turmoil stood a steadfast figure, Captain America, Steve Rogers. He gripped the handrail tightly, his body taut like a statue, and his cerulean eyes radiated an unwavering resolve, as if capable of penetrating the thickest fog and daunting obstacles to reach the shores of victory. "Natasha, you must hold on," Steve shouted, his voice resonating with the clarity and power of a mighty bell, cutting through the cacophony of the tumultuous environment. At that moment, he was consumed by urgency. yet acutely aware that maintaining his composure was essential to guide them through this life-and-death ordeal. Hearing the captain's call, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, clenched her teeth, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead and soaking her fiery red hair. Her hands trembled slightly from prolonged exertion, yet she remained wholly focused on piloting the jet, refusing to relent in the slightest. "Captain, rest assured, I will give it my all," Natasha replied, her tone weary yet resolute. Outside the aircraft, Iron Man, Tony Stark, donned his flickering nanotech armor, his expression grave and anxious. "Vex, you scoundrel, today marks your end," Tony roared, unleashing powerful energy beams. Yet Vex evaded them with an almost spectral ease. Clad in black armor that shimmered with a sinister dark purple glow, Vex revealed cold, merciless eyes beneath his mask, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Iron Man, your efforts are but a desperate struggle," Vex sneered. Gesturing with his hands to unleash a vortex of dark energy that ensnared Iron Man, Thor swung his enchanted hammer, lightning crackling around him as he glared fiercely. Charging at Vex. "Vex, prepare to face the judgment of thunder," Thor bellowed. Vex sidestepped with agility, deftly seizing Thor's arm. A surge of dark energy coursing from his hand and enveloping Thor's entire being, prompting a pained roar from the god of thunder. "Humph, the thunder god is nothing more than this," Vex scoffed as he hurled Thor away with disdain. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, waved his hands, conjuring intricate magical runes that wove complex patterns in the air, striving to thwart Vix's assault. A flicker of contempt crossed Vix's eyes as he regarded the diminutive sorcerer. "Daring to show off in my presence." Incantations escaped his lips as a beam of dark magic shot towards Stephen, instantly shattering his magical defenses. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, transformed into his colossal form, lunging fiercely at Vix. Unperturbed, Vix merely raised a hand, summoning a formidable gravitational force that immobilized Scott in midair. "Do you truly believe you can challenge me?" Vix mocked. Captain America, Steve Rogers, leaped from his aircraft, shield in hand, charging towards Vix. Vix turned, a glimmer of excitement igniting in his eyes. "At last, it is your turn, Captain America." He gathered dark energy in his hands, forming a massive sphere of power, which he hurled at Steve. Steve defended with his shield, yet was pushed back several paces by the overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Alice anxiously observed the battle from within the aircraft, her heart brimming with fear and concern. "We must win. We must," she murmured to herself. Vix's dark power grew increasingly potent, plunging the Avengers into an unprecedented predicament. Chapter 16. The Quinjet trembled violently under the onslaught of the Dark Lord Vix's ferocious might, as if it might shatter into fragments at any moment. Inside the cockpit, items were thrown about chaotically, creating a scene of disarray. Captain America, Steve Rogers, gripped a handrail tightly, his body swaying with the jet's tumult. Yet his gaze remained steadfast, as solid as rock, devoid of any panic. "Natasha, hold steady. We will endure this," Steve shouted, his voice imbued with resolve and encouragement. However, a flicker of worry lingered within him. This foe was unprecedentedly powerful. Could we truly overcome him? Yet, this doubt was fleeting, replaced by a more fervent determination. No matter what, Vix must not prevail. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, focused intently on the control panel, her fingers dancing rapidly across the buttons, striving to stabilize the aircraft's flight. Sweat soaked her forehead, trickling down her cheeks, yet her eyes remained fixated on the data displayed on the screen, refusing to relent for an instant. "Captain, I will do my utmost," she called out, her thoughts resolute. Even if it cost her everything, she would fight for more time for her comrades. Outside the jet, Iron Man, Tony Stark, donned in his flickering nanotech armor, wore a grave and anxious expression. "Vix, you wretched fiend, today I shall defeat you," Tony bellowed, unleashing a barrage of powerful energy beams. Yet Vex moved with the grace of a specter, effortlessly evading each assault directed at him. Clad in ebony armor that shimmered with an eerie dark violet luminescence, his mask concealed eyes that radiated a chilling ruthlessness, complemented by a cruel smile that tugged at his lips. "Iron Man, do you truly believe your trifles can pose a threat to me?" "Such naivety," he scoffed, waving his hands to unleash a vortex of dark energy, ensnaring Iron Man within its grasp. Tony felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, the alarms of his suit blaring in response. Damn it, this fiend possesses formidable power. Yet he refused to surrender, swiftly analyzing the structure of the energy vortex, seeking an avenue of escape. J-A-R-V-I-S. Calculate the weaknesses of the vortex, he commanded inwardly. After being flung far away by Vex, Thor crashed heavily to the ground, struggling to rise. His gaze burned with fury and defiance. "Vex, I shall not allow you to prevail." He raised Mjolnir once more, summoning a torrent of lightning as he charged toward Vex. The latter sidestepped effortlessly, avoiding Thor's strike. God of Thunder, your might is trivial before me, he declared, extending a hand as a surge of dark energy surged toward Thor. Sensing the imminent danger, Thor swung Mjolnir in an attempt to deflect the encroaching darkness. However, the force was too potent, and he was repelled yet again, his body crashing against a massive boulder, which shattered upon impact. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, wove intricate patterns in the air with his hands, conjuring mystical runes to thwart Vex's onslaught. Yet Vex's dark sorcery proved far more formidable, effortlessly breaching his defenses. How is this possible? Stephen gasped, astonished by such a potent manifestation of dark magic. Nevertheless, he did not falter. Instead, he focused intently, seeking a flaw in Vex's spell work. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, transformed into his colossal form, but found himself immobilized mid-air by Vex's gravitational force. He struggled desperately, yet could not break free. What manner of monster is this wretch? Scott seethed, frustration and fury swelling within him. Captain America, Steve Rogers, observed his comrades ensnared in perilous predicaments, anxiety gnawing at his heart. This cannot continue. We must unite and uncover his vulnerabilities. He resolved, charging toward Vex. Seeing Steve approach, Vex mocked, Captain America, do you too wish to meet your demise? He gathered dark energy between his hands, forming a colossal sphere of power to hurl at Steve. With his shield raised, Steve braced himself, the force of the impact sending him sliding backward. Yet he remained undeterred, seizing the moment to scrutinize Vex's movements. He discerned that with every major attack Vex unleashed, a fleeting energy fluctuation would ripple across his armor. Perhaps that is his weakness. Steve mused, calling out, everyone, concentrate your attacks on the energy fluctuations in his armor. Upon hearing Steve's call, the teammates rallied with renewed vigor. Iron Man found a way to break free from the energy vortex, successfully escaping, and then unleashed a powerful energy beam towards the energy fluctuations of Vex's armor. Thor once again raised his mighty hammer, summoning an even more potent lightning strike that struck Vex's Achilles heel. Doctor Strange conjured a formidable magical shield, repelling Vex's dark sorcery while seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, also broke free from the gravitational constraints, returning to his normal size, and launched a surprise assault from behind Vex. Unprepared for the Avengers to suddenly exploit his weakness, Vex found himself momentarily at a loss. His attacks became erratic, and his defenses began to falter. Now is the moment. Steve seized the opportunity, charging forward to deliver a powerful blow to Vex's vulnerable spot with his shield. Vex let out a pained roar as the dark forces began to wane. Everyone, give it your all. He cannot hold on much longer, Steve urged. The members of the Avengers united their strengths for a final assault on Vex. After an intense clash of energy and a dazzling display of light, Vex was ultimately defeated, collapsing to the ground. We did it, Iron Man exclaimed with excitement. However, Steve cautioned, this victory is but temporary. We must remain vigilant. His gaze remained resolute, aware that the duty to protect the world is an unending one. Chapter 17. In the aftermath of their triumph over the Dark Lord Vex, the battlefield was shrouded in smoke and the lingering echoes of victory. The Quinjet descended gently onto an open expanse, and the members of the Avengers, exhausted yet elated, disembarked from the aircraft. Captain America, Steve Rogers, surveyed the ravaged landscape, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. He recalled every harrowing moment of the battle, those instances that nearly led them to despair. This hard-won victory was significant, yet they could not afford to be complacent. Stronger foes may yet emerge. He pondered silently, his expression steadfast. Iron Man, Tony Stark, walked alongside, disengaging his nano-armor. Phew, that was quite the exhausting battle. Nevertheless, we emerged victorious, did we not? His tone held a hint of pride, though his eyes betrayed a lingering concern for the future. But this victory is only temporary. We cannot rest on our laurels. Steve replied, looking at Tony with a serious gaze. Tony shrugged, I know, Captain. But for now, at least we can catch our breath. Thor, wielding his enchanted hammer, strode over confidently. This adversary was indeed formidable, yet we have proven that the Avengers are invincible, he proclaimed, his face radiant with the joy of victory. Thor, do not let your pride cloud your judgment. Had we not united and identified his weakness, the outcome could have been dire, Steve cautioned. Thor nodded in agreement. You are right, Captain. We must remain vigilant. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, approached and gently patted Steve's shoulder. It's all right. This is the best outcome we could have hoped for. However, we must take the time to reflect on our experiences and prepare for the next battle. Her gaze revealed a hint of fatigue, yet predominantly, it exuded determination. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, stood nearby, lost in contemplation. The dark powers of Vex are anything but ordinary. There may be a larger conspiracy lurking beneath the surface, he remarked, his voice grave and somber. Doctor, have you discerned something? Steve inquired. Stephen furrowed his brow. It's merely an intuition. This battle feels like a prologue, and the true threat may still lie ahead. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, interjected. Oh, come on, don't be so pessimistic. We just vanquished a formidable foe. We should celebrate. Scott, this isn't pessimism, it's realism. We must remain vigilant at all times, Steve replied with earnestness. A brief silence enveloped the group. At that moment, Tony broke the quiet. All right, everyone, let us not dwell on the weight of it all. Let us head back to the base, recuperate, and then strategize. Nods of agreement followed, and they boarded the Quinjet, returning to the base. Upon their return, each member attended to their injuries and organized their equipment. Steve sat alone in the conference room, reflecting on the gains and losses of the recent battle. Our coordination still lacks harmony. We were somewhat flustered in the face of a powerful adversary. He silently critiqued himself. Just then, Natasha entered and sat beside him. Captain, don't be too hard on yourself. We all did our best. Steve glanced at her. But it isn't enough, Natasha. We must become stronger to confront the challenges that lie ahead. Natasha grasped his hand. We will, Captain. As long as we stand united, there is nothing we cannot overcome. Meanwhile, Tony was in the lab, inspecting his armor. J-A-R-V-I-S. Analyze the data from this battle and identify areas for improvement. Sir. Analysis in progress. However, the armor sustained considerable damage and requires comprehensive repairs and upgrades. J-A-R-V-I-S. Responded. Tony furrowed his brow, resolute that no matter the cost, he would strengthen the armor. Thor, in his chamber, polished MJ Ulner. Old friend. Next time we cannot allow the enemy to gain the upper hand so easily, he mused to himself. Dr. Strange perused ancient tomes in the sanctum, seeking more clues regarding the dark forces. Scott Lang entertained his teammates with amusing anecdotes from the battle, attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere. Days later, the team reconvened in the conference room. Steve rose and stated, after days of reflection, I believe we must enhance our training and improve our team cohesion. Tony nodded in agreement. Captain. Moreover, my new armor is nearing completion. It will surely surprise everyone. Thor thumped his chest, declaring his commitment to training harder to enhance his strength. The others expressed their unwavering determination to prepare adequately for the protection of the world. In the days that followed, the Avengers dedicated themselves to rigorous training and preparation, fully aware that the battles ahead might prove even more arduous, yet they remained undaunted. Chapter 18. In a tranquil corner of the Avengers base, Captain America, Steve Rogers, was engaged in his daily physical training. Sweat poured from him like rain, each movement imbued with strength and resolve. Nevertheless, his thoughts drifted back to the recent fierce battle against the Dark Lord, KLYSS. That confrontation had been exceedingly challenging, and we had come perilously close to defeat. He mused inwardly, quickening the pace of his training as if seeking to dispel his unease and apprehension through the release of his physical power. Iron Man, Tony Stark, was in the laboratory, conducting final adjustments on his new armor. This time, I intend to make it flawless, he uttered to himself, his gaze brimming with confidence in technology and anticipation for the forthcoming battle. Thor swung his mighty hammer in an open arena, each motion accompanied by the roar of thunder. I must grow stronger to safeguard all that I hold dear, he bellowed, his voice echoing through the air. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, was in the monitoring room, closely observing global developments. Her gaze was sharp and focused, missing no potential threat. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, immersed himself in ancient tomes within the sanctum, seeking clues to combat the unknown dark forces. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, shared his newly developed tactical techniques with his teammates, laughter echoing as the atmosphere remained lighthearted. Suddenly, the base alarm blared. An unidentified energy fluctuation is approaching. Jarvis's voice resonated throughout the facility. The Avengers instantly shifted into combat mode, quickly assembling at the command center. What could this be? Is it remnants of Vexus? Iron Man inquired. Captain America's expression turned grave. Whatever it is, we must be prepared. A mysterious figure appeared on the screen, shrouded in darkness, obscuring their features. Do you believe that defeating Vexus means you can rest easy? The stranger's voice was deep and ominous. The darkness of this world runs far deeper than you can imagine. Who are you? What is your purpose? Captain America demanded. The mysterious figure chuckled darkly. I am the Shadow Envoy, from the abyss of darkness. I have witnessed your struggles. Your so-called justice crumbles before the true shadows. Iron Man scoffed. Enough with the theatrics. If you have the courage, step forward and face us. The Shadow Messenger erupted into a maniacal laugh, proclaiming, You, blinded by the radiance of light, are utterly ignorant of the philosophy of darkness. Darkness is not evil. Rather, it is an integral part of balance. The brighter the light shines, the deeper the shadows become. Thor, the god of thunder, glared fiercely, retorting, Nonsense. Darkness only brings destruction and suffering. The Shadow Messenger continued, suffering? That is the price of growth. Without the trials of darkness, how could you ever become strong? Doctor Strange pondered for a moment, then replied, yet your darkness is distorted. A force that disrupts the equilibrium. The Shadow Messenger scoffed, what you call balance is merely a self-deceptive lie. True balance lies in seeking order amid chaos. Captain America stepped forward, resolutely declaring, whatever you assert, we shall not allow you to dismantle peace. The Shadow Messenger laughed heartily. Peace? That is but a fleeting illusion. War, conflict, death, this is the essence of the world. At that moment, the Shadow Messenger unleashed an attack, a wave of dark energy surging towards the base. The Avengers swiftly mounted their defense. Iron Man fired energy beams, Thor summoned lightning, while Black Widow and Ant-Man adeptly evaded the onslaught. Captain America brandished his shield and charged at the Shadow Messenger, insisting, no matter your philosophy, proving it through violence is fundamentally flawed. The Shadow Messenger effortlessly dodged Captain America's assault, mocking, foolish mortals, you cannot comprehend my grand mission. The battle intensified, chaos enveloping the areas surrounding the base. Amidst the fray, the Shadow Messenger incessantly proclaimed his dark philosophy. The justice you pursue is merely based on subjective judgment. True justice transcends the dichotomy of good and evil. Doctor Strange countered, your so-called justice serves only to gratify your own desires. The Shadow Messenger chuckled, desires? I seek to shatter the shackles of this world and restore everything to chaos. Thor roared in response, you are bent on annihilating the world. The Shadow Messenger coldly replied, destruction is a precursor to rebirth. Only from the ashes can a new order be established. Despite the Avengers' valiant resistance, the Shadow Messenger's power appeared to grow ever stronger. This cannot continue. We must discover his weakness, Captain America urged. Iron Man, while launching an assault, remarked, I am analyzing his energy patterns, but I require more time. Seizing the moment, Black Widow approached the Shadow Messenger, attempting to find a flaw, only to be repelled by a formidable force. Ant-Man, having shrunk down, endeavored to infiltrate the Shadow Messenger's interior, but was thwarted by the dark energy. Doctor Strange conjured a powerful magical shield, buying time for his comrades. Hurry, Doctor. We can barely hold on. Thor implored. Just then, Iron Man finally identified the Shadow Messenger's energy vulnerability. Everyone, concentrate your attack on his left side. Iron Man exclaimed. The members of the Avengers swiftly adjusted their assault direction, channeling all their might toward the vulnerabilities of the Shadowcaster. Following a brilliant explosion of light and energy, the figure of the Shadowcaster gradually faded away. Have we triumphed? Ant-Man inquired. Captain America gazed into the distance, having momentarily repelled him. But his words left me with the impression that even greater battles lie ahead. The group fell into contemplation, fully aware that this skirmish was merely a prelude, and the path to safeguarding the world was fraught with unknown challenges. Chapter 19. In the aftermath of repelling the Shadowcaster, the atmosphere within the Avengers base was permeated by a sense of exhaustion, tinged with a hint of solace. Captain Steve Rogers stood alone on the observation deck, his gaze fixed upon the distant horizon, his mind swirling with thoughts. He recalled the fierce confrontation with the Shadowcaster, the adversaries' beguiling words echoing in his ears. Is darkness truly a part of balance? He pondered internally, yet resolutely shook his head, affirming that justice and evil are distinctly delineated. The light we uphold must never be swayed by the murmurings of darkness. In the laboratory, Tony Stark, Iron Man, though his new armor had performed admirably in battle, felt no sense of satisfaction. This was merely a narrow victory. What about next time? He mused while scrutinizing the armor's data, contemplating the necessity of fortifying technology to confront the unforeseen threats of the future. Thor, the god of thunder, sat in his chamber, tightly gripping his hammer. A glimmer of confusion reflected in his eyes. I believe my power sufficient to safeguard all, yet in the face of such formidable foes, I feel utterly inadequate. A surge of yearning for the enhancement of his own strength welled within him. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, tirelessly repeated combat maneuvers in the training room, her attire soaked with perspiration. Each battle felt akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade, allowing for no slack. I must remain vigilant, she silently admonished herself. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, engaged in a spiritual dialogue with the Ancient One in the sanctum of magic. Master, the forces of darkness appear to grow ever stronger. How shall we respond? The Ancient One's voice resonated in his mind. Maintain inner calm and resolve. The power of magic is derived from belief. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, was on a video call with his daughter, her radiant smile filling his heart with warmth and strength. I shall protect this world for you, he whispered softly. At that moment, Captain America summoned everyone to the conference room. They gathered around, their expressions grave. Captain America broke the silence. This battle has unveiled the enemy's might and cunning. We must not let our guard down. Iron Man nodded in agreement. Indeed, Captain. We require more advanced equipment and technology. Thor declared, I must return to Asgard to seek a more potent source of power. Black Widow responded. We must not neglect our intelligence operations. I shall strengthen our connections with various factions. Doctor Strange remarked, the realm of magic is vast, with many mysteries awaiting our exploration. I shall continue my studies. Ant-Man chuckled. Though my powers may be modest, I will exert myself to the fullest. Captain America surveyed the group, his eyes brimming with trust and resolve. We are the Avengers. Regardless of the challenges we face, we must not falter. Iron Man rose to his feet. Fear not, Captain. We shall not disappoint you. The assembly nodded in agreement, their gazes filled with determination. In the days that followed, each individual immersed themselves in rigorous preparations. Captain America intensified his training regimen, pushing his limits with each physical exercise, contemplating, only by becoming stronger can I better protect my comrades and the world. Iron Man tirelessly toiled in the laboratory, developing new weapons and equipment, often muttering to himself, this time, we must demonstrate our might to the enemy. Thor returned to Asgard, seeking the enigmatic power within ancient ruins, continually conquering his inner fears and challenges. For the sake of protection, I fear nothing. Black Widow navigated through various intelligence networks, engaging with perilous figures, silently affirming, any piece of information could prove pivotal. I shall not overlook a single clue. Doctor Strange immersed himself in the mastery of magic, repeatedly pushing the boundaries of his capabilities, acutely aware that the power of magic is limitless. The key lies in how one harnesses it. Ant-Man persistently experimented with his newfound abilities, striving to discover more effective combat strategies, encouraging himself. A small frame can wield significant influence. One day, during a training intermission, Iron Man approached Captain America. Captain, do you believe our efforts can genuinely thwart all threats? Iron Man's tone bore a hint of uncertainty. Captain America patted Iron Man's shoulder. Tony, as long as we stand united, there is nothing we cannot achieve. Iron Man smiled. Indeed, let us hope so. As the days progressed, the Avengers' preparations gradually reached completion. Just then, a new crisis quietly approached. Chapter 20. On a tranquil night. The Avengers' base was enveloped in an atmosphere of serenity. However, this tranquility did not endure for long. Captain Steve Rogers found himself alone in his room, gazing at the photographs of past battles adorning the wall, a flicker of concern evident in his eyes. Each victory was accompanied by sacrifice, and every moment of peace could be the calm before the storm. He pondered silently. Yet, no matter what, we must not retreat. Meanwhile, Tony Stark adjusted the latest technological equipment in his laboratory. His brow furrowed slightly, his heart laden with trepidation regarding the unknown. Could these new devices truly prove their worth in a moment of crisis? Doubt crept into his mind, yet he swiftly reaffirmed his resolve, regardless of the circumstances. I must strive to excel. Thor, the god of thunder, stood beneath the celestial expanse, gazing into the vast cosmos. The glory of Asgard must not dim under my watch. I must embrace greater responsibilities. A steadfast light flickered in his eyes, mingled with a sense of bewilderment about the future. What new trials would this impending crisis present? Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, tirelessly practiced her combat techniques in the training room, her garments drenched in perspiration, yet her movements showed no sign of faltering. There could be no weakness. I cannot let my comrades down. She continually motivated herself, even as a profound fear of the unknown adversary lurked within her. Would we emerge unscathed this time? Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, immersed himself in ancient tomes within the sanctum of magic. His expression was one of intense concentration. The mysteries of magic were boundless, and I must relentlessly explore to provide formidable support to my team. Yet, he too harbored concerns about whether his magic could withstand the monumental challenges ahead. What if my spells falter? Ant-Man, Scott Lang, reveled in playful moments with his daughter, a radiant smile adorning his face. However, once she drifted into slumber, his countenance grew grave. For her, for everyone, I must face whatever comes with courage. He silently vowed. Though fear gnawed at him, what if I do not return? What will become of her? In that instant, an alarm blared throughout the base. Unidentified energy fluctuations detected, origin unknown. Intensity immense. J-A-R-V-I-S-S voice echoed in every ear. Captain America sprang to his feet, his gaze resolute. It is time, my comrades, he thought. Whatever we face, we shall stand united. Iron Man immediately set aside his work, donning his armor. Bring it on. Let me see what kind of foe awaits. Though tension coursed through him, excitement and determination overshadowed his apprehension. Thor gripped Mjolnir tightly. Whoever approaches, I shall show no mercy. The flames of battle ignited within him. Black Widow swiftly donned her combat attire, bracing herself for the challenge ahead. Her heartbeat quickened, yet her eyes radiated a fierce determination. Doctor Strange opened a portal. Magic shall accompany us. He inhaled deeply, seeking to quell the turmoil within. Ant-Man pressed a kiss to his daughter's forehead before turning away. Fear not, my dear. Daddy will protect this world, protect you. Tears glimmered in his eyes, yet his steps bore no trace of hesitation. The team rapidly assembled in the command center. What is the situation? Captain America inquired. We cannot ascertain the enemy's precise identity or intent, yet the energy fluctuations indicate an unprecedented, formidable threat. J.A.R.V.I.S. responded. Regardless of what it may be, we cannot falter. The Captain America commanded, let us depart. The Avengers boarded the Quinjet, soaring towards the source of the energy fluctuations. As they journeyed through the skies, Captain America's mind was consumed with strategic contemplations. This adversary may prove to be far more formidable than we anticipate. Thorough preparation is imperative. His expression was grave and focused. Iron Man, tirelessly refining the armor systems, recognized the gravity of their situation. There could be no room for error, for this was a battle for their very lives. Anxiety and anticipation filled his heart. Thor gazed out the window, resolute that no matter the foe, they would fall before his mighty hammer. Confidence surged within him, yet a trace of apprehension lingered. Black Widow meticulously inspected her weaponry, determined to return alive. She offered silent prayers in her heart. Doctor Strange closed his eyes tightly. Using his magic to sense the impending dangers ahead, a fierce battle awaited them. His brow furrowed in concentration. Ant-Man sat in the corner, rallying himself with the thought, I will not let my comrades down. As the Quinjet neared their destination, they beheld a colossal vortex of energy, emanating a terrifying aura. What is that? Iron Man exclaimed in astonishment. I do not know, but we must venture inside to uncover the truth, Captain America replied. The group exchanged glances, then, without hesitation, plunged into the swirling energy. Within the vortex, they felt an immense force tugging at them. Steady yourselves, Captain America shouted. Iron Man activated the thrusters of his suit, urging everyone to hold on tight. Thor brandished his hammer, unleashing bolts of lightning to counteract the overwhelming power. Black Widow clutched her seat, her complexion pale. Doctor Strange wielded his magic, striving to stabilize their surroundings. Amidst the chaos, Ant-Man shouted, we can do this. At last, they burst forth from the energy vortex and emerged into an unfamiliar realm. The sight before them left them awestruck. A towering black castle loomed ominously, surrounded by a shroud of dark energy. Is this the enemy's lair? Iron Man inquired. It appears so, Captain America responded. Proceed with caution. The group approached the castle with trepidation. As they neared, the massive doors creaked open, revealing a mysterious figure before them. At last, you have arrived, Avengers. The enigmatic voice echoed through the vast space. Captain America stepped forward, demanding, who are you? Why have you orchestrated these crises? The mysterious figure chuckled, declaring, I am the Sovereign of Darkness. Your doom is at hand. With that proclamation, the figure gestured, unleashing a torrent of formidable dark energy that surged towards the Avengers. A fierce battle commenced. Chapter 21. As the Dark Overlord unleashed a formidable surge of dark energy, charging towards the Avengers, Captain America, Steve Rogers, was suddenly engulfed by an intense sense of duty. No matter who you are, we shall not retreat, he fervently declared within his heart, his gaze filled with resolute determination and fearlessness. Yet, a shadow of concern for his comrades' safety loomed over him. This power was immense, and they must endure. Iron Man, Tony Stark, felt an unprecedented weight bearing down upon him in that instant. This adversary appears formidable, yet I shall not concede easily. Activating the strongest defensive mode of his armor, he rapidly devised counter-strategies in his mind, convinced that his technology would unveil a breakthrough. Nonetheless, confronted with this unknown and potent foe, a flicker of dread crept into his heart. What if my armor cannot withstand this onslaught? Thor, the god of thunder, gripped his mighty hammer tightly, the power of thunder coursing through him. I am the god of thunder. I shall never bow before the forces of darkness. His spirit was ablaze with fury and resolve, yet he felt a pang of longing for his homeland, Asgard. For the sake of Asgard, for the peace of the cosmos, I must prevail against him. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, felt her heartbeat quicken, tension surging within her. I must not succumb to fear. I cannot falter. She continually bolstered her own spirit, her eyes revealing unwavering determination. I will fight for the team, for the innocent lives at stake. However, she was acutely aware that this battle might prove more arduous than any before. May we endure. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. The power of magic shall safeguard justice. He concentrated, poised to unleash formidable spells, yet uncertainty gnawed at him. Could his magic withstand the dominion of this darkness? Ant-Man, Scott Lang, trembled at the overwhelming wave of dark energy. Am I truly insignificant enough to make a difference? Yet, upon witnessing the steadfast figures of his teammates, courage surged anew within him. Even if I am small, I shall give my all. Captain America surged forward first, his shield bracing against the onslaught of dark energy. Together, everyone, he bellowed, his voice resonating with strength. Iron Man followed closely, his armor's weapon systems firing at full capacity. Prepare to feel my might, he proclaimed. In that moment, Thor raised his hammer, radiating with crackling lightning. With a fierce roar, he swung his arm, unleashing a torrent of powerful lightning bolts from the hammer, akin to ferocious dragons, lunging towards the Dark Overlord. Simultaneously, Black Widow darted like a specter, skillfully weaving through the interstices of the dark energy. Her movements were swift and graceful, each motion perfectly evading the lethal forces of darkness. With sharp eyes fixed on the Dark Overlord, she remained vigilant, ever searching for the opportune moment to strike decisively. On the other side, Doctor Strange moved his hands in an intricate dance, murmuring incantations. As his gestures transformed, an enigmatic rune materialized in the air, gradually coalescing into a dazzling array of colors. These radiant lights intertwined and merged, ultimately giving rise to a plethora of formidable spells that relentlessly bombarded the Dark Overlord. Meanwhile, Ant-Man fully harnessed his unique ability to alter his size at will. One moment he towered as a giant, striking foes with colossal fists. The next, he shrank to the size of an ant, stealthily infiltrating the Dark Overlord's defenses, seeking to sow unexpected chaos and disruption. Despite the Avengers showcasing their remarkable abilities and launching fierce assaults, the Dark Overlord merely furrowed his brow, emanating a potent aura of darkness that effortlessly countered their onslaught. It was evident that the power possessed by this Dark Overlord was overwhelmingly formidable, rendering the Avengers' current attacks seemingly ineffective. Captain America, sustaining a wound from the dark energy, lamented internally that this approach was untenable. They had to discover his weakness. Nevertheless, he pressed on, undeterred in battle. Iron Man's armor suffered multiple damages under the relentless assault of dark energy. Damn, this is troublesome, he fretted, yet he refused to concede, resolutely declaring to himself, I will not be defeated so easily. Thor sensed his strength waning, questioning whether he could truly overcome this adversary. However, this fleeting doubt was quickly dismissed as he roared anew and launched his assault. Black Widow, in the midst of evading an attack, stumbled and fell. I cannot succumb. I must not, she thought, swiftly regaining her footing to rejoin the fray. Doctor Strange felt his magic being suppressed by the Dark Overlord. My spells are insufficiently potent. He gritted his teeth, valiantly resisting the encroaching dark forces. Ant-Man, struck by the dark energy, instantly shrank. Oh no, this is bad. Yet, with sheer determination, he endeavored to return to his normal size and continued the fight. The battle reached a stalemate, and the Avengers gradually sensed their limitations. Captain America, observing the weary figures of his comrades, was engulfed by anxiety. Are we truly destined to fail? No, absolutely not. He steadfastly urged himself, we are the Avengers. We cannot lose. Iron Man, clad in his resplendent armor gleaming with metallic luster, exerted every ounce of strength to withstand the relentless tide of dark energy. Each clash with the dark forces sparked brilliant flares and powerful shockwaves, yet he showed no signs of retreat. While struggling against this overwhelming force, he rapidly devised strategies in his mind. Sweat trickled down his resolute face, evaporating upon contact with the scorching armor, but he continued to murmur, there must be a way. There must. On the other side, Thor, the god of thunder, wielded his immensely powerful hammer, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the forces of darkness. Each swing of his mighty weapon summoned a cacophony of thunder and lightning, yet he gradually felt his strength waning, gasping for breath like a bellows in the wind. Nevertheless, his eyes, ablaze with fury, remained fixed on the Dark Overlord ahead as he gritted his teeth and declared, I shall not allow the Dark Master to prevail. Even if I must fight to the last breath, I will protect this light. Meanwhile, the Black Widow nimbly maneuvered through the battlefield, skillfully evading the onslaught of dark energy. Despite her numerous injuries, her black bodysuit stained with crimson, she remained unfazed, swiftly wiping the blood from her lips and casting an encouraging glance at her comrades, shouting, Hold on, we can do this. As long as we do not give up, victory will surely be ours. From a distance, Doctor Strange stood, his hands weaving intricate gestures as he conjured various arcane spells. His gaze was profound and piercing, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Observing the Dark Overlord's brazen demeanor, a flicker of resolute determination shone in his eyes as he murmured, I believe we will find a way to break through. Though darkness is formidable, the light of justice shall never be extinguished. The diminutive Ant-Man, too, summoned remarkable courage and resolve. Though his strength paled in comparison to that of other superheroes, his determination was as solid as a rock. He deftly manipulated his equipment, daringly charging into the heart of the concentrated dark energy while proclaiming, I will not give up, even if there is but a sliver of hope. I will fight to the very end. At that moment, The Dark Overlord erupted in a deafening, maniacal laugh. A sound reminiscent of a demon's roar from the depths of hell, sending chills down the spine. Ha ha! You insignificant ants, do you dare think you can contend with me? Such foolishness. Today, you are destined to be my defeated foes, prepared to meet your doom. Yet, the members of the Avengers were not deterred by his arrogant taunts. Instead, they exchanged glances, recognizing the shared resolve within each other's eyes. Unyielding and unbreakable. Captain America then raised his arm, rallying his comrades. As long as we stand united, working together, no enemy is insurmountable. For peace, for freedom, charge forth. With Captain America's rallying cry, the heroes responded in unison, summoning their collective strength to launch an even fiercer assault against the Dark Overlord. In that moment, the battlefield erupted with radiant brilliance, the sounds of battle resounding like thunder. Chapter 22. The Dark Overlord's chaotic power surged against the Avengers' defenses like an unrelenting tide, each attack rendering their situation increasingly dire. Captain Steve Rogers felt the weight of despair settle upon him, his heart heavy with deep concern. The enemy's might surpassed our expectations. Could this truly be our end? His arms ached from the relentless assault of dark energy, yet the shield in his grasp remained steadfastly raised. No, we cannot succumb to despair. Behind us lie countless innocent lives. I am their final glimmer of hope. However, witnessing his comrades battered and bruised filled him with a profound sense of helplessness. I must devise a way to lead us through this dire predicament. Iron Man Tony Stark's armor lay in tatters, ravaged by the encroaching darkness, and his eyes betrayed an unprecedented anxiety. My technology, in the face of such overwhelming power, feels utterly impotent. A wave of frustration washed over him. Had my unwavering confidence been nothing more than folly? Yet, surrender was not an option. Each failed strike dimmed his hope further. But how could this stalemate be shattered? Thor's strength waned, enveloping him in an acute sense of crisis. I once believed the mighty hammer could conquer all, yet now, gazing at the imposing figure of the Dark Overlord, despair surged within him. Would Asgard's glory be tarnished under my watch? No, I shall not allow it. Yet, every feeble swing of the hammer eroded his confidence. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff fought through numerous wounds, her movements growing sluggish. If this continued, we would all perish here. Fear filled her gaze, yet years of training as an agent forced her to suppress such emotions. I cannot allow fear to dominate. I must fight until the very last moment. Nevertheless, the pain in her body incessantly reminded her of the dire situation. But do we truly still possess hope? Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, found his magic paled in comparison to the Dark Overlord's power, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. My magic feels so insignificant, unable to withstand this torrent of darkness. Guilt overwhelmed him. As Earth's sorcerer supreme, I am failing to protect my allies. Watching his teammates struggle, his heart was heavy with anguish and urgency. Ant-Man Scott Lang, under immense pressure, struggled to breathe. I had thought joining the Avengers would make me a hero. Yet it seems I may merely be a burden. Self-doubt consumed him, yet I cannot simply give up, even if my contribution is minimal. Yet, facing such a formidable foe, he felt his strength was utterly trivial. The Dark Overlord's assaults grew increasingly fierce, pushing the Avengers closer to the brink. Captain America's resolute visage was now etched with gravity, his mind racing with a flurry of thoughts, each like a shooting star, fleeting yet laden with boundless possibilities and uncertainties. Have we truly reached a dead end? He murmured, a note of defiance and determination lacing his voice. No, absolutely not. We shall not be easily consumed by darkness. Regardless of the hardships that await us, we must grit our teeth and persevere. On the other side, Iron Man gritted his teeth tightly, as if channeling all his fury and resolve into that singular act. His bright, piercing eyes burned with an intense fire, fixed unwaveringly upon the boundless abyss of darkness before him. Even in death, I, Tony Stark, shall ensure that this detestable fiend pays a heavy price, he declared vehemently, his armor shimmering with a cold luminescence, poised to unleash astonishing power at any moment. Thor, the god of thunder, raised his colossal hammer high. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, I, Thor, the thunderous deity of Asgard, shall never yield to any force of darkness. His imposing physique exuded an overwhelming aura, causing the very air around him to quiver in response to his wrath. The Black Widow, with her exquisite visage resolute, gripped her weapon tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. I will fight to the bitter end, she proclaimed succinctly, her gaze reflecting unwavering determination. Standing nearby, Dr. Strange's profound eyes grew ever more resolute. He gently raised his hands, as tendrils of mysterious magical energy began to swirl around his fingertips. Even if I am left with but a fragment of magical power, I shall wield it to combat the darkness with all my might, he murmured, his tone calm, yet imbued with boundless strength. Even the usually timid Ant-Man found courage in this moment. He inhaled deeply and shouted, though I, Scott Lang, May be small in stature, my courage is vast. I will not falter in the face of adversity. Just as despair threatened to engulf them entirely, a faint glimmer of light flickered amidst the endless blackness. Chapter 23. Faced with the overwhelming might of the Dark Overlord, the members of the Avengers found themselves teetering on the brink of despair. Captain America, Steve Rogers, gasped for breath, sweat soaking his brow. Yet his gaze remained steadfast and unwavering. What a formidable adversary, he thought to himself, but we cannot succumb to defeat, there must be a way. He glanced at his companions, each battered and weary, a surge of profound responsibility swelling within him. Iron Man, Tony Stark, emerged from his damaged armor. Yet his face bore that signature sardonic grin. Captain, it seems we have truly encountered a grave predicament, he jested, but fear not. I always find a way through dire straits. Despite his words, anxiety and unease churned within him. Thor sat heavily upon the ground, panting. The weight of his hammer seemingly increased manifold. This Dark Overlord is more powerful than I had imagined, he muttered, but I, Thor, shall not concede easily. The Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, leaned against a stone, striving to steady her breath. Friends, do not succumb to despair. We have not yet lost, she remarked, a faint smile gracing her lips. Perhaps we could try tickling him to distract him. The suggestion elicited laughter from the group, momentarily alleviating the tense atmosphere. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, furrowed his brow, contemplating a strategy. The power of this Dark Overlord must have its vulnerabilities. We need to observe closely, he stated, his tone serious. At that moment, Ant-Man, Scott Lang, reverted to his normal size, brushing off the dust from his attire. Hey, everyone, let us not be so pessimistic. A miracle might just happen, he said optimistically. Captain America rose, gripping his shield firmly. We cannot give up, let us rally together. He inspired his teammates. We are the Avengers, and we shall not be easily defeated. Iron Man also stood, stretching his shoulders. The captain is right, let us unite and confront this foe once more. As they prepared to launch another assault on the Dark Overlord, an unusual sound reverberated through the sky. What is that? Thor inquired, gazing upward. A mysterious beam of light descended from above, illuminating the entire battlefield. Could this be the miracle we have been anticipating? Black Widow mused, her eyes filled with hope. As the light faded, a mysterious figure materialized before them. Greetings, Avengers, the stranger spoke, his voice gentle yet firm. Captain America stepped forward, eyeing the stranger warily. Who are you? Why are you here? He demanded. The mysterious figure smiled reassuringly. Do not be alarmed, Captain. I am here to assist you. Iron Man scrutinized the stranger, his eyes glimmering with suspicion. Leaning slightly forward, arms crossed, he seemed to assess the stranger's capabilities. Assist us? What powers do you possess? Iron Man inquired, skepticism evident in his furrowed brow. With a subtle wave of his hand, the stranger revealed an overwhelming force. Iron Man's eyes widened as he felt the magnitude of the power, a sense of astonishment washing over him. So do you believe me now? The stranger's voice was calm and self-assured, a faint smile suggesting confidence in his abilities. The group gazed in awe at the power displayed by the mysterious figure, their faces lighting up with excitement and anticipation. This is splendid. With your assistance, we may indeed defeat the Dark Overlord, Captain America declared, his eyes brimming with hope as his fists clenched tightly. The enigmatic figure nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over each individual, as if scrutinizing their reactions. His stride was assured and his posture erect, exuding an aura of strength and confidence. Iron Man pondered inwardly, contemplating the prowess of this individual, hoping he would not prove to be a hindrance. A flicker of concern crossed his eyes, swiftly replaced by determination. Thor resolved silently. This was their final opportunity. Victory was imperative. His eyes blazed with fervor, the hammer of the god of thunder crackling with electric energy. Black Widow offered a silent prayer, wishing for a smooth outcome. Her expression was grave and focused, hands clasped as if beseeching divine favor. Dr. Strange meticulously deliberated tactics, intent on uncovering the Dark Overlord's vulnerabilities. His gaze was profound and incisive, seemingly capable of piercing through all veils of deception. Ant-Man brimmed with anticipation, convinced that success was within reach. A beaming smile illuminated his face, as if victory was already dawning before him. With the assistance of the mysterious figure, the Avengers restructured their battle strategy, preparing for a final assault against the Dark Overlord. Their hearts swelled with hope, yet they were acutely aware that this would be an exceptionally arduous struggle. Chapter 24. On a desolate expanse of scorched earth, wild winds howled, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. The sky was shrouded in heavy, ominous clouds, intermittently pierced by jagged bolts of lightning, as if intent on tearing the world asunder. This land, tainted by dark forces, emanated a stench of decay and despair, serving as the battleground for the Avengers' ultimate confrontation with the Dark Overlord. Captain America, Steve Rogers, gripped his shield tightly, his eyes resolutely fixed on the lurking menace ahead. Beneath his feet, The parched ground stirred up clouds of dust with each step. This was the final confrontation. We cannot afford to lose, he mused, bearing the hopes of countless souls upon his shoulders. Tony Stark, clad in his newly repaired and enhanced armor, ignited brilliant thrusters behind him and surged toward the Dark Overlord. Let us bring this to a close, he bellowed, as the weapon systems of his armor unleashed a torrent of energy beams, slicing through the air like swords aimed at the foe. This time, my armor shall not disappoint me, he silently prayed, though beneath his confident facade, fears of failure loomed. Thor, wielding the hammer of the god of thunder aloft, summoned the tempestuous lightning from the heavens, which converged chaotically upon his weapon, radiating a resplendent glow. He advanced with thunderous strides, each step sending tremors through the ground. Dark Overlord, today marks your demise, Thor roared, hurling the hammer with the force of 1,000 storms. I am the god of thunder. I shall not permit darkness to ravage. His heart brimmed with a fervent commitment to justice and a fierce anger towards his adversary. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, agile and lithe, navigated the ruins amidst the gale with deftness. Her weapon glimmered ominously as she aimed for the Dark Overlord's weak points, launching precision strikes, determined to hit her mark without falter. She was wholly absorbed, each movement executed with precision. Yet within her heart lingered the anxiety of whether her strength was sufficient to confront such a formidable adversary. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, waved his hands, and the luminous magic coalesced around him, intertwining into resplendent runes. He murmured incantations, channeling a torrent of potent magical energy towards the Dark Overlord, striving to ensnare his movements. The magic must succeed. I cannot allow my comrade's efforts to be in vain. He focused intently, beads of sweat forming on his brow, bearing the immense mental strain. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, deftly employed his unique abilities, swiftly oscillating between the colossal and the minuscule. At times, he enlarged himself, delivering unexpected blows to the Dark Overlord. At others, he shrank, slipping through the gaps in the Overlord's defenses to strike. I must contribute to the team, however insignificant my strength may be. His heart was brimming with resolve. Despite the perilous situation, he did not waver. The Dark Overlord, confronted by the Avengers' fierce assault, unleashed a series of roars. A vortex of dark energy swirled around him, consuming Iron Man's energy beams entirely, while simultaneously he swiped his hand, dispersing a wave of formidable darkness that sent Thor's mighty hammer hurtling away. Captain America, undaunted, charged towards the dark force. He shielded himself against the Overlord's onslaught, his body recoiling from the tremendous impact, yet he quickly regained his footing and launched another charge. I cannot falter, for justice. He clenched his jaw, his conviction solidifying. Iron Man adjusted his position midair, his armor's weapon systems shifting to a more powerful pulse mode, preparing for another strike. Taste this, you fiend, he shouted. We must breach his defenses. We can do it. The anxiety within him transformed into an even stronger desire to attack. Thor summoned his hammer once more, conjuring lightning to initiate a new round of confrontation with the Dark Overlord. I shall not yield. The glory of Asgard is not to be sullied. His gaze blazed with an indomitable fire. Black Widow danced around the Dark Overlord, striking with decisive and ruthless precision. Hold on, Natasha, for victory. She continually bolstered her spirits. Doctor Strange's magical runes intensified, coalescing into a colossal magical cage, attempting to ensnare the Dark Overlord. Focus, I must not falter, he reminded himself. In a critical moment, Ant-Man enlarged himself, wrapping his arms around the Dark Overlord from behind, striving to secure greater opportunities for his teammates to strike. I'm all in, he cried, his heart swelling with courage. The Dark Overlord erupted into maniacal laughter, a sound that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, chilling to the bone. Do you truly believe such attacks could harm me? Utterly ludicrous. As he spoke, the dark aura surrounding him surged violently, spreading like a black tide. Ant-Man felt his arms being forcefully pried apart by an irresistible force, and he was violently flung away, crashing into the distant ruins. Doctor Strange's magical cage quivered under the onslaught of dark energy, the runes flickering before dissipating into the void. With a sweeping gesture, the Dark Overlord summoned chains of ebony from the depths, launching them with astonishing speed towards Iron Man and his companions. Before they could react, the chains ensnared Captain America's legs, yanking him forcefully to the ground. Is this what you call justice? Crumbling before the absolute darkness. The Dark Overlord's eyes glimmered with a chilling light as he slowly raised his foot, advancing towards Captain America. Each step reverberated through the earth, a terrifying aura of oppression spreading like a shadow. The battle intensified, the winds howling like a demon, while sand and debris danced chaotically through the air. The Avengers stood resolute, their hearts united by a singular conviction: to vanquish the Dark Overlord and save the world. Chapter 25. The winds roared like a savage beast, and the sand fell like a barrage of arrows, the battlefield becoming increasingly chaotic under nature's wrath. The Dark Overlord's might seemed to merge with the tumult, rendering the Avengers situation even more dire. Captain Steve Rogers, amidst the fierce confrontation, was imbued with unwavering faith and an insatiable thirst for victory. He refused to yield. Even the faintest glimmer of hope warranted a relentless fight. As he deftly evaded the Dark Overlord's strikes, he contemplated strategies to counter the threat. Each clash of his shield against the dark forces sent tremors through his arms, yet his gaze remained steadfast. Iron Man, Tony Stark, operated at lightning speed within his armor. This foe's defenses were formidable. They must discover a chink in his armor. He experimented with various weapon combinations, anxiety brewing within him. What would it take to shatter this impasse? Thor, wielding his mighty hammer, felt his fury intensifying. I shall demonstrate true power. Yet, despite the ferocity of his attacks, the Dark Overlord effortlessly countered, leaving Thor engulfed in frustration and rage. Am I truly powerless? Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, moved with spectral grace, weaving through the Dark Overlord's onslaught. Her heart raced. She had to uncover his weakness to ensure their efforts bore fruit. Each strike was resolute, yet anxiety gnawed at her. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, conjured powerful spells, their luminescence flickering amidst the darkness. I cannot allow the shadows to consume all. Yet, his magical prowess felt inadequate against the Dark Overlord, amplifying his sense of pressure. How can one triumph over such a formidable adversary? Ant-Man, Scott Lang, fluctuated between colossal and minuscule, seeking the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow to the Dark Overlord. I must prove my worth. Yet, he was acutely aware of his limitations, worry clouding his thoughts. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, Captain America suddenly perceived a subtle fluctuation in the Dark Overlord's power. Could this be his vulnerability? A spark ignited within him, and he swiftly relayed this revelation to his teammates. Attention, everyone. Concentrate your assault on the upper left quadrant. It may well be his point of vulnerability. The resolute voice of Captain America resonated like a mighty bell, commanding unwavering focus. Responding to his orders, the team swiftly adapted their tactical formations, their gazes converging upon the designated area. In an instant, the previously chaotic battlefield transformed into a scene of orchestrated precision. Iron Man, without hesitation, activated all his power systems, unleashing a torrent of advanced weaponry. The air was filled with a deafening roar as radiant energy beams, akin to shooting stars, streaked across the sky, hurtling toward the Dark Sovereign's upper left position with cataclysmic intent. Each beam harbored an ominous power capable of rending the very fabric of reality, as Iron Man gritted his teeth, silently hoping for a breakthrough in his defenses. Simultaneously, Thor, gripping his enchanted hammer, unleashed a thunderous roar that summoned a tempest. Dark clouds enveloped the heavens, crackling with lightning. Countless bolts of electricity surged toward his hammer like serpents in a frenzied dance. With a mighty swing of his arm, he condensed the electrical fury into a colossal wave that crashed toward the pivotal target. With wide eyes, Thor declared, "The fate of our endeavor hinges on this moment." Meanwhile, the agile Black Widow remained poised, her aim unwavering. Her specially crafted weapon emitted a relentless stream of lethal bullets, each one seemingly imbued with a life of its own, precisely targeting the Dark Sovereign's upper left point. With an expression of steely determination, she meticulously controlled the rhythm and angle of her fire, denying the enemy a moment's respite. Doctor Strange, invoking his most formidable magical prowess, orchestrated an intricate display. His hands danced as he chanted incantations, conjuring mysterious and ancient runes that flickered into existence. As his voice crescendoed in fervor, an immense beam of magical energy erupted from his presence, resembling a roaring dragon that lunged toward the Dark Sovereign. Even Ant-Man, known for his unique abilities, maximized his potential in this critical moment. Activating his device, he rapidly expanded, transforming into a towering figure. He charged forward, each stride causing the ground to tremble, his powerful arms swinging with the force of a tempest as he barreled toward the decisive position. The Dark Sovereign, sensing the collective onslaught, widened his eyes in a futile attempt to bolster his defenses, but it was too late. United in their efforts, the cracks in his defenses finally emerged. Now is the time to give it our all. Captain America rallied his comrades, brandishing his shield like a fierce tiger as he surged toward the Dark Sovereign. The shield carved a brilliant arc through the air, crashing against the Dark Sovereign with a resonant clang. With renewed hope igniting their spirits, the team intensified their assault. The power of the Dark Overlord began to wane, his roars no longer echoing with ferocity. Iron Man soared through the air, his palm repulsors unleashing formidable energy beams that rained down upon the Dark Overlord. Each strike sent tremors through the Overlord's form, his defenses crumbling with each assault. "We can do this, keep attacking," Iron Man proclaimed, his voice brimming with confidence and resolve, inspiring his comrades to press onward. With the final barrage of fierce attacks, the Dark Overlord's defenses collapsed entirely, his body trembling violently. Thor raised his mighty hammer, and a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the Dark Overlord, who emitted a cry of agony. The members of the Avengers seized the moment, launching relentless assaults. Captain America's shield stood like an unyielding wall, deflecting the Dark Overlord's counterattacks. Iron Man's palm repulsors and laser beams intertwined, forming a dense web of firepower that ensnared the Dark Overlord. Spider-Man deftly maneuvered along walls and ceilings, his webs lashing out like sharp whips, relentlessly striking the Dark Overlord. Under the collective onslaught, the Dark Overlord gradually succumbed to the overwhelming force. His strength diminished, and he ultimately collapsed to the ground. The Avengers erupted in cheers, pride and joy radiating from their victorious hearts. "We did it!" Captain America exclaimed, his voice quivering with excitement as he raised his shield high, his face aglow with uncontainable exhilaration. Exhausted, Iron Man leaned against the debris, managing a faint smile. "Indeed, we have finally dealt with this troublesome foe." His iconic armor lay battered and scarred, bearing the marks of battle. Thor stood nearby, lifting his head in a triumphant roar. Justice has triumphed over darkness. The Thunderer's hammer shimmered with dazzling light, as if celebrating this hard-won victory. Black Widow, Doctor Strange, and Ant-Man gathered around, each face adorned with expressions of relief. Despite their bloodied forms and tattered attire, in this moment, all pain and fatigue were cast aside. As the Dark Overlord's presence faded completely, the once chaotic battlefield gradually fell silent. The ravaged Earth slowly returned to tranquility, with only the gentle breeze occasionally stirring the remnants of destruction. The Avengers supported one another, their steps faltering, each movement seeming to demand immense effort. Yet even so, their eyes sparkled with the joy and pride of victory. "We did it. We truly protected the world," Captain America reflected, gazing at his teammates with profound emotion. "But this is merely the beginning. We must continue to bear the mantle of safeguarding peace." Iron Man inhaled deeply, responding with unwavering resolve. The others nodded silently in agreement, fully aware that the road ahead would not be smooth. Indeed, more formidable and nefarious foes might emerge. Yet, they stood undaunted, for they were the Avengers, a coalition of superheroes bound by unbreakable faith and courage. Regardless of the daunting challenges they might face, they would steadfastly rise to battle for justice. Chapter 26. After vanquishing the Dark Overlord, the acrid smoke of the battlefield gradually dissipated, revealing a long-lost azure sky. The members of the Avengers stood amidst the ravaged terrain. Though their bodies were weary, the elation of victory and the solace within their hearts revitalized their spirits. Captain America, Steve Rogers, surveyed the surrounding ruins, his thoughts awash with emotion. The price of this battle had been exorbitant. He pondered quietly, an inkling of sorrow reflected in his gaze. Yet, at the very least, we have safeguarded justice and preserved the hope of the people. He drew a deep breath, feeling the gentle caress of the breeze against his face, as if the world itself expressed gratitude for their valor. Iron Man, Tony Stark, disengaged from his armor and emerged. His complexion was pale, yet his eyes shimmered with a sense of relief. "Finally, it is over," he murmured to himself, "though my armor requires another upgrade." He chuckled softly, shaking his head, then turned his gaze towards his comrades, his heart brimming with admiration and gratitude. Without everyone, he mused, the outcome could have been dire. Thor hefted his enchanted hammer upon his shoulder, his chest heaving with breaths of intensity. "This battle has imparted to me a deeper understanding of the weight of responsibility." His gaze was profound and distant, as if he glimpsed the future of Asgard. "But I shall not falter. I will carry this strength to protect all that is dear." He clenched his fist, silently vowing. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, sat upon a stone, gently massaging her injured shoulder. Dust and blood marred her visage, yet her beauty remained unblemished. "The battle may be over, but our mission is far from complete," she contemplated, her eyes reflecting determination. "There are more threats lurking in the shadows. We must remain ever vigilant." Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, crossed his arms and closed his eyes, attuning himself to the lingering essence of magic. "This confrontation has deepened my understanding of the arcane," he reflected, opening his eyes to regard his hands. "Yet, I know this is merely a beginning. More unknown magical forces await my exploration." Ant-Man, Scott Lang, exuberantly scurried across the battlefield, inspecting his gear. "Wow, we actually did it," he exclaimed joyfully. "Though let's avoid such peril next time." His face radiated with a childlike smile, oblivious to the life and death trials they had just endured. "Is everyone all right?" Captain America's voice was laced with concern, his eyes betraying a hint of worry. "Not dead yet, Captain." Iron Man's lips curled into a confident smile, as if to convey that this minor injury was of no consequence to him. He was merely fatigued. Thor's voice carried a hint of weariness, yet his gaze remained resolute, seemingly assuring everyone that he was still prepared to fight. Black Widow nodded, a flicker of concern in her eyes as she softly inquired, "We're fine, Captain. But what should we do next?" Captain America pondered momentarily, his eyes deepening with contemplation, as if deliberating the strategies for the future. He then lifted his head and donned a steadfast smile, proclaiming, "Let us return to the base, recuperate, and then deliberate on our next course of action." The team unanimously agreed, relief washing over their faces. Iron Man clapped Captain America on the shoulder, grinning, "Captain, you are always so reliable, as solid as my iron armor." Captain America chuckled in response, "Indeed, we are superheroes. We cannot be easily vanquished." Thor joined in the laughter, his mirth resonating like thunder. "Ha. Indeed, we are invincible." Black Widow observed them, a faint smile gracing her lips. After such a tense battle, their light-hearted banter lifted everyone's spirits. Together, they embarked on the journey back to the base, their hearts brimming with anticipation and confidence for the future. Chapter 27. Upon returning to the base, each member attended to their injuries and organized their gear. Captain America sat in the conference room, quietly contemplating the path ahead. "We cannot merely react when crises arise. We must take proactive measures to avert potential threats." He resolved to enhance the Avengers' intelligence gathering and strategic planning. Meanwhile, Iron Man busied himself in the laboratory, diligently repairing and refining his armor. "This battle has revealed the shortcomings of my suit. I must fortify its capabilities," he muttered to himself as he operated various instruments. Thor retreated to his quarters to hone his strength, aware that only through continuous self-improvement could he better confront future challenges. Black Widow engaged with fellow intelligence agents, gathering information from around the globe in an effort to identify potential dangers. Doctor Strange returned to the Sanctum Sanctorum, delving deeper into the mysteries of magic. Ant-Man called his family to reassure them of his safety, promising to always protect them. Days later, the Avengers reconvened in the conference room. Captain America surveyed his team, determination and resolve evident in his gaze. "After several days of reflection, I believe we must establish a more comprehensive defense system. We cannot allow our enemies to threaten our world with such ease." His voice resonated deeply, conveying the weight of responsibility and mission that he felt within. Iron Man nodded, his gaze shimmering with wisdom. "I concur with the captain's perspective. I can provide the latest technological support." His words were succinct, yet conveyed a profound confidence in his abilities and trust in the team. Thor, standing tall, proclaimed in a voice as thunderous as his namesake, "I shall share the might of Asgard with all, to safeguard this universe together." His eyes brimmed with courage and determination, as if assuring everyone that he would face any challenge without trepidation. Black Widow offered a faint smile, her voice calm yet resolute. "Intelligence work is paramount. I shall intensify my efforts in this area." Her eyes reflected sharpness and decisiveness, instilling belief that she would furnish the team with the most precise information. Doctor Strange stroked his chin, his tone laced with mystery. "Magic can also be integrated into our defense system. I will explore the relevant enchantments and protective spells." His eyes sparkled with an unusual light, as if delving into uncharted territories. Ant-Man chimed in cheerfully, "Though my strength may be modest, I shall assist to the best of my abilities." His smile radiated optimism and enthusiasm, showcasing his love and support for the team. Captain America gazed at everyone with a smile, his eyes filled with gratitude and trust. "With all of you here, I am confident we can protect this world." His voice carried a note of reassurance, as if reminding everyone that they were an inseparable unit, each individual possessing unique value and purpose. At that moment, an alarm suddenly blared. Iron Man's expression shifted to one of gravity. "We have a situation." The team immediately rose, preparing to confront the new challenge. A flicker of resolve crossed Captain America's eyes as he declared, "No matter what it is, we shall not retreat." His voice exuded fearless courage, inspiring confidence that he would lead the team forward. The Avengers set forth once more, their strides resolute and powerful, their eyes filled with a quest for justice and peace. They understood that their mission would never truly conclude. They would eternally strive for righteousness and harmony. Chapter 28. After a brief respite and strategic planning, the Avengers base bustled with its usual fervor and order. However, this tranquility was short-lived. One day, the base's surveillance system unexpectedly intercepted a mysterious signal, weak and chaotic, as if emanating from a distant, unknown realm. Captain Steve Rogers swiftly made his way to the monitoring room, his eyes fixated on the erratic data pulsating on the screen. Brow furrowed in contemplation. What could this be? He murmured, a sense of perplexity flooding his mind. Iron Man, Tony Stark, soon strode in with purpose, his expression equally puzzled. "It appears to be some form of encrypted message, but deciphering it will not be straightforward." He crossed his arms, beginning to analyze potential sources and intentions. Thor arrived, gazing at the mysterious signal and remarked, "Could this be a distress call from another realm?" Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, stood nearby, her expression grave as she responded, "It may also be a provocation from a new threat." Doctor Strange, utilizing his magical perception, sensed an unusual energy embedded within the signal, one that hinted at profound secrets. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, scratched his head and remarked, "Whatever it is, it feels far from simple." Captain America inhaled deeply, declaring, "We must swiftly decipher the meaning of this signal and prepare for any eventualities." Thus, Iron Man immediately immersed himself in the task of decoding the signal. Seated at his computer, his fingers dancing across the keyboard as intricate codes and data scrolled rapidly across the screen. "Jarvis, assist me in analyzing the patterns within this data," he instructed, his focus unwavering as beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Thor paced anxiously nearby, his enchanted hammer flickering with arcs of lightning, hoping for a swift understanding of its implications. The Black Widow connected with intelligence agencies worldwide, seeking additional clues. Meanwhile, Doctor Strange closed his eyes, channeling his magical prowess to delve deeper into the enigmatic energy behind the signal. Ant-Man busied himself organizing and relaying various information. After several hours of intense labor, Iron Man finally made a breakthrough. "Captain, I believe this signal might serve as a coordinate guide." "Coordinates? To where?" Captain America inquired. "Not entirely certain yet, but preliminary analysis suggests it points to an unknown region of the cosmos," Iron Man replied. The group fell into contemplation. "Regardless, we cannot disregard this signal," Captain America asserted resolutely. "It could be a new challenge, or perhaps an opportunity to save others." Thor thumped his chest, saying, "Then let us investigate." The Black Widow nodded. "But we must be thoroughly prepared." Doctor Strange opened his eyes, stating, "I will employ magic to safeguard our journey." Ant-Man, summoning his courage, added, "I am ready too." Captain America surveyed the group, announcing, "All right, everyone begin preparing equipment and supplies. We are about to embark on a new adventure." In the ensuing hours, the base buzzed with activity. Iron Man conducted final adjustments and upgrades to his suit, ensuring it would perform optimally during the unknown expedition. Thor infused his hammer with additional power, preparing for potential combat. The Black Widow meticulously checked various weapons and gear, leaving nothing to chance. Doctor Strange gathered an array of magical artifacts and spells for unforeseen circumstances, while Ant-Man inspected and enhanced his own suit. Once all was prepared, the members of the Avengers boarded the Quinjet, soaring towards the unknown direction indicated by the mysterious signal. During the flight, their emotions oscillated between tension and anticipation. Captain America sat resolutely in his seat, his gaze fixed ahead as he pondered the impending dangers that lay ahead. Iron Man, seated beside him, diligently analyzed the signal's data, striving to glean further insights. Thor, gripping Mjolnir with both hands, radiated a fierce determination. Black Widow meticulously checked her weaponry, her expression calm and focused. Doctor Strange, attuned to the surrounding energy fluctuations through magic, remained vigilant. Ant-Man, somewhat anxious, exchanged light banter with his teammates to alleviate the atmosphere. After a prolonged journey, they finally approached the area signaled. "Everyone, be cautious and prepare for any eventualities," Captain America instructed. The Quinjet descended gently onto an unfamiliar planet, and as the team disembarked, they were met with a sight that left them astonished. Chapter 29. Following the disappearance of the enigmatic figure, the Avengers found themselves amidst an eerie landscape adorned with cryptic runes and mysterious crystals, their hearts laden with apprehension and vigilance. Captain Steve Rogers clutched his shield tightly, his resolute gaze surveying the surroundings. "Be on guard. Danger lurks everywhere," he declared, his voice steady and authoritative, aiming to maintain his teammates' composure amidst the looming dread. Iron Man, Tony Stark, furrowed his brow as the armor's scanners tirelessly analyzed the environment. "What on earth is this place? These runes and crystals seem to harbor immense energy. Yet their origin remains elusive," he voiced, a hint of anxiety creeping into his tone. Thor swung Mjolnir, a brilliant arc of lightning illuminating the air. "Whatever dares to provoke us shall face the wrath of thunder," he proclaimed, his eyes ablaze with the thirst for battle. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, moved with grace, scrutinizing every detail. "We cannot underestimate the warning of that mysterious individual. We must swiftly uncover his intentions and the truth behind them," she stated, her voice calm, yet resolute. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, gestured with his hands, casting spells in an attempt to decipher the arcane runes. "These runes are ancient and intricate. They may conceal significant secrets," he mused, his focus unwavering as he immersed himself in the pursuit of magical knowledge. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, appeared somewhat jittery, glancing around nervously as he cautiously trailed behind his comrades. "This place gives me the creeps. I hope we can leave soon," he murmured softly. Captain America turned to the team, saying, "We shall split into groups. Iron Man and Thor will pair up, Black Widow and Doctor Strange will team up, while Ant-Man and I will work together. Maintain open communication and report any findings immediately." The assembly nodded in agreement, quickly dividing into 3 groups to commence their search in this enigmatic locale. Captain America and Ant-Man cautiously advanced along a corridor, the walls on either side shimmering with an otherworldly glow. "Something feels amiss," Ant-Man murmured, lowering his voice. "Stay vigilant, Scott," Captain America replied, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. Suddenly, an energy barrier materialized before them, obstructing their path. "What is this?" Ant-Man stepped forward, attempting to touch the barrier. "Do not act recklessly," Captain America cautioned, halting him. At that moment, images began to manifest upon the barrier, depicting harrowing scenes reminiscent of an apocalyptic vision. "Is this some form of omen?" Ant-Man exclaimed in astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, Captain America replied, "Let us document this for further examination upon our return." Meanwhile, Iron Man and Thor discovered peculiar mechanical devices within a vast cavern. "This appears to be some form of advanced technology, yet I have never encountered anything like it," Iron Man remarked. Thor struck one of the devices with his hammer, instantly triggering a surge of energy. "Be cautious," Iron Man shouted. The duo swiftly retreated, evading the energy's onslaught. "This contraption is perilous. We must handle it with care," Thor asserted. At the same time, Black Widow and Doctor Strange unearthed an ancient tome within a hidden chamber. "This could be a crucial lead," Black Widow stated. Doctor Strange opened the book, revealing archaic and cryptic text. "Allow me to attempt a magical interpretation," Doctor Strange declared, casting a spell that gradually unveiled the text's meaning. After an exhaustive search, the 3 teams reconvened. "What discoveries have you made?" Captain America inquired. Iron Man spoke first. "We uncovered some unknown high-tech devices, potentially linked to the energy source of this mysterious place." Black Widow continued. "We found an ancient book that appears to contain significant information." Captain America nodded thoughtfully and added, "We encountered an energy barrier displaying scenes of an impending apocalypse." Doctor Strange furrowed his brow. "This is all exceedingly peculiar. These clues seem to suggest a larger conspiracy at play." "What should we do?" Ant-Man asked. After a moment's reflection, Captain America concluded, "Let us return to the base to conduct a thorough analysis of these clues and devise a strategy." The group boarded the Quinjet and headed back to the base. In the laboratory, they commenced their investigation of the gathered evidence. Iron Man input the data from the mechanical devices into the computer for analysis. The technology of this device surpasses our current scientific understanding. Its energy source and operational principles remain a mystery. Doctor Strange focuses intently on deciphering the ancient texts. This tome appears to be connected to an ancient dark force, potentially the key to the crisis at hand. Meanwhile, Black Widow diligently organizes various pieces of information, striving to uncover their interconnections. Thor anxiously awaits the outcome. Regardless of the circumstances, we must prepare ourselves for battle. Ant-Man assists nearby. Though he may not fully grasp the intricacies of this advanced technology and ancient knowledge, his enthusiastic involvement brings a semblance of warmth to the group. After several hours of effort, preliminary findings begin to emerge. Based on these clues, I surmise that a formidable dark power is awakening, and this enigmatic location serves as its origin, Doctor Strange states. "We must thwart it," Thor exclaims. Captain America nods. "However, we require more intelligence to comprehend the intentions and vulnerabilities of this force." At that moment, the base's alarm blares once more. "Another situation has arisen," Iron Man declares. The group rushes to the monitoring room, where the screen reveals unusual energy fluctuations occurring across the globe. "What is happening?" Ant-Man inquires, astonished. Captain America studies the screen, his expression grave. "It appears this dark power has commenced its actions. We must depart immediately to prevent its spread." The Avengers board the Quinjet once again, embarking towards the new crisis. On board, the atmosphere is heavy with foreboding. "This time, we must decisively address this threat," Iron Man asserts. "Indeed, for the sake of world peace," Captain America responds. As the aircraft speeds through the sky, the Avengers brace themselves for an even more arduous battle. Upon arriving at the site of the initial energy fluctuation, they discover chaos has ensued. The streets of the city are filled with panicked citizens, while buildings begin to collapse under the influence of the mysterious force. "Save the people first," Captain America commands. Everyone springs into action. Iron Man utilizes his armor's capabilities to rescue those trapped. Thor wields lightning to obliterate fallen debris, while Black Widow and Doctor Strange search for the source of the energy fluctuations, and Captain America alongside Ant-Man maintains order amidst the turmoil. During the rescue efforts, they realize this enigmatic force seems to manipulate the minds of the populace, driving them into madness and terror. "What malevolent power is this?" Ant-Man questions. "Whatever it may be, we must conquer it," Captain America asserts resolutely. After considerable effort, they manage to stabilize the situation temporarily, yet the source of the energy fluctuations remains undiscovered. "We must continue our search. We cannot allow this force to wreak further havoc," Captain America declares. At that moment, the Black Widow uncovered a concealed laboratory hidden beneath the ground. There may be clues here, she remarked. As the group entered the lab, they discovered it filled with an array of experimental apparatus and documents. It appears someone has been conducting clandestine experiments here, Iron Man observed, utilizing his magical prowess. Dr. Strange sifted through the files and unearthed crucial information. This pertains to an experiment involving dark energy. They attempted to harness this force, but it seems to have spiraled out of control, Dr. Strange explained. Whoever is responsible for such perilous endeavors must face the consequences, Thor declared with indignation. Just then, a colossal vortex of energy erupted within the laboratory, from which a figure emerged. It's that enigmatic individual, Ant-Man exclaimed. The mysterious figure sneered. Do you truly believe this will thwart everything? You are exceedingly naive. Captain America stepped forward, stating, regardless of your intentions, we shall not allow you to succeed. The mysterious figure laughed heartily. Then let us see. Avengers. A fierce battle ensued. Chapter 30. The instant the enigmatic figure appeared, the atmosphere within the laboratory froze. The members of the Avengers swiftly readied themselves for combat, their gazes firmly fixed on the adversary before them. Steve Rogers, Captain America, took a step forward. His shield firmly grasped, and his eyes radiated determination. No matter what nefarious plot lurks behind you, it shall end here today. His voice resonated with calm authority, instilling boundless courage in his comrades. Tony Stark, Iron Man, with his armor aglow, donned a serious and focused expression. Let us see what you are truly capable of, he uttered with a hint of disdain, yet remained ever vigilant. Thor, the god of thunder, raised Mjolnir high, lightning crackling upon the hammer, illuminating his wrathful visage. Evil fiend, prepare to face the judgment of the thunder god, he bellowed, emanating an aura of formidable might that instilled fear. Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, agile and poised, wielded a pair of specialized weapons, her gaze sharp as an eagle's. You will not escape this time, she whispered, ready to strike at any moment. Stephen Strange, Dr. Strange, moved his hands gracefully, conjuring a protective barrier of magical light around him. The forces of darkness shall not prevail, his voice steady and infused with strength. Scott Lang, Ant-Man, stood resolute, his smaller stature not diminishing his fierce spirit. Even someone as diminutive as I can make a significant impact, he silently encouraged himself. The mysterious figure surveyed the Avengers with a scornful grin. You think you can thwart me? His voice dripped with derision. With a flourish of his hands, he unleashed a wave of potent dark energy towards the assembled heroes. Captain America took the lead, using his shield to withstand the onslaught of dark energy. As cracks began to form in the ground beneath him due to the immense pressure. Everyone, be careful, he shouted. Iron Man swiftly unleashed a beam of energy, attempting to diminish the intensity of the dark force. Seizing the opportunity, Thor charged forward, swinging Mjolnir to release a powerful torrent of lightning that collided with the dark energy, resulting in a deafening explosion. The Black Widow, employing her agile movements, evaded the direct impact of the dark energy and approached the enigmatic figure from the side to launch her attack. However, the mysterious individual reacted with remarkable speed, easily deflecting her strike and sending her sprawling back. Dr. Strange conjured his magic, striving to control the movements of the mysterious foe, but it appeared that the dark power possessed a certain resistance to his spells, significantly diminishing their effectiveness. Ant-Man, utilizing his ability to change size, sought out a weakness in the mysterious figure. At a crucial moment, he suddenly enlarged himself, causing a brief distraction for the enigmatic adversary. Well done, Scott, Iron Man exclaimed. The mysterious figure, now enraged, intensified the output of dark energy, causing the entire laboratory to tremble. Cracks appeared in the walls, and debris began to fall from the ceiling. This place is going to collapse, Ant-Man cried out. Get out now, Captain America commanded decisively. As they fought and retreated, the team finally escaped the imminent collapse of the laboratory. Upon reaching the open ground outside, the battle raged on. The dark energy of the mysterious figure grew increasingly formidable, and the members of the Avengers began to feel overwhelmed. This cannot continue. We must discover his weakness, Captain America stated. I've been observing, but I haven't found anything yet, Iron Man replied. Breathing heavily, Thor declared, we cannot give up, we will find a way. At that moment, Dr. Strange seemed to have an epiphany. Perhaps his dark power is not infallible. We could attempt to exploit the frequency of the energy. Heeding Dr. Strange's advice, the team began to adjust the frequency of their attacks. After a series of attempts, they discovered that when their attack frequency matched the fluctuations of the dark energy, it could indeed impact the mysterious figure. That's it, keep going, Captain America shouted. United in purpose, they relentlessly launched their assaults. The mysterious figure's defenses began to show signs of weakness, and his movements grew sluggish. The opportunity has arrived, Black Widow called out. Captain America seized the moment, charging forward to deliver a powerful blow to the mysterious figure's chest with his shield. The The mysterious being staggered back, and Iron Man took advantage of the moment to fire a potent energy beam that struck his shoulder. Thor leaped high, bringing Mjolnir crashing down onto the mysterious figure's head. This relentless barrage of attacks left the enigmatic adversary somewhat dazed and disoriented. Ant-Man played a pivotal role at a critical moment, transforming into a colossal form and ensnaring the mysterious figure's legs, rendering him immobile. Prepare to meet your doom. Doctor Strange unleashed a formidable spell, a beam of light hurtling towards the enigmatic adversary. Under the collective onslaught of the assembled heroes, the mysterious figure finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. The dark energy enveloping him began to dissipate, and the surrounding environment gradually returned to normalcy. "We have triumphed," Ant-Man exclaimed with exuberance. A collective sigh of relief washed over the group, yet they understood that this victory was but a fleeting respite. Greater challenges loomed on the horizon. "Let us first assess our surroundings to ensure no further threats remain," Captain America instructed. The team commenced a thorough search and inspection of the area. Iron Man swiftly repaired and adjusted his damaged armor. "That was indeed a fierce battle," he remarked. Thor, the god of thunder, sat nearby, recuperating his strength. Yet a satisfied smile adorned his face. "But we endured." Black Widow and Doctor Strange engaged in a discussion, dissecting the intricacies of the battle, analyzing the mysterious figure's abilities and potential origins. Meanwhile, Ant-Man animatedly recounted his exploits during the confrontation. At that moment, Captain America's communicator crackled to life. "Captain, we have received new intelligence," came the voice on the line. Captain America responded, "Proceed." Reports indicated similar dark energy fluctuations had been detected in other regions, suggesting that more mysterious figures might be at play. The countenances of the assembled heroes grew grave once more. "It appears the battle is far from over," Captain America stated resolutely. "Regardless of the number of foes, we shall not falter," Iron Man declared. Thor rose, gripping Mjolnir tightly. "For justice, for peace." The group nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with determination. The Avengers embarked upon their next quest, acutely aware that the mantle of protection for the world rested upon their shoulders. No matter the adversities that lay ahead, they would press forward with unwavering resolve. They boarded the Quinjet, soaring towards a new objective. As the aircraft sliced through the sky, Captain America fell into deep contemplation. Behind this series of events lies a more profound conspiracy. "We must uncover the truth swiftly to resolve this crisis comprehensively," he mused. Iron Man nodded in agreement. "Indeed. This adversary appears more formidable than any we have faced before. We require additional intelligence and support," Black Widow asserted. Doctor Strange added, "I shall harness the powers of magic to gather as much information as possible." Ant-Man chimed in, "I too will strive to enhance my abilities," contributing even more to the team. The Quinjet raced through the skies, the members of the Avengers filled with resolve and courage. Upon arriving at their new destination, they discovered it to be an abandoned factory. A strange aura permeated the factory, with waves of dark energy pulsating intensely. "Proceed with caution," Captain America proclaimed. The team entered the factory with trepidation. The sight within was astonishing, filled with bizarre experimental apparatuses and creatures distorted by dark energy. "What on earth is this place?" Ant-Man inquired. "It appears to be a clandestine research facility," Iron Man responded. At that moment, a horde of creatures, controlled by dark energy, launched an assault on them. "Prepare for battle," Thor bellowed. The Avengers threw themselves into a fierce confrontation, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against these dark entities, each strike infused with strength and resolve. During the fray, Captain America discovered a console hidden in the shadows. "Perhaps this holds some clues," he remarked. Iron Man swiftly approached the console, initiating a system hack. "Hurry, Tony," Captain America urged, fending off the creature's onslaught. After considerable effort, Iron Man succeeded in breaking the system. "Got it. The data here indicates a perilous experiment aimed at harnessing dark energy to create a superweapon. We must thwart them," Captain America declared. Just then, a colossal figure loomed before them, a monster composed of dark energy, radiating an overwhelming sense of dread. "This won't be easy," Thor acknowledged. Yet, the Avengers did not falter. They regrouped, steeling themselves for this formidable encounter. Chapter 31. Within the abandoned factory, the gargantuan creature of dark energy exuded a suffocating aura of oppression. Its twisted form seemed to emerge from a nightmare of the abyss, each movement sending tremors through the ground. Captain America, Steve Rogers, fixed his gaze on the beast, his sense of duty intensifying. "Everyone stay calm and search for its weakness," he shouted, gripping his shield tightly, ready to confront the monster's assault. Iron Man, Tony Stark, swiftly toggled his focus between the creature and the console, his mind racing. "This monster appears to be powered by a core of dark energy. I must find a way to destroy that core," he declared, activating the latest weapon systems of his armor. Thor, wielding Mjolnir, summoned the power of lightning, poised for action. "No matter the core, I shall smash it to pieces. He roared, charging headlong at the creature. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, sought the optimal angle for attack, her gaze sharp and focused. Don't be reckless, Thor. We need to coordinate our efforts. She cautioned loudly. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, gestured with his hands, casting spells to shield his allies. Beware of its energy blasts, he warned. At this moment, Ant-Man, Scott Lang, had transformed into his gigantic form. Though still dwarfed by the monstrous creature, he stood resolutely before his comrades. I will take on the beast, he declared boldly. The creature swung its massive arms, aiming a crushing blow at Thor. With a deft sidestep, Thor evaded the assault and retaliated with Mjolnir, striking the creature's arm, unleashing a brilliant flash of lightning upon impact. However, the monster seemed largely unfazed, letting out an even more furious roar. Seizing the opportunity, Iron Man unleashed a barrage of energy beams, striking the creature's body. Yet, these attacks landed as ineffectively as stones sinking into the ocean. This beast's defenses are impenetrable, Iron Man exclaimed in frustration, observing the creature's movements. Captain America suddenly noticed an area in the monster's abdomen where the flow of energy appeared disrupted. That might be its weak spot, he pointed out. Black Widow understood immediately, swiftly firing a specially designed bullet at the indicated spot. The bullet struck true, yet the creature merely shuddered, sustaining no fatal damage. In response, Doctor Strange cast a powerful binding spell, attempting to restrain the creature's movements. Under the influence of magic, the monster struggled, its actions growing sluggish. Ant-Man took advantage of this moment, charging forward to grasp the creature's leg, hoping to topple it. However, the monster violently shook him off, sending Ant-Man sprawling. Scott, his teammates gasped. Rolling several times upon hitting the ground, he quickly regained his footing. I'm fine, keep going, he urged. Thor surged forward again, engaging the creature in close combat. Each of his strikes resonated with thunderous force, yet the creature matched his ferocity, resulting in a fierce stalemate. It was at this juncture that Iron Man devised a plan. Captain, I'll draw its attention with the antimatter energy cannon. You exploit its weakness. Captain America nodded in agreement. Iron Man activated the antimatter energy cannon, unleashing a powerful beam that captivated the creature's focus entirely on him. Seizing the moment, Captain America charged forward, leaping high to deliver a full-force strike with his shield against the creature's vulnerable abdomen. This time, the monster emitted a pained howl, its body beginning to tremble as the dark energy surrounding it grew unstable. Now's our chance, everyone attack together, Captain America shouted. The team unleashed their most potent assaults, a myriad of energies and weapons converging upon the creature's weak point. Amidst a cacophony of blinding light and explosive sound, the monster finally collapsed, its dark energy dissipating into the air. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group, yet they understood that the danger had not been entirely vanquished. Quickly, search the facility for any clues, Captain America instructed. The team commenced their search within the factory, and Iron Man stumbled upon a collection of documents and data in a laboratory. These appear to be research materials concerning the dark energy cores, Doctor Strange remarked, as he meticulously examined the documents. It seems they attempted to harness the dark energy cores to create a weapon capable of controlling the world. But the experiments spiraled out of control, resulting in a catastrophic leak of dark energy and the emergence of monsters. This is utterly terrifying, Black Widow stated. However, if these dark energy cores fall into the wrong hands, the consequences would be unimaginable, Ant-Man added. Captain America furrowed his brow. We must locate all the dark energy cores and ensure they are not exploited. At that moment, a message crackled through the communicator from the base. Captain, we have detected similar dark energy reactions in several other locations. There may be more dark energy cores. It appears our mission remains formidable, Thor declared. Yet we shall not waver, Captain America asserted resolutely. The team gathered their equipment, preparing to venture to the next destination. En route to the new site, everyone pondered their forthcoming actions. Iron Man stated, we require more precise intelligence to effectively locate these dark energy cores. Doctor Strange nodded. I can sense them with magic, albeit my range is limited. Black Widow suggested, perhaps we can uncover some clues from the previous research materials to speculate on possible storage locations. Ant-Man remarked, regardless, we must proceed with caution. Captain America responded, you are all correct. We must unite and accomplish this mission together. Upon arriving at the new location, they discovered a hidden underground secret base. The entrance was heavily fortified, featuring various advanced defense systems and guards. It appears entry will be challenging, Iron Man observed. Yet we have no other choice, Captain America replied. Let me pave the way, Thor exclaimed, raising his enchanted hammer and summoning a bolt of lightning that struck the base's entrance, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The guards were alerted and rushed towards them. The members of the Avengers immediately engaged in fierce combat with the guards. Captain America deflected enemy attacks with his shield while searching for an opportunity to break through. Iron Man unleashed a barrage of weaponry, taking down foes one by one. Black Widow, utilizing her agility, weaved through the adversaries, delivering lethal strikes. Doctor Strange invoked magic to manipulate the enemy's movements. Meanwhile, Ant-Man shrank down to a minuscule size, infiltrating the base in search of the dark energy core's location. After an intense battle, they finally breached the guards' defenses and entered the interior of the base. The inside was filled with intricate passageways and laboratories. Everyone, be cautious not to get separated, Captain America advised. At that moment, an alarm blared through the air. This is bad. We've been discovered, Iron Man remarked. Suddenly, a surge of enemies emerged from all directions. Prepare for battle, Captain America shouted. A more intense confrontation was about to unfold. Chapter 32. Amidst the shrill wail of the alarm, the members of the Avengers immediately entered a heightened state of alert. Captain America, Steve Rogers, gripped his shield tightly, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the relentless tide of foes. Maintain formation, do not panic, he commanded, his voice steady and authoritative, instilling a measure of reassurance in his comrades. Iron Man, Tony Stark, stood resplendent in his armor, which reflected the harsh light with a chilling gleam. His eyes brimming with confidence and resolve. These minions cannot withstand us, he declared, activating the multi-weapon system of his suit, ready to confront the oncoming assault. Thor, the god of thunder, gripped Mjolnir with both hands, lightning crackling around the hammer as his expression radiated fury and majesty. Let me clear the path, he bellowed, charging headlong into the enemy, each step resonating with the might of thunder. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, moved with an ethereal grace, weaving seamlessly among the adversaries. Her hands danced swiftly, her weapon striking with precision at the enemy's vital points. Do not let them close in, she murmured, her eyes glinting with a cold, lethal intent. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, waved his hands, the glow of magic flickering at his fingertips. Incantations flowed from his lips as he conjured a powerful magical shield, enveloping his teammates within its protective embrace. Beware of enemy ambushes, he cautioned. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, utilized his extraordinary ability to grow and shrink, sometimes transforming into a giant to deliver crushing blows to foes, and at other times shrinking down to infiltrate enemy lines in search of critical intelligence. The enemies surged forth like a relentless tide, clad in high-tech gear, their weapons unleashing formidable energy beams. In an instant, the entire corridor was engulfed in smoke and flames. Captain America blocked attack after attack with his shield, seizing the moment to swing it decisively, toppling several foes to the ground. Tony, see if you can locate the enemy's command center, he shouted. Iron Man soared through the air, the scanning system of his suit rapidly analyzing the surroundings. Found it. In the room ahead, he exclaimed, darting toward the command center. Thor plowed through the swarm of enemies, the roar of thunder echoing all around. Ha ha ha, come on, you cowards. His laughter resonated in the corridor, instilling fear in the hearts of his opponents. Black Widow, with her exceptional combat skills and agility, navigated effortlessly through the enemy ranks, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on her teammates. Thor, watch your back, she warned loudly. Doctor Strange's magical shield endured the onslaught of attacks, yet he remained focused, continuously reinforcing its strength. Everyone, hold on. Victory is within our grasp, he shouted. Beneath the feet of their adversaries, the individuals stealthily navigated, uncovering concealed passages and mechanisms. Captain, there are peculiar devices here that may be linked to the dark energy core, he communicated through his transmitter. Captain America responded, do not act rashly, we shall address these foes first. Amidst the fervent battle, the members of the Avengers gradually gained the upper hand, with signs of retreat and confusion emerging among their enemies. Now is the moment, charge, Captain America shouted, leading his comrades towards the command center. Upon bursting into the command center, they discovered several scientists hurriedly operating various instruments. Cease your actions, Captain America bellowed. The scientists, startled, halted their work. Iron Man approached, scrutinizing the data displayed on the instruments. These individuals are attempting to transfer the dark energy core, he declared. We cannot allow them to succeed. Thor raised his enchanted hammer, ready to strike the instruments. Wait, Thor, Doctor Strange intervened. If we act impulsively, we may trigger an explosion of dark energy. What then? Black Widow inquired. Ant-Man pondered for a moment and suggested, perhaps I can shrink down and infiltrate the instruments to sabotage their transfer process. That is far too perilous, Scott, Captain America replied. Yet it is our only option at this moment, Captain, Ant-Man asserted resolutely. Captain America nodded. Very well, proceed with caution. After shrinking, Ant-Man swiftly entered the inner workings of the instruments, confronting a web of intricate circuits and mechanical devices. Yet, with his ingenuity and courage, he successfully disrupted the transfer program. It's done. Ant-Man's voice echoed through the communicator. Well done, Scott. His teammates praised. Just then, a blaring alarm resonated throughout the base. This is bad. The self-destruct sequence may have been initiated. Iron Man exclaimed. Everyone, evacuate. Captain America shouted. They hurried towards the exit, only to encounter more foes and obstacles along the way. Damn, these fellows are relentless. Thor seethed. As Black Widow fired at the enemies, she remarked, we have no time to linger. We must escape swiftly. Doctor Strange conjured a magical pathway for them. Quickly, through here. They raced down the passage, explosions and collapses echoing behind them. At last, they emerged from the base and reached the surface. Phew, we're finally out, Ant-Man gasped. However, our mission is far from complete. Other dark energy cores await our search and protection, Captain America stated. The crowd nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with resolve. At that moment, Iron Man's armor received a new piece of intelligence. This is bad. On the other side of the city, an anomalous surge of dark energy has been detected, he announced. It seems we must set off once more, Thor proclaimed. Without a moment's hesitation, the members of the Avengers boarded the Quinjet, soaring towards their new objective. On the other side of the city, within an abandoned research facility, the fluctuations of dark energy grew increasingly potent. Upon the Avengers' arrival, they discovered the site had already been seized by a group of mysterious armed militants. Who are these individuals? Black Widow inquired. Regardless of their identity, we cannot allow them to obtain the dark energy core, Captain America asserted. The team stealthily approached the research center, preparing for a surprise assault. Iron Man, utilizing the stealth capabilities of his suit, infiltrated the facility first. Inside, he stumbled upon an enormous laboratory housing a core device radiating formidable dark energy. I found it. He communicated through his device. Just then, he was spotted by a group of armed militants. Open fire, their leader shouted. Iron Man swiftly evaded the onslaught while launching a counterattack. Hearing the gunfire, the Avengers outside realized their cover had been blown and rushed into the research facility. Captain America led the charge, using his shield to incapacitate several militants. Thor swung Mjolnir, sending enemies scattering. Black Widow and Doctor Strange coordinated seamlessly, dispatching adversaries one by one. Ant-Man, leveraging his unique abilities, created unexpected distractions at critical moments. Under the relentless assault of the Avengers, the militants began to falter. Surrender, you stand no chance. Captain America bellowed. Sensing impending defeat, the militant leader attempted to flee with the dark energy core. You won't escape. Iron Man fired an energy beam, striking the leader down. The dark energy core fell to the ground, exhibiting signs of instability. This is bad. The core is about to explode, Doctor Strange exclaimed. The team quickly converged to stabilize the dark energy core. Captain America braced his shield against the immense energy being emitted. Iron Man employed his suit's energy absorption device to siphon off the excess energy. Thor unleashed lightning from Mjolnir in an attempt to neutralize the dark energy. Meanwhile, Black Widow and Doctor Strange utilized their respective skills to enhance their control over the core. Ant-Man watched anxiously from the sidelines, feeling helpless. After a concerted effort, the dark energy core was finally stabilized. Phew, that was close, Ant-Man sighed in relief. However, we must not let our guard down. Greater dangers await us, Captain America proclaimed. The team tidied the battlefield and departed the research facility with the dark energy core in tow. As they journeyed back to the base, a heavy silence enveloped them. Each member lost in contemplation of the battles that lay ahead and the challenges they might encounter. Chapter 33 The Quinjet surged through the twilight. Its passengers bearing the recently stabilized dark energy core, their expressions grave. Captain Steve Rogers sat in his seat, gazing out the window into the distance. His mind swirling with thoughts. He recalled the battles he had faced. Each crisis felt like a harbinger of the apocalypse, yet they had never faltered. This time would be no different. Regardless of the sacrifices required, they must safeguard this core and preserve the peace of the world. He silently vowed, his clenched fist turning pale with determination. Iron Man, Tony Stark, meticulously examined the data of his suit nearby. The recent skirmish had caused some damage, and he needed to ensure it was restored to peak condition before their next engagement. This damned core, its energy is both formidable and perilous. We must find a prudent method to manage it, he muttered, his brow furrowed, his eyes glinting with contemplation. Thor, the god of thunder, stood with his arms crossed and eyes closed, seemingly recuperating. Yet, within him stirred a tempest. The honor of Asgard must not tarnish under my watch. I shall wield my strength to uphold justice, he mused, as Mjolnir quivered slightly beside him, sensing its masteress resolve. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, gently massaged her temples. Fatigue evident from the intense battle. Nevertheless, her gaze remained resolute. No matter the adversary, I shall not waver, she reassured herself, replaying each detail of the conflict in her mind, pondering how to enhance the team's synergy. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, gestured with intricate magical signs. using sorcery to sense the fluctuations of the dark energy core, striving to unveil more of its secrets. The origins of this dark power are unfathomable. Immense shadows must lurk behind it, he intoned, his expression serious and focused. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, appeared restless, his eyes fixated on the dark energy core, anxiety gnawing at him. Such a potent force, if it falls into the wrong hands, the consequences would be dire, he murmured, anxiety evident in his gaze. Upon returning to the base, the team immediately immersed themselves in urgent tasks. Captain America convened a meeting to deliberate on the safeguarding and study of the dark energy core. We must ensure the security of this core. It cannot fall into enemy hands, Captain America stated with utmost seriousness. Iron Man nodded in agreement. I will enhance the base's defense systems, implementing multiple layers of security to ensure absolute safety. Thor rose to his feet, vowing to remain steadfast beside the core, wielding his might to intimidate any adversaries daring to approach. Black Widow proposed the formation of a dedicated research team to swiftly unravel the mysteries of this core and discover methods for its control and eradication. Doctor Strange concurred, offering his arcane knowledge to assist the research team's endeavors. Ant-Man also voiced his eagerness, stating that although his powers were limited, he would lend his utmost assistance. As the meeting concluded, everyone set to work according to their assigned roles. Iron Man busily installed cutting-edge surveillance devices and defensive weaponry throughout the base, his armored figure darting about with unceasing diligence. Thor remained vigilant beside the dark energy core, his enchanted hammer ever ready for action. Black Widow quickly assembled a research team, inviting the foremost scientists from around the globe to join. Doctor Strange delved into ancient tomes within the Sanctum Sanctorum, seeking records pertaining to dark energy. Ant-Man scurried about the base, assisting in the transportation of equipment and materials. However, amidst their fervent efforts, a new crisis quietly emerged. The base's alarms blared, and the screens revealed a band of unidentified foes approaching. Prepare for battle, Captain America bellowed. The members of the Avengers swiftly gathered, steeling themselves for the impending challenge. The enemy's assault was ferocious, armed with advanced weaponry and formidable combat prowess. Captain America led the charge, using his shield to deflect incoming bullets. Stay calm, maintain formation, he commanded with authority. Iron Man unleashed powerful energy beams from the skies, swiftly incapacitating a swarm of enemies. Thor wielded his hammer with fervor, summoning lightning to send foes scattering in terror. Black Widow, from her concealed vantage point, struck with precision, every bullet hitting its mark. Doctor Strange conjured magical traps, ensnaring the adversaries in peril. Meanwhile, Ant-Man utilized his unique abilities to infiltrate the enemy ranks, sowing chaos. Under the Avengers' tenacious resistance, the enemy's onslaught began to wane. Yet, amidst the turmoil, a formidable and enigmatic figure emerged from their ranks, exuding an aura of darkness and immeasurable power. You insignificant insects shall not thwart my plans, the mysterious figure sneered. Captain America fixed his gaze upon this adversary, declaring, whoever you are, your schemes will not prevail. With a flourish of his hands, the mysterious figure unleashed a torrent of dark energy upon the Avengers. The team scattered in haste as the base trembled under the force of the onslaught. Everyone, be cautious, Thor shouted, his voice ringing with urgency. Iron Man activated the most formidable defensive mode of his armor, striving to withstand the onslaught of the dark energy. Black Widow and Doctor Strange summoned their unique abilities to combat this ominous force. Amidst the chaos, Ant-Man discerned the weaknesses of the mysterious figure, swiftly enlarging himself and charging forth. Meet your demise, he shouted. The enigmatic adversary sidestepped, retaliating with a strike that sent Ant-Man crashing to the ground. Scott! His teammates gasped in unison. Witnessing Ant-Man's injury ignited a blaze of fury within Captain America. Everyone, together, defeat him, Captain America bellowed as he lunged toward the mysterious foe. The members of the Avengers united once more, launching a final assault against the enigmatic adversary. Chapter 34. Within the base, the battlefield was engulfed in flames and thick smoke. The dark energy of the mysterious figure surged like turbulent waves, relentlessly battering the Avengers' defenses. Captain Steve Rogers gritted his teeth, his gaze ablaze with indomitable spirit. I shall not falter, he silently vowed, embodying an impenetrable fortress as he advanced toward the enigmatic foe. Each step was resolute and powerful, his shield gleaming with unwavering brilliance. No matter your strength, justice shall prevail over evil, he pledged silently, beads of sweat trickling down his determined visage, yet his focus remained unwavering. High above Iron Man, Tony Stark hovered, the glow of his armor flickering in the darkness. What manner of being is this? He pondered, unleashing a barrage of energy attacks. J-A-R-V-I-S. Analyze his energy patterns. I must identify his vulnerabilities. His voice resonated through the suit, tinged with urgency. Nevertheless, his hands remained steady. deftly maneuvering the weapon systems as beams of energy streaked toward the mysterious figure like meteors. Thor, the god of thunder, wielded his mighty hammer, conjuring a colossal web of lightning that enveloped the enigmatic adversary. "Tremble before the might of the god of thunder, you dark fiend," he roared, each bellow accompanied by a deafening clap of thunder. His eyes blazed with fury and resolve, determined to fight for the preservation of peace, regardless of the cost. In a corner of the battlefield, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, deftly navigated through a hail of bullets. Her heart raced. She needed to remain composed, seeking the perfect moment to strike. Constantly shifting her position, she accurately targeted her enemies, providing cover for her teammates. "Fear shall not conquer my heart. I am Black Widow, and I shall not fall." She bolstered herself, her gaze resolute and sharp. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, waved his hands as magical runes erupted into a dazzling display of light. "Reveal your secrets, mysterious dark force," he chanted, attempting to probe the weaknesses of the enigmatic figure with his sorcery. A radiant barrier of magic formed around him, simultaneously launching assaults against the mysterious adversary. The power of magic shall undoubtedly dispel the darkness. He firmly believes in his abilities, immersing himself fully in the battle. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, rises from the ground. Though recently felled by the mysterious figure, his fighting spirit remains undiminished. "I shall not be so easily defeated." Gritting his teeth, he activates his equipment once more. His body instantly enlarges, charging towards the enigmatic adversary. "Allow me to demonstrate my prowess," he shouts boldly, recklessly launching himself at the foe. The mysterious figure, unperturbed by the Avengers' fierce assault, exhibits no sign of fear. "Your resistance is futile," he sneers, as dark energy coalesces in his hand into a massive energy sphere, which he hurls towards the group. Observing this, Captain America swiftly raises his shield to absorb the impact of the energy ball. However, the tremendous force still propels him backward several steps. "Everyone, be cautious," he calls out to his comrades. Seizing the opportunity, Iron Man unleashes a powerful energy pulse that strikes the mysterious figure squarely in the chest. Yet, the figure merely quivers slightly before swiftly recovering and launching another attack. Thor's lightning collides with the dark energy, producing a thunderous explosion that reverberates throughout the entire base. As if it might collapse, Black Widow finds an optimal angle for her shots, landing several bullets accurately on the mysterious figure's head. Nevertheless, he appears to possess formidable defenses, as the bullets inflict minimal damage. Doctor Strange conjures magical runes that form a binding circle around the mysterious figure, but he effortlessly shatters it with a mere wave of his hand. Ant-Man's charge is deftly evaded, and with a swift kick, the mysterious figure sends him sprawling. Cursed! Ant-Man crashes heavily to the ground, filled with frustration. The members of the Avengers gradually sense their limitations. The mysterious figure's strength exceeds their expectations. Can we truly not overcome him? A flicker of despair crosses Captain America's mind, yet he quickly dispels the sentiment. "No, we cannot surrender, as long as we unite. There must be a way." He fervently encourages his teammates. Breathing heavily, Iron Man concurs. "The captain is right. We cannot simply concede." Thor raises his enchanted hammer once more. "Let me attack again." Black Widow reloads her ammunition. "I am ready." Doctor Strange adjusts the magical forces. "This time we shall succeed." Ant-Man rises once more. "I shall not back down." The Avengers regroup, their eyes brimming with determination and resolve. This time, they shall fight with all their might for justice and the peace of the world against the mysterious figure. The mysterious figure gazes at the revitalized Avengers with a hint of surprise, but soon resumes his expression of indifference. Foolish mortals unaware of their impending doom. Captain America led the charge, closely followed by Iron Man, Thor, Black Widow, Doctor Strange, and Ant-Man. Their relentless assault rained down upon the enigmatic figure. The mysterious adversary defended against their onslaught, dark energy pulsating continuously. Both sides found themselves locked in a fierce stalemate. At that moment, Iron Man detected a subtle vulnerability in the foe. "Captain, strike his left side." Without hesitation, Captain America obeyed Iron Man's command, delivering a powerful blow to the adversary's left flank with his shield. Taken aback by this unexpected assault, the mysterious being staggered slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Thor unleashed a surge of potent lightning from his hammer, striking the foe directly. Simultaneously, Black Widow and Doctor Strange unleashed their most formidable attacks. Ant-Man created chaos beneath the foe's feet. United in their efforts, the Avengers began to turn the tide. The mysterious figure began to show signs of defeat. His dark energy waned, and numerous wounds appeared on his body. "Now let us finish this," Captain America shouted. The team launched their final assault, and under the weight of their combined might, the adversary finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. "We did it," Ant-Man exclaimed with excitement. Yet, before they could celebrate, a sudden alarm blared throughout the base. "This is bad. The dark energy core is exhibiting anomalous fluctuations," Iron Man declared. The Avengers, disregarding their fatigue, rushed towards the storage area of the dark energy core. Upon arrival, they found the core expanding ominously, on the brink of explosion. What do we do now? Black Widow asked anxiously. Doctor Strange stepped forward. Let me attempt to stabilize it with magic. He gestured, and magical runes began swirling around the dark energy core. However, the fluctuations persisted. No, my magic is insufficient to contain it, Doctor Strange said gravely. What are we to do? Ant-Man inquired with concern. Captain America, deep in thought, furrowed his brow and replied, perhaps we can transfer it to a secure location. But where would that be? Iron Man questioned, perplexed. Just as they found themselves at a loss, Thor suddenly spoke up. I know a place that may contain it. Where? They all asked in unison. Asgard, Thor asserted decisively. However, this course of action carried great risk. Black Widow expressed her concerns, worry etched on her face. It is the only option we have at present, Captain America stated resolutely. Thus, the Avengers resolved to transport the dark energy core to Asgard, hoping to seal it away safely. A breathtaking new adventure has begun. Chapter 35. Amidst the perilous base, the unstable fluctuations of the dark energy core grew increasingly intense, resembling a bomb on the verge of detonation, igniting a sense of urgency within the members of the Avengers. Captain America, Steve Rogers, fixated on the core pulsating with an eerie luminescence, veins bulging on his forehead, declared, we must make a decision swiftly. We cannot allow this entity to inflict greater devastation. His voice was deep and urgent, his gaze revealing unwavering resolve. Iron Man, Tony Stark, soared around the core, his suit's scanners tirelessly gathering data. The energy readings were already beyond safe limits. The ramifications of an explosion would be catastrophic. Anxiety tinged his tone as his mind raced to devise a solution. Thor, the god of thunder, gripped his hammer firmly, addressing the group with conviction. Asgard possesses ancient sealing magic that may be capable of controlling this dark energy. However, the journey is fraught with peril. His voice resonated powerfully, as if to bolster the spirits of his companions. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, furrowed her brow, acknowledging the risk. This is an adventure, but we have no alternative. A flicker of determination glinted in her eyes. Regardless of the outcome, they must attempt it. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, clasped his hands together, the glow of magic shimmering at his fingertips. I can conjure a passage to Asgard, but my strength may not endure for long. His expression was grave, fully aware of the daunting task ahead. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, patted his chest, reassuringly stating, don't worry, I will assist to the best of my abilities. Despite his relatively diminutive stature, his conviction remained undiminished. All right, it's settled. Doctor Strange, open the portal. Captain America commanded decisively. Taking a deep breath, Doctor Strange gestured with his hands, reciting an enigmatic incantation. A brilliant portal of shimmering light gradually unfolded before them. Be cautious, stay close to me, Thor urged as he stepped into the portal, followed closely by the others. Inside the passage, vibrant hues swirled like a vortex, powerful energy battering their bodies. Hold on, Captain America shouted, using his shield to shield himself as he pressed forward. The alarms of Iron Man's suit blared under the energy's onslaught, yet he gritted his teeth, resolute. This minor challenge is nothing to me. Black Widow clung tightly to Thor's garment, resisting the force of the energy. Ant-Man swayed under the tremendous energy impact, exclaiming, oh, this is quite uncomfortable. At last, they tumbled out of the portal, landing on the soil of Asgard. The sky above shimmered with mysterious lights, and magnificent structures and breathtaking scenery unfolded before their eyes. Yet, there was no time to admire the beauty. Follow me to the sealing grounds, Thor urged as he led the group onward. As they journeyed onward, the warriors of Asgard cast curious glances, yet upon witnessing Thor's grave countenance, they discerned the gravity of the situation and swiftly parted to clear the way. At last, they arrived before an ancient temple. This is the place of sealing. We must place the core of dark energy upon the altar to activate the sealing magic, Thor declared. With utmost caution, the group lifted the dark energy core into the temple. As the core neared the altar, a formidable repulsive force erupted, hurling them backward. What is happening? Iron Man inquired. Thor furrowed his brow, sensing that the dark energy was resisting the seal. We cannot relent. Captain America charged forward once more, determined to place the core upon the altar. The others followed suit, collectively straining against the opposing force. Through their combined efforts, the dark energy core was finally positioned on the altar. Now, activate the sealing magic. Thor raised Mjolnir high, intoning an ancient incantation. Mysterious runes began to glow upon the altar, enveloping the dark energy core in radiant light. However, just as the sealing was on the verge of completion, the dark energy erupted violently, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent them sprawling once again. This is not good, Black Widow exclaimed. We cannot allow it to spiral out of control. Doctor Strange gestured with his hands, conjuring a formidable magical shield in an attempt to counter the shockwave. Iron Man engaged his suit's maximum power, firing energy beams to suppress the dark energy. Ant-Man transformed into his giant form, using his body to shield against a portion of the blast. Captain America surged once more towards the altar, resolutely determined to succeed. Thor swung Mjolnir with even greater vigor, the incantation echoing louder in the air. Through their unwavering unity, the dark energy was gradually subdued, and the sealing magic was successfully initiated. The light upon the altar began to converge, completely encasing the dark energy core. Exhausted, the group collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. "We have finally succeeded," Captain America said, a look of relief spreading across his face. "Yet this victory is but temporary. We must remain vigilant," Iron Man cautioned. Thor nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Indeed, we must always be alert to the resurgence of dark forces." Just then, Odin, the king of Asgard, appeared before them. "Brave warriors, you have made tremendous contributions to the peace of the universe." Odin's voice resonated with authority and solemnity. The group rose and bowed respectfully to Odin. "Though this crisis has been averted, many more challenges await you in the future," Odin continued. "But as long as you stand united, nothing shall hinder your progress." The members of the Avengers exchanged resolute glances, their eyes brimming with determination. "We shall, Your Majesty," Captain America affirmed. Subsequently, Odin raised his hand to bestow blessings upon the assembly, and the Avengers departed from Asgard, embarking on a new journey. On their return, each member fell into deep contemplation. "This experience has illuminated for me the truth that dark forces will never truly dissipate. We must perpetually strengthen ourselves," proclaimed Captain America. "Indeed, we must continually upgrade our equipment and technology to confront ever more formidable adversaries," added Iron Man. "We must also enhance our own powers and combat skills," asserted Thor. "Additionally, intelligence gathering is paramount. We must be vigilant and anticipate the movements of our foes," stated Black Widow. "I shall diligently study more magic to provide support for everyone," declared Doctor Strange. "I too will strive to grow stronger," proclaimed Ant-Man. The light among them brimmed with anticipation and determination for the future. They understood that the path to safeguarding peace was long and arduous, yet they remained undaunted. Chapter 36. Upon returning to Earth, the members of the Avengers had scarcely had a moment to recuperate before they found themselves plunged into a new crisis. One day, Tony Stark, encased in his laboratory, was troubled by a plethora of data. His new armor had sustained damage in previous battles, and the repairs were progressing sluggishly. "Jarvis. What is the issue? Why do these materials consistently fail to meet our standards?" he exclaimed, exasperated as he pounded the keyboard. "Firstly, we may need to seek new sources of materials. The known resources on Earth seem inadequate to fulfill our requirements." Jarvis's voice echoed in the laboratory. At that moment, Captain America, Steve Rogers, entered the room. "Tony, what's troubling you? You appear quite disheartened." Iron Man lifted his gaze. "Captain, our equipment requires upgrades, but our current resources are hindering our progress." Captain America furrowed his brow. "Then we must devise a solution. We cannot allow equipment issues to impede our response to future threats." Meanwhile, Thor sensed some unusual signs in the divine realm of Asgard. During a conversation with Loki, he learned of a mysterious force quietly rising from the depths of the universe. "Loki, are you certain your information is reliable?" Thor questioned skeptically. Loki shrugged. "Brother, when will you ever trust me? This power is immensely potent and rife with malice." Thor pondered for a moment. "I must return to Earth and inform my fellow Avengers." Back on Earth, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, received a mysterious phone call. The voice on the other end was low and indistinct. "Avengers, your doom approaches." Instantly alert, Black Widow inquired, "Who are you? What is your intent?" However, the line went dead. In the sanctum of the mystical realm, Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, sensed a surge of dark energy through his magical perception. This power was extraordinary, seemingly with a clear purpose. He murmured to himself. As Ant-Man, Scott Lang played with his daughter, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. What could be the cause of this? Was something ominous about to unfold? Soon after, the members of the Avengers convened once more. "Have you all heard about the recent peculiar occurrences?" Captain America inquired, his gaze stern. Iron Man nodded, sensing trouble was indeed brewing. Thor, the god of thunder, remarked, "I have received tidings from Asgard. A mysterious force is on the rise." Black Widow added, "I too have received a threatening call." Doctor Strange stated, "Through my magical means, I have detected anomalies as well." Ant-Man confessed, "I too have a foreboding feeling." "Whatever it is, we must prepare ourselves," Captain America declared. They commenced an investigation into the origins of this string of enigmatic events. Iron Man employed his advanced technological apparatus. Black Widow utilized her intelligence-gathering prowess. Doctor Strange wielded his sorcery to probe deeper, while Thor reached out to the powers of Asgard. After considerable effort, they unearthed several clues pointing towards an organization known as the Shadow Alliance. This data on the screen suggests a connection to the Shadow Alliance, Iron Man remarked. Shadow Alliance? I've never heard of them, Captain America responded. As far as I know, this organization has lurked in the shadows, attempting to seize control of the world, Black Widow elaborated. We must unearth their plans swiftly and thwart them, Thor insisted. Thus, the Avengers embarked on a more thorough investigation. They discovered that the Shadow Alliance was clandestinely developing a formidable weapon capable of unleashing enough energy to obliterate the entire planet. We cannot allow them to succeed, Captain America asserted. However, we are still unaware of the location where they are manufacturing this weapon, Iron Man noted. At that moment, Ant-Man proposed an idea. Perhaps I could shrink down and infiltrate their organization to gather intelligence. That is exceedingly perilous, Scott, Black Widow cautioned. Yet, it appears to be our only option. Ant-Man resolutely replied. Ultimately, the team consented to Ant-Man's plan. Ant-Man successfully infiltrated the inner sanctum of the Shadow Alliance. But he soon realized that their defenses were far more formidable than he had anticipated. Oh dear, this is troublesome, he muttered as he cautiously navigated the shadows. Just as he prepared to gather intelligence, he inadvertently triggered an alarm. This is bad, Ant-Man exclaimed as he turned to flee. Members of the Shadow Alliance immediately commenced their pursuit. Captain, I've been discovered, he shouted. Hold on, Scott, Captain America urged. Ant-Man utilized his unique abilities to evade his pursuers time and again within the narrow corridors. Ultimately, he successfully escaped from the Shadow Alliance's base, bringing back crucial intelligence. Their weapons manufacturing site was located in an abandoned factory, Ant-Man gasped. Then let us depart, Captain America declared. The Avengers swiftly advanced towards the derelict factory. Upon their arrival, they discovered members of the Shadow Alliance busily engaged in the final assembly of their weapons. We cannot allow them to complete this, Thor bellowed. An intense battle erupted instantaneously. Iron Man unleashed energy blasts from the sky, while Captain America charged forward, using his shield to deflect enemy attacks. Thor wielded his enchanted hammer, summoning powerful lightning, and Black Widow nimbly maneuvered through foes, delivering lethal strikes. Doctor Strange conjured spells to manipulate the battlefield, while Ant-Man utilized his unique abilities at critical moments, creating unforeseen disruptions for the adversaries. However, the members of the Shadow Alliance were not easily deterred. They fiercely resisted, and the conflict reached a stalemate. This cannot continue, Captain America remarked. At that moment, Iron Man spotted the weapon's core component. If we destroy this core, the weapon will be rendered inoperative, he shouted. I shall go, Captain America declared resolutely, charging towards the core. The Shadow Alliance members recognized his intent and launched a barrage of attacks against him. Captain, the others exclaimed in alarm. In a pivotal moment, Thor shielded Captain America from the majority of the onslaught with his hammer. Captain America ultimately succeeded in dismantling the core. As the core was destroyed, the weapon detonated, and the Shadow Alliance's plans were irrevocably thwarted. We have triumphed. The team cheered. However, before they could revel in their victory, they realized the explosion had triggered a series of chain reactions. We must evacuate now, Captain America urged. The Avengers swiftly retreated from the site. Once at a safe distance, they gazed upon the smoldering ruins, their hearts heavy with reflection. This is merely the beginning. Greater challenges await us in the future, Captain America stated. The group nodded in agreement, their eyes resolute. As long as we stand united, nothing can defeat us, Iron Man affirmed. The Avengers embarked once more on their quest to safeguard the world. Chapter 37. Following that breathtaking battle. Though the Avengers had successfully thwarted the Shadow Alliance's nefarious scheme to annihilate the Earth, the chain reactions triggered by the explosion had ensnared them in a new predicament. Tony Stark, clad in his Iron Man armor, gazed upon the still smoldering debris, the glow of his suit dimming in the twilight's embrace. This victory had come at a considerable cost. He murmured to himself, his heart heavy with anxiety. Among the remnants of weaponry, there might lurk unknown dangers. His gaze scoured the ruins, his mind racing with thoughts of potential subsequent issues. Captain America, Steve Rogers, stood beside him, his expression grave. At least we have averted disaster, he declared with unwavering strength, striving to impart a semblance of comfort. However, we must remain vigilant. This may merely be the inception of a grander conspiracy. His eyes were profound, as if piercing through the fog before them to glimpse the latent threats of the future. Thor, the god of thunder, crossed his arms, his brow furrowed. In the realm of the gods, such threats have never ceased, he proclaimed, his voice resonating like thunder. Yet, as long as I am here, the dark forces shall not ravage the earth. He gazed skyward, his thoughts consumed by the safety of Asgard, while acutely aware that the earth, too, required his guardianship at this moment. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, gently brushed the dust from her attire, weariness evident in her eyes. We must swiftly clear the site to prevent any residual hazardous materials from leaking, she stated with calm decisiveness. Her years of espionage experience allowing her to maintain clarity amid chaos. We must also remain alert for any remnants of the Shadow Alliance that may have escaped. Dr. Strange. Stephen Strange waved his hands, conjuring magic to sense the energy surrounding them. The magical aura in this area was disturbingly chaotic. He needed time to investigate. His expression was serious, the power of magic flickering in his eyes as he endeavored to uncover the truth hidden beneath the surface. This could disrupt the magical balance of the entire Earth. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, inspected his gear nearby. Despite some damage sustained in battle, his spirits remained buoyant. Hey, everyone. Don't be so serious. Didn't we win? He chuckled, attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere. However, the work ahead will not be easy. The group began to mobilize. Iron Man employed his suit's scanning capabilities to meticulously examine the debris. Captain America organized personnel for site clearance and rescue operations. Thor patrolled the perimeter to thwart any potential enemy ambushes. Black Widow coordinated with various factions to ensure the free flow of information. Doctor Strange delved deeper into the anomalies of magic, and Ant-Man utilized his unique abilities to assist in locating possible hazards. Yet, as their efforts progressed, they discovered that the situation was far more complex than anticipated. Iron Man unearthed peculiar substances within the ruins, seemingly unbound by known scientific principles. What on earth is this? Jarvis, can you analyze it? He muttered, intensifying the scanning process. If this is a new development from the Shadow Alliance, we are in serious trouble. During the rescue operations, Captain America encountered several trapped individuals exhibiting strange symptoms, as if affected by some unknown energy. They must be transported to the hospital for treatment immediately. His heart brimmed with anxiety, yet his actions remained methodical. While patrolling, Thor sensed a faint but malevolent force lurking in the distance. Who dares to hide? Reveal yourself. He brandished Mjolnir, poised to counter any impending attack. However, the sinister presence vanished without a trace before he could approach. Meanwhile, Black Widow, while communicating with various factions, discovered that certain powers harbored doubts and discontent regarding the Avengers' actions, believing their endeavors had wrought considerable destruction and chaos. All our efforts are aimed at safeguarding everyone. Yet we find ourselves facing these accusations. A sense of helplessness coursed through her, yet she resolutely defended the Avengers. Doctor Strange, in his arcane studies, unearthed a troubling connection between the current events and dark forces within the multiverse. This was an ominous sign. If left unchecked, the ramifications could be dire. His brow furrowed deeper, acutely aware of the formidable challenges ahead. Ant-Man, while searching for hazardous artifacts, inadvertently stumbled into a concealed trap, but fortunately, his teammates arrived just in time to rescue him. I nearly couldn't escape, he remarked, shaken. As night fell, the group convened, their expressions grave. The situation is far worse than we anticipated. Iron Man broke the silence. Yet we cannot retreat. We must devise a solution, Captain America asserted. Perhaps we should delve into the Shadow Alliance's background, investigating their funding sources and hidden benefactors, suggested Black Widow. I can employ magic to attempt to trace that malevolent force. Doctor Strange proposed. I will continue to analyze these strange substances to uncover their uses and vulnerabilities, Iron Man added. Thor and I will bolster the surrounding defenses to ensure no enemy can exploit our weaknesses, Captain America stated. Ant-Man raised his hand. What about me? You and Black Widow will continue to assist with the rescue efforts, while keeping an eye out for any new leads, Captain America instructed. With roles clearly delineated, the team plunged back into their urgent tasks. In the ensuing days, they confronted a myriad of difficulties and challenges. Iron Man toiled day and night in the lab. Yet he could not unravel the secrets of the peculiar substances. Doctor Strange embarked on perilous adventures within the multiverse, but always seemed to miss the malevolent force. Black Widow and Ant-Man faced numerous obstacles and dangers in their rescue operations. Captain America and Thor remained on high alert, diligently fortifying defenses. Nevertheless, the Avengers refused to surrender, firmly believing that as long as they stood united, they could surmount any adversity and safeguard the peace and tranquility of Earth. One day, Iron Man suddenly made a groundbreaking discovery during his experiments. I believe I have uncovered the source of these substances, he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The others quickly gathered around, eager for his elucidation. These substances appear to be linked to a mysterious organization that has been clandestinely researching powers that transcend modern technology, remarked Iron Man. Could this be the supporter behind the Shadow Alliance? Inquired Captain America. It is highly probable, Iron Man responded. We must swiftly uncover clues about this organization. At that moment, Doctor Strange arrived with news. I have discovered some leads regarding that malevolent force within the multiverse. It seems connected to an ancient magical ritual. What is the connection between all this? Black Widow pondered. Regardless, we have taken another step closer to the truth, Captain America stated. Unbeknownst to them, a far greater conspiracy was quietly brewing. Chapter 38. As Iron Man unveiled his new findings, tension surged within the Avengers. Captain Steve Rogers, arms crossed and expression grave, declared, "If this is true, the complexities we face may surpass our imaginations." His gaze was resolute, as if steeling himself for the challenges ahead. Tony Stark, adjusting his glasses, contemplated deeply. This enigmatic organization is deeply concealed. We must delve into the clues surrounding the Shadow Alliance to uncover their connections. As he spoke, he navigated a vast virtual screen, data and images flashing rapidly. Thor, wielding Mjolnir, wore a serious expression, regardless of the forces at play. Any entity daring to threaten the peace of Earth shall face the wrath of the God of Thunder. His voice resonated like thunder, imbued with an unassailable authority. Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, narrowed her eyes and calmly analyzed. We need to meticulously re-examine all previous intelligence, leaving no detail overlooked. Perhaps we can pinpoint a critical breakthrough. Her mind was sharp, akin to a hunting panther, always poised to strike. Dr. Stephen Strange gestured with his hands, the glow of magic shimmering at his fingertips. That ancient magical ritual may hold the key to unraveling the mystery. I must delve deeper to see what insights I can glean. His focus was unwavering, fully committed to his magical explorations. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, listened intently and could not resist interjecting. What can I do to help? I wish to contribute. His eyes sparkled with eagerness and desire. Captain America placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Scott, you and Black Widow will continue to assist in gathering intelligence. Any seemingly insignificant information could become pivotal in our quest. Thus, the team sprang into action. Iron Man labored tirelessly in his laboratory, analyzing data to trace the financial flows and technological exchanges between the mysterious organization and the Shadow Alliance. Each number, each curve, appeared as a riddle awaiting his unraveling. Meanwhile, Thor returned to Asgard, seeking the wisdom and assistance of the gods. In the resplendent palace, he converses with Odin and other deities, yearning to unearth clues related to the current crisis from ancient legends and prophecies. The Black Widow and Ant-Man navigate the shadows of the city, meeting various informants to gather secrets unknown to the world. They tread the precarious edge of danger, where a single misstep could ensnare them in the enemy's trap. Doctor Strange immerses himself in the realm of magic, poring over ancient tomes of spells, muttering incantations in an attempt to unravel the enigma of a mysterious magical ritual. Surrounding him are strange lights and runes, as if he exists in another dimension. However, as their investigation deepens, they find themselves ensnared in a vast web of conspiracy. Iron Man discovers that behind seemingly innocuous business transactions lies an illicit trade of a mysterious substance, with the funds flowing into obscure accounts. Clearly, a hidden hand orchestrates these machinations. Furrowing his brow, he muses to himself. Thor returns from Asgard bearing shocking news. It is said that in ancient times, there were accounts of a similar dark force, one that nearly obliterated the entire universe. During an intelligence-gathering mission, the Black Widow and Ant-Man narrowly avoid exposure, thanks to the former's exceptional adaptability. That was too close. The enemy seems to have caught wind of our movements, Ant-Man expresses with trepidation. While delving into the magical ritual, Doctor Strange finds his powers thwarted by an unknown force, hindering his progress significantly. This force is formidable and imbued with malice, filling him with unprecedented pressure. Amidst the confusion and anxiety, a mysterious figure emerges, claiming to be an envoy of a clandestine organization, demanding that the Avengers cease their investigation or face catastrophic consequences. You self-righteous heroes have no idea what you are up against. The mysterious envoy's voice drips with derision and menace. Captain America stands resolute. No matter how powerful you may be, we shall not relent. Justice will triumph over evil. The mysterious envoy chuckles coldly, then await your fate. With that, he vanishes without a trace. The members of the Avengers, undeterred by the threat, are instead galvanized in their resolve to unveil the conspiracy. No matter the challenges ahead, we shall forge onward. Captain America inspires the team. Iron Man clenches his fists. Indeed, we must uncover the truth and make them pay. Thor brandishes his mighty hammer. Let them witness the might of the Avengers. The Black Widow's gaze is resolute. We shall not falter. Doctor Strange clasps his hands. Magic shall be with us. Ant-Man stands tall. I shall not cower either. In the days to come, the Avengers face even graver challenges. They continually faced assaults and disruptions from their adversaries, and their investigative efforts were repeatedly thwarted. Yet, they never relinquished hope, offering mutual support and encouragement as they advanced step by step towards the truth. During one operation, they uncovered a crucial stronghold of a mysterious organization. This may be our opportunity, Captain America declared. The group cautiously approached the stronghold, preparing to launch an assault. However, upon entering, they found it deserted. Save for a massive screen displaying a single line, "You have fallen into despair." At that moment, alarms blared, and countless foes surged from every direction. Prepare for battle, Captain America shouted, leading the charge. A fierce confrontation erupted once more. Chapter 39 as enemies surged like a tidal wave from all sides. The members of the Avengers instantly fell into combat mode. Captain Steve Rogers gripped his shield tightly, his gaze resolute and fearless, his heartbeat steady and powerful. Each breath infused with unwavering courage. Maintain your composure. Do not falter, he bellowed, his voice cutting through the cacophony surrounding them. Iron Man Tony Stark's armor sprang to life, emitting a dazzling glow, his expression brimming with exhilaration and disdain for his foes. Come, let me show you my prowess, he declared, unleashing a barrage of energy beams that swiftly felled a swarm of enemies. Thor, the god of thunder, brandished his mighty hammer, intertwining lightning around him in a vibrant display. His roar echoing through the air. You wretched scoundrels dare to be insolent before the god of thunder. Each swing of his hammer was accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, causing enemies to retreat in the face of his formidable strength. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff moved with the grace of a panther, agilely weaving through her adversaries. Armed with specially designed weapons, each strike she delivered found its mark, leaving no respite for her enemies. You shall not pass. Her gaze was cold and resolute, exhibiting extraordinary combat prowess. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, waved his hands, conjuring magical brilliance at his fingertips, incanting powerful spells. The forces of darkness cannot withstand the light of justice. The magic formed shields to protect his allies while inflicting significant harm upon their foes. Ant-Man Scott Lang rapidly enlarged, his towering form becoming an impenetrable barrier, forcefully swinging his arms to repel approaching enemies. Behold, I shall not allow your triumph. His voice resonated with strength and determination. However, the adversaries kept multiplying, seemingly endless. They launched relentless attacks, and the Avengers gradually felt the mounting pressure. Captain America's arms ached from the continuous barrage, yet he gritted his teeth, steadfastly holding his ground. We cannot retreat. We fight for justice. He silently chanted within his heart, his gaze betraying not an ounce of retreat. The energy of Iron Man's armor was rapidly depleting, beads of sweat beginning to form on his brow. J-A-R-V-I-S. Calculate the optimal attack route, he commanded while engaging in battle, swiftly adjusting his tactics. Thor, the god of thunder, also felt his stamina waning, his breath growing labored, yet the mighty Mjolnir in his grasp showed no signs of faltering. I am Thor, I shall not fall, he fervently declared to himself, bolstering his resolve. Black Widow bore several minor wounds, yet her movements remained agile, her eyes unwavering with determination. I must endure, she urged herself, relentlessly searching for the enemy's vulnerabilities. Dr. Strange, having overexerted his magical energies, appeared pale. Yet he persisted in casting spells to support his comrades. I cannot allow my magic to fail, he vowed internally. Ant-Man's body trembled from the barrage of attacks he had endured, yet he remained steadfast. I must protect everyone. His conviction propelled him to continue the fight. At that moment, the enemy launched a fierce assault, concentrating their might to breach the Avengers' defenses. This is bad, Captain America exclaimed in alarm. Iron Man attempted to thwart the assault with energy beams, but to little avail. Thor charged forward to intercept the enemy's advance, only to be repelled by their overwhelming force. Black Widow found herself encircled by foes, trapped in peril. Doctor Strange's magical shield shattered, leaving him vulnerable to enemy strikes. Ant-Man was struck down, collapsing to the ground. Are we to fail like this? A flicker of despair crossed Captain America's mind. Yet, in that critical moment, he beheld the resolute eyes of his teammates. No, we shall not fail, he bellowed. We are the Avengers, and we shall never surrender. These words ignited a flame within their hearts, reinvigorating them with newfound strength. Iron Man's suit surged with energy, unleashing a powerful pulse that obliterated the enemies before him. Thor raised Mjolnir once more, summoning a more potent lightning strike that felled the foes surrounding him. Black Widow broke free from her encirclement, delivering a lethal blow to her assailants. Doctor Strange regained his magical prowess, conjuring a formidable spell circle that ensnared the enemies within. Ant-Man rose from the ground, enlarging himself once again, and with his immense strength, he dismantled the enemy's defenses entirely. The Avengers coordinated seamlessly, launching wave after wave of counterattacks. The enemy began to falter under their relentless assault, gradually losing their capacity to resist. Do not let them escape, Captain America shouted. The team pursued vigorously, granting the foes no opportunity for retreat. After a fierce battle, the adversary was ultimately vanquished. The members of the Avengers stood wearily upon the battlefield, their bodies adorned with scars and sweat. Yet their eyes radiated joy and pride in their triumph. We did it, exclaimed Iron Man with palpable excitement. But this is merely the beginning, greater challenges await us. Captain America reminded them. The group nodded in understanding, aware that the path ahead remained fraught with difficulties. However, united in purpose, they believed nothing could hinder their advance. At that moment, Iron Man's communicator abruptly activated. Mr. Stark, we have detected a new energy signal of unknown origin. Jarvis's voice resonated. The expressions of the assembled heroes turned serious once more. It appears we have a new mission, Captain America stated. Without hesitation, the Avengers readied their gear, prepared to face the forthcoming challenge. In the aftermath of the recently concluded fierce battle, with the smoke still lingering in the air, the Avengers stood amidst the wreckage. Panting heavily, Captain America, Steve Rogers, leaned on his knees, sweat trickling down his resolute face. He lifted his gaze to the sky, his eyes reflecting a hint of fatigue, yet predominantly steadfast determination. We made it through this battle, but new challenges are likely on the horizon. His voice, though slightly hoarse, remained powerful. Iron Man, Tony Stark, perched on a partially toppled boulder, sparks still flying from damaged parts of his armor. As he assessed the extent of the damage, he remarked, "This new energy signal certainly knows how to choose its moment. Jarvis, can you pinpoint its exact location?" His brow furrowed, his expression grave. Thor, the god of thunder, stood nearby, gripping Mjolnir, his muscles slightly trembling from the recent clash. "Whatever it may be, I shall crush anything that threatens our peace." His gaze burned with an insatiable thirst for battle. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, gently wiped the blood from her face, her movements graceful and composed. "We need to recuperate swiftly to prepare for what lies ahead." Her eyes meticulously surveyed her comrades, silently assessing their conditions. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, stood with arms crossed and eyes closed, sensing the surrounding energy fluctuations through his magic. This energy is enigmatic, seemingly brimming with formidable power. He opened his eyes, his expression somber. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, bounced excitedly nearby, maintaining an optimistic demeanor despite his evident fatigue. "Hey, guys, at least we're still alive, right? Whatever new trouble arises, we can handle it." Captain America straightened, taking a deep breath as he proclaimed, "Everyone, let us return to the base to recuperate. We must be in peak condition to confront this unknown energy signal." The team nodded in unison before boarding the Quinjet together. Upon returning to the base, each member engaged in their own recuperation and preparation tasks. Iron Man busied himself with the repairs of his armor. Thor was training to restore his strength. Black Widow was sifting through intelligence. Doctor Strange continued his research on the energy signal, while Ant-Man assisted in calibrating the equipment. Captain America convened a meeting with everyone. "Given the current circumstances, our knowledge of this energy signal remains scant, yet its emergence is undoubtedly not coincidental." His gaze traversed each individual. "We must be thoroughly prepared." Iron Man lifted his head and stated, "My armor is nearly repaired, and I have incorporated new devices to counter unknown energies." Thor swung his mighty hammer and proclaimed, "I am ready. I can engage in battle at any moment." Black Widow remarked, "I have gathered some intelligence that may pertain to the energy signal, but further analysis is required." Doctor Strange added, "I have made some progress in my study of this energy, yet I cannot ascertain its origin or intent." Ant-Man chimed in, "I will exert my utmost effort and will not hinder the team." Captain America nodded and declared, "Very well. Once everyone is prepared, we shall depart immediately." Soon, the Avengers embarked on their journey once again. Guided by the energy signal, they arrived at a secluded valley. A mysterious fog enveloped the valley, obscuring the path ahead. Captain America cautiously advanced, his shield poised to confront any potential danger. Iron Man activated the lighting and scanning systems of his armor, striving to penetrate the shroud of mist. "This place exudes an unsettling aura. Everyone be vigilant," he warned. Thor, wielding Mjolnir, remained alert, surveying the surroundings. "I can sense an unusual presence here." Black Widow closely followed, her weapon firmly gripped. "Stay alert." Doctor Strange cast a spell in an attempt to disperse the fog, which appeared to be controlled by some unseen force, making it resistant to his efforts. Ant-Man shrank to a diminutive form, scouting from the air. "I'll take a look ahead." Shortly after Ant-Man ventured forth, a sudden cry echoed through the air. "This is bad. Something's amiss." The group hurried towards Ant-Man's direction, only to find a vast energy vortex pulsating with formidable energy waves in an open clearing. Captain America gazed upon the energy vortex and inquired, "Is this the source of the energy signal?" Iron Man replied, "This energy is too potent. We must proceed with caution." At that moment, a mysterious figure emerged from the energy vortex, radiating immense power that obscured his features. "You have finally arrived, Avengers." The enigmatic voice resonated with a deep, oppressive tone. Captain America stepped forward and demanded, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The stranger scoffed, "I come to deliver a warning. This energy is beyond your control." Thor declared, "Cease your ominous warnings. Regardless of the circumstances, we shall not falter." The enigmatic figure gestured with a hand, unleashing a formidable surge of energy towards the assembled heroes. The members of the Avengers swiftly activated their defenses to withstand the oncoming onslaught. Iron Man fired energy beams in a bid to retaliate. Allow me to test your might, Thor exclaimed, wielding Mjolnir to summon a tempest of lightning. Taste the fury of my thunder. Seizing the moment, Black Widow charged forward to launch her assault. Do not underestimate me. Doctor Strange conjured a protective shield through his sorcery. Magic will safeguard us. Ant-Man reverted to his normal size, joining the fray. I shall assist as well. In the throes of battle, the mysterious figure's power appeared to escalate, leaving the Avengers increasingly beleaguered. This cannot continue, Captain America asserted. Iron Man replied, we must discern his weakness. Just as they struggled to maintain their ground, Doctor Strange suddenly discerned a flaw in the adversary's defense. Strike at his right side. Without hesitation, Captain America surged forward, delivering a vigorous blow to the mysterious figure's right flank with his shield. The unexpected strike staggered the foe, providing the Avengers with an opportunity to intensify their assault. After a fierce confrontation, the enigmatic figure was ultimately vanquished. However, just as victory seemed assured, the energy vortex erupted violently. Everyone, take cover, Captain America shouted. The group hastily evacuated the scene, only to be thrown to the ground by the explosion's shockwave. When tranquility returned, they found themselves in an unfamiliar locale. Where are we? Ant-Man inquired. I do not know, but we must find our way back, Captain America responded. At that moment, they heard the sound of footsteps approaching, sending a wave of tension through the group once more. Chapter 41. Amidst the chaos following the explosion of the energy vortex, the members of the Avengers struggled to rise, the surroundings evoking feelings of strangeness and apprehension. Captain America, Steve Rogers, brushed off the dust from his attire, his vigilant gaze sweeping the area. Determination shone in his eyes, though a hint of concern lingered within. Is everyone unharmed? He called out, his voice resonating in the stillness of the space. Iron Man, Tony Stark, rose from the ground, the lights on his armor flickering in the dim light. Fortunately, my suit remains robust, though this place appears rather ominous, he remarked while checking the suit's systems. Thor, gripping Mjolnir, furrowed his brow. What manner of place is this? It feels rife with untold dangers. His voice was deep and resonant, as if proclaiming his fearlessness to the mysterious realm. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, gently massaged her shoulders, a flicker of pain crossing her gaze, yet she swiftly regained her composure. Regardless of the circumstances, we must first ascertain the situation. Her voice resonated with calm and steadiness, instilling a sense of reassurance. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, gestured with his hands, the luminous essence of magic flickering at his fingertips as he endeavored to sense the surrounding magical disturbances. The aura of magic here was unusually chaotic, seemingly concealing a formidable force. His countenance grew grave as he contemplated strategies in silence. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, appeared somewhat flustered. We won't be trapped here, will we? His voice trembled, clearly shaken by the current predicament. Captain America inhaled deeply and responded, Stay calm, Scott. We are the Avengers. Nothing can thwart us. Let us each investigate our surroundings for any clues that may aid our escape. The group nodded in agreement and cautiously began to explore the unfamiliar territory. Iron Man activated the flight capabilities of his suit, hovering above and utilizing the scanning system to survey the environment. This place resembled a forgotten realm, devoid of any signs of life. His voice echoed through the communicator to the others. Thor strode forward with purpose, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Whatever force brought us here, I shall uncover it. He swung his enchanted hammer, lightning crackling through the air. Black Widow, leveraging her keen observational skills, meticulously examined the walls and ground for any potential markings or clues. There are some peculiar symbols here, but their meaning eludes me, she remarked. Doctor Strange closed his eyes, immersing himself in the flow of magic. I sense a powerful magical force stirring deep within, yet it is ensnared by some form of barrier. He opened his eyes, his gaze resolute as he peered into the distance. Ant-Man discovered some bizarre remnants of creatures in a corner. What are these? They don't resemble any life forms from Earth, he voiced, fear evident in his tone. At that moment, a deep, menacing roar reverberated through the surroundings. What was that sound? Iron Man halted midair, warily scanning the vicinity. Everyone, be cautious, Captain America shouted. As the roar drew nearer, an enormous beast erupted from the shadows. Its massive form bristled with sharp spikes, its eyes glinting with malevolence. What manner of creature is this? Ant-Man recoiled in fright. Without hesitation, Thor charged forward, wielding his hammer against the beast. Allow me to confront it. The creature deftly evaded Thor's strike and lunged at him with its gaping maw. Iron Man unleashed an energy beam, striking the beast's back. The creature howled in pain and turned its attention towards Iron Man. Captain America seized the opportunity to rush forward, using his shield to deflect the claws of the beast. Everyone, attack together. Black Widow swiftly maneuvered to the side of the creature, firing at its eyes. Doctor Strange conjured a spell, forming an encasing magical circle around the monster. Through their collective efforts, the beast was ultimately vanquished. However, before they could catch their breath, more monsters surged forth from the shadows. "This is troublesome," Iron Man remarked. "Do not falter, we can prevail." Captain America encouraged the team. The battle intensified, and the members of the Avengers gradually felt their strength waning. "This is not sustainable. We must discover the weaknesses of these creatures," Black Widow stated. Suddenly, Doctor Strange had a revelation. "I understand now. These monsters are under magical control. If we can break that control, they will cease their attack. What are you waiting for? Act swiftly," Iron Man shouted. Doctor Strange focused his energy, casting a potent spell that sent a beam of light towards the horde of monsters. Instantly, the creatures halted their assault, their expressions turning vacant. "We did it," Ant-Man exclaimed, brimming with excitement. But just then, the ground began to tremble violently, and a massive fissure appeared before them. "Be careful," Captain America shouted. The group retreated as a surge of immense energy erupted from the crack, enveloping them. When the light faded, they found themselves before a mysterious palace. The grand doors were firmly shut, and an enigmatic aura surrounded the area. "What place is this?" Ant-Man inquired. "I do not know, but we must venture inside," Captain America responded. They cautiously pushed open the palace doors, revealing an expanse of darkness within. Suddenly, lights flickered on, revealing a colossal figure before them. "At last, you have arrived, Avengers," the figure spoke. As they focused, they realized it was a mysterious elder. "Who are you? Why have you brought us here?" Captain America asked. The elder smiled gently. "I am the guardian of this realm. You have been summoned here because you bear a significant mission." "What mission?" Thor queried. The elder spoke slowly. "This world faces an immense crisis, and only you can save it." The members of the Avengers exchanged glances, their hearts filled with uncertainty and concern. Yet they knew that, regardless of the challenges ahead, they would not retreat. "Then tell us what we must do," Iron Man urged. The elder nodded and began to unveil the secrets of this world and the tasks they needed to undertake. Chapter 42. As the elder's words echoed, the Avengers looked at one another, their eyes reflecting confusion and gravity. Captain America, Steve Rogers, stepped forward, his gaze resolute and piercing as he addressed the elder. "Please elaborate on the nature of the crisis we face. How might we rescue this world?" His voice resonated with calm authority, steadying the somewhat agitated assembly. The elder squinted slightly, his eyes deep and distant, as if recalling heavy memories from the past. "This world once thrived in peace and prosperity, yet a dark force has quietly risen, eroding all it touches, withering life and extinguishing hope." His voice was low and hoarse, imbued with profound sorrow. Iron Man, Tony Stark, crossed his arms, the glow of his armor flickering in the dimly lit hall. "It sounds dire, but we require more concrete information, such as the source of this dark force and its vulnerabilities." His tone was imbued with his characteristic confidence and decisiveness, though his eyes betrayed a wariness of the unknown. Thor, the god of thunder, gripped Mjolnir tightly, lightning dancing upon the hammer, illuminating his serious countenance. "Whatever malevolent entity dares to threaten peace shall tremble before the might of thunder." His voice thundered with unwavering resolve. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, gently bit her lip. "We need to ascertain more details to devise an effective strategy." Her gaze was calm and focused, contemplating the myriad scenarios that could unfold. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, waved his hands, the glow of magic shimmering at his fingertips as he sought to discern the truth behind the elder's words. "Is this dark force linked to magic?" His eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, nervously rubbed his hands together. "This sounds far more formidable than any trouble we've previously encountered. But we shall not falter." Despite his diminutive stature, his courage was unwavering. The elder sighed deeply. "This dark force originates from an ancient curse, sealed deep underground. However, an unforeseen excavation has shattered that seal, allowing it to spread." He paused before continuing. "It possesses no discernible weaknesses, yet it thrives on the fears and desires harbored within people's hearts. How shall we combat it?" Captain America inquired. The elder gazed at the assembly, his eyes brimming with hope. "You must locate 3 mystical gems, each endowed with the powers of purification, sealing, and destruction. Only by uniting these 3 gems can the dark force be recontained." "Gems? Where might they be found?" Iron Man asked eagerly. The elder shook his head. "I cannot ascertain their exact locations, yet I sense they are scattered across this world, guarded by various dangers and enigmas." Thor furrowed his brow. "That is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack." Black Widow contemplated for a moment. "Yet we have no choice but to commence our search based on the clues at hand." Doctor Strange nodded. "I can utilize magic to uncover some threads of evidence." Ant-Man puffed out his chest, urging, "Let us embark at once." Thus, under the guidance of the elder, the members of the Avengers commenced their arduous quest to locate the gem. Their first destination was an ancient forest, shrouded in thick mist, where towering trees loomed ominously, as if concealing countless secrets. Captain America tread cautiously ahead, his shield poised to counter any potential peril. Be vigilant. There may be traps here. His voice resonated distinctly within the stillness of the forest. Iron Man activated the scanning system of his armor, reporting, I detect no substantial signs of life. Yet that does not imply safety. Suddenly, a fierce gust swept through, causing branches to sway and creak ominously. Something approaches, thundered Thor, raising Mjolnir high. Out of the fog surged a swarm of enormous flying insects, their wings glimmering with an eerie luminescence, and their mandibles sharp as blades. Prepare for battle, Captain America shouted. The team sprang into action. Iron Man unleashed energy beams. Thor conjured lightning. Black Widow deftly evaded the insects' assaults while firing her weapon. Doctor Strange ensnared the creatures with his magic, and Ant-Man transformed into his giant form, striking forcefully at the insects. After an intense skirmish, the swarm was finally repelled. This is merely the beginning, Captain America remarked. They delved deeper into the forest, their hearts brimming with anticipation and trepidation. Eventually, they halted before an ancient temple. Its grand entrance sealed tight, adorned with enigmatic runes that whispered of hidden truths. Perhaps here lies the clue we seek, Doctor Strange asserted with conviction. The group's gaze fixated on the temple's imposing door, each silently praying for guidance. As they pushed the door open, a wave of musty air rushed forth, evoking a sense of reverence. The temple's interior was dim and damp, with flickering torches casting a faint glow on the walls, as if narrating tales of bygone eras. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a colossal stone statue emerged slowly from the earth. What is this? Ant-Man's astonished voice echoed within the temple's silence. The statue's eyes glowed red, and it swung its massive fists toward them. The Avengers showed no sign of retreat, swiftly engaging in combat. Amidst the tension, the protagonist's heart was a battleground of its own. He understood the formidable nature of their mission, yet felt an undeniable curiosity toward the unknown challenges that lay ahead. Gripping his weapon tightly, he fixed his determined gaze on the statue, silently vowing to himself, no matter the obstacles encountered, surrender was not an option. Throughout the battle, he meticulously observed his surroundings, noting ancient patterns etched into the temple's walls, which might hold a connection to the statue's emergence. While maneuvering against the colossal figure, he contemplated the means to unravel this mystery. As the battle progressed, a burgeoning confidence blossomed within the protagonist's heart. He firmly believed that as long as they stood united, they would undoubtedly triumph over the formidable challenges before them. This enigmatic temple would serve as the pivotal key in their quest for answers. Chapter 43. When the colossal statue slowly emerged from the depths below, the members of the Avengers instantly shifted into a heightened state of alert. Captain America, Steve Rogers, gripped his shield tightly, his gaze focused and resolute, fixating on the statue's enormous swinging fist. They cautiously braced themselves, seeking to discern its attack patterns. Stay vigilant, he bellowed, his voice reverberating through the temple's vast expanse. Iron Man, Tony Stark, swiftly ascended into the air, his armor's thrusters emitting a dazzling glow. Let me see what this creature is truly capable of, he declared, activating the weapon systems of his suit, unleashing a barrage of energy beams aimed at the statue. Thor, the god of thunder, fearlessly approached the statue, his mighty hammer radiating with electric brilliance. Come forth, you behemoth, he roared, each step causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, adeptly maneuvered to the side, her keen eyes fixed on the statue's movements, searching for the opportune moment to strike. Patience, we will uncover its weakness, she murmured, her weapon poised for action. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, gestured with his hands, conjuring magical light that coalesced into resplendent runes around him. I shall restrain its movements with my sorcery, he chanted, attempting to bind the statue with his mystical powers. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, was determined not to be outdone. He rapidly enlarged himself, his stature towering like a giant. Watch me topple you, he shouted, charging towards the statue. The statue, indifferent to their assaults, swung its fists with increasing ferocity, generating fierce gusts of wind. Iron Man's energy beams struck its surface, leaving only faint markings. Thor's lightning, while momentarily slowing its movements, failed to inflict any significant damage. This creature is too resilient, Iron Man exclaimed. Continue the assault, do not relent, Captain America urged, seizing an opportunity amid the statue's onslaught. Black Widow nimbly leaped onto its arm, attempting to damage the joints with her weapons. However, the statue abruptly flung her away. Natasha, Captain America gasped. Fortunately, Black Widow managed to adjust her posture midair and landed gracefully. Doctor Strange's magical runes encircled the statue, forming a radiant barrier of confinement. The statue's movements grew increasingly sluggish, yet it still fought against the magical restraint. Ant-Man charged forward, exerting his immense strength against the statue. It staggered, nearly toppling. It's working, Ant-Man shouted with exhilaration. However, The statue quickly regained its footing and launched a more vigorous assault against Ant-Man. Thor, seizing the moment, swung his hammer with precision, unleashing a powerful bolt of lightning that struck the statue's head, causing a fissure to appear upon its surface. Indeed, Thor, Captain America proclaimed, rallying his comrades to intensify their assault. Iron Man unleashed a more formidable energy pulse, while Black Widow relentlessly targeted the joints of the statue. The magical radiance from Doctor Strange grew increasingly potent, and Ant-Man exerted every ounce of strength to push against the statue. United in their efforts, fissures began to manifest across the statue's form. "Let's give it one last push," Captain America shouted. With a thunderous crash, the statue crumbled entirely, reducing itself to a heap of rubble. "Finally done," Ant-Man gasped, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Though they understood that this was merely a minor hindrance on their journey, Captain America ventured deeper into the temple, declaring, "Let us continue our search for clues." Within the temple's interior, the walls were adorned with ancient patterns and inscriptions. Doctor Strange scrutinized the designs, which appeared to be an ancient prophecy. "Can you decipher it?" Iron Man inquired. Doctor Strange furrowed his brow, stating that it would require some time. Suddenly, a deep growl reverberated through the temple. "What now?" Black Widow scanned the surroundings warily. Emerging from the shadows was a colossal, three-headed beast, presenting a formidable challenge. Ant-Man swallowed hard. The creature's three heads unleashed flames, frost, and venom, all aimed at the group. Captain America shielded against the flames, while Thor repelled the frost with lightning, and Iron Man utilized his suit's energy shield to block the venom. "We cannot allow it to overpower us," Captain America urged. The team launched a counteroffensive. Iron Man provided aerial fire support. Thor seized the moment to strike the creature with his hammer. Black Widow expertly targeted its eyes from a distance. Doctor Strange employed magic to control the beast's movements, and Ant-Man nimbly dodged its attacks, looking for opportunities to strike. The creature, besieged by their onslaught, appeared increasingly beleaguered yet continued to resist fiercely. "This cannot continue. We must discover its fatal weakness," Iron Man declared. Suddenly, Doctor Strange had a revelation. "I understand. Its weakness lies in the middle head." Upon hearing this, the group concentrated their fire on the central head of the beast. After a fierce battle, the creature finally collapsed to the ground. "At last, it is over," Thor wiped the sweat from his brow. Just as the group thought they could finally relax, the temple began to tremble violently, threatening to collapse. "This is bad. We must leave at once," Captain America shouted. The group hastily made their way towards the exit. As they dashed out of the temple, it collapsed with a resounding crash. "That was close," Ant-Man exclaimed. "However, we have yet to uncover any clues regarding the gem," Black Widow remarked. Captain America surveyed the ruins, resolute in his determination not to relent in their search. At that moment, Doctor Strange stumbled upon an ancient tome concealed amidst the debris. "Perhaps this contains the information we seek," he mused. The others gathered around, hopeful that the book might reveal the whereabouts of the gem. Chapter 44. Beside the ruins of the collapsed temple. Members of the Avengers congregated around the ancient book discovered by Doctor Strange, each face etched with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Captain Steve Rogers crouched down, his gaze fixated on the dust-laden tome, which bore the marks of time. A hint of caution and reverence flickered in his eyes. "This may be the pivotal clue in our quest for the gem. Let us handle it with care," he whispered, as if fearful of disturbing the secrets hidden within. Iron Man, Tony Stark, knelt on one knee, the lights of his armor illuminating the pages of the antiquated text. It appeared to be of great antiquity. One could only hope it would yield some valuable insights. His tone was laced with urgency as he gingerly extended his hand to turn the pages. Thor, the god of thunder, stood nearby, arms crossed, his mighty hammer resting at his feet. "Let us unveil the wisdom concealed within this ancient scroll," he proclaimed, his eyes brimming with eager anticipation, as though awaiting a significant revelation. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, leaned slightly forward, her sharp gaze scrutinizing the book's cover and edges. "Exercise caution for any protective mechanisms or traps that may exist," she advised in a low, steady voice, serving as a reminder to the group. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, clasped his hands together, the glow of magic flickering at his fingertips. "I shall use my magic to sense the energy fluctuations of this tome," he declared, closing his eyes to fully immerse himself in the mysterious force emanating from the ancient text. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, fidgeted nervously at the side, his eyes fixed intently on the book. "I hope this leads us swiftly to the gem," he murmured, his heart brimming with anticipation for the unknown. Doctor Strange opened his eyes and stated, "This book is safeguarded by a formidable magical force, yet no immediate traps have been detected." Iron Man gently turned the first page, revealing intricate patterns and unfamiliar symbols. "What is this nonsensical scribbling? I cannot comprehend it," he frowned, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Captain America scrutinized the designs closely. "Perhaps this is an ancient language," We must decipher it. Thor leaned in closer, suggesting, "Perhaps I could harness the power of Mjolnir to activate some of the information contained within." With that, he raised his hammer, sending a bolt of lightning toward the tome. However, nothing transpired. "It appears that was futile," Thor sighed, lowering his hammer in disappointment. Black Widow contemplated for a moment. "Perhaps we should begin with the clues we already possess and see if we can locate any information related to these symbols." Doctor Strange nodded. "And I attempted to communicate with the intricate patterns using magic." At that moment, the designs in the ancient tome suddenly flickered with a faint luminescence. "There is a response," Ant-Man exclaimed excitedly. The glow intensified, prompting the onlookers to squint. As the light dissipated, the patterns began to transform, gradually coalescing into a map. Iron Man gazed at the map in astonishment. Captain America remarked, "It appears this indicates the possible locations of the gems." The map displayed 3 distinct locations, each marked with unique symbols. Thor declared, "Regardless of the dangers that may lurk in these 3 places, we must proceed." Black Widow cautioned, "However, we cannot act recklessly. We need to devise a strategy first." The group commenced a discussion around the map. Iron Man analyzed the terrain of each location and the potential threats. Noting that one appeared to be a city with advanced technology, likely laden with various high-tech traps and defense systems. Doctor Strange added, "This place is suffused with potent magical energy. There may be magical creatures and traps." Captain America contemplated, "Then we shall split into teams, each responding to different scenarios according to our skills." Thus, they resolved to divide into 3 groups. Captain America, Thor, and Black Widow would venture to the first location. Iron Man, Doctor Strange, and Ant-Man would head to the second. The first group set off and arrived at the technological city, where towering structures loomed and the streets were brimming with high-tech devices. "Everyone be cautious. Danger may lurk everywhere," Captain America warned. Suddenly, a horde of robots surged from all directions, armed and launching an assault on the Avengers. Thor swung his mighty hammer, unleashing lightning that incapacitated a multitude of robots. Black Widow deftly maneuvered among the machines, swiftly neutralizing foes with her weaponry. Captain America used his shield to deflect the robots' attacks while searching for the control center. After a fierce battle, they ultimately located the control center and disabled the robot's command system. Meanwhile, the second group arrived in the realm saturated with magical energy. Iron Man's armor malfunctioned under the influence of the magic. "This is troublesome," he stated. Doctor Strange cast a spell, enveloping the armor in a layer of magical protection. Ant-Man utilized his abilities to navigate through the magical creatures, seeking clues to the gem's whereabouts. Through their combined efforts, they gradually drew closer to the gem's location. However, at that moment, a formidable magical creature emerged, blocking their path. "Allow me to deal with it," Doctor Strange proclaimed. He engaged in an intense magical duel with the mystical creature. Ultimately, Doctor Strange triumphed over the magical being, leading them to a clue regarding the gem's whereabouts. Upon the convergence of the 2 groups, they encountered a new dilemma. According to the clues we have gathered, the gem appears to be safeguarded by a formidable barrier. "We must discover a means to breach it," Captain America remarked. The group fell into contemplation, acutely aware that this would present yet another monumental challenge before them. Chapter 45. In that enigmatic and uncharted realm, the members of the Avengers convened, their expressions grave as they deliberated on how to surmount the powerful barrier guarding the gem. Captain Steve Rogers furrowed his brow, his gaze resolutely fixed on his companions. "This barrier must possess a vulnerability. We need to analyze calmly and devise a way to dismantle it." His voice was steady and commanding, instilling a sense of reassurance among the team. Iron Man, Tony Stark, sat nearby, the lights on his armor flickering intermittently as he intently scrutinized the data pad in his hands. "I have conducted a preliminary analysis of the barrier's energy fluctuations, yet I require additional time to ascertain its structure and patterns." His speech was rapid, his mind racing with thoughts. Thor, the god of thunder, gripped his mighty hammer, his demeanor serious. "Perhaps my lightning can exert a significant impact upon it, though I am uncertain of the barrier's capacity to withstand such force." He gazed at the barrier radiating with mysterious luminescence, mentally assessing its strength. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, crossed her arms. "We cannot proceed recklessly. We must formulate a comprehensive plan." Her eyes swept across each member, her mind engaged in thoughtful analysis. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, gestured with his hands, the glow of magic shimmering at his fingertips. "I sense that this barrier is imbued with extraordinarily intricate magical runes, and it will require time to decipher." He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the magical vibrations emanating from the barrier. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, paced anxiously nearby. "We cannot afford to waste too much time here. If the enemy becomes aware of our movements, we could be in grave trouble." Concern etched across his face. Captain America nodded. "Let us take a moment to rest and gather our thoughts." The group settled in a relatively secure location, each contemplating strategies to overcome the challenge ahead. Iron Man incessantly input various commands into the data pad, striving to identify a breakthrough point from the existing data. Thor closed his eyes, meditating to prepare himself for potential combat. Black Widow patrolled the vicinity, vigilant for any unusual occurrences. Doctor Strange continued his study of the magical runes, while Ant-Man assisted in organizing their equipment. After a while, Captain America rose to his feet. What are everyone's thoughts? Iron Man was the first to speak. I propose we harness the energy pulse of the armor to launch a concentrated assault on a specific point of the barrier. Perhaps we can create a breach. Thor shook his head, deeming the method too perilous. Should the energy pulse fail to yield results, it might incite the barrier, thereby augmenting its defenses. Doctor Strange opened his eyes, noting the resemblance between the magical runes of the barrier and an ancient magical array, suggesting that perhaps they could approach the issue from a magical perspective. Black Widow interjected, cautioning that they could not wholly rely on magic due to its inherent uncertainties. Ant-Man proposed, might it be possible to combine the forces of technology and magic? The group fell into contemplation, pondering Ant-Man's suggestion. After a moment of reflection, Captain America spoke, suggesting that this might indeed be a viable course of action. Iron Man should prepare the energy pulse device, while Doctor Strange readied the incantations, and they would simultaneously assault the barrier. Affirmative nods followed, as preparations commenced. Iron Man conducted final adjustments on his armor, while Doctor Strange silently rehearsed his spells. Ready 3, 2, 1, attack. Captain America bellowed. Iron Man activated the energy pulse device, unleashing a formidable beam of energy towards the barrier. Simultaneously, Doctor Strange cast his spell, the magical radiance intertwining with the energy beam as it surged towards the barrier. Upon contact, a blinding light and an immense roar erupted. The group watched with bated breath, awaiting the emergence of a fissure in the barrier. However, as the light faded, the barrier remained unscathed. How could this be? Ant-Man lamented. Do not lose hope. Let us rethink our strategy, Captain America encouraged. At that moment, Black Widow detected a subtle change in the barrier. Everyone look. The light here appears slightly dimmer than elsewhere. The team gathered to scrutinize the phenomenon. Doctor Strange remarked, perhaps this is the barrier's weak point. Let us concentrate our efforts here. Once more, they readied themselves, this time focusing all their strength on the identified vulnerability. Energy and magic once again surged against the barrier, the brilliance and roar intensifying beyond their previous efforts. When calm returned, the group was elated to discover a small breach had formed in the barrier. We did it! Ant-Man exclaimed with excitement. Yet, before they could revel in their triumph, the breach began to seal rapidly. Quickly, now is our chance to enter the barrier, Captain America shouted. Without hesitation, they dashed into the breach. Upon entering, they found themselves in a realm suffused with mysterious energies, surrounded by strange lights and pulsating power. Be cautious. There may be other dangers lurking here, Captain America warned. The group proceeded with trepidation, when suddenly, a powerful force surged from the shadows, scattering them. Stay in contact. Iron Man's voice crackled through the communicator. Captain America steadied himself, searching for the location of the gem in this mysterious and perilous realm. Would the members of the Avengers be able to locate the gem, and what challenges would they face? Chapter 46. As that formidable force scattered the Avengers, each member found themselves isolated and vulnerable. Steve Rogers, the Captain America, fought to maintain his composure amidst the chaos, gripping his shield tightly as his vigilant gaze scanned the surroundings. The peculiar and elusive light around him rendered his sense of direction nearly useless. Everyone, remain calm and find each other as swiftly as possible, he shouted, his voice echoing through the enigmatic expanse, uncertain if his teammates could hear him. Iron Man, Tony Stark, was thrust into a corner, his armor's lights flickering erratically in the dim environment. J-A-R-V-I-S. Activate the locator system to find our teammates' positions, he commanded while striving to stabilize his suit. However, the overwhelming energy interference threw his systems into disarray. Damn it, the energy field here is far too potent, he cursed. Yet fear did not grip his heart. Thor, the god of thunder, pressed forward through the radiant light, his enchanted hammer crackling with lightning in a bid to illuminate the path ahead. What manner of place is this? I must find the exit, he bellowed, each step infused with strength, yet he remained ensnared by the confines of this mysterious space. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, quickly ascended a stone pillar, employing her agility to navigate the chaos. She carefully observed her surroundings, determined to devise a method to reunite with her comrades, her resolve unwavering and calm. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, found himself ensnared in a vortex of potent magic, his hands weaving spells to counter the pull of the swirling force. This was a formidable magical trap that he needed to escape swiftly. His expression was grave, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, discovered himself diminished to an inconceivably small size, with everything around him looming large and unfamiliar. What am I to do? I must return to my normal stature. He thought anxiously, searching desperately for a solution. As Captain America ventured forward, he suddenly heard a low, menacing growl. He halted, tightened his grip on his shield, and braced himself for an unknown adversary. A massive creature emerged from the shadows, its colossal form exuding an aura of dread. "Come on, beast," Captain America declared resolutely. Charging at the creature, he deftly evaded its attacks, delivering a powerful blow to its leg with his shield. The beast roared in fury, swiping its claws, while Captain America rolled aside and launched another assault. In his quest to locate his teammates, Iron Man encountered a series of intricate traps. Laser beams shot in from all directions, but he maneuvered through the constricted space with the agility of his suit. "This little trick is no challenge for me," he remarked, firing energy beams to dismantle parts of the mechanisms. As Thor ventured forth, he encountered a formidable energy barrier. He endeavored to shatter the barrier with his mighty hammer, yet each strike was repelled. Undeterred, he summoned his strength anew and swung his hammer with all his might, ultimately breaking through the barrier amidst a dazzling radiance. After leaping down from a stone pillar, Black Widow found herself within a labyrinthine corridor. Relying on her exceptional memory and sense of direction, she navigated swiftly through the passage. Suddenly, a battalion of mechanical soldiers appeared before her. Unflinching, she wielded weapons in both hands and engaged in a fierce battle against her foes. Doctor Strange struggled within a vortex of magic, continuously reciting incantations in search of a pattern. At last, he discerned a flaw and unleashed a potent spell, successfully escaping the swirling chaos. Meanwhile, Ant-Man, after considerable effort, discovered a method to revert to his normal size. Just as he regained his form, he encountered a colossal mechanical spider. "What in the world is this?" he exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, he did not falter, quickly utilizing his surroundings to outmaneuver the mechanical creature. While each hero faced their respective challenges, Captain America suddenly heard Iron Man's voice. "Captain, I'm over here." Following the sound, Captain America rushed towards Iron Man, finally reuniting with him. "Wonderful. Let us first seek out the others," Captain America declared. They continued their exploration of the mysterious realm, soon encountering Thor once more. "At last, I have found you," Thor exclaimed. The trio joined forces, their combined strength amplifying as they tackled the relentless trials before them while seeking the whereabouts of Black Widow, Doctor Strange, and Ant-Man. Eventually, at a crossroads, they discovered a mark left by Black Widow. "It's Natasha's mark. She must be nearby," Captain America noted. Following the trail, they located Black Widow, who was engaged in combat with the mechanical soldiers. "We're here to assist you." The three swiftly joined the fray, quickly dispatching all the mechanical adversaries. "Now we just need to find Doctor Strange and Ant-Man," Black Widow remarked. At that moment, Doctor Strange's voice crackled through the communicator. "I am over here, hurry." The group raced towards his direction and found him in a chamber adorned with magical runes. "Now, we still need to locate Ant-Man," Captain America stated. They continued their search and finally discovered Ant-Man trapped within a massive machine. "Quick, free me," he shouted. Together, they combined their efforts to dismantle the machine and rescue Ant-Man. "Splendid. At long last, we are all together," Ant-Man rejoiced. "However, we have yet to find the gem," Iron Man reminded them. "Let us press onward. I am confident we will succeed," Captain America encouraged. Thus, the members of the Avengers embarked once more on their quest to locate the elusive gem. In this enigmatic realm, they remained unaware of the trials and perils that awaited them. Chapter 47. The members of the Avengers reconvened, exchanging resolute glances imbued with determination. Within this mysterious expanse, they were acutely aware that the path ahead remained fraught with unknown dangers, yet the strength of their unity rendered them fearless. Captain America, Steve Rogers, led the way, his shield emanating a steadfast glow, akin to a beacon illuminating their path. "Be cautious, remain vigilant," his voice resonated with calm authority, instilling a sense of reassurance among his comrades. Iron Man, Tony Stark, followed closely behind, his suit's myriad instruments continuously scanning the surroundings in search of any clues related to the gem. "This place is truly peculiar. Yet I trust that my technology will not disappoint us," he asserted with his characteristic confidence. Thor, the god of thunder, wielded his enchanted hammer, his keen gaze surveying the vicinity, ever ready to confront any adversaries that might emerge. "Whatever stands in our way shall be obliterated by the power of thunder," he declared, his words resonating with formidable resolve. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, gracefully navigated through the ranks, her acute senses attuned to the slightest movements. "Watch your footing and keep an eye overhead. Leave no corner overlooked," she whispered to her teammates. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, gestured with his hands, the glow of magic flickering at his fingertips as he sensed the energy fluctuations around him, seeking signs of the gem's potential presence. I can feel a potent force nearby, though I cannot yet ascertain its exact location, he remarked, his brow furrowed in concentration. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, positioned himself at the rear, vigilant for any threats that might approach from behind. With me watching your back, you can proceed with confidence, he assured, his relatively diminutive stature belied by the firmness in his voice. They advanced cautiously along a dimly lit corridor, shrouded in a mysterious mist that obscured their vision. Captain America meticulously wielded his shield to part the fog, taking each step with deliberate care. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility, prompting the group to halt and gaze intently ahead. A horde of oddly shaped creatures surged forth from the mist, brandishing claws and teeth as they lunged at the Avengers. Prepare for battle, Captain America bellowed, charging towards the foes. He struck the creatures with his shield, repelling them with force. Iron Man swiftly unleashed energy beams, incapacitating a multitude of adversaries in an instant. These creatures may prove formidable, but they shall not obstruct our path, he declared emphatically. Thor swung his hammer, unleashing bolts of lightning amid the foes, proclaiming, "Behold the wrath of the god of thunder." Meanwhile, Black Widow employed her agile form to weave through the enemies, swiftly neutralizing several that drew too near. Move quickly, do not allow them to ensnare you, she urged. Doctor Strange cast a spell, ensnaring a group of adversaries within a mystical circle. No escape. Ant-Man, undeterred, transformed into his colossal form, stomping down upon the creatures, exclaiming, "Behold my prowess." After a fierce battle, the foes were finally vanquished. The group pressed onward, their sense of urgency intensifying. As they delved deeper into this enigmatic realm, the surrounding environment grew increasingly bizarre. The walls flickered with peculiar luminescence, and tremors resonated through the ground, as though the very space resented their intrusion. Everyone be cautious. There may be even mightier adversaries awaiting us, Captain America cautioned. At that moment, Iron Man's armor detected a formidable energy fluctuation. I believe we are drawing nearer to the gem, he declared with excitement. The group hastened their pace in the direction of the energy pulse. Soon, they arrived at a vast hall, in the center of which stood a massive stone platform radiating a blinding light. That must be the gem, Thor proclaimed. Yet, as they approached the platform, they discovered it was surrounded by an array of mechanical traps. Be careful, Doctor Strange shouted. Lasers shot forth from the walls, and the ground suddenly opened into enormous pits. The group scrambled to evade the dangers. Captain America analyzed the pattern of the traps. Follow my lead, we charged together. Under his guidance, the team adroitly circumvented the traps and finally reached the platform. However, just as they were about to seize the gem, a colossal figure emerged from the shadows. Did you think it would be so easy to obtain the gem? The figure intoned in a deep voice. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a formidable guardian. Whoever you are, we shall not falter, Captain America declared boldly. The guardian scoffed, let us see about that. A fierce confrontation erupted anew. The guardian's strength was immense. Each blow carried tremendous force. Captain America defended against the guardian's strikes with his shield, but was pushed back several steps. Iron Man unleashed a barrage of energy beams. Yet the guardian deftly evaded each one. This fellow is too swift, Iron Man cursed. Thor charged forward, wielding his enchanted hammer, engaging the guardian in direct combat. The clash of thunder and the guardian's might created a deafening explosion. Taking advantage of the distraction, Black Widow maneuvered to the guardian's rear, attempting a surprise attack. But the guardian sensed her presence and effortlessly flung her aside. Doctor Strange summoned powerful magic in an attempt to restrain the guardian. Yet it seemed to be enveloped in a formidable magical shield, rendering his spells nearly ineffective. Ant-Man, in his giant form, tried to seize the guardian, but with a mere flick, the guardian cast him aside. This cannot continue, Captain America exclaimed. As the battle raged on, the team pondered their strategy. Suddenly, Iron Man discerned a vulnerability in the guardian. Target his left knee joint, he shouted. Captain America immediately understood. He struck the guardian's left knee joint with his shield, causing the guardian to stagger. Seizing the opportunity, Thor wielded his hammer and struck the guardian's head, leaving him disoriented. Black Widow fired a specialized bullet, striking the guardian's weak point precisely. Doctor Strange then unleashed a potent spell, temporarily immobilizing the guardian. Ant-Man dashed forward, exerting all his strength to topple the guardian to the ground. The team seized the moment, launching a final assault on the guardian. Through their collective efforts, they ultimately triumphed over him. Finally dealt with, they sighed in relief. They had successfully secured the gem, but before they could celebrate, the entire space began to tremble violently. We must leave, this place is collapsing, Iron Man declared. Everyone, hurry to the exit, Captain America shouted. They raced toward the exit, clutching the gem, as debris fell behind them and the passageway narrowed. Faster, Thor urged. At last, they escaped just before the space entirely collapsed. That was incredibly perilous, Ant-Man gasped. Yet we secured the gem, and that is of utmost importance, Captain America replied. They exchanged smiles, their eyes brimming with the joy of victory. However, they were acutely aware that this was merely a fragment of their mission. Countless challenges awaited them. Chapter 48. As the Avengers successfully acquired the gem and fled from the imminent collapse of the mysterious space, they found themselves in a strange and desolate realm. Captain Steve Rogers surveyed his surroundings, noting the vast wasteland devoid of vegetation, with fierce winds whipping up clouds of dust that obscured sight. This appeared to be anything but a welcoming place. He gripped his shield tightly, his brow furrowed. Iron Man, Tony Stark, found his armor dulled by the dust. Activating his scanning system, the environment was harsh, with no apparent exit in sight. His voice emanated from the suit, tinged with concern. Thor raised his hammer, attempting to summon lightning to illuminate their path, but the raging winds seemed to thwart his powers, causing the lightning to flicker and vanish. Curse this wretched wind, he muttered. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, shielded her face from the swirling dust to protect her eyes. We must find a way out of here quickly, she called. Her voice almost drowned out by the howling wind. Doctor Strange, with his hands gracefully gesturing, endeavored to conjure magic to ascertain their surroundings. However, the brilliance of his spells flickered erratically amidst the howling winds. The energy fluctuations here were chaotic, rendering his perception of direction unreliable. His expression was grave. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, huddled among the group, striving to evade the onslaught of the gale and swirling dust. What shall we do? Are we to be trapped here? His voice trembled with trepidation. Captain America inhaled deeply and proclaimed with resolute clarity, "Everyone, remain calm. We shall devise a solution together." His tone was unwavering and robust, instilling a glimmer of hope amongst the assembled. Iron Man suggested, "Perhaps we might traverse in a singular direction and perchance discover an escape." Thor nodded in agreement. "Then it is settled. I shall lead the way." Thus, under Thor's guidance, they trudged forward with great difficulty. The relentless winds battered them, and each step demanded immense effort. After a considerable distance, they encountered a profound chasm ahead, shrouded in thick mist, obscuring the depths below. This presents an obstacle, yet it may also offer an opportunity, Captain America remarked. Iron Man ascended above the chasm to survey the scene. Below, the sound of flowing water could be discerned. Perhaps it was an underground river. After a moment of contemplation, Doctor Strange suggested, "If we follow the river, we might uncover an exit." The group resolved to brave the chasm. Thor summoned a bolt of lightning with his enchanted hammer, illuminating the path ahead. They cautiously descended along the steep canyon walls. During the climb, Black Widow misstepped, but Captain America swiftly shielded her with his shield, preventing her from plummeting. "Exercise caution," he admonished loudly. At long last, they reached the canyon's base, where indeed, a turbulent underground river lay before them. "We have no alternative but to follow the river," Captain America declared. One by one, they leaped into the icy waters, swept along by the current. The frigid water was numbing, and the force of the flow rendered their movements nearly uncontrollable. After drifting for a time, they arrived at a vast cavern adorned with uniquely shaped stalactites and stalagmites. "This place appears perilous," Ant-Man noted uneasily. Just then, a swarm of enormous bats descended from the cavern's ceiling, launching an assault. "Everyone, protect yourselves," Captain America shouted. Iron Man unleashed energy beams, repelling the oncoming bats. Thor wielded his hammer, causing lightning to crackle within the cavern, sending the bats scattering in fear. After a fierce skirmish, they finally evaded the bats' assault. Continuing along the river, they soon noticed that the current grew increasingly turbulent, culminating in a colossal waterfall. "This is dire. We must find a way to halt our progress," Iron Man exclaimed. Doctor Strange cast a spell, attempting to slow the torrent of water, yet the effect was scarcely perceptible. "Hold on to the rocks," Captain America shouted. The group instinctively reached for the nearby stones and stalactites, but the force of the current was overwhelming, and some were swept away. Captain America clung tightly to a protruding rock, his other hand grasping the Black Widow, who was on the brink of being carried off. "Hold on," he urged, his voice resonating with determination. Thor, wielding Mjolnir, wedged it into a crevice, anchoring himself amidst the chaos. After a strenuous struggle, they finally halted at the precipice of the waterfall. "That was close," Ant-Man gasped. "But we are still alive," Captain America replied. At that moment, they noticed a narrow passage beside the waterfall, perhaps a potential escape route. Cautiously, they ventured into the tunnel, which was permeated by a foul odor and flickering with eerie lights. "This place is chilling," Ant-Man remarked. Suddenly, a deep, menacing growl reverberated from the depths of the passage. "Prepare for battle," Captain America commanded. A colossal beast erupted from the shadows, its massive form adorned with sharp spikes. Without hesitation, Iron Man unleashed a beam of energy, striking the creature's head. Enraged, the beast lunged at Iron Man, sending him hurtling through the air. Thor brandished Mjolnir, engaging in fierce combat with the monster. While the Black Widow and Doctor Strange joined forces to assist him, Captain America exploited the advantage of his shield, relentlessly targeting the creature's vulnerabilities. Through their collective efforts, the beast finally collapsed to the ground. "Press on," Captain America urged. After a protracted trek, they emerged from the passage at the base of a mountain. "Look, there's a path." Iron Man pointed into the distance. They followed the path, eventually stumbling upon a village. "At last, we have found a place with inhabitants," Ant-Man exclaimed, brimming with excitement. However, as they entered the village, they were met with wary and fearful gazes from the villagers. "We mean no harm, we merely seek assistance," Captain America asserted. Yet the villagers seemed unconvinced, hastily closing their doors. "What do we do now?" the Black Widow pondered. Just then, an elder emerged from a nearby house. "Follow me," he beckoned. The group followed the elder inside, where he offered them food and water, explaining that outsiders seldom visited, and the villagers harbored a deep-seated fear of strangers. "We need to find our way back to the base," Captain America stated. After a moment of contemplation, the elder provided them with directions. "Thank you for your assistance," the group expressed gratefully. Bidding farewell to the elder, the members of the Avengers once again embarked on their journey home. Chapter 49. As the weary Avengers emerged from the ominous, shadowy passage, the scene before them offered little solace. The village at the foot of the mountain appeared unusually tranquil, yet it was enveloped in an inexplicable sense of estrangement. Captain America, Steve Rogers, gazed at the tightly shut doors and the villagers' wary glances, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. Dust clung to his resolute visage, and a hint of concern flickered in his blue eyes. "Do not fret, we shall explain in due course. They will come to understand," he reassured, his voice slightly hoarse yet imbued with a soothing power. Iron Man, Tony Stark, stood there in a somewhat disheveled state, his armor marred from previous escapades. "These villagers are far too unfriendly. After all, we are the champions of the world," he muttered discontentedly, though weariness prevailed in his gaze. Thor, the god of thunder, cast a long shadow in the twilight as he gripped his mighty hammer, surveying the tightly closed doors and windows. "Perhaps they have endured too much suffering, which has rendered them wary of strangers," he mused, his voice deep and resonant. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, tidied her disheveled hair, striving to present a more composed appearance. "We must earn their trust and assure them of our good intentions," she stated, her voice calm and resolute, wisdom glimmering in her eyes. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, folded his arms and furrowed his brow, contemplating how to break the prevailing stalemate. "Perhaps we could employ magic to convey our goodwill," he suggested softly. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, shrank back slightly, whispering, "This place feels unsettling. Could there be any danger lurking?" Just then, the elder emerged slowly from within a dwelling. His gait was slow and heavy, his face etched with the lines of time. "Follow me," he intoned, his voice low and gravelly, carrying an undeniable authority. The group exchanged glances, deciding to follow the elder into the house. The interior was modestly furnished yet impeccably tidy. The elder brought forth food and water, which the Avengers gratefully accepted. "Thank you, kind sir," Captain America expressed sincerely. The elder regarded them with a scrutinizing gaze. "Few outsiders venture here. Your presence has unsettled the villagers," he remarked slowly. Iron Man swallowed a mouthful of food and replied, "We are merely seeking our way home and mean no disturbance to anyone." The elder sighed softly. "This land is cursed. For years, wars and calamities have plagued it, and people have lost their trust in strangers." Thor set down his cup of water, asserting, "We fight for justice. I hope you can believe in us." The elder paused, then said, "I am willing to place my trust in you. But you must understand that the path out of here is fraught with challenges." Doctor Strange stepped forward and assured us that, regardless of the challenges we might face, we would not waver. The elder nodded and began to outline the route of departure and the potential dangers that lay ahead. "You must traverse a dark forest, inhabited by ferocious beasts and treacherous terrain. Then, you will scale a towering mountain, where the climate is harsh and blizzards frequently rage." As the group listened, their hearts were filled with trepidation, yet their gazes betrayed no hint of retreat. "Thank you for your guidance. We shall exercise utmost caution," Captain America declared. After a brief respite, the members of the Avengers prepared to embark on their journey. The villagers observed from a distance, their expressions still tinged with skepticism and concern. "Everyone, be vigilant and tread carefully," Captain America instructed, leading the way with his shield at the ready to confront any lurking dangers. They entered the dark forest, an ominous atmosphere enveloping them. Towering trees loomed above, blocking nearly all sunlight, while the distant roars of wild beasts sent chills down their spines. "This place is truly eerie," Iron Man remarked, activating the illumination system of his armor. Suddenly, a massive Black Panther leapt from the shadows, lunging at the group. Captain America swiftly raised his shield, deflecting the creature's attack. Thor swung his mighty hammer, and a bolt of lightning struck the panther, which howled in agony before fleeing into the depths of the forest. Let us press onward, Captain America urged. After navigating the forest with great difficulty, they finally emerged into the open, confronted by a towering peak shrouded in mist. That mountain looks daunting, Ant-Man admitted, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Cheer up, everyone. We can surely conquer it, Black Widow encouraged. The group commenced their ascent. The steep, icy paths and biting winds presenting formidable obstacles. Iron Man's armor malfunctioned in the frigid temperatures, and Doctor Strange wielded his magic to bestow some protection upon them. As they neared the summit, a sudden snowstorm descended upon them. The howling winds and swirling snow obscured their vision. Hold hands and stay close, Captain America shouted. The group huddled together, struggling against the tempest. After considerable effort, they finally crested the mountain. Before them lay a broad pathway, with the distant outline of a city emerging on the horizon. Look, could that be our destination? Ant-Man exclaimed excitedly. Perhaps, but we must remain cautious, Captain America replied. They continued along the road, their hearts brimming with hope. As they drew closer to the city, their joy intensified. We are finally going home, Iron Man stated. However, at that moment, a group of enigmatic figures appeared ahead on the road, obstructing their path. Chapter 50. After enduring countless hardships, the members of the Avengers finally traversed the mountain ravaged by the blizzard, joyfully advancing towards the distant, elusive silhouette of a city. Yet, this impending triumph was short-lived. Captain America, Steve Rogers, marched resolutely at the forefront, his weathered visage etched with vigilance. His shield was grasped firmly, embodying a burden and belief he would never relinquish. His gaze was fixed upon the mysterious figures that had suddenly emerged, tension coiling within him like a taut string. Iron Man, Tony Stark, bore new scars upon his armor from the arduous ascent, its brilliance dimmed considerably. Nevertheless, his eyes remained sharp, rapidly assessing the situation through the visor of his helmet. It appeared that the newcomers harbored ill intentions. His voice resonated through the communication channel, tinged with gravity. Thor, the god of thunder, gasped for breath, having expended considerable energy in battling the tempest. Yet, he clutched his hammer tightly, lightning dancing upon it, a testament to his indomitable spirit. No one shall impede our advance. His roar echoed through the heavens. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, squinted slightly, her form maintaining elegance and agility in the wind. Everyone, proceed with caution. Let us first observe the situation, she urged, her tone calm and composed, advising her comrades against rash actions. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, gestured with his hands, the glow of magic flickering at his fingertips as he sought to discern the intentions of the mysterious individuals. They exuded a formidable and arcane power, not to be underestimated. His expression was grave, contemplating strategies in silence. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, concealed himself behind the others, trembling slightly with anxiety. What shall we do? Can we possibly defeat them? He voiced his apprehension. The enigmatic figures stood silently, motionless, clad in black robes, their faces shrouded in shadow, rendering their features indistinguishable. The very air around them seemed to thicken with an oppressive weight. Captain America stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "We mean you no harm. Allow us to pass." His voice was resolute and powerful, echoing along the empty road. However, the mysterious figures offered no response, merely standing there, exuding an intangible pressure. Iron Man could not contain himself. Stop wasting time with them. Let us charge through. Captain America shook his head. No, we cannot act recklessly. We must first ascertain their intentions. At that moment, a towering figure emerged from among the mysterious individuals, slowly lifting his head to reveal eyes that glimmered with an eerie light. Do you truly believe you can depart from here so easily? His voice was deep and chilling, as if it emanated from the depths of hell. Thor bellowed in fury. Who are you? Why do you block our way? The enigmatic figure chuckled coldly. The gems in your possession are precisely what we have been seeking. Surrender them, and perhaps we may grant you a chance at survival. Captain America furrowed his brow, replying, These gems are the key to saving the world. We shall never relinquish them to you. With a sweeping gesture, the mysterious figure commanded his comrades, who unleashed a formidable wave of energy. Then do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. The battle was imminent as Iron Man launched the first strike, firing a beam of energy toward the enigmatic group. The mysterious figure deftly evaded the attack, retaliating with a dark wave of energy that struck Iron Man's armor, sending him reeling backward. Observing this, Thor raised his mighty hammer, summoning a tempest to strike down upon the mysterious figure. Lightning erupted around him, yet he appeared largely unfazed. Seizing the moment, Black Widow swiftly approached from the side, weapon poised for action. However, the mysterious figure swiftly countered, repelling her with a mere turn. Doctor Strange conjured spells in an attempt to restrain the figure's movements. A myriad of magical lights intertwined in the air, yet the mysterious figure seemed impervious to the enchantments. In the chaos, Ant-Man sought an opportunity, transforming into his giant form to deliver a surprise attack. Yet, with a mere flick of his wrist, the mysterious figure reduced him back to his normal size. Witnessing his comrades falter, Captain America's fury ignited within him. He charged at the leader of the enigmatic group, his shield cutting through the air with fierce determination. A fierce duel ensued between Captain America and the leader, both refusing to concede ground. During the fray, the members of the Avengers gradually discerned that the mysterious figures not only possessed immense power, but also worked in seamless unison, reminiscent of a well-trained battalion. This cannot continue. We must uncover their weakness, Captain America shouted amidst the battle. Iron Man recalibrated his suit's systems mid-air, rejoining the fray. I will draw their attention. You all look for an opening. Thor gathered his strength once more, poised to unleash a more potent attack. Black Widow, Doctor Strange, and Ant-Man observed the movements of the mysterious figures, searching for vulnerabilities. After an intense exchange, Doctor Strange finally identified a commonality among the mysterious figures. Their power appeared to stem from the artifacts they wielded. Target their artifacts, he urged. Upon hearing his insight, the group promptly adjusted their assault strategies. Captain America struck fiercely at the artifact in the leader's grasp, causing a fissure to appear. Seizing the opportunity, Iron Man fired a powerful energy beam that obliterated the artifact. As the artifact shattered, the strength of the mysterious figures visibly waned. The Avengers seized the moment, launching a final onslaught that ultimately vanquished the enigmatic adversaries. At last, they are defeated. Ant-Man collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Though the crowd was utterly fatigued, their gazes remained resolutely steadfast. They pressed onward toward the city, the flame of hope within them blazing ever more fervently. Upon finally crossing the threshold of the city, a long-lost sense of familiarity surged within their hearts. We have returned, Captain America remarked with profound sentiment. Yet, they were acutely aware that this was merely a new beginning, as countless challenges awaited them in the future. Chapter 51. The members of the Avengers, having triumphed over the enigmatic foe, entered this familiar yet strange city, their bodies weary yet brimming with the joy of victory. Steve Rogers, the Captain America, led the way, his steps slightly labored. Yet his resolute gaze conveyed a sense of relief and contentment. He surveyed the city streets, his heart flooded with memories. Once, this was their cherished homeland. Now, after enduring numerous trials, they had finally returned to this land once more. Iron Man, Tony Stark, bore the scars of battle upon his armor. As he walked, he conversed with J.A.R.V.I.S. regarding plans for the armor's repairs. J.A.R.V.I.S. We must ensure you receive a proper upgrade upon our return. Otherwise, we shall struggle to face the next formidable challenge, he stated, weariness lacing his tone. Yet anticipation for the future prevailed. Thor, the god of thunder, wielded Mjolnir, his expression no longer bearing the sternness of combat. At last, we have returned. May Asgard be faring well, he murmured, his thoughts drifting to his homeland. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, tidied her disheveled hair, her keen gaze scanning the surrounding crowd, seemingly searching for something. I wonder how much has changed during our absence, she softly mused. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, stood with his arms crossed, contemplatively observing the architecture and streets of the city. The magical fluctuations appeared more intense than before. Perhaps a new threat was quietly encroaching. A slight furrow creased his brow, a flicker of concern stirring within him. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, eagerly glanced around, brimming with curiosity. Wow, we're finally back in the civilized world. I nearly forgot what a city looks like, he exclaimed, his face alight with a radiant smile. As they returned, the citizens of the city gathered around, jubilantly celebrating the hero's triumphant homecoming. Children waved small flags excitedly, and the adults' eyes shone with admiration and gratitude. Avengers, you are our pride, someone shouted. Captain America smiled and waved back at the crowd. This is what we are meant to do, for peace, for everyone. Amidst the throng, the members of the Avengers arrived at the central square of the city. A grand welcome ceremony had been prepared, and the mayor stepped forward, clasping Captain America's hand firmly. Thank you for your sacrifices. Our city is at peace because of you. The mayor's voice trembled with emotion. Iron Man shrugged, remarking that it was merely their duty. Yet, amidst the joyous atmosphere, the Avengers remained acutely aware of the mission they bore. Upon returning to their base, they swiftly commenced the organization of the lessons and spoils gleaned from their recent adventure. Captain America sat at the head of the conference room, his demeanor grave. Although they had successfully acquired the gem and returned to the city, vigilance could not wane. This experience illuminated the fact that their adversaries were far more cunning and formidable than they had previously imagined. Iron Man nodded in agreement, affirming the captain's sentiment. A comprehensive upgrade and refinement of their existing equipment and strategies was imperative. Thor rose, declaring his intent to strengthen ties with Asgard to collectively confront any potential threats. Black Widow stated her commitment to continue gathering intelligence, ensuring they would not be caught off guard by their enemies. Doctor Strange gestured with his hands, conjuring a magical image before the assembly. He vowed to delve deeper into the arcane arts, seeking greater powers to safeguard the world. Ant-Man, undeterred, pledged to train diligently, enhancing his contributions in battle. Suddenly, the base's alarm blared. What is happening? Iron Man swiftly checked the surveillance system. An unidentified energy was approaching the city. As Jarvis's voice relayed the information, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on their faces. It appeared they had no time to rest. Captain America raised his hand, rallying them for combat. The Avengers donned their gear once more, charging toward the looming danger. Upon reaching the city's edge, they beheld a massive black vortex in the sky, emanating powerful energy waves. What is that? Ant-Man inquired, astonished. Doctor Strange furrowed his brow, suggesting it seemed to be a force from another dimension, exceedingly perilous. Without hesitation, Iron Man unleashed an energy beam, attempting to halt the vortex's expansion. However, the beam was effortlessly absorbed. Thor swung Mjolnir, propelling himself toward the vortex, only to be repelled by an overwhelming force upon approach. Everyone, be cautious, Captain America shouted. Black Widow agilely maneuvered, searching for the vortex's vulnerabilities. Doctor Strange employed his magic to analyze the energy structure of the anomaly. After several attempts, they finally discerned the vortex's weakness. Concentrate your attacks on that point, Doctor Strange commanded. The team unleashed their most potent strikes toward the identified weak spot. In a brilliant flash of light, the vortex was ultimately sealed. Phew. It's finally resolved, Ant-Man sighed in relief. Yet, they understood that this was merely the beginning. The future held countless challenges still awaiting them. Upon returning to their headquarters, the members of the Avengers delved deeper into the enigmatic energy that had recently emerged. Iron Man, through meticulous analysis of the combat data, discerned that this energy was unlike any they had previously encountered. It could very well represent an entirely new threat, necessitating their utmost preparedness. Thor engaged in dialogue with the sages of Asgard, seeking insights from ancient legends that might illuminate the nature of this energy. Black Widow tirelessly scoured her intelligence networks, hoping to uncover any trace related to this mysterious force. Doctor Strange immersed himself in the study of magic, endeavoring to comprehend the essence of this energy through arcane means. Ant-Man diligently trained in the gym, striving to enhance his abilities. After a period of research and preparation, the Avengers gradually formulated strategies to confront this unknown energy. However, just as they believed they could afford a moment of respite, a new crisis silently approached. One day, bizarre creatures appeared suddenly in the city, exhibiting formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, wreaking havoc upon the urban landscape. The Avengers swiftly mobilized, engaging in fierce combat with these beings. During the fray, they discerned that these creatures seemed to be under some form of control, their movements exhibiting a remarkable level of organization. There must be a mastermind behind this, Captain America declared. Iron Man, while fending off the creatures, responded, whoever it is, we must uncover their identity. After an arduous battle, the Avengers ultimately vanquished these entities. Yet they understood that the true menace lurked in the shadows. In the days that followed, the Avengers continuously confronted an array of new challenges and crises. They grew stronger through combat and steadfastly upheld their commitment to safeguarding global peace and tranquility. Nevertheless, they also recognized that the road ahead would be long and arduous, requiring greater strength and tighter unity to confront the unknown darkness that awaited. Chapter 52. Following the intense battle against the strange creatures, the city lay in ruins, shrouded in smoke and silence. The members of the Avengers stood amidst the devastation, their hearts heavy with concern and vigilance. Captain Steve Rogers surveyed the ravaged streets, his gaze reflecting profound responsibility and unwavering resolve. We must identify the mastermind behind this. We cannot allow such a catastrophe to occur again. His voice resonated steadily, like a clarion call piercing through the stillness. Iron Man, Tony Stark, examined his damaged armor while asserting, Captain, I will repair my suit as swiftly as possible and utilize my technology to trace the origins of these creatures. His eyes were focused and composed, already formulating various potential leads and investigative avenues. Thor, wielding his mighty hammer, gazed intently into the distance. Regardless of who orchestrates these events from the shadows, I shall ensure they tremble beneath the thunder. His words were imbued with authority and indignation, expressing profound outrage at this disruption of peace. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, gently brushed off the dust from her attire, her countenance grave and solemn. I shall employ my entire intelligence network, leaving no stone unturned. Though her voice remained calm, the resolve within it was unmistakable. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, waved his hands, conjuring magic to sense the residual energy fluctuations surrounding him. This force was steeped in malevolence and darkness. I shall use my sorcery to trace its origins. His brow furrowed. He immersed himself wholly in the exploration of this mysterious power. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, busily collected samples from the battlefield, hoping to uncover vital clues from the biological structures of these creatures. His gaze was focused, leaving no potentially useful detail overlooked. Upon returning to the base, the team immediately plunged into an intense investigation. Iron Man was in the lab, surrounded by an array of high-tech devices and screens, data whirling rapidly before his eyes. J-A-R-V-I-S. Intensify the analysis of the biological genes. Let us see if we can uncover any signs of alteration. His fingers danced across the keyboard, striving to extract useful information from the vast sea of data. Thor, the god of thunder, communicated with the sages of the divine realm through Asgard's special channels. I require your wisdom and knowledge to aid me in identifying the source of this dark power. His expression was anxious, his thoughts consumed by the safety of Earth. Black Widow sat in the intelligence room, her computer screen displaying an array of classified documents and intelligence leads. Her fingers clicked incessantly on the mouse, her gaze intent on sifting through every potentially useful piece of information. No matter how deeply you conceal yourself, I shall unearth you, she vowed silently. Doctor Strange, within the sanctum of magic, was surrounded by mystical runes radiating an enigmatic glow. He closed his eyes, fully attuning himself to the flow of magic, seeking clues linked to the dark force. Magic will guide us to the truth, he murmured. Ant-Man, in the laboratory, scrutinized the collected samples through a microscope. What manner of enhancement technology is this? His brow furrowed, lost in profound contemplation. After several days and nights of relentless effort, they finally made some breakthroughs. In his analysis of the biological genes, Iron Man discovered an unprecedented coding sequence. This is not of earthly origin. It must be extraterrestrial. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Thor received an ancient legend from the sages of the divine realm, which spoke of a dark race in the depths of the universe that wielded the power to control life. Could it be they? His heart was filled with uncertainty. Black Widow uncovered the name of a mysterious organization from a classified document, an organization that had long been conducting perilous biological experiments. It seems we are drawing ever closer to the truth. Her lips curled slightly upwards, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Doctor Strange, in his quest for magic, sensed a malevolent aura linked to the dark races. This power was stirring restlessly. We must hasten our pace. His expression grew increasingly grave. Ant-Man discovered a unique energy crystal among the samples, which seemed to be the key to controlling biological actions. This might be a crucial clue to unraveling the mystery, he exclaimed excitedly. The members of the Avengers convened once more to share their findings. It appears that we are confronting a formidable foe from the depths of the cosmos, Captain America remarked. Yet, no matter how powerful they may be, we shall not retreat, Iron Man resolutely declared. Indeed, we must expose their conspiracy and safeguard the Earth. Thor echoed. Just then, the base's alarm blared unexpectedly. This is dire. A new situation has arisen. Iron Man observed the data on the screen. The group hurried to the monitoring room, where they witnessed a surge of anomalous energy fluctuations in another part of the city. What is happening? Black Widow inquired. It's unclear, but we must investigate immediately, Captain America commanded, gesturing for the team to set out again. Upon arriving at the scene, they found themselves enveloped in a shroud of dark energy that instilled an inexplicable fear. Be cautious. This energy is perilous, Doctor Strange warned. At that moment, a group of figures emerged from the shadows. It's you, Captain America exclaimed in astonishment. It turned out these figures were members of the dark race they had been searching for. Avengers, your doom is at hand, the leader of the dark race sneered. An intense battle erupted once more. Chapter 53. As the members of the dark race emerged from the veil of dark energy, the Avengers instantly fell into a state of heightened alert. Captain Steve Rogers clutched his shield tightly, his gaze piercing, his posture erect like an unyielding mountain. Whatever schemes you have, they will be thwarted here today. His voice was resolute and powerful, resonating in the charged atmosphere. Iron Man, Tony Stark, felt the flickering lights of his armor, his eyes betraying a mix of excitement and determination. I'm eager to see what you all are capable of. He crossed his arms, his armor's energy systems primed to the limit. Thor raised his hammer high, lightning dancing upon it, illuminating his fierce countenance. Evil beings of darkness, prepare to face the wrath of the god of thunder. He bellowed, as if to unleash both his fury and sense of justice through that mighty roar. The Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, stood gracefully to the side, her gaze cold and focused, hands firmly gripping her specialized weapon, poised to deliver a lethal strike to her foes. This time, you shall not escape easily. Her voice resonated, low and menacing. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, moved his hands with fluidity, the glow of magic swirling at his fingertips, forming enigmatic runes. The forces of darkness shall not prevail in the presence of light, he intoned, his magical aura intensifying around him. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, lingered behind his comrades, inhaling deeply to steady his nerves. I will not falter. I must fight for justice. He silently encouraged himself. The leader of the dark race let out a chilling laugh. With your abilities, you think you can thwart our plans? Such naivety. With a wave of his hand, his minions surged forward. Captain America led the charge, darting towards the enemy like a bolt of lightning. His shield transformed into the sharpest of weapons, each swing creating a gust of wind that repelled his adversaries. Iron Man unleashed powerful energy beams from the sky, striking his enemies with pinpoint accuracy, deftly maneuvering through the battlefield, denying them a moment's respite. Thor, the god of thunder, roared as he plunged into the fray. Wherever Mjolnir struck, thunder and lightning followed, sending foes reeling. The Black Widow, with her agile physique and exceptional combat skills, navigated through her enemies with ease, each strike landing with precision. Doctor Strange wielded an array of formidable spells, ensnaring foes within magical circles or hurling them away with his arcane might. Ant-Man, not to be outdone, exploited his ability to resize, creating unexpected chaos among the enemy ranks. He would suddenly enlarge to deliver a crushing blow or shrink to a size so diminutive that he could sabotage their weapons and equipment unnoticed. However, the members of the Dark Race were no mere pushovers. They unleashed a plethora of sinister dark magic and formidable combat skills, engaging the Avengers in fierce combat. In that moment, the battlefield erupted in a cacophony of light and energy, resonating with the sounds of conflict. Captain America was inadvertently struck by an enemy's dark magic. Soaring backward, Captain, Iron Man exclaimed, swiftly soaring to catch him. I'm fine, continue the fight. Captain America gritted his teeth, rejoining the fray. Thor found himself encircled by several foes, who relentlessly unleashed dark energy in an attempt to suppress the power of Mjolnir. Gritting his teeth as veins bulged on his forehead, he proclaimed, "You wretched beings, you shall not succeed." Gathering his strength, a mighty bolt of lightning erupted from Mjolnir, repelling all nearby enemies. In a close-quarters struggle with a formidable adversary, the Black Widow was momentarily caught off guard and suffered an injury. Natasha, Doctor Strange swiftly conjured a protective shield, deflecting the enemy's subsequent attacks. Seizing the opportunity to regroup, the Black Widow re-entered the battle with renewed vigor. After growing in size, Ant-Man found himself ensnared by the enemy's magic, rendering him immobile. He struggled desperately, yet was unable to break free. At that moment, Captain America rushed in, shattering the enemy's spell with his shield and liberating Ant-Man. "Thank you, Captain." Ant-Man expressed his gratitude. The battle escalated into a fevered intensity, with both sides exerting their utmost efforts. The leader of the Dark Race, frustrated by the stalemate, grew increasingly anxious. He resolved to intervene personally, joining his hands in prayer, murmuring incantations as a formidable dark energy coalesced in his grasp. "Be cautious, everyone," Doctor Strange warned, sensing the impending danger. However, before anyone could react, the dark energy surged toward them. Without hesitation, Captain America raised his shield, positioning it as a barrier in front of his comrades. The dark energy collided with the shield, producing a thunderous sound. Captain America gritted his teeth, bracing himself against the overwhelming force. "Captain, we're here to assist you." Iron Man, Thor, Black Widow, Doctor Strange, and Ant-Man converged around him, collectively resisting the onslaught of dark energy. Through their unified efforts, the dark energy began to wane. "Now is the time to counterattack," Captain America shouted. The Avengers seized the moment to launch a final offensive, unleashing their powers to the fullest as they pressed against the Dark Race's members with relentless ferocity. Under the weight of this formidable assault, the Dark Race began to falter, showing signs of retreat. "Don't let them escape," Iron Man urged. The group pursued vigorously, denying the enemy any chance of fleeing. Ultimately, after a fierce confrontation, the members of the Dark Race were entirely vanquished. "We have triumphed," Ant-Man exclaimed with exhilaration. Yet, the Avengers remained vigilant, acutely aware that this was merely a prelude, and that a more insidious scheme might lurk in the shadows. Chapter 54. In the aftermath of the intense battle, the battlefield was shrouded in smoke and fatigue. The members of the Avengers, some seated and others standing, gasped for breath, their joy in victory deeply overshadowed by exhaustion. Captain Steve Rogers knelt on the ground, his shield resting beside him. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, trickling down his cheeks and splattering onto the dust-laden earth. His gaze was fixed on the horizon, his thoughts seemingly adrift in the unknown. This was but a minor victory. The true threat likely lurked deeper within the darkness. His voice was low and hoarse, tinged with the weariness of battle and foreboding for the future. Iron Man, Tony Stark, descended slowly from the sky, his armors glowed dimming. He approached Captain America with heavy steps and crouched beside him. "Captain, at least we thwarted them this time. But next, we must ascertain their intentions and uncover the mastermind behind it all." As he spoke, he removed his helmet, revealing eyes that, though weary, remained resolute. Thor, the god of thunder, leaned on his mighty hammer, his towering figure slightly bent. His breaths came in quick gasps, and his armor bore numerous scars of battle. No matter where they hail from, I shall not spare them if they threaten the earth. His voice resonated like thunder, imbued with strength and determination, though it could not fully mask his current frailty. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, leaned against a crumbling wall, her hair disheveled and her face smeared with blood. She gently tended to her wounds, yet her gaze remained vigilant. We must uncover more clues from these fiends. We cannot allow them to wreak havoc again. Her voice, though faint, retained an unwavering resolve. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, stood with arms crossed and eyes closed, seemingly attuned to some magical sensation. Moments later, he opened his eyes and declared, I sense that the source of this dark power has not yet been vanquished. We must prepare ourselves more thoroughly. His complexion was pale, the exertion of magic having drained much of his energy. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, sat on the ground, having returned to his normal size. He surveyed the surrounding ruins. His eyes filled with shock and helplessness. This is too dreadful. We must ensure that such events do not recur. His voice trembled slightly, clearly still reeling from the fierce battle. Captain America rose, inhaling deeply. Everyone, return to the base to recuperate. Then we shall meticulously examine the remnants left by our adversaries. Nods of agreement were exchanged as the weary heroes made their way toward the base. Upon their return, they immediately immersed themselves in analyzing battle data and the artifacts left behind by their foes. Iron Man sat in the laboratory, the screen before him displaying a plethora of intricate data and images. J-A-R-V-I-S. Assist me in analyzing the characteristics of this dark energy. Let us uncover its origins and methods of propagation. His fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, his demeanor focused and serious. Thor engaged in dialogue with an envoy from Asgard beside him. I need to learn more about the legends of dark forces in the cosmos and potential countermeasures. His expression was grave, his grip on Mjolnir unwavering. In the intelligence room, Black Widow meticulously examined the items and documents recovered from the enemy. There must be clues here that we require. With careful scrutiny, we shall surely find them. Her gaze was keen, missing no detail. Dr. Strange, within the sanctum of magic, performed spells to decipher the mysterious runes collected from the battlefield. These runes harbor formidable dark power. Unraveling their secrets may reveal the enemy's vulnerabilities. His voice was low, wholly absorbed in the study of magic. Ant-Man assisted in the laboratory, organizing and categorizing various samples. Though his expertise was limited, his diligence and attention to detail proved beneficial to the team. After several days of intense effort, they finally made some new discoveries. In his analysis of dark energy, Iron Man uncovered a peculiar frequency fluctuation. This oscillation bore a striking resemblance to a signal, perhaps a means of communication with the mastermind behind the scenes. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Thor, the god of thunder, unearthed records from ancient Asgardian texts regarding a dark artifact said to possess the power to wield formidable dark forces. If the enemy were to possess such an artifact, our troubles would be immense. His countenance grew increasingly grave. Black Widow discovered a mysterious emblem within a document. Upon investigation, it was linked to a clandestine organization lurking underground. This organization had been operating in the shadows, eluding our detection until now. Her voice brimmed with astonishment and indignation. Dr. Strange successfully deciphered a portion of the enigmatic runes, revealing a prophecy concerning the awakening of dark forces. This prophecy might herald an impending calamity of greater magnitude. His brow furrowed, his heart heavy with apprehension. Ant-Man, while sorting through samples, stumbled upon a minuscule biological chip. Upon analysis, it appeared that this chip could be the key to controlling the enemy's movements. Perhaps through studying this chip, we could unravel the means to counteract their manipulation. A flicker of hope appeared on his face. The group reconvened, sharing their discoveries. Captain America listened intently, his expression growing increasingly solemn. It seemed that the enemy we faced was more intricate and formidable than we had imagined. Yet we could not falter. We must devise a strategy to confront them. His gaze was resolute, filled with determination. Iron Man declared, I will upgrade our gear and weaponry based on these findings to enhance our combat capabilities. Thor responded, I will maintain contact with Asgard, seeking further support and assistance. Black Widow asserted, I will delve deeper into intelligence regarding that dark organization to uncover their hideout. Dr. Strange proclaimed, I will intensify my studies of magic to find ways to counteract the dark forces. Ant-Man resolutely stated, I will do everything in my power to assist everyone. Just then, the base's alarm blared abruptly. Something amiss. Iron Man swiftly checked the surveillance system. The expressions of the group shifted to one of gravity. They understood that a new battle was about to commence. Chapter 55. Amidst the sharp wail of the base's alarm, the members of the Avengers instantly transitioned from their recent discussions into a state of combat readiness. Captain Steve Rogers surged toward the monitor like an arrow released from its bow, his eyes sharp and fixated on the anomalous occurrences displayed on the screen. Everyone, take note. An unidentified object is rapidly approaching the base. His voice resonated with calm authority as he swiftly directed the team into action. Iron Man, Tony Stark, immediately activated his armor, the propulsion system igniting in an instant as he ascended, prepared to confront the threat. Jarvis analyzed the properties of the unidentified object and potential modes of attack. His voice resonated from within the armor, imbued with confidence and a fierce focus for battle. Thor, the god of thunder, gripped Mjolnir tightly as lightning danced upon the hammer, his gaze aflame with the fervor of combat. Whomever the adversary may be, they would tremble beneath the might of Mjolnir. His strides were resolute, each step echoing with the force of thunder. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, swiftly armed herself, her lithe form darting toward the exit. I shall seek the enemy's vulnerabilities from the shadows, she stated coolly and decisively, her silhouette flickering through the corridor. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, moved his hands in intricate patterns, conjuring magical sigils that hovered around him. His eyes were profound, as if peering through the present crisis to discern the path of the future. The power of magic shall be with us, he murmured, and with that, he vanished in a flash of light. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, inhaled deeply, adjusting his gear. Though I may not be the mightiest, I shall not falter, he muttered to himself, trailing closely behind the others. Upon reaching the summit platform of the base, they beheld several colossal flying objects in the sky, their peculiar forms radiating a disquieting glow. What in the world are those? Iron Man queried, employing his armor's scanning system to glean further information about the aerial intruders. Captain America furrowed his brow, declaring, regardless of what they are, we must be prepared for battle. At that instant, the flying objects unleashed beams of energy directed at the base. Scatter, Captain America shouted, raising his shield to deflect an incoming energy beam. The shield clashed against the energy, producing a tremendous shockwave that staggered him back several paces, yet he stood firm. Iron Man nimbly evaded the energy beams in midair, retaliating with his own strikes. Taste my energy cannon, he declared, as his armor emanated a brilliant light, firing energy blasts at the flying vessels. Thor leapt high into the air, wielding Mjolnir to summon potent lightning bolts that surged towards the flying entities. Behold the true power, he proclaimed, as the lightning erupted between the vessels, striking one and unleashing a plume of black smoke. Black Widow darted through the shadows of the building, seeking the weaknesses of the flying objects. She identified a critical point beneath one and swiftly fired her weapon. This is it. Her bullets struck true, incapacitating the propulsion system of one vessel. Doctor Strange materialized above another flying object, his hands weaving powerful spells that ensnared the vessel in place. You cannot escape, he declared, his magical aura shimmering, rendering the object immobile. Meanwhile, Ant-Man utilized his ability to alter his size, infiltrating the interior of one flying craft. Let me uncover the secrets within, he pondered, discovering a core apparatus just as several foes detected him, igniting a fierce close-quarters skirmish. Amidst the tumult of battle, the Avengers gradually gained the upper hand. However, the adversaries did not relinquish their hold easily. Suddenly, an aerial object unleashed a formidable electromagnetic pulse, instantly disrupting the electronic devices within the base and severing communication among the team. Be cautious, everyone, Captain America exclaimed with urgency. Iron Man's armor system was affected, temporarily losing some functionalities. Damn it, this is rather troublesome, he muttered, striving to regain control of his suit. Thor, the god of thunder, discovered that his lightning powers were suppressed, rendering him less formidable than before. What sorcery is this? He roared, continuing to swing Mjolnir in an attempt to break through the electromagnetic pulse's influence. Black Widow's weapons malfunctioned as well, compelling her to rely on her combat skills to engage the enemy. We cannot be defeated so easily. She gritted her teeth, entering into a fierce struggle with her foes. Doctor Strange's magic faced some interference, yet through sheer willpower and his adept magical prowess, he persevered in the battle. Magic shall not be vanquished so readily, he chanted aloud, bolstering his spells. Ant-Man encountered myriad challenges within the aerial vessel, yet he remained undeterred. I must succeed, he declared, ultimately seizing an opportunity to sabotage the core apparatus. As the core was dismantled, the aerial object lost control and plummeted to the ground. Witnessing this, the other vessels began to retreat. Do not let them escape, Captain America shouted, rallying the team to pursue. After a vigorous chase and assault, the enemy craft were finally repelled. Exhausted, the team returned to the base, each member bearing the marks and fatigue of battle. This enemy is formidable. They appear to have come prepared, Iron Man remarked while assessing the damage to his suit. Captain America nodded, but we shall not be defeated. We will uncover their intentions and the mastermind behind them. Thor sat nearby, breathing heavily. Regardless of their schemes, we will thwart them. Black Widow wiped the blood from her face. We must learn from this skirmish and be better prepared. Doctor Strange crossed his arms. I will further investigate the enemy's powers to discover a countermeasure. Ant-Man dusted himself off. I will also strive to enhance my abilities. I won't hinder the team in our next confrontation. At that moment, the base's communication system relayed an urgent message. Avengers. We have uncovered a significant lead that may pertain to the enemy's subsequent actions. The group's attention refocused as a new challenge loomed on the horizon. In the brief tranquility following the repulsion of the adversaries' aerial vessels, a tense and somber atmosphere enveloped the Avengers base. The members congregated around the conference table, each visage marked by the weariness and contemplation that followed battle. Captain Steve Rogers placed his hands firmly on the table, his gaze resolute and concentrated. The newly received lead may serve as the key to overcoming our current predicament, yet it could also be a ruse set by our adversaries. His voice resonated with calm authority, akin to an anchor in turbulent seas, stabilizing the slightly restless emotions of those present. Tony Stark, the Iron Man, reclined slightly in his chair, fingers gently tapping the surface of the table. Regardless of whether it is a trap, we must venture forth. We cannot simply await our enemy's next move. His gaze exuded resolve and a hint of defiance, as if every challenge before him were merely a technical conundrum awaiting resolution. Thor, the god of thunder, stood with arms crossed, his imposing figure radiating majesty. No matter the adversities that lie ahead, I shall not falter. However, we must proceed with caution to avoid falling into the enemy's snares. His words rang out like a resounding bell, imbued with the determination of battle and vigilance against the unknown. Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, delicately brushed her hair aside, her eyes calm yet piercing. We must meticulously analyze the origin and reliability of this lead. We cannot act blindly, lest we find ourselves in a more perilous situation. Her voice was low and methodical, reflecting the characteristic caution and acuity of a seasoned operative. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, gestured with his hands, the glow of magic flickering at his fingertips. With eyes gently closed, he seemed to be perceiving something through mystical means. I sense complex magical fluctuations surrounding this lead. Perhaps deeper secrets lie hidden within. He opened his eyes, his expression grave as he spoke. Scott Lang, the Ant-Man, fidgeted slightly in his seat. I am uncertain, but I trust the judgments of my companions. I am willing to do anything to contribute to the team. His voice carried a hint of nervousness, yet it was largely filled with faith and unwavering support for the group. Captain America nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in their words. This lead points to a remote region, rumored to be a significant stronghold for our enemies. Yet, we possess no knowledge of the circumstances there. Iron Man stood, declaring, "So what? When have we ever feared the unknown? We are equipped with the most advanced technology, the mightiest strength, and the staunchest resolve." Thor also rose, asserting, "Indeed, we cannot shrink back out of fear. This is our duty, a challenge we must confront." The Black Widow surveyed the group, cautioning, "Yet we must not act impulsively. We need to devise a meticulous plan, considering all potential scenarios." Doctor Strange interjected, "I can use magic to provide us with additional protection and warnings, though it cannot guarantee absolute safety." The room fell into contemplative silence. At that moment, Captain America broke the stillness, reminding them, "We are the Avengers. Our mission is to safeguard the world. Regardless of the challenges ahead, we must not waver. Yet, we must also act judiciously, lest our impulsiveness bring greater calamity upon the world." Iron Man concurred, "The captain is right. We shall split into teams, one for reconnaissance, another for assault, and a third for support and extraction." Thor expressed his agreement, affirming, "Very well, it is settled." Black Widow proposed, "Ant-Man and I shall take charge of reconnaissance. We can leverage our stealth and agility to gather more intelligence." Doctor Strange added, "Then Iron Man and I will handle support and extraction, employing our magical and technological means to ensure your safety." Captain America and Thor willingly took on the assault role, proclaiming, "We shall deliver a decisive blow at the critical moment." Once the plan was established, the group commenced their preparations with a palpable sense of urgency. Iron Man made final adjustments and upgrades to his armor in the laboratory, ensuring it would unleash its full potential in battle. Thor polished his enchanted hammer, channeling the power it bestowed, gathering energy for the impending conflict. Black Widow and Ant-Man meticulously readied various reconnaissance devices and weapons, intent on obtaining as much intelligence as possible without detection. Doctor Strange meditated in the sanctum of magic, enhancing his mystical strength in anticipation of potential magical assaults. With all preparations complete, the Avengers embarked on a new journey, boarding the Quinjet as it soared toward the location indicated by their clues. The atmosphere was heavy with trepidation. They understood that this could be an unprecedented confrontation. As the aircraft neared its destination, Black Widow and Ant-Man stealthily parachuted into the velvety darkness of the night. Captain America and Thor, fully armed, stood ready to launch their assault at the opportune moment. Doctor Strange and Iron Man remained aboard the jet, vigilantly monitoring the battlefield. Black Widow and Ant-Man cautiously approached the enemy stronghold, skillfully evading patrols and surveillance, successfully infiltrating the inner sanctum. Natasha, there are numerous peculiar devices and experimental samples here. Ant-Man whispered. Stay quiet. Be cautious of detection, Black Widow replied in a hushed tone. Just as they were about to delve deeper, an alarm blared. This is bad. We've been discovered, Ant-Man exclaimed. Without hesitation, Black Widow ordered a retreat and signaled their teammates. Upon receiving the signal, Captain America and Thor charged toward the enemy stronghold without a moment's hesitation. For justice, Captain America shouted. Thor swung his hammer, unleashing powerful lightning, causing the adversaries to tremble in the thunder's wake. Thus commenced a fierce battle. Chapter 57. The Quinjet raced through the night sky. The members of the Avengers each burdened with their thoughts, yet their gazes resolutely fixed upon the impending destination. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive, punctuated only by the faint hum of instruments and the slightly labored breaths of the team. Captain America, Steve Rogers, gripped his shield firmly, his eyes reflecting resolute courage and steadfastness in the face of the unknown. His muscles were subtly taut, reminiscent of a lion poised to pounce on its prey, ever ready to embrace the rigors of battle. This mission allowed for no failure, only triumph. His voice resonated deeply and powerfully within the confines of the cramped cockpit, infusing his comrades with an intangible strength. Iron Man, Tony Stark, sat at the helm, his fingers deftly maneuvering across the control panel, while the armor's myriad data flickered on the screen before him. Captain, rest assured, my armor is primed to face any challenge. A slight smile graced his lips. Despite the immense pressure, that confident grin never wavered. Standing nearby, Thor wielded his mighty hammer, radiating a brilliant light as lightning danced upon it, eager to unleash its destructive power. No matter how many foes stand before me, they shall tremble beneath my hammer. His voice boomed like thunder, exuding an air of authority and majesty. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, and Ant-Man, Scott Lang, busily inspected their gear in a corner. Black Widow's gaze was calm yet focused, each movement precise and swift. Scott, you cannot falter this time, she cautioned in a hushed tone, laced with seriousness. Ant-Man nodded, a mix of tension and resolve evident in his eyes. I know, Natasha. I shall give it my all. As the aircraft drew near, Black Widow and Ant-Man prepared for their jump. Good luck to you both, Iron Man remarked. They exchanged a glance, then without hesitation, leaped into the inky night sky. Meanwhile, Captain America and Thor remained in the aircraft, awaiting their signal. Time stretched agonizingly, each second feeling interminable. At last, Black Widow's urgent voice crackled through the earpiece. We've been detected, retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, Captain America and Thor shouted, charge. The duo swiftly opened the hatch and soared towards the enemy stronghold. Inside the enemy base, alarms blared and lights flashed. Black Widow and Ant-Man fled desperately from their pursuers. With her agile movements and exceptional combat skills, Black Widow evaded enemy attacks time and again. Ant-Man utilized his ability to alter his size, darting through narrow passages in an effort to elude capture. This way, Black Widow spotted an escape route, and they dove in hastily. However, the enemy was relentless, bullets whizzing past them. Just then, Captain America and Thor descended from above. Captain America raised his shield, deflecting enemy fire, while Thor swung his hammer, unleashing a bolt of lightning that incapacitated several foes. Follow us, Captain America commanded. Black Widow and Ant-Man promptly fell in line, and the four united charged toward the core of the stronghold. The enemy numbers swelled, encircling them from all sides, forming an impenetrable line. Push through, Thor bellowed, leading the charge. With each swing of his mighty Mjolnir, Thor unleashed a powerful surge of lightning, repelling the adversaries. Captain America followed closely behind, using his shield to deflect incoming attacks for his comrades. Black Widow and Ant-Man flanked the sides, relentlessly firing upon their foes. Iron Man and Doctor Strange monitored the battlefield from their aircraft, ready to provide support. J.A.R.V.I.S. Prepare for fire assistance, Iron Man commanded. Understood. Sir J.A.R.V.I.S. replied. Doctor Strange waved his hands, gathering magical energy. I shall cast a protective shield for them, he murmured. Under the valiant advance of the four, the enemy's defenses began to falter, allowing them to penetrate deeper into the heart of the stronghold. However, they encountered even more formidable defenses and unforeseen dangers. Be cautious, Captain America suddenly shouted, as a powerful energy beam shot forth from ahead. Thor swiftly raised Mjolnir, blocking the incoming energy. What on earth is that? He exclaimed. Black Widow surveyed the surroundings, deducing it to be some form of energy weapon. At that moment, a group of adversaries clad in specialized gear appeared, wielding unfamiliar weapons, launching an assault on the Avengers. Whatever it is, it shall not hinder us, Captain America declared. The four re-engaged in battle, fighting fiercely against their enemies. Amidst the chaos, Captain America's shield was struck, forming a crack. Captain, Ant-Man gasped. With clenched teeth, Captain America pressed on. Thor bore numerous wounds, yet remained undeterred in spirit. Come on, you scoundrels. Black Widow and Ant-Man's ammunition dwindled, yet they refused to retreat, resorting to close combat against their foes. Just as the situation became dire, Iron Man's aircraft arrived, unleashing a barrage of firepower that momentarily suppressed the enemy. Doctor Strange conjured magic, creating an opening for his allies. Charge! Captain America bellowed, leading the charge toward their ultimate objective. After a fierce struggle, they finally breached the enemy's formidable defenses, arriving at the core chamber of the stronghold. Within, a colossal device radiated an enigmatic glow. This must be what we seek, Iron Man remarked. However, as they approached the device, a mysterious figure materialized before them. Chapter 58. In that chamber filled with mysterious luminescence, the Avengers focused intently on the sudden apparition. The air seemed to freeze, and a tense atmosphere enveloped them like a heavy shroud. Captain America, Steve Rogers, squinted slightly. Instinctively tightening his grip on his shield, his body coiled and ready to respond to any imminent threat. Who are you? What are you doing here? His voice resonated with a deep timbre and undeniable authority. The lights on Iron Man Tony Stark's armor flickered erratically as his gaze pierced through the helmet's visor, rapidly analyzing the myriad data concerning the enigmatic figure before him. Regardless of your origins, those who dare to obstruct our path shall face dire consequences. His tone brimmed with confidence and provocation. Thor, the god of thunder, gripped Mjolnir tightly, crackling lightning dancing upon the hammer, his towering form exuding an overwhelming sense of dominance. Reveal your true identity, you shadowy interloper, he thundered, his voice echoing like a tempest within the chamber. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff stood poised, weapons in each hand. Her eyes alert and sharp, akin to a cheetah ready to pounce on its prey. Tread carefully. Let us first discern his intentions, she murmured, her voice calm and composed. Ant-Man Scott Lang cowered behind the others, his body trembling slightly, yet his gaze remained resolute, fixated on the mysterious stranger. This individual appears formidable, he muttered under his breath. The mysterious figure took a deliberate step forward, the surrounding light seemingly warping in response to his movement. Shrouded in a veil of mist, his visage remained obscured. Avengers, you ought not to be here, his voice rasped, echoing as if it emanated from a distant abyss. Captain America advanced a step, declaring, we come for justice. No one shall deter us, regardless of who you may be. The mysterious figure scoffed, justice? The so-called justice you speak of is merely a naive delusion. Iron Man interjected. Spare us your nonsensical rhetoric. Let us witness your true capabilities. With that, Iron Man unleashed a beam of energy toward the mysterious figure. The figure merely waved his hand, dissipating the energy beam into nothingness. Is that all you can muster? He mocked. Seeing this, Thor charged forward, wielding Mjolnir with fervor. Unperturbed, the mysterious figure raised a hand, a formidable force repelling Thor backward. Thor! Captain America shouted alarmingly. Seizing the opportunity, Black Widow launched her assault, her form flickering as she appeared behind the stranger, her weapon poised to strike. Yet, as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head, the mysterious figure effortlessly evaded her attack. Ant-Man, sensing the dire situation, swiftly enlarged himself, attempting to subdue the enigmatic being with his newfound strength. The mysterious figure simply gestured lightly, and Ant-Man was met with an overwhelming force, propelling him backward involuntarily. Everyone, be cautious. This individual is exceedingly powerful, Captain America cautioned. The mysterious figure laughed heartily. Do you truly believe you can conquer me with such feeble attempts? Utterly naive. At that moment, Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, materialized into the room through a magical portal. I sensed a potent dark force. So it is you, Doctor Strange proclaimed. The mysterious figure turned his gaze toward Doctor Strange. Do you think your sorcery can affect me? Doctor Strange began to weave his hands, conjuring a magical circle around him. We shall see, he replied. A mysterious figure unleashed a surge of dark energy, colliding with Doctor Strange's magic, causing the entire room to tremble under the force of their confrontation. Everyone charge! Captain America shouted, lunging once more at the enigmatic adversary. The members of the Avengers launched a fervent assault, engaging in an intense battle against the mysterious entity. Iron Man unleashed a relentless barrage of energy beams, while Thor summoned thunderous lightning strikes. Black Widow displayed her agility in combat, Ant-Man harnessed immense power, and Doctor Strange wielded his arcane sorcery, all directed toward the mysterious foe. Gradually, under the onslaught, the figure began to show signs of struggle, sustaining wounds yet fiercely resisting. Do you think this will defeat me? He bellowed suddenly, his body erupting with a formidable energy that sent everyone sprawling. The Avengers fell heavily to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Breathing heavily, the mysterious figure declared, This is merely the beginning. You cannot avert the impending catastrophe. With that, he turned toward the enigmatic device. We cannot allow him to succeed, Captain America shouted, struggling to rise. The others scrambled to their feet, rushing once more at the foe, just as the mysterious figure's hand was about to touch the device. Doctor Strange cast a powerful binding spell, momentarily immobilizing him. Quick, destroy the device, Doctor Strange urged. Iron Man surged forward, firing a potent energy beam that struck the device. In an instant, it exploded in a blinding flash of light. As the brilliance faded, the mysterious figure vanished without a trace. He has escaped, Thor remarked. But we thwarted his scheme, Captain America replied. The Avengers gazed at the wreckage of the device, filled with uncertainty and concern. What precisely was that device? What was his intent? Black Widow inquired. Doctor Strange furrowed his brow, sensing a significant conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. Regardless, we must ensure he does not prevail again, Ant-Man asserted. Indeed, we must prepare ourselves for the forthcoming challenges, Captain America declared. With hearts laden with questions yet fortified by resolve, the Avengers departed from the enigmatic locale. Chapter 59. Among the ruins left by the device's explosion, the Avengers caught their breath, their eyes still reflecting the vigilance and uncertainty born from battle. Captain America, Steve Rogers, slowly straightened, his muscles trembling from exhaustion, yet his unwavering gaze remained resolute. Whoever that individual was, his intentions are surely far from simple, he remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Iron Man, Tony Stark, emerged from his damaged armor, which was billowing smoke from various malfunctioning components. His expression dark and brooding. The strength of this adversary exceeded all expectations, and it seemed he was intimately familiar with our operations. Furrowing his brow, he sank into deep contemplation. Thor, the god of thunder, panted heavily, the glow of his mighty hammer dimming significantly, regardless of the nefarious plot lurking behind this encounter. As long as Thor stood firm, their schemes would not prevail. His voice resonated with determination, yet it could not mask the anxiety brewing within. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, leaned against the wall, steadying her breath. We must unravel this mystery swiftly, or our next encounter may not afford us such fortune. A flicker of concern glinted in her eyes. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, plopped down onto the ground, his body aching from the excessive use of his powers. What is truly happening? It feels as though we are ensnared in a colossal vortex. He shook his head, a look of bewilderment etched across his face. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, clasped his hands together, muttering incantations as he tapped into the magical energies surrounding him. This force is profoundly malevolent and exceedingly intricate. I require time to analyze it. He opened his eyes, his countenance grave. Captain America inhaled deeply and spoke. We should return to the base, gather our thoughts, and see if we can piece together any useful information from the clues we possess. The others nodded in agreement, their hearts heavy as they departed the chaotic scene. Upon returning to the base, the team immediately plunged into intense analysis and discussion. Iron Man sat before a vast screen, his fingers gliding swiftly as data and images flickered rapidly across the display. Jarvis, assist me in analyzing this combat data. Let us uncover any vulnerabilities of that enigmatic foe. His gaze was intensely focused, leaving no detail overlooked. Thor was engaged in dialogue with an envoy from Asgard, seeking insights from the realms of the divine that might illuminate this incident. We must ascertain the origin of this dark force, otherwise, Asgard itself may be in peril. His expression was solemn, his tone resolute. Black Widow occupied the intelligence room, her workspace cluttered with documents and files. I will meticulously reorganize all the intelligence we possess to uncover any overlooked details. Her eyes darted across the papers, her pen tirelessly recording notes. Ant-Man collaborated with scientists in the laboratory, examining the samples retrieved from the battlefield. Perhaps these specimens hold secrets about our adversary. Though not a scientist himself, he earnestly contributed his thoughts. Doctor Strange, ensconced within the Sanctum Sanctorum, was surrounded by mystical runes and shimmering lights. With his eyes shut tight, he immersed himself fully in the realm of magic, striving to decipher the information contained within that mysterious power. As time slipped by, a tense and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the base. Finally, Iron Man shattered the silence. I have discerned that the energy signature of the enigmatic individual bears a resemblance to an extraterrestrial entity we previously encountered, albeit not entirely identical. A trace of uncertainty lingers in his voice. Thor, the god of thunder, continued. The ancient tomes of Asgard document similar dark forces, though that was long ago, and specific details necessitate further investigation. The Black Widow raised her gaze and remarked, I have uncovered new leads concerning that mysterious organization. They appear to be conducting a series of clandestine experiments with an unclear purpose. Ant-Man exclaimed with excitement. We have detected a unique genetic sequence within the samples, potentially linked to the enemy's mutations and formidable strength. Doctor Strange slowly opened his eyes and stated, through the lens of magic, I sense a powerful entity orchestrating this force. Yet I remain uncertain of its identity. The assembly fell into contemplation, these fragmented clues resembling jigsaw pieces. Although some were gathered, they were insufficient to form a complete picture. Captain America rose and declared, "Regardless, we cannot remain passive. We must continue our search for clues, intensify our training, and prepare for the next challenge." The group nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with resolve. However, at that moment, the base's alarm blared once more. "This is bad. Trouble is afoot," Iron Man exclaimed. The team swiftly made their way to the monitoring room, where the screens revealed anomalous energy fluctuations across several locations in the city. "What is happening? Could this signal a new wave of attacks from the enemy?" the Black Widow inquired. Captain America clenched his fists and proclaimed, "Whatever it is, we must confront it. Let's move." The members of the Avengers embarked on their journey once again, unaware of what awaited them, yet the conviction in their hearts remained unshaken. On the streets of the city, chaos reigned as people ran in panic, fear enveloping every corner. Upon arriving at the scene, the Avengers beheld a peculiar assortment of creatures wreaking havoc. "What manner of monstrosity is this?" Ant-Man exclaimed in astonishment. Iron Man responded, "Whatever it is, we shall strike first and ask questions later." The team immediately engaged in battle, clashing fiercely with these creatures. During the fray, they discovered that these beings not only possessed formidable strength, but also exhibited a degree of intelligence, coordinating their efforts with tactical acumen. "This is going to be troublesome," Thor remarked. Captain America shouted, "Everyone, stay focused. Concentrate our power to take them down one by one." After a grueling conflict, the Avengers ultimately vanquished the creatures, temporarily quelling this crisis. Yet, they understood that this was merely the beginning. The conspiracy lurking behind the scenes continued, and they must strive harder to unearth the truth and safeguard this world. Amidst the ruins of the city, the members of the Avengers gazed into the distance, their hearts filled with a profound sense of mission and responsibility. They are acutely aware that the path ahead is fraught with formidable challenges, yet they stand undaunted. For they are the Avengers, the guardians of the world. Chapter 60. Amidst the desolate streets of the city, the members of the Avengers linger in a haze of smoke, a heavy atmosphere enveloping them like a shroud. Captain America, Steve Rogers, surveys the surrounding ruins, a profound sense of grief and indignation surging within him. He clutches his shield tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain. When will this relentless calamity cease? His voice is hoarse, laden with exhaustion and despair. Iron Man, Tony Stark, finds his armor in tatters, gazing at the scene before him, his once mischievous demeanor replaced by solemnity and resolve. No matter who the puppeteer behind this chaos may be, they shall pay dearly for their actions. His words echo with an unprecedented determination. Thor, the god of thunder, stands tall amidst the debris, his mighty hammer trembling slightly in his grasp, as if sharing his fury at the ceaseless destruction. "This is a sacrilege against peace. I shall compel the forces of darkness to bow before me." His roar reverberates through the air. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, has her hair tousled by the wind, her striking visage now marred by seriousness and concern. "We must swiftly uncover the source. We cannot allow such tragedies to recur." Her voice, though soft, is imbued with strength. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, stands nearby, his eyes wide with shock and fear as he takes in the devastation. "This is utterly terrifying. Can we truly halt this?" His voice trembles momentarily, but soon regains its firmness. "Yet, as long as we stand united, there is surely hope." Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, stands with arms crossed, the glow of magic flickering in his eyes. "I sense a far more potent darkness awakening. This may only be the beginning." His words deepen the weight of the atmosphere. Captain America inhales deeply and declares, "Let us return to the base. We must regroup and devise a more comprehensive strategy." The others nod in silent agreement. Following in his wake, their silhouettes cast in melancholy by the setting sun. Upon returning to the base, a profound silence envelopes them. Iron Man sits in the lab, staring blankly at a heap of damaged armor components. "Jarvis, we require more powerful weaponry and advanced technology to confront the challenges that lie ahead." His voice reflects dissatisfaction with himself and trepidation for the future. Thor stands alone on the rooftop, gazing into the distant sky, his thoughts drifting to Asgard. "I bear the weight of two worlds. I cannot allow the forces of darkness to encroach upon my homeland." He vows silently, his eyes gleaming with resolute determination. Black Widow pores over stacks of documents in the intelligence room, endeavoring to unearth pivotal breakthroughs from the labyrinthine clues. "There must be something we have overlooked. There must be." Her brow furrows in concentration, leaving no potentially useful information unexamined. In the training room, Ant-Man diligently practiced his ability to grow and shrink, his clothes soaked in sweat. "I must become stronger. I cannot hold everyone back any longer." He gritted his teeth, pushing the boundaries of his limits time and again. Meanwhile, Doctor Strange communicated with ancient magical forces within the Sanctum Sanctorum, seeking wisdom and strength to combat the encroaching darkness. The realm of magic brimmed with the unknown. He knew he must delve deeper to uncover the means to save the world. His silhouette grew ever more enigmatic amidst the mystical glow. At that moment, Captain America entered the conference room, and the eyes of the assembly turned toward him, filled with anticipation. Comrades, we must not be defeated by the challenges before us. We are the Avengers. Our mission is to protect the world, even at the cost of everything. His voice resonated powerfully, as if a ray of light pierced the darkness within their hearts. Iron Man rose to his feet, affirming, "The captain is right. We cannot remain idle. I have conceived new ideas regarding the enhancement of our suits and the development of new weaponry." Thor approached, declaring, "I will reach out to Asgard for additional support and strength." Black Widow added, "I will continue to gather intelligence, leaving no stone unturned." Ant-Man responded with a smile, "I too will train relentlessly to ensure I do not falter in our next battle." Doctor Strange nodded, "The power of magic shall be with us." Just as they braced themselves with renewed confidence to face the challenges ahead, the base alarm blared once more. This is dire. A surge of powerful energy has manifested in the heart of the city. Iron Man scrutinized the data on the screen, his expression turning grave. The team sprang into action, rushing once again to the battlefield. Upon arriving at the city center, they beheld a massive black vortex slowly swirling in the air, continuously emanating formidable dark energy. "What is that?" Ant-Man inquired in astonishment. Doctor Strange furrowed his brow. "This is a manifestation of dark power. It is exceedingly perilous." Without hesitation, Captain America charged forward, stating, "Whatever it is, we must destroy it." The others followed suit, engaging in a breathtaking battle against the dark forces. The dark energy relentlessly assailed them, each strike carrying immense power. Captain America struggled to deflect the blows with his shield, while Iron Man unleashed potent energy beams. Thor wielded Mjolnir, summoning lightning, and Black Widow deftly maneuvered through the dark energy in search of opportunities to strike. Ant-Man employed his unique abilities to attempt to dismantle the vortex's structure, while Doctor Strange cast various powerful spells to counter the dark forces. The battle raged fiercely, leaving them all battered and bruised, yet their fighting spirit remained unquenchable. "Stay strong. We cannot lose," Captain America shouted. Through their combined efforts, the strength of the dark vortex began to wane. Just as they believed victory was within their grasp, a colossal figure suddenly emerged from the swirling vortex. It was the enigmatic figure. Iron Man exclaimed. The mysterious individual emanated a formidable aura of darkness, his gaze cold and malevolent. "Do you truly believe this will thwart me?" Such naivety. His voice resonated as if it originated from the depths of hell. Captain America stepped forward resolutely, declaring, "No matter your schemes, we shall not allow you to prevail." The mysterious figure laughed heartily. "Then let us see what you can do." A more intense battle erupted once again. Chapter 61. Before the enormous dark vortex at the heart of the city, the members of the Avengers stood poised, their eyes fixed intently upon the enigmatic figure emerging from within, each nerve taut with anticipation. Steve Rogers, Captain America, gripped his shield tightly, his gaze resolute and unwavering, as if his determination could ignite an infinite flame of courage. "No matter your machinations, today it ends here." His voice was steady and powerful, cutting through the pervasive darkness around them. Tony Stark, in his Iron Man suit, shimmered erratically in the shadows, his eyes reflecting wariness and unyielding bravery toward the unknown adversary. "Come forth. Let us witness the extent of your prowess." His voice emanated from the suit, infused with his characteristic confidence and resolve. Thor, the god of thunder, raised Mjolnir high, lightning crackling around it, illuminating his face filled with fury and determination. Evil lurking in the darkness, prepared to face the judgment of the thunder god. He bellowed, as if channeling all his rage into a single strike. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, stood gracefully to the side, her expression cold and focused, her hands tightly grasping her specialized weapon, poised to deliver a lethal blow to the enemy. "This time, you will not escape easily." Her voice was low and laced with lethal intent. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, summoned his courage, his body slightly trembling, yet his eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve. "Even if my power is minuscule, I will fight with all my might for justice," he proclaimed, rallying his spirits. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, moved his hands in intricate gestures, the light of magic swirling at his fingertips, forming mysterious runes. "The forces of darkness shall not triumph in the presence of light," he intoned, his magical aura intensifying. The mysterious figure scoffed, "You overconfident fools, do you think you can thwart my plans?" With a sweeping motion of his hands, a surge of potent dark energy surged toward the Avengers. Without hesitation, Captain America charged forward, using his shield to absorb the impact of the dark energy. The shield collided with the dark force, emitting a dazzling brilliance and a tremendous roar. Captain America was pushed back several steps by the overwhelming force. But he quickly regained his footing and charged once more. Iron Man unleashed a series of energy beams, aimed directly at the mysterious figure. The enigmatic figure swiftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the assault, and with a deft motion, unleashed a surge of dark energy that struck Iron Man's armor, causing him to lose equilibrium in midair. Thor, the god of thunder, roared as he charged forward, his mighty hammer crackling with the power of lightning as it descended upon the mysterious figure. In a stunning display, the figure raised a hand and caught Mjolnir, gradually dissipating the electric force within his grasp. Seizing the moment, Black Widow launched an attack from the flank, her weapon slicing through the air toward the figure's form, yet it seemed to encounter an impenetrable barrier, inflicting no tangible harm. Ant-Man rapidly enlarged, attempting to subdue the figure with his newfound strength, but the figure merely pushed him aside with a gentle nudge, sending Ant-Man's colossal form hurtling away. Doctor Strange conjured formidable magic, striving to bind the figure's movements. Chains fashioned from arcane runes encircled the mysterious figure, but with an explosive display of power. He shattered them instantaneously. "This adversary is too formidable," Ant-Man exclaimed. "But we cannot surrender," Captain America declared resolutely. The Avengers renewed their assault, coordinating their abilities with precision. Captain America drew the figure's attention, while Iron Man provided aerial fire support. Thor sought an opening in the figure's defenses. Black Widow lay in wait from the shadows. Ant-Man utilized his agility to disrupt the figure's focus, and Doctor Strange continuously cast spells to sap the figure's strength. Amidst the fierce combat, the figure's movements began to slow, revealing several wounds upon his form. "Now is the time to intensify our attacks," Captain America shouted. The team unleashed their most potent abilities. Iron Man's energy beams blazed more brilliantly. Thor's lightning surged with greater ferocity. Black Widow's strikes grew increasingly lethal. Ant-Man's might magnified, and Doctor Strange's incantations deepened in complexity. Under the relentless onslaught, the mysterious figure began to falter. "Do you believe this will be enough to vanquish me?" he roared in fury, his body erupting with an overwhelming wave of dark energy that sent the Avengers sprawling. They crashed heavily to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Breathing heavily, the figure sneered. "This is merely a minor setback. You cannot thwart me." With that, he turned to re-enter the swirling abyss from whence he came. "We cannot allow him to escape," Captain America shouted, struggling to rise. The other Avengers, battered and weary, nevertheless summoned their strength to stand, their eyes filled with determination and resilience. With the last vestiges of his strength, Captain America hurled his shield toward the figure. The shield arced gracefully through the air, striking the figure in the back. Momentarily staggered, the figure faltered, and in that fleeting instant, Thor surged forward, striking the figure's head with Mjolnir. The figure let out a wail of pain, collapsing to the ground. The Avengers converged, poised to deliver a final blow to the enigmatic foe. However, at that moment, a formidable energy shield erupted from the mysterious figure, repelling the crowd once more. "You shall never conquer me," the enigmatic individual cackled, rising slowly to his feet. Just as despair began to engulf the onlookers, Doctor Strange suddenly discerned a flaw in the energy shield. "Aim for his chest," he exclaimed. Without hesitation, Captain America surged forward, followed closely by the other Avengers. They concentrated their strength, launching a final assault upon the mysterious one's chest. In a brilliant flash of light accompanied by a deafening explosion, the energy shield was finally shattered, and the figure began to dissipate within the radiance. The dark vortex also vanished, restoring tranquility to the city center. Exhausted, the Avengers collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Yet victorious smiles adorned their faces. "We did it," Iron Man murmured weakly. "But this is merely a fleeting victory. We cannot afford to lower our guard," Captain America cautioned. Nodding in agreement, they recognized that the path ahead remained fraught with challenges and uncertainties. However, as long as they stood united, nothing could thwart their quest to uphold justice. Chapter 62. In the heart of the city, the immense dark vortex loomed like a gaping maw, threatening to consume the entire world. The members of the Avengers formed a tight circle, their gazes fierce and unwavering as they fixated on the mysterious figure emerging slowly from the whirlpool. Captain America, Steve Rogers, gritted his teeth, his hands turning pale from the strain as he clutched the shield that symbolized justice and bravery. A resolute fire burned in his eyes, fueled by a singular thought: even at the cost of his life, this fiend must not succeed. He slightly crouched, akin to a cheetah poised to pounce on its prey, ready to strike. Iron Man, Tony Stark's armor flickered with unstable light amidst the darkness, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead and sliding down his cheek. "This adversary appears formidable, yet I shall not yield easily," he mused, a glimmer of determination evident in his gaze. His hands clenched tightly as the energy systems of his armor surged to full capacity, poised to unleash a lethal blow. Thor, the god of thunder, widened his eyes. His breath quickening with rage, the hammer in his hand seemingly resonating with his fury as lightning crackled violently. "You shall pay for your transgressions," he bellowed, each word resonating with the might of thunder, his face muscles quivering with indignation. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, pursed her lips, her gaze sharp and calm like a hawk in the night. Though her heart raced, years of training swiftly quelled her inner tension. Wait for the right moment. A single strike will suffice, she silently strategized, her body taut and ready to spring into action like a bolt of lightning. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, felt his legs weaken. Yet he inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. "I shall not waver. I must fight for the sake of all." He clenched his fists, rallying his spirit, and a resolute light gradually illuminated his gaze. Doctor Strange, with his hands gracefully weaving through the air, summoned the shimmering glow of magic at his fingertips. His brow furrowed tightly as his mind raced, strategizing against the enigmatic foe. He needed to uncover the adversary's weaknesses. The dark forces could not be allowed to rampage unchecked. His focus was intense and profound, fully immersed in this life and death struggle. The mysterious figure let out a chilling laugh, taunting, "You insignificant ants. Do you truly believe you can impede my advance?" With a flourish of his hands, a torrent of dark energy surged forth like a colossal wave towards the Avengers. Captain America charged forward without hesitation, bellowing as he braced his shield against the oncoming dark energy. The moment the shield collided with the malevolent force, a piercing shriek echoed, accompanied by a blinding flash of light. Captain America's body was propelled backward by the tremendous force, leaving deep gouges in the ground beneath him, yet his gaze remained steadfast, resolutely holding his ground against the encroaching darkness. Observing this, Iron Man immediately unleashed a barrage of concentrated energy beams aimed at the mysterious figure. "Taste my new weapon," he declared, his voice tinged with tension and anticipation. However, the enigmatic foe merely sidestepped the assault and countered with a swift gesture, striking Iron Man's armor with a wave of dark energy. Iron Man grunted as he was sent hurtling backwards like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground, smoke billowing from his suit. Thor, the god of thunder, roared as he surged forward, his hair whipping wildly in the wind, the fury in his eyes seemingly capable of incinerating the mysterious figure. "Receive this hammer," he proclaimed, leaping high as his mighty hammer descended with the force of 1,000 storms upon the foe. Astonishingly, the mysterious figure raised a hand and effortlessly caught Thor's hammer, gradually dissipating the electric power contained within. Shock and disbelief crossed Thor's face. Seizing the moment, Black Widow launched her attack from the side, darting towards the mysterious figure with the swiftness of a wraith, her weapon glinting ominously. Yet, it seemed as though an invisible shield surrounded the adversary, rendering her strikes ineffective. With a sudden glint of determination in her eyes, Black Widow swiftly adapted her tactics, employing her agility to dance around the enigmatic figure. Ant-Man grew instantly to a colossal size, his immense form resembling a small mountain. He lunged at the mysterious figure, intending to subdue him with his weight and strength. However, with a mere flick, the foe dismissed Ant-Man's massive body as one might swat a fly. Midair, Ant-Man reverted to his normal size, plummeting like a shooting star. Doctor Strange, hands weaving with fervor, chanted incantations, conjuring powerful magic. Mystical runes manifested around the mysterious figure, attempting to bind him. Yet, the foe unleashed a surge of formidable power, shattering the chains in an instant. Doctor Strange's complexion paled as he staggered backward, but his gaze remained resolute. "This foe is too powerful," Ant-Man exclaimed, his voice filled with dread and despair. "Yet we cannot surrender. As long as we stand united, we shall undoubtedly triumph over him." Captain America proclaimed loudly, his voice brimming with encouragement and strength. The Avengers launched another assault, coordinating seamlessly to harness their unique abilities. Captain America drew the attention of the Mysterio, continuously deflecting his attacks with his shield while searching for a chink in his armor. Iron Man provided aerial fire support. Despite his damaged armor, he unleashed numerous energy beams to disrupt Mysterio's movements. Thor, the god of thunder, poised himself nearby, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Black Widow, concealed in the shadows, created chaos for Mysterio with her precise marksmanship and agile maneuvers. Ant-Man exploited his size-altering abilities to launch unexpected attacks against Mysterio. Doctor Strange continuously wielded his magic to diminish Mysterio's strength. Amidst the fierce battle, Mysterio's movements began to slow, and wounds appeared upon his form. "Now is the moment to intensify our assault," Captain America shouted, his voice raspy from fatigue, yet still infused with unwavering determination. The team unleashed their most potent attacks. Iron Man's energy beams blazed brighter, slicing through the darkness like lasers. Thor's lightning grew more ferocious, as if seeking to rend the very sky. Black Widow's strikes became increasingly lethal, each bullet infused with her resolve. Ant-Man's might surged, each blow shaking the ground. Doctor Strange's magic deepened, with mysterious runes illuminating the air in a dazzling display. Under the onslaught of the Avengers, Mysterio began to falter, a mix of rage and terror etched across his face. Do you truly believe this can vanquish me? Mysterio bellowed in madness, his body erupting with an overwhelming surge of dark energy, akin to a bomb detonating. The Avengers were hurled back by this formidable force, crashing heavily to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Mysterio gasped for breath, his eyes revealing a blend of insanity and resolve. This is but a minor setback. You cannot thwart me. With that, he turned to plunge once more into the dark vortex. We cannot let him escape, Captain America shouted. Struggling to rise, a trickle of blood escaping from his lips. His gaze shimmered with defiance and determination as he limped towards Mysterio. The other Avengers also struggled to their feet, though battered and nearly spent. Their eyes remained resolute and unyielding. Captain America summoned the last of his strength, hurling his shield towards Mysterio. The shield traced a flawless arc through the air, striking Mysterio squarely between the shoulder blades. Mysterio stumbled, and in that fleeting moment, Thor charged forward, his hammer crashing down upon Mysterio's head. With a pained scream, Mysterio collapsed to the ground. The Avengers closed in, prepared to deliver the final blow. However, at that moment, a formidable energy shield erupted from the mysterious figure, repelling everyone once more. You cannot defeat me. The enigmatic figure cackled, rising slowly to their feet. Just as despair settled among the crowd, Doctor Strange suddenly discerned a vulnerability in the energy shield. Aim for his chest, he shouted. His voice weakened from the overexertion of magic. Without hesitation, Captain America charged forward, followed closely by the other Avengers. They concentrated all their strength for one final assault against the mysterious figure's chest. Amidst a dazzling flash of light and a tremendous explosion, the energy shield was finally shattered, and the figure began to fade into the brilliance. The dark vortex dissipated, restoring tranquility to the heart of the city. Exhausted, the Avengers collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Their faces were smeared with dust and blood, yet victorious smiles adorned their expressions. We did it, Iron Man said weakly, his armor nearly in ruins. But his eyes gleamed with pride. Yet this is but a fleeting victory. We must remain vigilant, Captain America declared, gazing at the sky, silently vowing to protect this world. The others nodded in agreement, aware that the road ahead remained fraught with challenges and uncertainties, yet united in their resolve to uphold justice. Chapter 63. In the city's center. The nightmarish dark vortex loomed like a gateway to hell, exuding a chilling aura. The members of the Avengers stood shoulder to shoulder, each face etched with unwavering determination. Their gazes like burning torches, fixated on the mysterious figure gradually materializing within the vortex. Captain Steve Rogers' chest heaved violently, each breath imbued with resolve. His grip on the shield trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the thrill and tension of the impending battle. No matter how strong you are, we shall not retreat. He vowed silently, his eyes shimmering with an indomitable spirit. His brow furrowed, teeth clenched, and facial muscles taut. He embodied a resolve to face death head-on. Iron Man, Tony Stark, felt his heart racing intensely, each beat resonating in his ears. The damage to his armor sent sharp pangs through him, yet it ignited a fierce determination within. I shall see just how many of my blows you can endure. His eyes glinted with a hint of madness and obsession, fists clenched tightly, poised to deliver a fatal strike to the enemy. Thor's eyes were bloodshot, his face flushed with rage. Gripping Mjolnir, the veins in his arms bulged, as if channeling all his fury into this one blow. You vile creature, today shall be your end. He roared silently within, each breath infused with a seething hatred for his adversary, his body slightly leaning forward, akin to a predator poised to pounce upon its prey. The Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, possessed a gaze both frigid and resolute, her heartbeat steady and powerful. Despite a simmering tension within, years of espionage training enabled her to adeptly conceal her emotions. Calmly, she reminded herself to wait for the opportune moment, her focus unwaveringly fixed on the enigmatic figure's every movement, her body taut like a bowstring, ready to unleash a lethal arrow at any instant. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, felt his throat parched and his legs tremble slightly, yet he pinched his thigh firmly, compelling himself to remain alert. I cannot succumb to fear. I must be as brave as the others. He inhaled deeply, striving to steady himself, his eyes wide with determination. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, was beaded with sweat, his mind racing as he contemplated every conceivable strategy to counter the mysterious foe. There must be a way to vanquish him. There must be. His lips quivered slightly, his hands fluidly transitioning through intricate magical gestures, his gaze revealing an insatiable thirst for victory. The mysterious figure emitted a chilling, contemptuous laugh. You fools dare to challenge my authority? His voice echoed like a chilling whisper from the abyss, laden with profound coldness and disdain. With a sweeping motion of his hands, he unleashed a torrent of dark energy, akin to a tsunami, surging toward the Avengers. Captain America charged forward without hesitation, bellowing as he collided his shield forcefully against the oncoming shadowy wave. The instant the shield met the darkness, a blinding flash erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar. The force of the impact propelled Captain America backward, his feet desperately clawing at the ground, leaving deep furrows in the earth. Yet, there was no hint of retreat in his eyes, only a steadfast resolve to resist. Iron Man immediately unleashed a barrage of concentrated energy beams. "Bring me down," he shouted, his voice brimming with fury and determination. However, the mysterious figure effortlessly sidestepped, retaliating with a swift motion, a whip-like tendril of dark energy striking Iron Man's armor. Iron Man grunted in agony, sent hurtling away like a projectile, crashing heavily to the ground, sparks flying from his suit amidst a billowing cloud of smoke. Thor's eyes widened as he leapt high into the air, roaring, "Prepare to meet your end." He swung Mjolnir with the force of a thunderstorm aimed at the enigmatic figure. Unperturbed, the mysterious being raised a hand, effortlessly catching the hammer, absorbing the immense power of lightning within his grasp. Thor's face was etched with shock and indignation, his arm trembling from the exertion. The Black Widow, like a specter, swiftly maneuvered from the side, inching closer to the mysterious figure with grace and agility. Now is the moment, she thought, her weapon striking out with lightning speed. Yet, it was as if an impenetrable shield enveloped the mysterious figure, her assault rebuffed mercilessly. With a fierce glint in her eyes, Black Widow swiftly recalibrated her strategy, employing her agile movements to engage the enigmatic figure, all the while seeking the opportune moment for her next strike. Ant-Man instantaneously transformed into a colossal giant, resembling a moving mountain as he lunged towards the mysterious individual, bellowing, "Prepare to be crushed." Yet, with a mere nudge, the enigmatic figure effortlessly sent Ant-Man's immense form soaring through the air, akin to a leaf caught in a breeze. As he plummeted back to his normal size mid-fall, like a meteor hurtling towards the earth, Dr. Strange conjured intricate and powerful spells, his hands dancing like phantoms. As he recited incantations, surrounding the mysterious figure, chains forged from arcane runes materialized, striving to bind him tightly. However, the enigmatic entity unleashed a tremendous force, shattering the chains into fragments. Dr. Strange's complexion paled as he staggered back a few steps, yet his gaze remained resolute. "He is far too powerful," Ant-Man exclaimed, his voice laced with fear and despair. "But we must not surrender. As long as we unite our efforts, nothing can impede us," Captain America proclaimed loudly, his voice imbued with encouragement and strength, his eyes radiating unwavering conviction, as if igniting the spark of hope within every heart. The Avengers launched their assault once more, coordinating seamlessly to maximize their abilities. Captain America persistently drew the mysterious figure's attention, blocking his fierce blows with his shield, while keenly observing for any weaknesses. Iron Man provided aerial fire support, despite his armor being severely damaged, valiantly unleashing powerful energy beams that continually disrupted the enigmatic figure's maneuvers. Thor, the god of thunder, stood vigilant, seeking the perfect moment to strike, each swing of Mjolnir imbued with unwavering determination. Black Widow, lurking in the shadows, created a series of complications for the mysterious figure through her precise marksmanship and nimble agility. Ant-Man, utilizing his unique ability to alter his size at will, launched unexpected attacks that caught the enigmatic figure off guard. Meanwhile, Dr. Strange relentlessly wielded various formidable spells, striving to diminish the mysterious entity's strength. In the heat of this intense battle, the movements of the enigmatic figure gradually grew sluggish, revealing a plethora of alarming wounds upon his form. "Now is the time to intensify our assault," Captain America roared, his voice hoarse from exhaustion yet brimming with fierce resolve. The group unleashed their most potent attacks. Iron Man's energy beams blazed even more brilliantly, resembling swords piercing through the darkness. Thor's lightning surged with greater ferocity, as if intending to rend the very skies asunder. Black Widow's strikes became increasingly lethal, each bullet infused with her unwavering determination. Ant-Man's power swelled, each blow shaking the very ground beneath them. Dr. Strange's magic grew more profound and enigmatic, as mysterious runes illuminated the air with resplendent brilliance, seemingly intent on dispelling the darkness entirely. Under the relentless assault of the crowd, the mysterious figure began to show signs of distress, struggling to withstand the onslaught. For the first time, a mixture of terror and fury marred his visage. "Do you think this will defeat me?" he bellowed madly, his voice laced with despair and defiance. Suddenly, an overwhelming and suffocating surge of dark energy erupted from his being, akin to a supernova detonating in an instant. The Avengers were once again violently cast aside by this formidable force, crashing to the ground like kites severed from their strings, momentarily incapacitated. Gasping for breath, The mysterious figure's eyes reflected madness and resolve. This is merely a minor setback. You will never thwart me. With those words, he turned to re-enter the dark vortex. He must not escape. Captain America shouted, struggling to rise from the ground, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. His gaze burned with indomitable fury as he limped resolutely towards the enigmatic adversary. The other Avengers gritted their teeth, enduring their agonizing wounds, and laboriously rose to their feet. Despite being battered and nearly depleted of strength, their eyes remained steadfast and resolute. With the last vestiges of his strength, Captain America hurled his shield with all his might towards the mysterious figure. The shield traced a graceful yet determined arc through the air, striking the foe squarely in the back. The mysterious figure faltered, and in that critical moment, Thor charged forward with a furious roar, wielding his hammer to strike the adversary's head with tremendous force. The mysterious figure let out a pain scream, collapsing to the ground. The Avengers swiftly encircled him, poised to deliver a final, fatal blow. However, at that moment, the mysterious figure unleashed another powerful energy shield, ruthlessly repelling them once more. You cannot defeat me, he cackled, slowly rising to his feet, his body swaying precariously, yet his eyes remained filled with madness. As despair and helplessness enveloped the group, Dr. Strange suddenly discerned a subtle weakness in the energy shield. Attack his chest, he cried, his voice weakened from overexertion and magic yet imbued with hope and determination. Without hesitation, Captain America charged forward again, followed closely by the other Avengers, their eyes ignited with the last embers of resolve. They pooled their collective strength for one final, decisive assault on the mysterious figure's chest. In a blinding flash of light, accompanied by a cataclysmic explosion, the energy shield was shattered, and the mysterious figure's form gradually dissipated into nothingness. The dark vortex vanished, and the city center finally returned to its former tranquility. The Avengers lay exhausted upon the ground, gasping for breath. Their faces were smeared with dust, blood, and sweat, yet a shared smile of victory illuminated their countenances. We did it, Iron Man murmured weakly, his armor nearly in ruins, his eyes reflecting both fatigue and pride. But this is merely a fleeting triumph. We cannot afford to lower our guard, Captain America declared, gazing at the azure sky, silently vowing to forever safeguard this world, ensuring such calamities would not recur. The others nodded in agreement, understanding that the path ahead remained fraught with unknown challenges and formidable obstacles. Yet, united in purpose, they felt confident that nothing could impede their resolute march in defense of justice. Chapter 64. Amidst the ruins of the city, where the acrid smoke still lingered, members of the Avengers lay sprawled upon the ground, breathing heavily. The sun struggled to penetrate the thick haze, casting its light upon their weary forms. Captain Steve Rogers rested beside a shattered concrete slab, his chest rising and falling violently, each breath accompanied by a sharp pain within. His gaze appeared distant, as if his thoughts lingered in the aftermath of the harrowing battle. Did we truly achieve it? He questioned inwardly, yet a faint smile of solace crept onto his face. He attempted to lift his arm, only to find his muscles aching to the point of near numbness. But this is just the beginning. The road ahead is long, he resolved through clenched teeth, striving to rally himself. Iron Man, Tony Stark, emerged from his battered suit, collapsing onto the ground. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, falling onto the scorched earth. Damn, this time we really went all out, he muttered, his eyes devoid of regret. He gazed skyward, contemplating how to enhance his suit for the next encounter. Next time, I cannot afford to be so disheveled. A hint of a stubborn smile graced his lips. Thor lay nearby, his eyes shut, breathing heavily. With each inhalation, he felt the searing heat in his lungs. Asgard will be proud of me, he mused, a look of pride crossing his face. Suddenly, he jolted awake, as if recalling something vital. No, I must return swiftly and ensure my homeland is safe. He struggled to rise, only to collapse back to the ground in exhaustion. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, lay on her side, her hair tousled across her face, obscuring her weary eyes. It's finally over, she whispered, her voice imbued with relief. With great effort, she pushed her hair behind her ear, her gaze gradually stealing. But we must not relax, greater threats await us. Her fingers trembled slightly, revealing the extent of her physical depletion. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, sprawled out in a starfish position, stared at the sky, his eyes filled with disbelief. I actually survived, and together we defeated such a formidable foe. He broke into a smile, his laughter tinged with a sense of relief as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Yet, he muttered softly, next time, please don't be so frightening. The smile lingered on his face. Dr. Strange leaned against a stone, his complexion as pale as parchment, the overexertion of his magic rendering him nearly feeble. This dark force will not dissipate easily, he murmured, worry etched in his eyes. He took a deep breath, attempting to regain some strength, yet he vowed silently. We will be prepared, we certainly will. his hands clenched involuntarily into fists. Captain America, enduring the pain coursing through his body, propped himself up with his elbow, struggling to sit upright. He gazed at his comrades, concern and pride mingling in his eyes. Is everyone all right? His voice was hoarse and weak. Iron Man turned his head towards Captain America. Cap, we're not dead yet. But this was truly exhilarating. He managed a strained smile. Thor inhaled deeply and proclaimed, I am unscathed, merely worried about Asgard. Black Widow struggled to sit up, asserting, we are all alive. That is our greatest triumph. Ant-Man also sat up, exclaiming, haha indeed. We are the invincible Avengers. Doctor Strange nodded slightly, yet we must not let our guard down. This may merely be the beginning. Captain America surveyed the group, resolute. No matter the challenges that lie ahead, as long as we stand united, nothing can defeat us. His gaze was steadfast and powerful, as if it could pierce through all darkness. The others nodded in agreement, their spirits reignited. At that moment, Iron Man struggled to rise. Let us head back to base. We need to recuperate. The rest of the team rose as well, supporting one another as they made their way toward the base. With each step, Captain America felt his leg muscles tremble, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. I must hold on, he urged himself inwardly. Thor, though his steps were heavy, maintained a steadfast gaze ahead. Black Widow's footing was somewhat unsteady, yet she remained composed. Ant-Man animatedly recounted thrilling moments from the battle as they walked, while Doctor Strange silently followed, contemplating future strategies. At last, they spotted the vehicles sent to retrieve them. Captain America exhaled in relief. They could finally rest. They climbed into the vehicle, which began to move slowly toward the base. Inside, silence enveloped them, each lost in their own thoughts. Captain America gazed out the window, reflecting on the hard-won victory that they must cherish. Iron Man leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes. Let me sleep for a while. Thor tightened his fists, determined to become stronger. Black Widow sighed softly, hoping for a brighter future. Ant-Man had already leaned back in his seat and succumbed to slumber, emitting faint snoring sounds. Doctor Strange remained immersed in contemplation, his countenance betraying a profound seriousness. The vehicle jolted forward, and the members of the Avengers gradually surrendered to fatigue, aware that future challenges awaited them. Yet in this moment, they required respite and restoration, preparing for the next battle to safeguard this world. Chapter 65. In the waning light of the setting sun, the vehicle carrying the members of the Avengers slowly approached the base. Outside the window, the desolate cityscape unfolded like a heavy canvas, with crumbling edifices and swirling smoke narrating the tale of the recent brutal conflict. Captain America, Steve Rogers, occupied a window seat, his gaze fixed outside, reflecting both the solace of victory and the sorrow for the city's devastation. Despite his extreme fatigue, his posture remained erect, a testament to years of military discipline. We have triumphed, yet the cost is exorbitant, he mused silently, his brow furrowing in deep reflection. Iron Man, Tony Stark, reclined in his seat, having shed his armor, appearing remarkably weakened. With eyes closed and brow furrowed, he replayed every detail of the battle in his mind. My armor is still insufficiently robust. It necessitates comprehensive redesign and enhancement. He resolved inwardly, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the armrest. Thor, the god of thunder, sat nearby, his gaze somewhat vacant. He recalled Asgard, pondering whether his homeland faced similar threats. I cannot allow such tragedies to unfold in Asgard. He clenched his fist, the muscles in his arm subtly tensing from the exertion. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, quietly occupied a corner, her eyes revealing a hint of fatigue and concern. The adversary had proven overwhelmingly formidable, and the future remained uncertain. She sighed softly, tidying her disheveled hair in an attempt to appear more alert. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, had drifted into dreams, his face still etched with the tension of battle, occasionally murmuring incoherently in his sleep. Don't come closer, look at mine. His body swayed slightly with the vehicle's movements, as if still engaged in combat on the battlefield. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, arms crossed, had his eyes closed. Yet his mind raced at high speed, pondering the origins and countermeasures against the mysterious dark forces. The realm of magic harbors countless unknowns. I must delve deeper into exploration. His brow quivered slightly, as the luminescence of magic flickered at his fingertips. At last, the vehicle arrived at the base, and the group disembarked slowly. Captain America's steps were heavy as he surveyed the familiar base, a swell of complex emotions rising within him. Let us all rest for now. We shall reconvene tomorrow to discuss subsequent matters. His voice, though weary, resonated with authority. Iron Man remained silent, merely nodding slightly before making his way toward his laboratory, eager to commence improvements on his armor. Thor gently patted Captain America's shoulder and declared, I need to contact Asgard to ascertain the situation there. With that, he turned and departed. Black Widow and Ant-Man supported each other as they made their way to the dormitory. Doctor Strange, on the other hand, entered the sanctum of magic, resolute in his pursuit of arcane knowledge. Captain America found himself alone in the conference room, seated with his hands cradling his head, lost in a sea of thoughts. Our strength is insufficient. We require a more formidable team and advanced technology. He picked up a document from the table detailing plans for recruiting new members. Perhaps it is time to expand our ranks, he murmured to himself. In his laboratory, Iron Man was illuminated by the glow of his armor. His gaze fixated and fervent as he manipulated tools with precision. This time, I shall incorporate a more powerful energy source and a more versatile weapon system, he muttered while diligently working. In the communications room, Thor engaged in dialogue with the warriors of Asgard. We must enhance our vigilance and be prepared to confront any potential threats, he stated with a serious expression and unwavering tone. Black Widow lay in bed, unable to find rest. She replayed every moment of the battle in her mind, contemplating her performance and areas for improvement. My combat skills require further refinement. I cannot always rely on my teammates. She turned over, gazing at the ceiling, determination shining in her eyes. Suddenly jolted awake from a nightmare, Ant-Man sat upright, gasping for breath. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. He wiped the sweat from his brow, striving to calm himself. Yet, I shall not waver. He reclined once more, closing his eyes in an attempt to reclaim sleep. Within the sanctum, Doctor Strange was enveloped by the mystical glow of arcane runes. Immersed in the world of magic, he tirelessly explored new spells and defensive techniques. I must discover a means to counter the forces of darkness. We cannot allow tragedy to unfold again. His voice resonated within the sanctum. The following morning, sunlight bathed the Avengers compound. The members gradually gathered on the training grounds. Captain America addressed the assembly. In light of yesterday's battle, we must acknowledge that our adversaries are growing stronger, and we must continually enhance our capabilities. His gaze swept across the crowd. Iron Man, how have your armor improvements fared? With a confident smile, Iron Man replied, significant breakthroughs have been made. Our next confrontation will astonish everyone. Thor chimed in, Asgard stands ready, prepared to provide support at a moment's notice. Black Widow nodded. I have also engaged in targeted training. I shall no longer be a hindrance. Ant-Man puffed out his chest, declaring, I will be braver than ever. With hands gesturing, Doctor Strange proclaimed, I have made new strides in mastering magic. Captain America regarded his comrades with satisfaction. Excellent. We are the Avengers. We shall not be defeated by adversity. We must grow ever stronger in our quest to safeguard the world. The crowd united in a powerful chant. For justice, for the world. Their voices reverberated across the playground, imbued with unwavering resolve and determination. Yet, at that very moment, the alarm at the base suddenly blared. This is not good. We have a situation, Iron Man declared. The expressions of the onlookers instantly turned grave, for they understood that a new battle was imminent. Chapter 66. The sun cast its gentle rays upon the base's playground, and a soft breeze wafted through, bringing with it a sense of tranquility. However, this fleeting serenity was abruptly shattered by the wailing alarm. Captain America, Steve Rogers, who had previously maintained a composed demeanor, now bore a tense countenance, his gaze sharp as that of an eagle. Everyone, prepare yourselves, he commanded, his voice resonating with decisiveness and authority. Iron Man, Tony Stark, transitioned from a relaxed demeanor to one of seriousness, arms crossed and brow furrowed, lamenting the untimely nature of the alarm. Yet, despite his words, a fierce flame of battle ignited within his eyes. Thor, the god of thunder, gripped his mighty hammer tightly, muscles taut, vowing that no adversary would easily prevail. His voice thundered like a storm, echoing throughout the playground. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, swiftly adjusted her stance, her gaze revealing a blend of calmness and focus, aware that trouble was once again afoot. It seems we have a predicament, she murmured, her posture poised for immediate action. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, felt his previously carefree smile vanish, replaced by an expression of tension and determination. I will not succumb to fear, he silently encouraged himself. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, waved his hands, the glow of magic flickering at his fingertips. Let me use my magic to discern what is unfolding, he stated, closing his eyes to concentrate his senses. Captain America turned to Doctor Strange and inquired, what do you see, Strange? Upon opening his eyes, Doctor Strange wore a grave expression. The situation is dire. A powerful and unfamiliar energy is approaching, its origin unknown. Regardless of its source, we must be ready for battle, Captain America asserted. Everyone, to the war room. We need to gather more information. The group swiftly made their way to the war room, their footsteps hurried yet resolute. Inside the war room, the large screen displayed various data and images. Iron Man scrutinized the screen, his fingers deftly maneuvering across the keyboard. The fluctuations of this energy are peculiar, unlike anything we have encountered before. Thor furrowed his brow, pondering, could this be yet another new foe? Black Widow observed the ever-changing data. Regardless, we must remain vigilant. Ant-Man paced anxiously nearby. What do we do now? Can we handle this? Doctor Strange clasped his hands together. Let us not panic. We need to analyze the situation with calmness. Captain America leaned on the table, his gaze unwavering. Listen up, everyone, no matter what adversary we face. We must unite and harness our full strength. Just then, the alarm blared once more, its sound more urgent and piercing than before. This is not good. The energy is accelerating towards us, Iron Man declared loudly. Captain America decisively commanded, everyone, mobilize and prepare for battle. The team swiftly donned their gear and rushed towards the helipad. Iron Man, clad in his newly enhanced armor, soared into the air, exclaiming, I will scout ahead. Thor, wielding his enchanted hammer, summoned lightning, proclaiming, I shall follow shortly. Black Widow sped away on a specially designed motorcycle, cutting through the wind with remarkable speed. Ant-Man slipped into a unique suit, declaring, I am ready as well. Doctor Strange conjured a magical portal, cautioning, everyone, be careful. Captain America conducted a final check of his equipment before setting off. Upon their arrival at the site of the energy disturbance, they discovered a desolate expanse of desert, where fierce winds whipped up clouds of dust. What manner of place is this? Iron Man inquired over the communication channel. Be cautious, something is amiss. Thor warned loudly. From the swirling sands emerged a colossal figure, exuding an aura of dread. What kind of monster is this? Ant-Man gasped in astonishment. Captain America shouted, prepare for combat. Iron Man was the first to unleash an energy beam directed at the massive silhouette. However, it appeared to have no effect. Thor charged forward, wielding his hammer to summon a tempest of lightning. The bolt struck the creature, yet it merely shuddered slightly. Black Widow maneuvered behind the beast, seeking its vulnerabilities. Ant-Man utilized his unique abilities to infiltrate the monster's interior. Doctor Strange employed his sorcery in an attempt to manipulate the creature's actions. Yet, the monster proved to be exceedingly powerful, swinging its enormous arms and launching an assault on the Avengers. Captain America raised his shield to block one of the creature's blows, only to be pushed back several steps by the overwhelming force. This foe is too formidable, Iron Man exclaimed. But we cannot relent. Captain America rallied. The team continued their desperate struggle against the beast. During the fray, a surge of energy radiated from the monster, sending the Avengers flying. Is everyone all right? Captain America inquired. We're still alive. Iron Man responded. Keep attacking. Thor urged. The group charged anew, engaging in relentless combat with the creature. The monster's assaults grew more ferocious, and the Avengers gradually found themselves in dire straits. This cannot continue. We must discover its weakness, Doctor Strange asserted. At that moment, Ant-Man identified a critical spot within the creature's body. I found it, he shouted triumphantly. Everyone, concentrate your attacks on that point, Captain America commanded. Amidst a cacophony of fervent assaults directed at the creature's vulnerabilities, the monster finally succumbed amidst a blinding radiance. We have triumphed, Ant-Man exclaimed with elation. The weary warriors collapsed upon the ground, gasping for breath. Yet this is merely a fleeting victory. We remain unaware of the myriad threats that lie in wait. Captain America remarked. As long as we stand united, nothing can vanquish us, Iron Man asserted. The gathered heroes exchanged resolute smiles, their eyes brimming with determination and bravery. They understood that the road ahead was long and the battles were far from over. Chapter 67 In the desolate expanse of the barren desert. As the colossal form of the monster crashed to the ground, a cloud of dust ascended, descending like a heavy curtain. The members of the Avengers lay scattered across this ravaged terrain, each gasping for breath, their gear battered and torn, their faces etched with exhaustion and pain. Captain America, Steve Rogers, knelt upon one knee, his shield embedded in the sand, his chest heaving violently as sweat trickled down his rugged visage, soaking into the arid earth beneath him. His gaze bore a hint of relief, yet was predominantly solemn. This battle was hard won, he murmured, his voice hoarse from exertion. Nearby, Iron Man, Tony Stark, reclined with parts of his armor strewn about, revealing damaged wiring and flickering sparks. He struggled to lift his gaze towards the sky, but we have won, haven't we? He attempted to muster a reassuring smile, yet it contorted painfully due to his bodily torment. Thor, the god of thunder, knelt with Mjolnir propped against him, inhaling deeply. His armor was marred with scratches and dents, the radiance of lightning dimmed. The toll of victory echoed in his voice, laden with fatigue and resignation. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, leaned against a rock, her hair disheveled, her face smeared with dust and blood. Her gaze appeared distant. We cannot afford to fight to the death every time. She spoke softly, her voice tinged with frailty. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, crawled up from beside the monster's carcass, returning to his normal size, and staggered towards his comrades. I feel as though my bones might shatter, he said, his voice quivering yet laced with a sense of survival. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, sat upon the ground, his hands resting at his sides, flickers of magical energy dancing at his fingertips. His complexion was ashen. This is merely the beginning. I sense a far greater darkness encroaching. He intoned, his voice low and fraught with concern. Captain America rose, his steps unsteady as he approached his companions. Let us assess our injuries. We must return to base with haste. Despite his weakened voice, it remained imbued with leadership. Iron Man struggled to rise, but fell back to the ground. J-A-R-V-I-S. Conduct a system self-check. I must know if this armor can endure, he gritted through clenched teeth. Thor took a deep breath, mustering the strength to rise. I can still walk. His gaze was resolute, his grip firm on Mjolnir. Black Widow gradually stood, moving her injured arm with care. We must return swiftly and devise a new strategy. Ant-Man sank onto the ground, a wry smile on his face. I might need your assistance. Doctor Strange gestured with his hands, casting a healing spell that temporarily alleviated their pains. Let's head back to the base first. Supporting one another, they made their way toward the distant spacecraft. Upon their return, the medical team promptly greeted them, escorting the more severely injured members for treatment. Captain America sat in the conference room, contemplating the strategic map on the wall, lost in thought. This enemy is far more formidable than we anticipated. Our intelligence efforts require enhancement, he murmured to himself. In the laboratory, Iron Man worked alongside the technical team to repair and upgrade the armor. This battle has made it clear that both the defensive and offensive systems of the suit need significant improvement, he stated while manipulating the instruments. Thor, in a separate room, engaged in remote communication with his Asgardian allies. We must be prepared to confront potential threats from the depths of the cosmos. His expression was grave, his tone unwavering. In the medical bay, Black Widow received treatment, her eyes gleaming with determination. I must become stronger. I can no longer be a burden to the team, she vowed silently. Ant-Man lay on the hospital bed, staring at the ceiling. I need to acquire more skills. I cannot afford to be so embarrassed in the next battle. He clenched his fist resolutely. Doctor Strange, in the sanctum of magic, pored over ancient tomes. I must discover the ultimate spell to counteract the forces of darkness. His demeanor was focused, wholly immersed in his studies. Days later, as their injuries had mostly healed, they reconvened in the conference room. Captain America surveyed the group. This battle has made us acutely aware of the enemy's strength and our shortcomings. Yet, we must not falter, we must unite and grow stronger. Iron Man nodded. I have upgraded the armor, incorporating new weaponry and defensive systems. Thor added, I have brought back new technologies from Asgard that will enhance our combat capabilities. Black Widow demonstrated her newly honed combat skills. I will no longer be easily defeated by our foes. Ant-Man, brimming with excitement, declared, I have developed new tactics that can play a significant role in our fights. Doctor Strange gestured with his hands, the light of magic flickering in the conference room. I have mastered new spells that can deliver a decisive blow to our enemies at critical moments. Captain America smiled with satisfaction. Excellent, everyone is making progress. However, we must remain vigilant, for we do not know when our next adversary will strike or how powerful they may be. The expressions of the gathered individuals grew serious. Their eyes filled with unwavering resolve and determination. However, at that moment, the base's alarm blared once more. Chapter 68. Within the bright and orderly conference room of the base, members of the Avengers were gathered, having just concluded a debriefing on their previous battle and strategizing for the future. Though fatigue lingered on their faces, it was overshadowed by a steadfast anticipation for what lay ahead. Captain America, Steve Rogers, occupied the foremost seat, his cerulean eyes fixed upon the table, seemingly still contemplating the discussions that had transpired. His posture remained erect, as if no challenge could ever bend his will. We are prepared, yet the road ahead is long. We must not allow ourselves any semblance of complacency. His voice resonated steadily, anchoring the emotions of those present like a stabilizing force. Iron Man, Tony Stark, sat nearby, his fingers deftly gliding over the surface of his tablet, his eyes sparkling with intellect. Captain, rest assured, my new armor has undergone its final adjustments. This time, I shall not disappoint. A confident smile graced his lips, concealing a subtle hint of anxiety beneath. Thor, the god of thunder, crossed his arms, leaning back in his chair, his formidable frame eliciting a slight creak from the seat. No matter the enemy that approaches, my hammer will ensure they understand true power. His voice thundered, brimming with authority and determination. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, sat elegantly, her gaze sharp and focused, as though she could see through all facades. We must exercise greater caution. We cannot afford to be caught off guard by our adversaries again. Her tone was soft yet resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, perched in the corner, leaned forward with earnest attention as he absorbed the words of his companions. I shall do my utmost to ensure I do not hinder the team. His voice carried a note of urgency, eager to prove his worth. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, clasped his hands beneath his chin, his eyes deep and enigmatic, as if perceiving the myriad possibilities of the future. The power of magic will be with us. yet we must not over-rely upon it. His voice was low and resonant, imparting an inexplicable sense of reassurance. At that moment, the sharp and urgent alarm of the base pierced through the tranquility of the conference room. Captain America sprang to his feet. Everyone, prepare for action. His voice was decisive and unwavering, devoid of hesitation. Iron Man swiftly set aside his tablet. "Jarvis, report the situation," he exclaimed, rushing towards the equipment room. Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir, emanating an aura of formidable might. "Let me see who dares to disrupt our peace." He strode purposefully after Iron Man. Black Widow rose without hesitation, her movements agile as she made her way to her arsenal. Ant-Man inhaled deeply, steeling himself for the battlefield once more. He summoned his courage and followed closely behind the others. Doctor Strange danced with his hands, a radiant beam of magic illuminating the air as he instantaneously vanished from his original position, reappearing in the surveillance room. "Captain, an immense energy source is rapidly approaching the base, origin unknown." Jarvis's voice resonated through the communication channel. As Captain America sprinted forward, he commanded, "All personnel, assume battle positions and prepare for confrontation." Iron Man swiftly donned his newly upgraded armor, its lights flickering, signifying formidable energy. "This time, I shall ensure they return without success." His voice brimmed with determination. Thor stood resolutely in the base's courtyard, the sky crackling with lightning, seemingly in response to his fury. Black Widow, fully equipped, appeared before the group with poise, her voice cold and resolute, ready for combat. Ant-Man donned his specialized suit, though slightly apprehensive, his eyes radiated resolve. In the surveillance room, Doctor Strange continuously cast spells, striving to uncover more information regarding the adversary. "This energy is exceedingly potent. Everyone, be cautious," he warned loudly. As the energy drew near, the atmosphere around the base thickened with tension. Suddenly, a flash of light pierced the air, and a cadre of enigmatic figures materialized above the base. Captain America gazed upward, steeling himself for battle, and shouted as he charged forward. Iron Man ignited his thrusters, soaring into the sky, his energy cannon poised for action. Thor swung his enchanted hammer, unleashing a tremendous bolt of lightning towards the foes. Black Widow nimbly maneuvered across the ground, her weapon discharging with relentless precision. Ant-Man exploited his unique abilities, alternately enlarging and shrinking, creating considerable chaos for the enemy. Doctor Strange, positioned in the rear, consistently wielded magic to support and shield his allies. The adversaries, undeterred, unleashed a barrage of powerful energy attacks, illuminating the sky with flashes and the air filled with the sounds of explosions. Captain America intercepted an enemy assault with his shield, counterattacking to repel one foe. "Hold the line," he bellowed. Iron Man engaged in a fierce aerial chase and exchange of fire with the enemies, his armor sustaining some damage under the onslaught. "Jarvis, enhance defenses," he commanded. Thor's lightning strikes continued to hit their mark. Yet the enemy seemed to possess a peculiar defensive capability, warding off most of the attacks. On the ground, Black Widow engaged in close-quarters combat with the enemies, her movements agile, each strike lethal and precise. Amid the chaos, Ant-Man sought out vulnerabilities in the enemy's defenses. "I found it," he shouted, charging towards a critical point of the opposition. Doctor Strange's magical brilliance flickered across the battlefield, creating further opportunities for his comrades. The battle raged intensely, and the Avengers gradually began to gain the upper hand. Yet, just as they believed victory was at hand, the enemy suddenly launched a formidable joint assault. A massive wave of energy surged towards the Avengers. "Beware," Captain America shouted. The team scrambled to evade the onslaught, but some members were still caught in its wake. "Push back a considerable distance. We cannot allow them to prevail," Iron Man declared, charging once more into the fray. Thor, the god of thunder, bellowed, wielding his mighty hammer to unleash an even greater storm of lightning. Black Widow gritted her teeth and continued her fierce battle against the foes. Ant-Man, undeterred, summoned his utmost potential. Doctor Strange waved his hands, conjuring a powerful magical shield to fend off the enemy's attacks. Through the Avengers' steadfast resistance, the onslaught of their adversaries was ultimately thwarted. Seizing the opportunity, they launched a final counterattack, and after an intense struggle, they succeeded in repelling the enemy entirely. At last, it was over. Ant-Man collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Captain America surveyed the chaos around him, knowing this was but a temporary reprieve. They must prepare even more thoroughly. The others nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with vigilance and determination, aware that greater challenges awaited them in the future. Chapter 69. As the last enemy fell amidst a dazzling burst of energy, the clamor of the battlefield gradually subsided, leaving only smoke and devastation in its wake. The members of the Avengers either knelt on the ground or leaned against the walls, gasping for air, each one feeling as though all strength had been drained from their bodies. Captain Steve Rogers knelt on one knee, his shield embedded in the earth beside him. beads of sweat trickling down his forehead and rolling down his cheeks, splattering onto the scorched ground. His gaze conveyed exhaustion, yet it was also filled with resolve and alertness. "Is everyone all right?" His voice was hoarse and weak, but still resonated with concern. Iron Man, Tony Stark, reclined beside a massive piece of debris, his armor flickering erratically, with some parts emitting wisps of smoke. He struggled to lift his head, managing a weary smile. "Not dead yet, Cap. But that was indeed a tough battle," he replied through the comms, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. Thor leaned on his hammer, his towering figure trembling slightly, drenched in sweat. "This battle reminds me of the fierce conflicts in Asgard," he spoke in a low, heavy voice, his eyes betraying nostalgia for his homeland and anxiety for the future. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, rested against a crumbling wall, her hair disheveled against her face, her battle suit riddled with tears and stained with blood. "We made it through, but who knows if we'll be this fortunate next time." Her voice was cold, yet a subtle hint of fear lingered in her gaze. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, crawled out from under a pile of rubble, his body returned to its normal size, appearing somewhat disheveled. "I feel as if I've been hit by a truck countless times." As he voiced his grievances, he staggered towards his comrades. Doctor Strange hovered in the air, the luminous aura of magic gradually dissipating around him. His complexion was as pale as parchment, beads of sweat adorning his forehead. This enigmatic force had not emerged by mere chance. His voice was laden with confusion and concern. Captain America rose to his feet, his steps somewhat unsteady. "Let us return to the base to assess casualties and repair our equipment. We require time to recuperate and reflect." Though his tone was weary, it still resonated with authority. The group nodded silently, supporting one another as they made their way towards the base. Upon their return, the medical team sprang into action, swiftly tending to the injured members. Iron Man was surrounded by technicians, urgently repairing and evaluating his damaged suit. Captain America sat in the conference room, a table laden with various battle data and intelligence before him. He rubbed his temples, attempting to untangle the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. What manner of adversary had they encountered? What were their intentions? He muttered to himself, brow furrowed. Thor stood by the window, gazing out at the sky, lost in contemplation. "This power feels both familiar and alien, as if it hails from an ancient darkness," he remarked, a trace of unease in his voice. The Black Widow lay on a medical bed, receiving treatment, yet her gaze remained fixed on the ceiling as she pondered every detail of the battle. "Our tactics still harbor flaws that necessitate recalibration," she murmured. Ant-Man, in the adjacent lounge, munched on an energy bar to replenish his strength while reflecting on his performance in the fray. "I can do better. I must grow stronger," he vowed silently. Meanwhile, Doctor Strange perused ancient tomes within the sanctum of magic, seeking clues related to this mysterious foe. "There must be something we have overlooked," he whispered. After a period of recuperation, the wounds of the group gradually healed, and their equipment was repaired and upgraded. Yet, a pervasive sense of unease lingered over the entire base. One day, during a routine meeting, Captain America regarded the assembly with a grave expression. "Although we have temporarily repelled the enemy, I sense a greater crisis looms ahead. We must not be complacent." Iron Man nodded in agreement. "I have conducted a comprehensive upgrade of the suit, enhancing its capabilities and weaponry. Yet I still feel it insufficient against an unknown adversary." Thor clenched his fists. "I will strengthen our ties with Asgard, seeking additional support and power," the Black Widow asserted. "I will further refine my combat skills and intelligence-gathering abilities to ensure we do not find ourselves in a reactive position." Ant-Man thumped his chest. "I too will train diligently, ensuring I do not hold anyone back." Doctor Strange clasped his hands together. "The world of magic harbors many mysteries yet to be explored. I shall continue to seek ways to combat this dark force." At that moment, the alarm of the base blared once more. A sense of foreboding washed over the room. Another crisis was at hand. Iron Man sprang to his feet, and the expressions of those present instantly turned grave, for they understood that a new battle was imminent. Chapter 70. In the conference room of the base, a heavy atmosphere weighed upon each heart like a leaden weight. The members of the Avengers, having just endured a fierce battle, were seated around the long table, their faces somber, their eyes reflecting both fatigue and vigilance. Captain America, Steve Rogers, occupied the prominent position, his resolute gaze sweeping across the assembly, each line etched upon his face seemingly narrating tales of past conflicts and responsibilities. "Comrades, although we have temporarily triumphed, this is merely the calm before the storm." His voice resonated deeply and powerfully, striking each individual like a hammer upon an anvil. Beside him sat Iron Man, Tony Stark, clad in his pristine armor that shimmered with a cold brilliance under the lights. A slight furrow marred his brow, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. "The captain speaks truth. Our adversary this time is extraordinary, and we must be thoroughly prepared." His fingers gently drummed upon the table, producing a rhythmic sound. "Thor, The god of thunder stood with arms crossed, his imposing figure exuding authority. His gaze was profound, as if he could pierce through the impending darkness. No matter the challenges we face, I shall not falter. Yet, we require greater strength. His voice resonated like thunder within the room. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, sat gracefully in her chair, her eyes reflecting calmness and decisiveness. Intelligence is paramount. I shall exert every effort to gather more information about our enemy. Her tone, though soft, was imbued with determination. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, leaned forward in the corner, a visage of tension and focus. I will train diligently to enhance my role in the battle. His voice carried a note of resolve. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, interlaced his fingers beneath his chin, his enigmatic gaze seemingly able to foresee myriad possibilities of the future. The powers of magic are unfathomable. I shall continue my exploration to augment our chances in this fight. His tone was calm and filled with confidence. At that moment, the alarm of the base erupted with a piercing sound, shattering the oppressive silence. All personnel, assume battle stations. Captain America commanded, rising swiftly with agility and decisiveness. Iron Man activated his armor in an instant, the propulsion system igniting as he soared into the air. J-A-R-V-I-S analyzed the enemy situation. His voice resonated from within the suit, brimming with urgency. Thor gripped his enchanted hammer tightly, lightning crackling upon its surface, striding purposefully toward the battlefield. Let me confront these ruffians. His roar echoed throughout the base. Black Widow quickly inspected her weaponry, moving with athletic grace to keep pace with the team. Everyone, stay alert. Her warning resounded through the communication channel. Ant-Man inhaled deeply, expanding in size, and fell in line behind the others. I shall not succumb to fear. He encouraged himself. Doctor Strange waved his hands, and a magical circle materialized beneath his feet. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, reappearing high above the battlefield. Upon their arrival outside the base, they were met with a sky thick with dark clouds, accompanied by thunderous lightning. A group of bizarre creatures, emanating an aura of malevolence, approached the base menacingly. What manner of monstrosity is this? Iron Man inquired in astonishment. Captain America raised his shield, declaring, no matter what they are, we must repel them. Iron Man initiated the assault, unleashing powerful energy beams from his armor towards the swarm of creatures. However, these beings exhibited remarkable agility, effortlessly evading the attacks. Thor swung his mighty hammer, conjuring formidable lightning that struck several of the creatures, yet they seemed largely unfazed, continuing their relentless advance. Meanwhile, Black Widow executed precise shots, each bullet finding its mark, but the overwhelming numbers of the enemy kept pouring forth. Ant-Man utilized his enlarged form to block a wave of attacks. Everyone, stay strong, he shouted. Doctor Strange cast a spell, ensnaring a group of creatures within a magical circle, yet it was soon shattered by their overwhelming strength. The battle had reached a stalemate, and the members of the Avengers began to feel the mounting pressure. This cannot continue, Captain America exclaimed. Iron Man pondered for a moment. We must identify their weakness. At that moment, Doctor Strange suddenly sensed something. I can feel their energy core in their abdomen. Upon hearing this, the team promptly adjusted their strategy, focusing their attacks on the creature's midsections. After an intense struggle, the onslaught of the enemy was finally halted. However, the Avengers were left battered and exhausted. They have temporarily retreated, but I sense it is merely the beginning, Doctor Strange remarked. Captain America nodded, urging everyone to return to the base to recuperate and prepare for the graver challenges ahead. Once back at the base, they began to reflect on the lessons learned from the battle. Iron Man sat in the lab, lost in contemplation over the data displayed on his computer screen. Our weapons require further enhancement to contend with such formidable foes. Thor polished his hammer, admitting, my strength appears insufficient. I must seek new breakthroughs. Black Widow scrutinized intelligence reports, concluding that the emergence of these creatures was no mere coincidence. A larger conspiracy surely lurked behind it. Ant-Man trained vigorously in the gym, determined to grow stronger and not be a burden to the team. Doctor Strange perused ancient tomes in the sanctum of magic, confident that within the arcane arts lay a means to counter their adversaries. Just as the team was preparing with anxious anticipation, the alarm at the base blared once more. In Chapter 71, the members of the Avengers, who had just endured a grueling battle, found themselves once again disrupted by the merciless sound of the alarm, shattering the brief tranquility. Every heart feels as though it is burdened by a heavy stone, yet weary faces ignite with resolute fighting spirit. Captain America, Steve Rogers, clenches his fists, his gaze piercing. The enemy has launched another assault, and we must confront them once more. His voice is steadfast and powerful, akin to a potent stimulant, invigorating the spirits of all present. Iron Man, Tony Stark, swiftly rises from his laboratory chair, his armor enveloping him instantly. This time, we shall ensure they have no return. His eyes shimmer with confidence and determination. Thor, the god of thunder, grips his mighty hammer tightly, lightning crackling around it. Let them tremble beneath my thunder, he bellows, exuding an aura so formidable it seems capable of dispelling all gloom. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, deftly inspects her weaponry, her demeanor calm and focused, prepared to embrace the battle. Her words are succinct yet imbued with undeniable resolve. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, takes a deep breath, striving to steady himself. I will give it my all. Though his voice carries a hint of tension, it is predominantly filled with bravery. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, gestures with his hands, magical light swirling at his fingertips. The power of magic shall fight alongside us. His expression is grave, fully committed to the fray. The team swiftly charges into battle, the sky teeming with a horde of peculiar foes radiating a chilling presence. Without hesitation, Captain America leads the charge, his shield gleaming under enemy fire. Follow my lead, he shouts, agilely dodging attacks and swiftly retaliating. Iron Man darts through the air, unleashing powerful energy beams. Taste my new weapon, he calls out, each strike inflicting significant damage upon the adversaries. Thor swings his hammer, unleashing torrents of lightning. You vile creatures. His roar echoes through the skies, sending foes tumbling. Black Widow moves like a specter across the battlefield, her weapons striking with lethal precision. None shall escape. Her eyes are filled with deadly intent. Ant-Man shifts size, at times enlarging to absorb enemy blows, and at others shrinking to exploit vulnerabilities. Witness my prowess, he exclaims, rallying himself. Doctor Strange employs an array of formidable spells, ensnaring enemies within magical circles or casting them away with arcane force. The powers of darkness shall not prevail, he mutters fervently, wholly immersed in combat. Yet, the enemy's numbers swell, and their attacks intensify, gradually overwhelming the Avengers. Captain America, covered in wounds, grits his teeth, fiercely resisting the onslaught. We cannot give up. His voice rings with unyielding spirit. Iron Man's armor sustains severe damage, energy reserves dwindling. Jarvis, hold on just a bit longer. He gasped for breath while relentlessly continuing his assault. Thor, the god of thunder, felt his stamina rapidly depleting. The speed at which he wielded his mighty hammer began to wane. I shall not fall. His gaze remained resolute. Black Widow had exhausted her ammunition, relying solely on hand-to-hand combat to engage her foes, silently urging herself to endure. Ant-Man's strength was nearly spent, his movements becoming sluggish. I cannot succumb like this. He fought to maintain his consciousness. Doctor Strange's magical radiance dimmed, beads of sweat adorning his forehead. He needed to discover a means of breakthrough. His mind raced with urgency. At that moment, the enemy launched a more ferocious onslaught, and the Avengers were forcefully repelled, collapsing to the ground. Was this truly the conclusion? Iron Man gazed skyward, his eyes filled with reluctance. No. As long as we still draw breath, there exists hope. Captain America struggled to rise, rallying his comrades to stand and continue the fight. His voice resonated with inspiration and strength. Upon hearing their leader's call, the team gritted their teeth and rose anew. For justice, for peace, Captain America shouted, charging once more into the fray. The Avengers' fighting spirit was reignited. They united closely, unleashing unprecedented strength as they engaged in a final, desperate struggle against their adversaries. Amidst the fierce battle, Iron Man suddenly discerned a critical weakness in the enemy's defenses. Everyone, concentrate your attacks there, he commanded. Without hesitation, they heeded his directive, pooling all their strength on that vulnerable point. At last, amidst a dazzling burst of light, the enemy's defenses crumbled, leading to their defeat. We have triumphed, Ant-Man exclaimed with exhilaration. Exhausted, they collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, yet their faces illuminated with the glow of victory. However, they understood that this was merely a fleeting triumph. Countless challenges still awaited them. Chapter 72. After the fierce battle concluded, the world momentarily returned to tranquility. Yet the members of the Avengers remained vigilant. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, developed a profound intrigue for the quantum realm due to his unique experiences during the conflict. After thorough preparation, he ventured once more into the quantum domain. This time, he delved into an uncharted territory where he made a remarkable discovery, a type of microscopic particle capable of stabilizing the fabric of space-time. Upon first beholding these particles, shimmering with an enigmatic glow, Ant-Man was filled with astonishment and exhilaration. He realized that if these particles could be extracted and harnessed, they might offer hope in resolving numerous daunting challenges and potentially alter the future of the world. However, Ant-Man soon recognized that the extraction process was fraught with peril. The energy fluctuations within the quantum realm were exceedingly volatile. A moment's inattention could trigger unforeseen catastrophes. Ant-Man approached the minuscule particles with utmost caution, his heartbeat quickening with every deliberate movement. However, just as he was about to make contact, a formidable surge of energy struck, casting him away with great force. Damn it! Ant-Man cursed, striving to regain his balance. He understood that surrender was not an option. Once he steadied himself, he endeavored to approach the particles once more. This time, he meticulously observed the surrounding energy fluctuations, seeking a moment of relative stability. After numerous attempts and failures, he discerned certain patterns. He realized that at specific quantum frequencies, the energy fluctuations would temporarily diminish, presenting a singular opportunity to extract the particles. As the pivotal moment arrived, Ant-Man inhaled deeply and swiftly extended his hand to grasp the particles. The instant his fingers made contact, an overwhelming force of suction enveloped him, as if it sought to draw his very essence into itself. Hold on. Ant-Man gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to resist this formidable pull. After an arduous struggle, he ultimately succeeded in extracting a small portion of the particles, yet he succumbed to fatigue and fell into unconsciousness. When Ant-Man regained consciousness, he found himself back in the realm of reality. Ignoring his physical exhaustion, he immediately conveyed this discovery to his fellow Avengers. Captain Steve Rogers listened intently, his expression grave. This may be the key to combating unknown threats, but we must proceed with caution. Iron Man Tony Stark promptly began analyzing the properties and potential applications of the particles, contemplating that mastering their power could lead to the creation of superior weapons and defense systems. Thor furrowed his brow, recognizing that such unknown forces might also harbor unforeseen dangers. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff nodded in agreement, asserting the necessity of further research and experimentation to ensure the safe utilization of this power. Doctor Strange, employing his magic, sensed the energy of the particles, acknowledging their potency while also recognizing the inherent uncertainty they presented. In the days that followed, the Avengers engaged in intense research and experimentation surrounding these particles. Iron Man toiled day and night in the lab, striving to develop a device capable of extracting and harnessing the particles' energy. Thor collaborated with scholars from the realm of Asgard, discussing the relationship between the particles and cosmic energy. Black Widow was tasked with gathering and analyzing intelligence, seeking clues related to the particles. Doctor Strange delved deeper into the essence and principles governing the particles through his magical prowess. Meanwhile, Ant-Man, having traversed the quantum realm, gained a more intuitive understanding of the particles. He continuously shared his experiences and insights with the other members, providing invaluable references for their research endeavors. However, just as the research was making significant progress, an unexpected incident occurred. During an experiment, due to a malfunction of the equipment, the energy of the particles suddenly spiraled out of control, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The force of the blast reverberated throughout the entire facility, causing severe destruction. "Is everyone all right?" Captain America inquired loudly. "Fortunately, we have sustained no casualties, but the losses are considerable," Iron Man remarked, surveying the wreckage of the laboratory with a furrowed brow. "We must reassess the risks associated with this project," Thor stated. Just as they found themselves in a predicament, a mysterious organization emerged, displaying immense interest in the particles and attempting to seize them from the Avengers. "Who are these individuals?" Ant-Man questioned. "Regardless of their identity, we cannot allow the particles to fall into their hands," Captain America asserted resolutely. Thus, the Avengers continued their research on the particles while confronting the threat posed by the enigmatic organization. In their confrontations, the Avengers discovered that their adversaries possessed formidable technological prowess and arcane magical abilities. Their methods of attack were peculiar and varied, leaving the Avengers struggling to defend themselves. "This is quite challenging," Black Widow remarked. "Yet we shall not retreat," Iron Man declared. In the midst of a fierce battle, Doctor Strange unfortunately fell into the clutches of the mysterious organization. "We must rescue him," Thor exclaimed. To save Doctor Strange, the Avengers devised a meticulous plan. Ant-Man utilized his ability to alter his size, infiltrating the base of the mysterious organization. He cautiously evaded numerous surveillance systems and traps while searching for Doctor Strange's whereabouts. At last, he discovered Doctor Strange in a hidden cell. "Hurry, we must leave," Ant-Man urged. However, just as they were preparing to escape, they were detected by the mysterious organization. A fierce chase ensued, with Ant-Man and Doctor Strange fleeing through the base, evading their pursuers. Just when they found themselves cornered, Captain America, Iron Man, Thor, and Black Widow arrived in the nick of time, engaging the enemy in a desperate struggle. After an intense battle, the Avengers successfully rescued Doctor Strange and repelled the mysterious organization. Yet, this incident made them realize that the existence of the particles had attracted the attention of various factions, and the challenges they faced would only intensify. "We must expedite our research and find a safe method to utilize the particles. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire," Captain America stated. The group nodded in agreement, once again immersing themselves in their urgent work. However, unbeknownst to them, a grander conspiracy was quietly brewing. Chapter 73. following the heart-pounding adventure in the quantum realm. The astonishing revelations brought back by Ant-Man Scott Lang rippled through the Avengers like a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake. The minuscule particles capable of stabilizing the fabric of time and space resembled a mysterious yet perilous key, one that could unlock the doors to uncharted realms or precipitate unforeseen calamities. As Ant-Man recounted his experiences in the quantum realm, his gaze still bore the lingering shock and trepidation. It was a realm entirely beyond our imagination, brimming with unpredictable energy and enigmatic laws. When I first beheld those particles, their flickering luminescence resembled the heartbeat of the cosmos, mysterious and potent. His voice quivered slightly, as if he were transported back to that moment fraught with uncertainty and danger. Captain America, Steve Rogers, stood with arms crossed, his expression grave as he absorbed Ant-Man's narrative, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation and concern. This indeed was a significant discovery, yet we must tread with utmost caution. Such unknown power, if mishandled, could spell disaster for us all. His tone was steady and resolute, each word imbued with a sense of responsibility and duty. Iron Man, Tony Stark, immediately immersed himself in the analysis and research of the particles. Seated in the laboratory, the screen before him displayed intricate data and images, his gaze intense and fervent. If we could unravel the secrets of these particles, we might just forge technology capable of transforming the world. However, this endeavor would demand time and extensive experimentation. As he spoke, he deftly manipulated the instruments, striving to glean more information about the particles. Thor, the god of thunder, stood nearby, Mjolnir in hand, his attention fixed on the samples of the particles, a solemn expression gracing his features. This power evokes certain arcane energies from the cosmos, perhaps tied to the ancient legends of Asgard. Yet, we must not be beguiled by its latent might. We must explore with caution. His voice resonated like thunder, filled with reverence for the unknown. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, observed quietly from the sidelines, her gaze sharp and composed. While we conduct our research, we must also maintain secrecy. Once the information leaks, we cannot fathom the trouble it might invite. Her tone was low and cautious, a reminder of the potential risks at hand. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, gestured with his hands, the glow of magic shimmering at his fingertips as he endeavored to perceive the essence of the particles through sorcery. This power harbors profound magical principles, and we must navigate it carefully to avoid irreversible consequences. His voice was steeped in mystery and vigilance. In the days that followed, the Avengers base transformed into a bustling research center. Iron Man tirelessly refines his experimental apparatus, endeavoring to discover a safe method for extracting the energy of microparticles. Thor, the god of thunder, maintains a close liaison with scholars from the realm of Asgard, seeking knowledge and insights regarding cosmic energy. Black Widow utilizes her extensive intelligence network to vigilantly monitor any external forces that may express interest in microparticles. Dr. Strange delves deeply into ancient tomes of magic, attempting to unearth clues related to microparticles from age-old arcane wisdom, while Ant-Man, drawing upon his experience in the quantum realm, provides invaluable first-hand data for their research endeavors. However, just as their investigations were gaining momentum, an unforeseen calamity struck. During a pivotal experiment, a minuscule miscalculation led to the instantaneous destabilization of microparticle energy. The once tranquil laboratory was abruptly engulfed by a formidable energy storm, obliterating equipment in an instant, the explosive shockwaves sweeping across the entire base like a ferocious beast. "Beware!" Captain America shouted, wielding his indomitable shield to shield his companions from the remnants of the explosion. In the midst of the chaos, Iron Man swiftly activated the emergency protection system, striving to mitigate the damage inflicted by the blast. JARVIS. Initiate the contingency plan. His voice cut through the din with a palpable urgency. Thor swung his enchanted hammer, unleashing bolts of lightning in an attempt to harness the rampant energy. "Hold on, everyone!" His thunderous roar echoed through the air. Black Widow and Dr. Strange promptly organized the evacuation of personnel within the base, ensuring everyone's safety. Ant-Man was hurled against a wall by the force of the explosion. Dazed, he struggled to rise, eager to assist others. "What is happening?" he shouted. As the tumultuous aftershocks finally subsided, the base lay in ruins. The Avengers surveyed the devastation before them, their hearts heavy with despair and defeat. "The losses are too great," Iron Man remarked. His expression darkened as he surveyed the debris scattered across the floor. "Yet we cannot simply surrender," Captain America asserted, his gaze resolute and unwavering. Just as they grappled with the shock and dismay of the incident, an even graver dilemma emerged. A clandestine organization, unbeknownst to them, had learned of the existence of microparticles and commenced a series of assaults and infiltrations against the Avengers. The members of this organization were formidable, equipped with advanced technology and enigmatic superpowers. In a sudden raid, they exploited the Avengers' unpreparedness to infiltrate the base, intent on seizing samples of the microparticles. Intruders detected. The alarm blared throughout the facility. The Avengers swiftly transitioned into combat mode, engaging in fierce skirmishes with the members of the mysterious organization. Iron Man unleashed energy beams from the sky, fiercely battling the enemy's aircraft. "You shall not prevail." His voice brimmed with indignation. Thor swung his hammer, each strike accompanied by the resounding crackle of thunder, repelling foes one by one. "Feel the wrath of the god of thunder," he bellowed. The Black Widow, utilizing her agile prowess and precise marksmanship, deftly maneuvered among her adversaries, delivering lethal strikes. "Do not underestimate me." Her voice was icy and resolute. Doctor Strange wielded formidable magic, ensnaring foes within mystical circles or hurling them away with arcane force. "The power of magic shall safeguard justice." His tone resonated with authority. Ant-Man exploited his ability to alter his size, launching unexpected assaults on enemies, causing considerable disarray. "Allow me to demonstrate my might." His voice brimmed with determination. After a fierce confrontation, the Avengers successfully repelled the assault from the enigmatic organization, yet they recognized that this shadowy group would not relent easily. They must prepare for even greater challenges ahead. Following the battle, the team convened to deliberate their next course of action. "We must swiftly uncover the origins and intentions of this mysterious organization. We cannot remain passive targets," Captain America declared. "I will enhance the defenses of our base to ensure they cannot strike so easily again," Iron Man asserted. "I will continue to seek further clues regarding the microparticles. Perhaps therein lies a means to confront this organization," Dr. Strange stated. "I will leverage my intelligence network to gather more information about them," the Black Widow added. "I, too, will strive to train and elevate my abilities." Chapter 74. In the aftermath of the explosion triggered by the uncontrolled energy of microparticles, the Avengers' headquarters lay in disarray and devastation. Smoke hung thick in the air, and debris scattered about, silently chronicling the calamity they had just endured. Captain Steve Rogers stood amidst the ruins, a glimmer of concern and contemplation reflecting in his steadfast gaze. As he surveyed the scene, a profound sense of responsibility weighed heavily upon him. "This is our setback, but it is by no means the end." His voice was steady and powerful, piercing through the silence with clarity. Iron Man Tony Stark, with a furrowed brow, glared at the damaged equipment, frustration and regret etched across his features. "This was my oversight. I will swiftly devise a solution to restore our research framework." He clenched his fists, silently vowing to recover from this loss. Thor's towering figure stood out amidst the rubble, his grip firm on Mjolnir, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon. "This unknown force tests us. We must not falter." His voice thundered with resolve and courage. The Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, moved gracefully yet assuredly through the wreckage, her gaze calm and sharp, meticulously scrutinizing every detail. "We must learn from this incident, fortifying our safety measures and ensuring we do not grant our enemies an opportunity," she articulated, her tone soft yet imbued with decisiveness. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, moved his hands in intricate patterns, casting spells as he sought to perceive any lingering waves of dangerous energy in his surroundings. The realm of magic was steeped in mystery. Perhaps within it lay the key to mastering the energy of subatomic particles. His gaze was profound, as if he could unveil the truths hidden beneath the surface. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, crouched beside a shattered stone slab, his expression a tapestry of confusion and uncertainty. Everything had transpired so abruptly. Could they truly harness such formidable power? He murmured to himself, his heart heavy with apprehension about the future. Yet, before they could fully recuperate from this latest upheaval, a new crisis had silently emerged. A mysterious organization haunted the Avengers like a specter in the night, persistently harassing and attacking them. On a tranquil evening, the base's alarm suddenly shattered the stillness, piercing the night air. All personnel on alert. Intruders detected. Captain America's voice resonated through the communication channel as he swiftly grasped his shield and charged toward the source of the alarm. Iron Man immediately activated his armor, igniting his propulsion systems and soaring into the sky. "JARVIS. Assess the enemy's distribution and numbers," he commanded, his tone laced with tension and focus. Thor brandished his mighty hammer, Mjolnir, as lightning crackled around him. "Let me teach these insolent foes a lesson," he bellowed, striding forward with determination. Black Widow vanished into the shadows, poised to flank the enemy with stealthy precision. Dr. Strange, hands weaving spells, summoned a magical circle before him, declaring that the forces of darkness would not prevail easily. Ant-Man swiftly minimized in size, infiltrating the enemy ranks in search of weaknesses. As they confronted their adversaries, they soon realized that this foe was more cunning and formidable than any previous encounter. Equipped with advanced weaponry and exhibiting seamless tactical coordination, It was evident that they had undergone meticulous planning and training. Beware their energy weapons. Iron Man shouted, agilely evading the energy beams launched by the enemy. Thor surged into the fray, his hammer swinging with thunderous force, each strike accompanied by the roar of lightning, driving back their foes. You insignificant insects shall not triumph over us, he roared, displaying unparalleled ferocity. Black Widow darted through the shadows, her weapons finding their marks with lethal accuracy. Her movements swift and deadly. None shall escape. Her voice was cold and filled with lethal intent. Doctor Strange unleashed a myriad of enchanting spells, ensnaring enemies within magical circles or hurling them away with arcane force. Feel the might of magic, he proclaimed, as the brilliance of his spells illuminated the darkness. Ant-Man continued to shift in size within the enemy's ranks, sowing chaos and confusion among them. Prepare to witness my prowess, he exclaimed excitedly, fully utilizing his unique abilities. Despite the Avengers' valiant resistance, the enemy appeared to possess an uncanny understanding of their tactics and capabilities, consistently evading their assaults at critical moments and delivering effective counterstrikes. Amidst the fierce combat, Captain America discerned a troubling pattern. These adversaries seemed to be deliberately stalling, their intentions extending beyond mere aggression. While fending off the enemy's onslaught, he proclaimed loudly. Iron Man also sensed something amiss. Jarvis, analyze the enemy's patterns of movement and uncover their true motives. His voice resonated with confusion and vigilance. At that moment, the enemy abruptly began a methodical retreat, vanishing into the encroaching darkness. Do not pursue. Exercise caution. There may be a trap. Captain America timely restrained Thor, who was eager to chase after them. Upon returning to the base, the team commenced a thorough analysis of the battle. This was undoubtedly no ordinary assault. They seemed to be probing our strengths and defenses, Black Widow remarked, her expression grave. Doctor Strange nodded in agreement, and their understanding of us runs remarkably deep. There must be a formidable mastermind orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. Ant-Man furrowed his brow. So what shall we do? We cannot remain in a state of passive defense indefinitely. We must take the initiative, identify the core of this enigmatic organization, and obliterate them, Captain America declared, his gaze resolute. Iron Man contemplated for a moment. I shall expedite the development of new equipment and technologies to enhance our combat prowess. Thor thumped his chest. I will return to Asgard to seek assistance and uncover any leads related to this mysterious organization. Black Widow and Doctor Strange affirmed their commitment to intensifying intelligence gathering and magical research, while Ant-Man resolved to train diligently to elevate his abilities. In the days that followed, the Avengers busied themselves, preparing for the impending showdown. However, unbeknownst to them, the sinister plot lurking in the shadows was gradually surfacing, heralding an even greater crisis on the horizon. Chapter 75. Within the confines of the base following the mysterious organization's raid, the members of the Avengers found themselves engulfed in profound contemplation and tense preparations. A heavy atmosphere pervaded the air, as if a more formidable storm was brewing. Captain Steve Rogers stood before the command room's window, gazing at the remnants of the setting sun, his expression revealing both determination and concern. This attack was no coincidence. What could their true objectives be? He murmured, the questions swirling in his mind like a tangled web. In the laboratory, Tony Stark, illuminated by the glow of the lights, focused intently on the virtual screen before him. His hands moved swiftly, manipulating the data and images that flashed by. Whatever their scheme, I will ensure they witness the might of technology. He gritted his teeth, resolved to find a breakthrough in the development of new equipment. In his chamber, Thor clasped Mjolnir tightly, eyes shut, striving to establish a deeper connection with the powers of Asgard. Father, grant me wisdom and strength to unveil the truth that lies beneath. He prayed silently, the power of thunder flickering around him. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, sat in the intelligence room, her gaze fixed upon the screen, which was awash with intricate clues and data. Her focus was unwavering, keenly discerning every minute detail. There must be something we have overlooked, she thought. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, tirelessly sifting through and analyzing the information. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, was ensconced in the sanctum of magic, surrounded by ancient tomes and enigmatic runes. His hands moved gracefully, the light of magic leaping at his fingertips as he sought strategies from the arcane knowledge of yore. The realm of magic harbors innumerable secrets. I am convinced there lies an answer that can unravel this predicament, he murmured, fully immersed in his mystical exploration. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, was in the training room, repeatedly practicing his ability to enlarge and shrink, his clothes drenched in sweat. I can no longer be a burden to others. I must grow stronger. He gritted his teeth, relentlessly pushing his limits. As days turned into weeks, the Avengers labored in their respective domains, yet progress remained painfully slow. Just as anxiety and confusion began to grip them, an unexpected lead emerged. Black Widow, through an in-depth analysis of a mysterious organization's past operations, uncovered a pivotal figure lurking in the shadows. This individual appeared to orchestrate every move of the clandestine group, yet their identity remained shrouded in mystery. This is the most crucial lead we have thus far. We must identify this person post-haste, Captain America declared, convening all members for an urgent discussion in the conference room. Iron Man scrutinized the clues provided by Black Widow, furrowing his brow. Jarvis, conduct a thorough analysis of this information and see if we can uncover more about this individual. Doctor Strange crossed his arms, contemplating for a moment. Perhaps I can trace this lead through magic, but it will require some time to prepare. Everyone sprang into action, launching an investigation centered around this new lead. In the ensuing days, Iron Man, utilizing advanced technology, ultimately unearthed some threads related to this enigmatic figure. This individual seemed connected to a scientific organization that had vanished years ago, which was engaged in a perilous experiment. Thor's eyes gleamed at this revelation. Perhaps this is linked to a dark force Asgard had once sensed. Just as they were poised to delve deeper into the investigation, the base was struck once more. This assault was fiercer than any before, with the enemy seemingly intent on breaching their defenses at all costs. Prepare for battle, Captain America bellowed, seizing his shield and charging into the fray. Iron Man instantly donned his armor, igniting his propulsion systems and soaring into the air. Allow me to introduce you to my new weapon. Thor wielded Mjolnir, thunder rumbling in response. Come forth, vile creatures. The Black Widow, wielding her weapon, deftly maneuvers through the battlefield, ensuring that none of her foes escape. Doctor Strange conjures powerful magic, ensnaring adversaries within a mystical circle. The forces of darkness shall ultimately be dispelled by the light. Ant-Man continuously alters his size, causing significant disarray among the enemy ranks. Witness my extraordinary transformation. After an intense battle, the Avengers successfully repelled their foes, yet they paid a steep price, as several facilities within their base lay in ruins. We can no longer remain passive. Captain America surveyed the devastated base, his heart brimming with fury and resolve. At that moment, Doctor Strange gleaned vital insights from his magical explorations. I believe I have discovered the hiding place of the enigmatic figure, though it is shrouded in formidable magical barriers. No matter the obstacles, we must confront them, declared Iron Man. Thus, the Avengers resolved to take the initiative, embarking toward the mysterious location. Unaware of what awaited them, their conviction had never been so unwavering. As they journeyed toward their destination, they encountered myriad hardships. Inclement weather, treacherous terrain, and persistent harassment from a clandestine organization posed immense challenges to their advance. Yet the Avengers did not falter. They supported one another, pressing onward with courage. At long last, they arrived before the enigmatic edifice concealed within the mountains. Prepare yourselves for the final confrontation, Captain America proclaimed, his comrades' gazes resolute as they stepped through the unknown threshold. Chapter 76. Along the winding mountain path leading to the mysterious structure, the members of the Avengers marched with unwavering strides. Each step imbued with indomitable determination and a profound sense of duty. The fading rays of the setting sun cast elongated shadows upon them. Yet they could not obscure the resolute brilliance emanating from their beings. Captain Steve Rogers led the way, his gaze fixed ahead, firmly gripping the shield that symbolizes justice and valor. His steps were steady and powerful, each one a declaration of war against the unknown enemy. Remain vigilant. What we face may be unprecedented, he intoned, his voice resonating through the silent valley, filled with conviction and calm. Iron Man, Tony Stark, followed closely behind, his armor glinting resplendently under the sun. His gaze was focused and keen, constantly scanning the environment through his suit's systems. Captain, rest assured. My armor is primed for any eventuality, he stated confidently, though a hint of tension flickered in his eyes. Thor strode purposefully, his hammer resting upon his shoulder, lightning crackling around him. His countenance was grave and solemn, as if in communion with the divine within. No matter the source of evil, it shall be reduced to ashes beneath my thunder, he declared, his voice echoing like rolling thunder, reverberating through the valley. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, moved gracefully within the ranks, her vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings for any signs of movement, her weapon poised for immediate action. Be cautious. Even the slightest change may signify an enemy trap, she warned her comrades in a low, steady voice. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, wove his hands through intricate magical runes, casting protective spells upon the team. His gaze was profound and enigmatic, as if he could foresee the impending peril. The power of magic shall guide us, yet we must remain alert, he intoned, his voice imbued with an aura of mystique. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, appeared somewhat anxious, continually adjusting his gear while muttering to himself. I must prove my worth. I cannot let everyone down. He silently encouraged himself, striving to conquer his inner fears. As they drew nearer to the enigmatic structure, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive and uncanny. A sudden gust of wind surged through the once tranquil forest, the rustling leaves whispering ominously of foreboding signs. "This wind feels rather suspicious," Captain America remarked, halting his advance and raising his shield, keenly surveying the area. Iron Man activated the scanning system of his armor. No discernible threats were detected. Yet that did not equate to safety. Thor sensed the air's essence, noting a dark undertone carried by the wind, urging caution. Black Widow crouched low, urging her team to maintain formation and refrain from scattering. Doctor Strange intensified the magical protections, feeling a potent surge of mystical energy nearby. Ant-Man took a deep breath, resolute that they would face whatever lay ahead together. Following the howling wind, an eerie silence enveloped them, a stillness that sent shivers down their spines. Reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Upon finally reaching the entrance of the mysterious edifice, the imposing door exuded an ancient and malevolent aura. Its surface was adorned with intricate symbols and patterns that sent chills through the spine. "Behind this door surely lies a significant secret," Captain America declared. Iron Man stepped forward, attempting to decipher the mechanisms with technological prowess. "Let me examine this ancient technology," he said. Thor raised his enchanted hammer, proclaiming, "If it cannot be opened, I shall smash it down." Black Widow interjected, "Hold on. We do not yet know what traps may lie behind that door." Doctor Strange scrutinized the runes etched upon the door, recognizing them as a formidable magical seal that required a specific approach to unlock. Just as they deliberated on how to breach the entrance, a swarm of shadowy figures emerged around them, lunging forth to attack. "Be careful," Captain America shouted, raising his shield to confront the foes. Iron Man unleashed energy beams, illuminating the darkened adversaries. Thor swung his hammer, summoning lightning that struck several of the shadows in an instant. The Black Widow weaves through the shadows, her weapon striking with pinpoint accuracy at the vital points of her foes. Doctor Strange casts his magic, ensnaring a swarm of dark figures within a mystical circle. Ant-Man, harnessing his unique abilities, enlarges himself and delivers a powerful blow that sends several adversaries sprawling. After a fierce skirmish, the shadows are momentarily repelled. However, the Avengers quickly realize this is merely the vanguard of their enemies, and the true test lies ahead. "Let us take a brief respite to regain our strength in preparation for the battles to come," Captain America asserts. Iron Man inspects the damage to his armor, remarking, "This is merely a warm-up. The real challenge awaits us." Thor, panting heavily, declares, "No matter how many foes arise, I shall not waver." The Black Widow wipes the blood from her weapon, stating, "We must swiftly unlock this door to uncover the truth." Doctor Strange closes his eyes, replenishing his magical energy, and proclaims, "I have devised a method to break the seal." Ant-Man stands nearby, anxiously watching the enigmatic door, hoping for a favorable outcome. Following a brief intermission, Doctor Strange begins to cast spells to unravel the seals on the door. As he intones his incantation, the runes upon the door begin to shimmer, and it slowly opens. A formidable surge of dark energy surges forth from within, nearly toppling the assembled heroes. "Everyone, be cautious," Captain America shouts. The Avengers take a deep breath and stride resolutely into the ominous doorway, filled with uncertainty and peril, prepared to confront a decisive battle that will determine the fate of the world. Chapter 77. Before the ominous door, exuding a malevolent aura. The members of the Avengers Alliance stand poised, their hearts entwined with tension and resolve. Captain Steve Rogers clutches his shield tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the slowly opening portal of darkness, his mind swirling with thoughts. Behind this door may lie the key to saving the world. Or perhaps an abyss of despair, yet regardless, retreat is not an option. He inhales deeply, silently bolstering his courage. Standing beside him, Iron Man Tony Stark's armor flickers in the gloom. His eyes reflect both curiosity about the unknown and vigilance against potential threats. "Captain, whatever lies within, my armor shall not fail us." His voice resonates through the suit's communicator, exuding his characteristic confidence. Thor grips Mjolnir tightly, his muscles taut, his eyes ablaze with a thirst for battle. "I am prepared to face any challenge, even those that emerge from the abyss." His voice booms like thunder, embodying fearless valor. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff narrows her eyes, her expression steely. "Everyone, be alert. Even the slightest oversight could plunge us into dire straits." Her tone is low and serious, a reminder for her comrades to remain vigilant. Doctor Stephen Strange gestures with his hands, weaving magical runes, his demeanor grave. "This dark power is formidable. We must tread with caution." His tone was laden with caution and concern. Ant-Man Scott Lang stood at the rear of the group, his body trembling slightly. Yet his eyes radiated determination. "I will do my utmost, not to hold everyone back," he murmured to himself, striving to conquer the fear within. As the great doors swung wide open, a formidable wave of dark energy surged forth, crashing against the assembly. "Steady," Captain America bellowed, using his shield to withstand the onslaught of this force. Iron Man swiftly activated the thrusters of his suit, attempting to maintain his balance in the air. This power is overwhelming. He gritted through clenched teeth. Thor, the god of thunder, roared, wielding Mjolnir, unleashing lightning to counter the encroaching darkness. Allow me to shatter this gloom. Black Widow deftly sidestepped the dark energies while searching for the enemy's whereabouts. Stay calm. Look for an opportunity. Doctor Strange continuously shifted his hands in intricate magical gestures, striving to control the dark force. We cannot let it spiral out of control. Ant-Man struggled to establish his footing amidst the chaos. This is utterly insane. Captain America vowed silently as he gazed at the surging darkness before him. No matter what, we must push through for the sake of peace in the world. Iron Man, while fending off the dark power, declared, Captain, we cannot remain on the defensive. We must devise a proactive strategy. The moment this force weakens, we charge in. Captain America responded, I'm ready when you are. Thor shouted, I can hardly wait. Black Widow observed the fluctuations of the dark energy and remarked, Look, it seems to be diminishing. Doctor Strange called out, Now is the time. Follow my lead. United under Doctor Strange's guidance, they surged into the portal of darkness. Inside lay an immense shadowy expanse, enveloped in thick fog that obscured their direction. Be cautious of your surroundings, Captain America warned. Iron Man activated the illumination system of his suit, casting light over a small area. Where are we? Suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed from the mist. At last, you have arrived, Avengers. The group tensed, warily scanning their surroundings. Who are you? Show yourself. Thor thundered. A figure gradually emerged from the fog. A mysterious being with a contorted visage. Did you truly believe you could easily vanquish me? The figure sneered. Captain America stepped forward, asserting, No matter who you are, we will not allow your schemes to succeed. The mysterious figure laughed heartily. You think you can stop me? Such naivety. Iron Man fired an energy beam at the figure, only for it to be effortlessly dismissed with a wave of the hand. Iron Man's eyes widened in astonishment. Thor charged forward, swinging Mjolnir at the mysterious entity. But the figure sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a powerful force that sent Thor reeling backwards. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Black Widow launched an attack, only to be effortlessly subdued by a mysterious figure. How infuriating. Doctor Strange conjured his magic, attempting to ensnare the enigmatic adversary. Yet, the mysterious being struggled and broke free from the magical bindings. You insignificant ants cannot hope to contend with me. Ant-Man, witnessing this, swiftly enlarged himself and charged at the mysterious figure, only to be sent flying by a single kick. Everyone, attack together. Captain America shouted, rallying his comrades for another assault. Each member unleashed their most formidable abilities, engaging in a fierce battle against the mysterious entity. Amidst the fray, Captain America pondered, no matter how powerful the foe, we must not surrender. United, there lies hope. Iron Man, meanwhile, was engrossed in strategizing how to exploit his armor's capabilities to discover the mysterious figure's weakness. There must be a way, there must. Thor, undeterred by setbacks, declared, I shall not be defeated by you. Black Widow sought an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow, reminding herself to remain calm and composed, for a flaw was bound to reveal itself. Doctor Strange continuously shifted his spells, striving to suppress the mysterious figure. We cannot allow him to gain the upper hand. Ant-Man, despite being knocked back repeatedly, resolutely rose again to continue the fight. I will not fall. After a grueling struggle, the mysterious figure's movements began to slow, and the Avengers glimpsed the dawn of victory. Let us put in more effort, Captain America urged. Once more, the team launched a vigorous offensive, and the mysterious figure finally exposed a vulnerability. Now's the time, Iron Man exclaimed, seizing the moment. Captain America struck the figure's head with his shield, followed swiftly by Thor's hammer delivering a crushing blow. The mysterious figure let out a cry and collapsed to the ground. We did it, Ant-Man shouted with exhilaration. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the dark forces surrounding them surged once more, as if a more formidable enemy was about to emerge. Chapter 78. In that fleeting moment when the mysterious figure fell, the members of the Avengers did not feel the slightest relief. Instead, an even stronger sense of unease welled up within them. The surrounding dark energies swirled menacingly, threatening to engulf them entirely. Captain America, Steve Rogers, gripped his shield tightly, his vigilant gaze scanning the vicinity. His breath was slightly hurried, yet his inner resolve remained unwavering. Do not let your guard down. This may merely be the beginning. His voice resonated with calm authority in the oppressive darkness. Iron Man, Tony Stark, observed the roiling dark forces with a furrowed brow, his armor flickering erratically. What is this place? It feels increasingly dire, he muttered, anxiety creeping into his tone. Yet his energy weapons remained poised for action. Thor, breathing heavily, felt the fluctuating power of lightning coursing through his hammer. Whatever comes next, I shall not retreat. His eyes burned with indomitable spirit. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, swiftly recalibrated her demeanor, her gaze both calm and incisive. Remaining composed, she sought a strategy to confront the looming threat. Her voice, though soft, managed to stabilize the collective anxiety of the group. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, deftly maneuvered his hands to conjure mystical runes, attempting to discern the origin and trajectory of the dark force enveloping them. The source of this power was unfathomable, necessitating utmost caution. His expression grew increasingly grave. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, concealed himself behind his comrades, his body trembling slightly, yet his eyes radiated unwavering resolve. "I will keep pace with everyone. I shall not lag behind," he murmured. At that moment, a low, rumbling growl reverberated from the shadows, causing the very space to quiver. "Prepare for battle," Captain America bellowed, prompting the group to immediately adopt a combative stance. As the growl intensified, a colossal figure gradually emerged from the darkness. It loomed like a mountain, exuding an oppressive aura that seemed capable of consuming all light. "What manner of beast is this?" Iron Man exclaimed in astonishment. Thor clenched his jaw, declaring, "Whatever it may be, we will strike first and inquire later." With that, he swung his enchanted hammer, unleashing a powerful bolt of lightning towards the creature. However, the moment the lightning made contact, it vanished without a trace, as though entirely absorbed by the beast. Seizing the opportunity, Black Widow fired several specially designed bullets, yet they struck the creature as if they had been swallowed by the abyss, yielding no effect. Doctor Strange hastily invoked his magic, striving to restrain the creature's movements, but his spells were swiftly neutralized in proximity to its formidable dark power. Observing this, Ant-Man quickly enlarged himself, charging forth in an attempt to engage the beast in close combat. Nevertheless, with a mere flick of its hand, the creature sent Ant-Man hurtling away. "Everyone, attack together," Captain America shouted, leading the charge towards the monstrosity. Iron Man unleashed a barrage of energy beams. Thor continuously summoned lightning. Black Widow agilely darted around the beast to strike, and Doctor Strange cast an array of potent spells. United, they launched an exhilarating battle against the creature. Yet, its strength was overwhelming. No matter how fervently the Avengers attacked, they could inflict no significant damage. Conversely, each strike from the beast placed them in perilous jeopardy. "This cannot continue," Captain America thought anxiously. Iron Man, while assaulting the creature, called out, "Captain, we must identify its weakness." Thor, panting heavily, replied, "But this fiend shows no vulnerabilities." Just as despair began to settle in, Doctor Strange suddenly detected a subtle energy fluctuation on the creature's body. "Perhaps that is its weak point," he proclaimed loudly. Without hesitation, Captain America charged toward that direction, with the other members rallying to cover him. As Captain America approached the ominous position, the creature seemed to sense impending danger and desperately attempted to thwart his advance. "Captain, be cautious," the crowd implored in unison. In a moment of sheer determination, Captain America hurled his shield with all his might at the creature's vulnerable spot. The shield struck with impeccable precision, eliciting a pained roar from the beast as it began to tremble. "Now strike," Iron Man commanded. The Avengers unleashed their most formidable attacks, and under the relentless barrage, the creature finally succumbed, crashing to the ground. However, before they could savor their hard-won victory, the surrounding dark forces surged violently once more, unleashing a torrent of malevolent beings that lunged toward them. "Damn it, how can there be more?" Iron Man cursed. Thor, the god of thunder, raised Mjolnir high, prepared to continue the fight. The Avengers found themselves once again engulfed in a fierce battle. Their stamina and energy were relentlessly depleted, yet their fighting spirit remained unyielding. Amidst the encroaching darkness, they were uncertain how long they could endure, but their conviction remained steadfast. To protect the world, they would never retreat. Chapter 79. As the monstrous behemoth collapsed like a mountain. The members of the Avengers had scarcely caught their breath when an endless tide of dark creatures surged forth from the frenzied shadows, their claws bared, driven by insatiable malice and greed. Captain Steve Rogers felt a tightening in his chest at the sight of the oncoming horde. It was clear that a fierce battle lay ahead, yet retreat was not an option. He gripped his shield with renewed resolve, his gaze reflecting unwavering determination. Deep within, he silently reminded himself that as the leader, he must guide them through this darkness. Iron Man, Tony Stark, surveyed the chaotic scene with a sense of foreboding. "This was indeed a formidable predicament, but my armor will not yield easily." He swiftly adjusted the energy output of his suit, bracing for the onslaught of foes. Simultaneously, he pondered how to locate the core of this dark force to address the issue at its roots. Thor, panting heavily, felt his rage simmering like a volcano poised to erupt. "I shall vanquish every last one of you wicked beings," he declared, hands firmly gripping Mjolnir, as lightning crackled more violently across the hammer, seemingly responding to his fury. He yearned to wield this immense power to illuminate the world and dispel the encroaching darkness. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, felt her heart race, Yet years of training as an agent allowed her to regain composure swiftly. No time for panic. She must identify the enemy's weaknesses. Her keen eyes observed the movements of their adversaries, weapon at the ready for a decisive strike. She understood that in this seemingly hopeless battle, even the smallest opportunity could prove crucial for victory. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, had his mind racing, striving to discern patterns within the chaotic dark forces. The realm of magic was fraught with uncertainty, but I must find a way to counter them. He danced with both hands, the magical runes shimmering in the air, providing his comrades with enhanced protection and support. Though Ant-Man Scott Lang was filled with trepidation, the resolute figures of his allies instilled courage within him. I cannot let them down. I too must contribute to our fight. He inhaled deeply, preparing to unleash his unique ability to grow and shrink, launching a surprise attack on the enemy. The battle erupted instantaneously, with Captain America charging headlong into the throng of adversaries, his shield gleaming in the darkness, each swing repelling a multitude of dark creatures. His sole conviction was to carve a path for his teammates. "Come on, you fiends," he roared, as if his voice could dispel the fear within him. Iron Man soared through the skies, unleashing energy beams that struck like lethal rays, causing dark beings to fall in droves. Yet, the enemy was vast in number, and his suit's energy was depleting rapidly. J-A-R-V-I-S. Calculate the optimal attack route, he commanded, battling while relying on his suit's intelligence to find the most effective means of assault. Thor, the god of thunder, descended like a deity of war, summoning storms wherever he tread, incinerating dark creatures in the fury of lightning. "Feel the wrath of the thunder god," he bellowed, each strike infused with devastating force. However, the enemy's onslaught relentlessly assailed him, leaving his body marred with wounds, yet his spirit soared ever higher. Black Widow navigated through the enemy ranks with agility, her movements both graceful and lethal, each strike finding its mark with precision. "You won't lay a finger on me," she thought, employing her exceptional combat skills and nimbleness to carve a bloody path through the encirclement. Dr. Strange wielded his hands to cast powerful spells, conjuring magical circles that ensnared wave after wave of dark creatures. Nevertheless, he sensed his magical strength waning under the weight of the encroaching darkness. "I must endure." He gritted his teeth, continuously pushing his limits. Ant-Man, utilizing his unique capacity for size alteration, alternated between becoming a giant, raining down colossal fists upon his foes, and shrinking to the microscopic realm, infiltrating the interiors of the enemy to wreak havoc. "Let me show you my might." His voice resonated amidst the chaos of battle. As the clash persisted, the Avengers' stamina began to wane, yet their resolve grew ever more steadfast. Captain America's arms ached, yet he continued to wield his shield, thinking, "As long as I can fight, I will not allow the enemy to advance." Iron Man's suit bore numerous damages, energy nearly exhausted. "Is this how it ends? No. I shall never surrender," he shouted inwardly, desperately seeking the enemy's vulnerabilities. Thor's wounds accumulated, yet his gaze remained fierce with determination. "For Asgard, for the world," he roared, raising Mjolnir once more to unleash an even mightier storm of lightning. Black Widow, her stamina nearly depleted, pressed on with unwavering resolve. "I cannot falter. I must not allow my comrades to confront peril alone." She clenched her teeth, continuing to battle the adversaries. The magical radiance of Dr. Strange gradually dimmed, yet he persisted in casting spells. The potency of magic would not easily dissipate, as long as I still drew breath. He firmly believed this, striving to uphold the magical defense. Ant-Man, through countless transformations, had endured immense physical strain. Just a little longer, just one more push. He continually motivated himself, summoning his final reserves of strength. Just as the others were on the brink of collapse, Captain America suddenly discerned the pattern of the dark creature's assaults. "Everyone, follow my lead. Focus your attacks on their left side," Captain America commanded loudly. Without hesitation, they obeyed his directive, and for a moment, all assaults converged on the left flank of the dark beings. After a fierce barrage, the formation of the dark creatures finally descended into chaos. "Now, strike with all your might," Captain America urged once more. The Avengers seized the opportunity to launch a final charge, their powers coalescing into a formidable torrent that vanquished the dark entities one by one. At last, the battlefield lay strewn with debris and the weary Avengers. "Have we succeeded?" Iron Man weakly inquired. "For now, but we must remain vigilant," Captain America replied, panting heavily. At that moment, the surrounding dark forces surged again, as if brewing a new wave of assault. Chapter 80. Amidst the wreckage of the battlefield, the members of the Avengers stood exhausted, their breaths rapid and heavy. Yet their gazes remained alert, fixed upon the incessantly swirling dark forces around them. Captain Steve Rogers trembled slightly, his shield marred with scratches and dents. "This is not over. Everyone, stay alert." His voice, though hoarse, resonated with unwavering leadership. His heart was heavy with anxiety, uncertain of when this endless darkness would finally dissipate. However, the conviction to protect the world burned like an unquenchable flame within him. Iron Man, Tony Stark, slumped to the ground, his armor nearly obliterated, and his energy reserves dwindling. Damn it, are we truly to be defeated here? A flicker of despair crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by stubborn resolve. He silently vowed that even if it cost him every last ounce of strength, he would not allow the darkness to prevail. Thor knelt on one knee, his hammer feeling unbearably heavy in his grip. The glory of Asgard must not be tarnished here. His heart swelled with longing for his homeland and hatred for the dark forces. Each breath he took was infused with fury and defiance. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, leaned against a shattered rock, her wounds seeping with blood. No matter what, we must fight to the bitter end. Her gaze remained calm and resolute. And though her body had reached its limits, her will was as unyielding as steel. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, knelt with his hands on his knees, panting heavily, the magical glow in his eyes dimming. The dark force far exceeded his imagination. His heart brimmed with a fear of the unknown. Yet there was an insatiable thirst for knowledge, a yearning to unravel the mysteries of this darkness. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, lay on the ground gazing at the sky, his eyes filled with fatigue and confusion. Can I truly be of assistance to everyone? Self-doubt consumed him, but the resolute figures of his comrades reignited his spirit. At that moment, an eerie laughter echoed from the shadows as a figure slowly emerged. This was a mysterious individual cloaked in darkness, their eyes shimmering with an ominous light, exuding a chilling aura. Do you think this will enable you to conquer the darkness? Such naivety. The voice of the enigmatic figure resonated as if from the depths of hell, brimming with mockery and disdain. Captain America glared at the mysterious figure, declaring, "Whoever you are, we will not allow your schemes to succeed." The figure scoffed, "With you pitiful remnants? This world is destined to be engulfed by darkness, and you are merely futile resistors." Iron Man struggled to rise, retorting, "Cease your empty boasts. We shall not yield easily." The mysterious figure waved their hands, unleashing a powerful wave of dark energy towards the Avengers. Thor roared, raising his hammer in an attempt to counter this force. "Come forth, vile creature." Black Widow gritted her teeth and charged once more. "Even in death, I shall drag you down with me." Doctor Strange moved his hands, summoning his last flickers of magical power. Darkness cannot triumph over light. Ant-Man rose from the ground, instantly enlarging and charging at the mysterious figure. "I shall not fear you." The figure effortlessly countered their attacks, a more sinister grin spreading across their face. Captain America's heart surged with anger and defiance. Were they truly unable to conquer him? "No, we cannot surrender," he shouted inwardly, raising his shield once again to charge the mysterious figure. Iron Man activated the final energy of his suit, unleashing a powerful energy beam. Even if it means mutual destruction, so be it. The mysterious figure staggered back in surprise from this sudden onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Thor swung his hammer, unleashing a tremendous bolt of lightning upon the figure. The mysterious figure let out a pained roar. "You insignificant ants dare to wound me." Black Widow seized the moment to fire a specially crafted bullet, striking the figure's vital spot with precision. Doctor Strange cast a powerful binding spell, temporarily restraining the mysterious figure. Ant-Man charged forward, delivering relentless blows with his massive fists. Through their unified efforts, the Avengers gradually diminished the mysterious figure's strength. "No, this cannot be." The figure screamed in a frenzy, struggling wildly. Captain America seized the moment, exerting all his strength to strike the mysterious figure's head with his shield. The enigmatic being's form began to disintegrate, and the dark forces dissipated in tandem. "We have succeeded," Iron Man exclaimed with exhilaration. The Avengers collapsed onto the ground. Fatigue etched upon their faces, yet a victorious smile graced their lips. However, this triumph was but a fleeting victory. "We must remain vigilant and prepared for new challenges," Captain America declared. The others nodded in agreement, fully aware that the path to safeguarding the world was long, yet united, there was nothing that could impede their progress. Chapter 81. As the shadow of the mysterious figure vanished under the combined assault of the Avengers, the dark forces receded like a retreating tide, and silence enveloped the battlefield. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and dust, and the members of the Avengers lay sprawled upon the ground, gasping for breath, each visage marked by exhaustion and relief. Captain Steve Rogers reclined upon a shattered slab, his gaze fixed upon the sky, his cerulean eyes reflecting both gratitude for survival and contemplation of the future. "We have triumphed, yet this is merely the beginning." His voice, though weak, resonated with resolute conviction, each word imbued with profound significance. His body had reached its limit. Every muscle ached, each breath accompanied by a sharp pain in his chest. Yet his heart brimmed with hope. "The world requires our continued guardianship. We must not falter," he mused, striving to rise. Iron Man, Tony Stark, emerged from his battered armor, which had nearly lost all functionality. He struggled to extricate himself, collapsing onto the ground, sweat and dust marring his features. This was indeed a grand endeavor, he chuckled self-deprecatingly, though a flicker of satisfaction danced in his eyes. To vanquish such a formidable foe was worth the cost. His gaze shifted to his distant comrades, warmth surging within him. We are a team, united, there is nothing we cannot achieve. He silently vowed to enhance his armor, preparing for the graver challenges that may loom ahead. Thor, the god of thunder, lay amidst the rubble, his chest heaving with exertion, the mighty Mjolnir resting quietly beside him. Asgard will take pride in me, he murmured, a gleam of pride illuminating his gaze. Yet, the thought of potential threats to his homeland furrowed his brow with concern. I must return swiftly to assess the situation there. He strained to rise, his body swaying precariously before he steadied himself. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, leaned against a crumbling wall, her disheveled hair obscuring her face. Wounds still oozing blood. It is finally over, she whispered, her voice laden with fatigue. Yet her eyes remained sharp, as if contemplating their next move. We cannot let our guard down. New adversaries will surely arise. Drawing a deep breath, she endured the pain and gracefully stood, her movements retaining their agility and elegance. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, lay upon the ground, his arms outstretched, with the glimmer of magical light flickering at his fingertips. This was merely the tip of the iceberg of dark forces. His voice, low and filled with concern, conveyed the necessity for more thorough preparation to delve into the mysteries of magic in order to confront future crises. He gradually closed his eyes, beginning to regulate his breathing, restoring his nearly depleted magical energy. In a corner, Ant-Man, Scott Lang, had returned to his normal size, his face a tapestry of excitement and anxiety. The thought of having vanquished such a formidable foe alongside his comrades felt surreal, as if he were ensnared in a dream. He mused to himself, brimming with admiration for his teammates. Yet, he understood that this was merely a beginning. He must grow stronger to truly become a member of the Avengers. With gritted teeth, he struggled to rise to his feet. After a moment, Captain America regained some strength and, with great effort, stood up to survey the surroundings. Is everyone all right? His voice, though hoarse, resonated with genuine concern. Iron Man raised his hand, signaling that he was still alive. Captain, I'm not dead, just in need of a good rest. Thor approached, stating, I am unharmed, but I must return to Asgard for a brief visit. Black Widow nodded, adding, I can still fight. Doctor Strange opened his eyes, affirming, I have also regained some strength. Ant-Man waved his hand, exclaiming, I'm all right too. Captain America gazed at his companions, a reassuring smile gracing his face. This hard-won victory was the fruit of their unity. However, they could not linger in the glow of triumph. Greater responsibilities awaited them. Iron Man remarked, Captain, you are right. We must prepare for the future. Thor wielded his hammer, declaring, I will swiftly attend to matters in Asgard, then return to fight alongside you all. Black Widow observed the group, noting, we need to reassess our strengths and strategies. Doctor Strange rose, stating, I will continue my studies in magic, seeking more formidable powers. Ant-Man puffed out his chest, vowing, I will train diligently, no longer hindering the team. At that moment, a cacophony of noise erupted from the distance. Rescue personnel and media had arrived at the scene. Avengers, you are heroes. The crowd cheered. Captain America stepped forward, proclaiming, this is our duty. We will always safeguard this world. The media's flashbulbs flickered incessantly as reporters bombarded them with questions. What impact does this battle have on the world? What are your plans moving forward? Captain America addressed each inquiry with a voice that was resolute and powerful, asserting, we will continue to protect global peace and tranquility. And no matter the challenges we face, we will not retreat. Amidst the chaos, the Avengers quietly departed the scene, returning to their base. There, they began to reflect on the lessons learned from the recent battle. Iron Man sat in the laboratory, deeply engrossed in the data displayed on his computer screen. My armor necessitates a comprehensive upgrade. Such energy depletion must not occur again. Thor, the god of thunder, had established communication with Asgard to ascertain the status of his homeland. Fortunately, Asgard currently faced no significant threats, yet I must return to ensure absolute safety. Black Widow was in the training room, tirelessly honing her combat skills, her garments drenched in sweat. I cannot afford to be injured in battle again. I must grow stronger. Doctor Strange perused ancient tomes within the sanctum of magic, seeking more potent arcane powers. The realm of magic is unfathomably deep. There remains much for me to learn. Ant-Man observed his teammates training with admiration and aspiration. I must learn from them and continually elevate myself. After a period of recuperation and preparation, the Avengers once again embraced a new mission. One day, Captain America summoned everyone to the conference room. Comrades, we have received new intelligence. A mysterious organization is scheming a colossal conspiracy, and we must thwart them. Captain America's expression was grave and resolute. Iron Man nodded. Captain, this time we shall undoubtedly succeed. Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir. Let us fight for justice once more. Black Widow, Doctor Strange, and Ant-Man also expressed their readiness. Thus, the Avengers embarked on a new journey, their figures fading into the distance, continuing the fight to safeguard the peace and tranquility of the world. Chapter 82. In the base's conference room, the members of the Avengers sat together, their expressions solemn. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating them, yet failing to dispel the tension that hung in the air. Captain America, Steve Rogers, had his hands clasped on the table, his gaze steady and profound. His inner thoughts mirrored a serene lake, calm on the surface, yet turbulent beneath. Friends, this intelligence cannot be underestimated. The conspiracy of that mysterious organization could bring unprecedented disaster to the world. His voice was steady and powerful, like a stabilizing anchor, calming the anxious hearts of the assembly. Iron Man, Tony Stark, reclined in his chair, legs crossed. Although his demeanor exuded his usual nonchalance, an unprecedented seriousness gleamed in his eyes. Captain, regardless of the nature of the conspiracy, I believe we can shatter it. His words brimmed with confidence, yet deep down, he recognized the gravity of this mission. We must be thoroughly prepared and allow no room for negligence. He mused silently, his fingers lightly drumming on the armrest of the chair. Thor stood by the window, gazing at the sky outside, his eyes reflecting both a longing for his homeland and an eagerness for new challenges. The strength I bring from Asgard will undoubtedly bolster this battle. His heart burned with the flames of combat. No matter how formidable the enemy, I shall not falter. The Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, sat quietly, her fingers gently tapping on the table, her expression composed and focused. We must ascertain the true nature of this organization and uncover their vulnerabilities. Her voice was crisp and resolute. We could not afford to charge in blindly as we did last time. Deep within her, a flicker of concern emerged, for this adversary was shrouded in mystery, and she was uncertain of the troubles they might bring. Yet, she swiftly quelled this apprehension, displaying unwavering determination. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, stood with arms crossed, the glow of magic flickering in his eyes. The power of sorcery might provide us with unexpected assistance, yet this force was fraught with uncertainty. He silently calculated how to wield magic to play a pivotal role in this battle, reminding himself to exercise greater caution to avoid irrevocable consequences. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, perched in the corner, leaned slightly forward, his gaze brimming with tension and excitement. I will do my utmost not to hinder the team, he encouraged himself internally, recognizing this as a prime opportunity to prove his worth, vowing to seize it. Captain America surveyed the group. We are the Avengers, the guardians of the world. No matter the trials that lie ahead, we must not falter. Rising to his feet, his gaze intense, he declared, now, let us devise a detailed plan to prepare for the impending battle. Iron Man followed suit, affirming, the captain is right. We must know ourselves and our enemies to achieve victory in every encounter. Approaching the large screen, he began to present the gathered intelligence on the enigmatic organization. From the information we currently possess, the backgrounds of this organization's members are complex, and they appear to wield advanced technology. Thor stepped forward, scoffing, technology? Huh. Before my lightning, any technology is but a trifle. His words resonated with bravado, yet he understood the need to respect the enemy's capabilities. Black Widow shook her head. Thor, we cannot afford to be complacent. The power of technology can sometimes yield unexpected results. Pointing at specific data on the screen, she noted, look here, their weapon systems might pose a significant threat to us. Doctor Strange furrowed his brow, adding, moreover, we must consider their potential magical defenses. With a flourish of his hands, he conjured mysterious runes in the air, stating, I will strive to unravel their magical barriers. Ant-Man listened intently, asking, and what about me? What can I do? Captain America placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Scott, your unique abilities could prove decisive at a critical moment. We need you to disrupt the enemy's plans unexpectedly. Ant-Man nodded. I understand, Captain. In the days that followed, the Avengers immersed themselves in rigorous preparation. Iron Man tirelessly refined his armor in the lab, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he commanded, J-A-R-V-I-S, enhanced the stability of the energy output. He paid little heed to his perspiration. Thor tirelessly honed his combat skills on the training grounds, each swing of his mighty hammer accompanied by the whoosh of wind, for he sought to amplify his strength. Black Widow collaborated closely with the intelligence department, striving to unearth more secrets regarding the enigmatic organization, certain that undiscovered clues lay in wait. Doctor Strange secluded himself within the sanctum sanctorum, delving into the profound realms of magic, for he must master more potent spells to confront unforeseen perils. Ant-Man diligently trained, persistently refining his ability to control his size transformations, aiming for flawless precision. At last, preparations were complete, and the Avengers embarked on a new journey. On the aircraft bound for the mysterious organization's stronghold, a blend of tension and exhilaration filled the air. Captain America sat resolutely, his gaze fixed ahead, determined to thwart their sinister plot once and for all. His heart brimmed with a sense of duty, for the sake of global peace and innocence. Iron Man adjusted the systems of his armor, reassuring, "Don't worry, Captain, this time my suit is a brand new upgrade." Thor caressed his hammer, declaring, "Let my enemies tremble before my thunder." Black Widow meticulously inspected their weaponry, cautioning, "Everyone, be vigilant. There must be no mistakes." Doctor Strange closed his eyes in meditation, silently invoking incantations, for the power of magic accompanied them. Ant-Man clenched his fists, proclaiming, "I am ready." The aircraft descended upon a desolate landscape, a foreboding castle looming in the distance. This was the lair of the mysterious organization. The Avengers cautiously approached the fortress, a sinister aura enveloping the surroundings. "Stay alert," Captain America commanded. Suddenly, beams of laser fire erupted from the castle, igniting the battle. Iron Man swiftly activated his flight system, charging towards the adversaries. "Allow me to pave the way." Thor followed closely, unleashing formidable lightning from his hammer. "Taste my wrath." Black Widow darted through the shadows, accurately dispatching foes. Doctor Strange wielded magic to shield his allies. Ant-Man utilized his abilities to infiltrate the enemy's ranks, sowing chaos. Amidst the fierce combat, Captain America remained composed, directing their maneuvers. Iron Man, watch the enemy on your left. Thor, provide support for Doctor Strange. Black Widow, locate the enemy's command center. The Avengers coordinated seamlessly, gradually breaching the enemy's defenses. However, just as they were poised to enter the castle, a formidable energy barrier obstructed their path. "What is this?" Iron Man exclaimed in astonishment. Doctor Strange stepped forward, declaring, "This is a powerful magical barrier. Let me attempt to unravel it." He waved his hands, and magical runes shimmered in the air, yet the energy barrier remained steadfast. "This barrier is insurmountable." Doctor Strange's face displayed a sense of urgency. Just as despair began to settle among the group, Ant-Man identified a weakness in the barrier. "Look here," Ant-Man shouted. Captain America promptly commanded, "Concentrate our forces and attack this weak point." Everyone unleashed their most powerful assaults, ultimately shattering the energy barrier. They surged into the castle, only to discover it teeming with various traps and mechanisms. "Be careful," Black Widow cautioned, but it was too late. Thor inadvertently triggered a trap, unleashing a barrage of arrows upon them. Iron Man swiftly erected an energy shield to block the arrows. "Everyone, stay alert." In the depths of the castle, they finally confronted the leader of the mysterious organization. "You have finally arrived," the leader sneered. "Your scheme shall not succeed," Captain America declared. An ultimate showdown was about to commence. Chapter 83. Deep within that eerie castle, the members of the Avengers stood face to face with the leader of the enigmatic organization. The atmosphere thick with tension, as if it could crystallize into water. Steve Rogers, Captain America, gripped his shield tightly, his gaze piercing. Yet his mind was tumultuous as waves crashing in a storm. This battle would determine the fate of countless lives. "We cannot afford to lose," he silently vowed. Every nerve stretched to its limit, bracing for the impending tempest. Tony Stark, Iron Man, donned his armor which glimmered with a cold light in the dim surroundings. His eyes reflecting both vigilance towards the unknown and an insatiable thirst for victory. "This adversary appears formidable, but I shall not retreat." His mind raced, strategizing various responses while continuously assessing the armor's performance and condition. Thor, the god of thunder, gripped his mighty hammer, muscles taut, his eyes ablaze with fierce combat fervor. "No matter what schemes you devise, they shall be reduced to ashes beneath my thunder." His heart brimmed with rage towards the foe and a steadfast commitment to justice. As if the hammer were on the brink of unleashing cataclysmic power, Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow, moved with grace and agility, her gaze calm yet sharp, akin to a leopard in the night, poised to pounce on her prey. I must not allow him any advantage. Her fingers lightly rested upon her weapon, her heartbeat steady and strong. Years of training as a spy had endowed her with the ability to maintain absolute composure and focus even in this tense moment. Stephen Strange, Doctor Strange, orchestrated magical runes with his hands, the glow of magic swirling at his fingertips, his gaze profound and enigmatic. "The power of magic shall safeguard us. Yet this will be a grueling battle," he silently prayed, hoping his magic would prove pivotal at the crucial moment. Scott Lang, the Ant-Man, stood at the rear of the line, his breath slightly labored, his heart a tumult of anxiety and resolute determination. "I must contribute to the team," he silently encouraged himself, his gaze fixed intently on the adversary ahead, poised to act at a moment's notice. The leader of the mysterious organization loomed in the shadows, a sinister smile gracing his features, his eyes alight with madness and malevolence. "Do you truly believe you can thwart me?" Such naivety. His voice echoed as if summoned from the depths of hell, laced with derision and disdain. Captain America stepped forward, declaring, "No matter your might, we shall fight for justice." His voice resonated powerfully throughout the vast castle. Iron Man followed suit, proclaiming, "Your doom is upon you. Prepare to face the wrath of steel." He activated his suit's thrusters, propelling himself towards the leader. With a mere flick of his wrist, the leader unleashed a formidable force, repelling Iron Man with ease. "Is that all you've got?" he scoffed. Witnessing this, Thor, the god of thunder, roared in fury, wielding his enchanted hammer to summon a tempest of lightning aimed directly at the leader. The leader deftly sidestepped, the lightning striking the ground and erupting in a shower of sparks. Seizing the opportunity, Black Widow unleashed a barrage of specially crafted bullets. Yet they were thwarted by an invisible shield that surrounded the leader. Doctor Strange, with swift hand movements, cast a powerful magical assault. But the leader appeared resistant to his arcane prowess, the spells yielding little effect. Ant-Man, perceiving the dire situation, swiftly shrank in size, infiltrating the leader's garments in an attempt to disrupt his actions. Enraged by this audacity, the leader violently shook his body, flinging Ant-Man aside. "Curse you!" Ant-Man crashed heavily to the ground. Sensing the urgency, Captain America shouted, "Everyone, attack together. Do not grant him a moment's respite." The Avengers surged forth once more, their myriad skills and weaponry intertwining in a dazzling display that illuminated the castle. Iron Man unleashed a continuous barrage of energy beams. Thor's lightning grew increasingly ferocious. Black Widow's bullets fell like rain, and Doctor Strange's magical brilliance intensified. Under this relentless assault, the leader began to falter, cracks appearing in his shield. "Now is the time to intensify our assault," Captain America urged. Yet, just as they believed victory was within their grasp, the leader erupted with an even greater surge of dark power. This force instantaneously repelled the Avengers, sending them sprawling to the ground. "Ha ha ha, you are all so weak," the leader cackled. Captain America struggled to rise, asserting, "As long as we draw breath, we shall not relinquish our fight." Iron Man's armor lay severely battered, yet his resolve remained unyielding. "I can still fight." Thor wiped the blood from his lips, raising his hammer once more. "I will not allow you to prevail." Black Widow gritted her teeth, reloading her weapon. "We must defeat him." Doctor Strange inhaled deeply, adjusting his demeanor. "Magic shall not succumb to darkness." Ant-Man also staggered to his feet. "I shall not fall." The Avengers gathered once more, their eyes brimming with unwavering determination and courage. The leader regarded them with a hint of astonishment and dread. Captain America surged forward, leading the charge for justice. The other members followed closely, their battle cries resounding throughout the castle. In this final confrontation, each Avenger unleashed their utmost power. Iron Man unleashed a super energy beam with all his might. Thor's enchanted hammer released an unprecedented surge of lightning. Black Widow's bullets struck the leader's vital points with precision. Doctor Strange's magic conjured a colossal cage that ensnared the leader, while Ant-Man seized the opportunity to infiltrate the leader's body, causing significant disruption. United in their efforts, the Avengers finally overwhelmed the leader, who collapsed to the ground. "We have triumphed," Iron Man exclaimed excitedly. Yet before they could celebrate, the castle began to tremble violently, as if on the brink of collapse. "Everyone, flee this place," Captain America shouted. The Avengers hastily sprinted towards the exit. Just as they escaped the castle, it crumbled with a thunderous roar, sending up a cloud of dust. Standing before the ruins, they gasped for breath, yet victory shone on their faces. "We have done it," Thor proclaimed. Captain America surveyed the group, reminding them that this was merely the beginning. "We must continue to safeguard the world." Everyone nodded in agreement, their silhouettes towering magnificently in the fading sunlight, ready to embrace the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 84. Before the ruins of the mysterious castle, the members of the Avengers stood or sat, gasping for breath, each face etched with exhaustion and the relief of victory. The twilight cast a golden veil upon them, yet it could not obscure the scars and marks of battle they bore. Captain America, Steve Rogers, knelt on one knee, one hand pressed against the ground, the other gripping his battered shield tightly. His chest heaved violently, sweat trickling down his resolute visage and falling into the dust below. In his eyes lingered a flicker of contentment, overshadowed by a deeper concern for the future. "We have won this battle, but it is merely the tip of the iceberg." He pondered silently, vivid scenes of the fierce combat replaying in his mind. Iron Man, Tony Stark, slumped against a massive stone, his armor in tatters, emitting smoke and sparks from numerous wounds. He laboriously lifted his head to gaze at the distant sunset, a faint, weary smile gracing his lips. "This time, I truly exhausted all my resources." There was a hint of self-deprecation in his voice, yet his eyes sparkled with an indomitable spirit. Nevertheless, defeating that foe was worth the struggle. He contemplated silently, beginning to ponder how to further upgrade the armor to confront even more formidable foes in the future. Thor, the god of thunder, leaned on his mighty hammer, slightly swaying. His gaze appeared somewhat dazed, as if still immersed in the recent harrowing battle. This conflict has deepened my understanding of the responsibility that comes with power, he murmured, a sense of foreboding for Asgard's future weighing heavily on his heart. Nevertheless, he resolved, I shall not allow the forces of darkness to wreak havoc. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to rally his spirits. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, leaned against a damaged vehicle. Her hair disheveled across her face, and her combat attire marred by numerous tears. Gently wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, her eyes remained sharp. We must not let victory cloud our judgment. Greater dangers await us. She understood all too well that this battle was merely the beginning, and the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and challenges. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, stood nearby with his arms crossed. His complexion was pale, the overexertion of magic leaving him feeling drained. The world of magic is filled with endless mysteries and perils. I must delve deeper into its depths. His gaze was profound, as if peering through the thick fog of the future. Yet, as long as we stand united, nothing can impede us. Though his voice was weak, it resonated with conviction. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, sat on the ground, having returned to his normal size. He looked around at his teammates, his eyes brimming with admiration and pride. It is an honor to fight alongside all of you. A sincere smile broke across his face as he silently vowed to enhance his abilities, not to betray the trust of his comrades. Captain America rose, surveying the group. My friends, we have achieved a significant victory, but this is merely a milestone. His voice was steady and powerful. We cannot afford to be complacent. We must quickly recuperate and prepare for the new challenges ahead. Iron Man nodded in agreement. The captain is right. We must thoroughly analyze the lessons learned from this battle. There are many aspects of my armor that require improvement. Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir. I shall return to Asgard swiftly to ensure its safety. Black Widow added, I will continue to gather intelligence, leaving no stone unturned for any potential threats to the world. Doctor Strange gestured with his hands, casting a simple healing spell to alleviate their wounds. I must return to the Sanctum Sanctorum to further explore the powers of magic, preparing for the battles that lie ahead. Ant-Man stood as well, declaring, I will intensify my training to grow stronger. In the ensuing days, the Avengers busied themselves with their respective tasks. Iron Man returned to his laboratory, tirelessly repairing and upgrading his armor day and night. His gaze was focused and fervent. Each enhancement was meticulously considered. This time, he aimed to bolster the armor's offensive and defensive capabilities, determined not to be caught off guard in future skirmishes. As he muttered to himself, he deftly manipulated the intricate instruments before him. Thor returned to Asgard, fortifying defenses alongside his kin and training soldiers to confront potential threats from the depths of the universe. We must remain ever vigilant, lest we afford our enemies an advantage. His voice resonated through the palace, imbued with authority and resolve. Black Widow, leveraging her extensive network and intelligence apparatus, scoured for information across the shadowy corners of the world, engaging with perilous characters. She left no stone unturned, driven by a singular conviction, to furnish the Avengers with the most precise and timely intelligence. Doctor Strange immersed himself in ancient tomes and arcane rituals within the sanctum of magic, perpetually pushing the boundaries of sorcery in pursuit of greater power. Only through relentless self-improvement could he hope to wield influence in critical moments, his silhouette appearing both solitary and resolute under the glow of mystical light. Ant-Man tirelessly practiced his unique abilities on the training grounds, repeatedly shifting in size to combat colossal mechanical contraptions and navigate intricate mazes. I must become an indispensable member of the team, he vowed, his perspiration staining the training floor, a testament to his dedication and growth. Yet, as they prepared for the future, an insidious new crisis began to unfold. One day, Black Widow uncovered shocking intelligence during her investigations. A clandestine force was amassing, seemingly intent on acquiring a relic of cataclysmic power. This was a matter of grave importance that warranted immediate notification to the team. Anxiety gripped her heart as she swiftly contacted her fellow Avengers. When the Avengers reconvened, a palpable seriousness hung in the air. Captain America, Steve Rogers, regarded them with steely resolve, proclaiming, no matter how formidable this force may be, we cannot allow them to prevail. Iron Man, Tony Stark, furrowed his brow, muttering, it seems we are in for another fierce battle. Thor raised his enchanted hammer, declaring, in our quest to safeguard peace, we shall not falter. Doctor Strange gestured with flourish. Let us unveil the conspiracy that lurks behind this threat. Ant-Man clenched his fists, affirming, I am ready. Thus, the Avengers embarked once more on a journey fraught with uncertainty and peril, their figures fading into the distance as they continued their fight for the peace and tranquility of the world. In Chapter 85, within the Avengers base, The team gathered around the conference table, the atmosphere thick with tension. Captain America, with hands clasped on the table, wore a serious expression, though internally he pondered the bloody turmoil this new crisis might unleash. Nevertheless, he maintained a steadfast demeanor, scanning the faces of his comrades as he stated, "Black Widow's news is grave. Let us share our thoughts." Iron Man, reclining casually with legs crossed and arms folded, quipped, "Hey, Cap, lighten up. With a genius like me around, what crisis can't we handle?" Nonetheless, speaking of which, this enigmatic force appears rather formidable. Inwardly, I ponder, this time, I must not falter. The newly developed weapon must be utilized effectively. Thor, the god of thunder, slammed his palm upon the table and proclaimed loudly, "Whatever this mysterious force may be, it shall be reduced to ashes beneath the might of my hammer." Yet, a sense of concern brewed within him. Should the power of this artifact prove too overwhelming, it may pose a significant challenge. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, cast a disapproving glance at Thor and calmly articulated, "Thor, do not act impulsively. Our understanding of this force is minimal. We cannot proceed recklessly." She contemplated the necessity of formulating a comprehensive plan to ensure everyone's safety. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, gestured with his hands, weaving magical runes as he reflected, "Perhaps magic can unveil some clues for us, yet it is likely that a deeper conspiracy lurks behind this." Simultaneously, he harbored worries. The power of magic is not omnipotent. Caution is imperative in our approach this time. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, sat in a corner, murmuring, "I will do my utmost to assist." However, he was internally anxious. Can I truly measure up against such a formidable adversary? Captain America furrowed his brow and stated, "Everyone, let us remain serious. This is no trivial matter. We must devise a detailed plan." Iron Man shrugged and replied, "Captain, fret not, for I have several ideas. For instance, I could create small tracking devices and discreetly place them in potential enemy locations." Thor scoffed, "What use are your trinkets? Relying on my strength is far more dependable." Iron Man retorted, "Oh, big guy, brute force alone won't suffice. We must employ our intellect." Thor glared at Iron Man. "What did you say?" Black Widow quickly intervened. All right, let us not bicker. We should first discuss how to gather more intelligence." Doctor Strange interjected, "Perhaps I could use magic to spy on the enemy's movements, though this would require considerable energy." Ant-Man raised his hand, timidly suggesting, "Then I could shrink down for reconnaissance." Everyone glanced at him, and Iron Man chuckled, "Hey, little guy, just don't let the enemy squash you like a bug." Ant-Man retorted defiantly, "Humph, don't underestimate me." Captain America rapped his knuckles on the table and declared, "Enough of the antics. Let us assign tasks. Iron Man will handle the equipment. Thor and Black Widow will gather intelligence. Doctor Strange will prepare magical support, and Ant-Man will remain on standby." Everyone nodded in agreement and commenced their tasks. In his laboratory, Iron Man busily worked while muttering to himself, "This time, I must showcase my new invention." Yet, a sense of dread lingered. If something goes awry, it could spell trouble. Thor and Black Widow donned disguises, blending into the crowd to gather information. Thor couldn't help but grumble, "This sneaking around is truly not my style." Black Widow replied, "Spare me the chatter and focus." In the sanctum of magic, Doctor Strange closed his eyes tightly, striving to harness his powers. It is imperative that he succeeds. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead. In the training room, Ant-Man diligently practiced the art of enlarging and shrinking himself. "I must become stronger," he resolutely declared through clenched teeth. Days later, the team reconvened. Thor was the first to speak. "I have gathered some intelligence. This mysterious force seems to be in search of an ancient relic." Black Widow added, "I have also uncovered some clues. Their leader remains enigmatic, always shrouded in secrecy." Iron Man exclaimed with enthusiasm, "My new gear is complete and will undoubtedly leave our enemies bewildered." Doctor Strange remarked, "Through magic, I have glimpsed vague visions. It appears that this relic harbors immense power." Captain America pondered for a moment before stating, "It seems we must locate this relic first to prevent them from seizing its power." The group nodded in agreement, preparing to set forth. Along the way, Thor curiously inquired of Iron Man, "What exactly is so remarkable about your new equipment?" Iron Man, brimming with pride, replied, "You will find out soon enough. I assure you it will be an eye-opening experience." Ant-Man interjected, "I want to see it too." Iron Man chuckled, "Patience, little one. There will be a chance for you to shine." As they traveled, banter ensued, slightly alleviating the tension in the air. At last, they arrived at the legendary relic. Captain America whispered, "Everyone be cautious, there may be traps." The team advanced with caution, and suddenly, a swarm of shadows lunged at them. "Prepare for battle," Captain America shouted, and the team instantly shifted into combat mode. Iron Man activated his new equipment, unleashing beams of energy towards their foes. Thor wielded his mighty hammer, summoning thunderous roars. Black Widow darted among the adversaries, delivering swift strikes. Doctor Strange cast spells to ensnare the enemies. Ant-Man seized the opportunity to shrink, infiltrating the enemy ranks to cause chaos. After a fierce clash, the foes were momentarily repelled. Thor, catching his breath, remarked, "These adversaries are quite tenacious." Iron Man laughed. "This is just the beginning." The group pressed deeper into the relic, where even greater challenges awaited them. Chapter 86. At the entrance of that mysterious and ancient relic, the members of the Avengers formed a tight defensive circle, standing back to back. The air around them seemed to thicken, saturated with tension and the fear of the unknown. Captain America, Steve Rogers, gripped his shield firmly, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. His heart raced, yet his resolve remained unwavering. "Be cautious. Every inch of this ground may conceal danger," he warned in a deep, resonant voice. As if to pierce the heavy atmosphere and offer a semblance of reassurance to his comrades, Iron Man, Tony Stark, stood amidst the dim light, his armor glinting with a cold metallic sheen, revealing a blend of excitement and tension in his eyes. "Captain, do not fret excessively. With my newly upgraded battle armor, I can confront any peril that may arise." Though he spoke with bravado, he was acutely aware that this mission was far from straightforward. Thor, the god of thunder, gripped Mjolnir tightly, his muscles taut, the power of lightning flickering around him. "Regardless of what awaited us, I shall shatter it with the might of thunder." His heart brimmed with an insatiable thirst for battle, yet he held a profound reverence for the unknown forces lurking within the mysterious relic. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, stood elegantly to the side, her gaze as sharp as an eagle's, her weapon poised for action. "Remain vigilant. Do not overlook the slightest anomaly," she intoned with a calmness that steadied the nerves of her companions in this tense moment. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, gracefully manipulated magical runes with his hands, the glow of sorcery shimmering at his fingertips. "I can sense a potent magical aura enveloping this place. We must proceed with caution." His expression was grave as he attuned himself to the potential magical traps concealed in their surroundings. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, stood at the center of the group, trembling slightly, yet determination radiated from his eyes. "I will do my utmost not to hinder the team." He inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself. The group cautiously advanced into the relic. Ancient walls adorned with enigmatic symbols and patterns that seemed to narrate tales from a distant past. The stone pathway beneath their feet creaked softly, as if protesting their intrusion. "This place is truly uncanny," Iron Man muttered. "Silence," Captain America admonished quietly. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, carrying with it a noxious scent. "This is bad. We have a situation," Black Widow exclaimed. No sooner had she spoken than a swarm of shadows surged forth from all directions, launching an assault on the Avengers. Captain America swiftly raised his shield to deflect an incoming strike. "Counterattack," he bellowed. Iron Man activated his thrusters, soaring into the air, unleashing powerful energy beams that repelled a cluster of shadows. "Taste my fury," Thor roared, swinging Mjolnir to summon lightning, which illuminated the entire relic. The bolts struck the shadows, eliciting chilling wails of anguish. Black Widow deftly navigated through the shadows, her weapon striking true to the enemy's vital points, each attack resulting in the swift downfall of her foes. Doctor Strange conjured powerful spells, ensnaring a group of shadows within a mystical circle. Quake before the might of magic, Ant-Man utilized his ability to alter his size, transforming into a giant to deliver a crushing blow to his adversaries, then shrinking to infiltrate their defenses and sow chaos. Yet, the enemy continued to pour in, seemingly inexhaustible. "This cannot continue. We must locate the source of the enemy," Captain America asserted. "Follow me." Thor charged deeper into the relic, with the others swiftly in tow. Deep within the ruins, they stumbled upon an immense magical circle, from which dark shadows incessantly emanated. "This magical array must be destroyed," declared Doctor Strange. "Allow me." Iron Man launched a powerful beam of energy towards the circle. However, a formidable shield arose around it, reflecting the energy beam back. "This shield is too strong," Iron Man exclaimed in astonishment. "Let me give it a try." Thor charged forward, wielding Mjolnir and striking the shield. The shield trembled but remained unbroken. "Everyone unite," Captain America shouted, and the group unleashed their mightiest attacks. Through their concerted efforts, cracks finally appeared in the shield. "Push harder," Black Widow urged. At last, the shield shattered, and the magical circle ceased its operation, causing the shadows to vanish in an instant. "It's finally over," Ant-Man sighed in relief. Yet, before they could celebrate, a deep roar echoed through the ruins. "What is that?" Iron Man inquired. A colossal figure emerged slowly from the darkness, its stature towering like a mountain, exuding a terrifying aura. "What manner of creature is this?" Ant-Man retreated a few steps in fright. "Regardless of what it is, we must defeat it," Captain America declared. The monster opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of black flames towards them. Captain America raised his shield, deflecting the inferno. Scatter and seek its weaknesses. Iron Man commanded, continuously firing energy beams to divert the monster's attention. Thor seized the opportunity to circle behind the beast, aiming to strike its back. Black Widow searched for an opening at the creature's feet, while Doctor Strange employed his magic to disrupt its movements. Ant-Man scrambled across the monster's body, scrutinizing its anatomy. After a fierce skirmish, they finally discerned the creature's vulnerability. Now, Captain America bellowed. The group focused their energies for one final assault on the monster's weak point. With a pained roar, the creature collapsed, turning to ash. We did it, Iron Man exclaimed with exhilaration. However, we must remain vigilant. There may be other dangers lurking within these ruins, Captain America cautioned. The group continued their careful exploration, each step taken with trepidation. Suddenly, a stone door creaked open, revealing a flickering, mysterious light within. What could this be? Ant-Man inquired with curiosity. As they entered the stone archway, they beheld a massive crystal orb suspended in midair, surrounded by intricate magical runes. Could this be what the mysterious forces seek? Black Widow pondered. As the crowd drew near the crystal sphere, it suddenly unleashed a formidable force, propelling everyone backward. Be careful, Doctor Strange exclaimed. Gradually, an image began to materialize on the surface of the crystal, accompanied by a mysterious voice emanating from within. Avengers, do you truly believe you can thwart my plans? Such naivety. Who are you? Captain America inquired. I am the Dark Sovereign. Your fate is already sealed. The enigmatic voice declared. No matter your identity, we shall not allow your schemes to succeed. Thor asserted defiantly. The mysterious voice let out a sinister laugh. Then let us see. You shall face endless darkness. With that, the image vanished, and the light of the crystal grew increasingly unstable. This is bad. The crystal might explode. Doctor Strange warned. Everyone, get out of here. Captain America shouted. The group hurriedly raced toward the exit of the ruins. Behind them, the crystal emitted a blinding light, followed by a tremendous explosion. Chapter 87. As the mysterious crystal began to release unstable and potent energy, the entire ruin was enveloped in a chilling radiance. The members of the Avengers felt an intangible pressure bearing down upon them, as though it sought to shatter their very souls. Steve Rogers' heart raced, determination etched into his expression. Everyone, move quickly, there's no time left. He bellowed, his voice echoing through the cavernous ruin, yet swallowed by the impending eruption of energy. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. He understood all too well that failure to escape in time would lead to dire consequences. Yet he could not allow fear to dominate his heart. He had to lead them to safety. Tony Stark's armor system blared with urgent alarms, his pulse quickening in tandem. Damn it, if that thing explodes, it won't be a joke. Despite the anxiety coursing through him, his mind raced, calculating the fastest route to safety. J-A-R-V-I-S. Analyze the optimal evacuation path. He commanded, sprinting as he issued orders to his suit's intelligence system. Thor, wielding his mighty hammer, was drenched in sweat. This malevolent force must not reach the innocent. His heart swelled with concern for his homeland and the world. Each step he took was heavy yet resolute. He silently prayed, hoping that both Asgard and Earth would be spared from this calamity. Natasha Romanoff's breath quickened, yet her gaze remained calm and sharp. Do not lose your composure. She constantly reminded herself, remaining vigilant of her teammates, ensuring none fell behind. Though her body trembled with tension, her stride was unwavering. Dr. Stephen Strange moved his hands in intricate patterns, conjuring magical runes in an attempt to slow the energy explosion of the crystal. I must buy us more time. He clenched his jaw tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, while the glow of magic flickered around him. Yet, he recognized it was merely a drop in the ocean. In this tense atmosphere, Ant-Man Scott Lang appeared somewhat flustered. It was utterly terrifying. His voice quivered, but upon seeing the resolute figures of his teammates, he summoned his courage anew. I cannot be the one to hold everyone back. He desperately propelled his legs forward, keeping pace at the rear of the group. Hurry, hurry. Captain America urged them incessantly, his voice laden with urgency. Suddenly, Iron Man shouted, this way. There's a passage that might lead us out. Without hesitation, the group followed him towards the corridor. Dust filled the passage, and stones occasionally tumbled from the walls, as if the entire ruin were raging, intent on burying them forever. Watch your heads, Thor thundered. As a massive boulder hurtled toward them, Captain America raised his shield, deflecting the stone. Keep moving. Black Widow stumbled and fell during the fray, but Ant-Man swiftly enlarged himself to assist her. Thank you, Black Widow exclaimed. The magical light from Doctor Strange illuminated the dark path ahead. Everyone, keep up. However, the energy from the crystal orb erupted ever closer, a powerful shockwave surging from behind. This is bad. Iron Man was slammed against the wall by the force. Tony, Captain America shouted. Thor rushed over, lifting Iron Man back to his feet. Can you walk? Don't worry about me, just go, Iron Man urged. Not a single one can be left behind, Captain America declared resolutely. The group continued to sprint desperately, the roar of the crystal orb's energy explosion echoing in their ears, as if the footsteps of death were incessantly drawing near. The exit is just ahead, Ant-Man shouted with excitement. But just as they were about to reach the exit, it suddenly began to collapse. No, Black Widow cried in despair. Use my hammer. Thor hurled his enchanted hammer toward the exit, attempting to prop up the crumbling stones. Captain America and Iron Man joined forces to push the boulders aside, creating a narrow passage for everyone. Get out quickly, Captain America shouted. Black Widow and Doctor Strange were the first to dash through, with Ant-Man closely following. You all go ahead, Thor shouted. Together, Captain America pulled Thor and Iron Man along, bursting out of the ruin. Just as they escaped the structure, a cataclysmic explosion echoed behind them. A tremendous shockwave knocked them to the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. Coughing and sputtering amidst the debris, they struggled to rise. Is everyone all right? Captain America inquired. Not dead yet, Iron Man replied, brushing the dust from his shoulders. That was truly perilous, Thor remarked, gazing at the ruins now reduced to rubble, a shiver of fear coursing through him. But we survived, Black Widow stated. Indeed, this is merely the beginning. Doctor Strange gazed into the distance, his expression grave. Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, we shall face them together, Ant-Man declared resolutely. The group nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with determination. They understood that the road ahead was long and the battle would continue. Chapter 88. In the aftermath of the cataclysmic explosion, the once mysterious and ancient ruins lay in ruins, billowing smoke soaring into the heavens, obscuring the sun. The members of the Avengers stood nearby, their faces smeared with dust and fatigue, each gasping for breath, their expressions revealing the relief of survival and the toll of exhaustion. Captain America, Steve Rogers, leaned on his knees, sweat cascading down his resolute visage, splattering onto the scorched earth beneath him. His chest heaved violently, a torrent of thoughts swirling within. This is just the beginning. We cannot fathom the unknown dangers that await us, he pondered, his gaze sweeping over his comrades, revealing his steadfastness and sense of responsibility. Iron Man, Tony Stark, slumped on the ground, his armor battered, and some components still emitting wisps of smoke. He removed his helmet, revealing a weary face, yet his eyes sparkled with resolve. What a nightmare this has been, but at least we made it out alive, he mused with a self-deprecating smile, his mind already racing with ideas for further upgrades and enhancements to his suit to confront the graver challenges that lie ahead. Thor, the god of thunder, gripped Mjolnir tightly, his body trembling slightly. He surveyed the desolate landscape, his heart aflame with fury and frustration. Where did this malevolent force originate? He murmured. The safety of Asgard and the peace of the cosmos weighing heavily on his shoulders, preventing him from relaxing even for a moment. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, leaned against a stone, gently wiping the dust and blood from her face. A flicker of concern danced in her eyes. The enemy we faced was formidable, and we must swiftly devise a strategy to counter this threat. A sense of urgency filled her heart, acutely aware that time waits for no one. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, stood nearby, arms crossed, his expression somber. He was employing his magic to sense the residual energy fluctuations in the vicinity, seeking clues amidst the remnants. There must be a greater conspiracy lurking behind this. We cannot afford to be complacent. A sense of vigilance against the unknown enveloped his thoughts. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, sat on the ground, gulping down water, his eyes still reflecting a hint of shock. I never imagined I would encounter such a terrifying situation. But it is a relief to have escaped with all of you, he thought gratefully, simultaneously resolving to become stronger and contribute more to the team. Let us take a moment to rest and regain our strength, Captain America stated, his voice hoarse yet imbued with power. The others found places to sit, adjusting their states of being. After a while, Iron Man rose, asserting, we cannot remain idle. We must return and analyze the information gleaned from the ruins. Indeed, perhaps we can uncover a weakness in our adversary, Thor concurred. Thus, the assembly set forth back to the base. Upon their return, everyone immediately immersed themselves in the urgent tasks at hand. Iron Man sequestered himself in the laboratory, undertaking a comprehensive overhaul and enhancement of his armor. This time, unforeseen mishaps must be avoided. As he busied himself, he muttered to himself. Thor, the god of thunder, engaged in dialogue with messengers from the realm of the divine, endeavoring to unearth clues related to the impending crisis from ancient legends and knowledge. Black Widow and Doctor Strange meticulously analyzed the data and samples retrieved from the ruins, convinced that discernible patterns would emerge. Black Widow's gaze remained fixed on the data displayed on the screen. Doctor Strange gestured with his hands, conjuring mystical runes, intent on using sorcery to unveil deeper secrets. Ant-Man fervently trained in the training room, relentlessly pushing his limits. I must grow stronger. I cannot hold the team back any longer. He gritted his teeth, sweat soaking his attire. Captain America, meanwhile, convened in the conference room, liaising with various factions to secure additional support and resources. Days passed, and everyone diligently prepared for the looming battle. However, in that moment, a new crisis stealthily approached. One day, the base's alarm blared abruptly. Trouble was afoot. Enemies were upon them. Iron Man dashed from the laboratory. The team swiftly assembled, ready to confront the threat. What could this be? Thor gripped his hammer tightly. Regardless of the foe, we shall ensure they come and go without return, Captain America declared. As they emerged outside the base, a group of unfamiliar figures materialized before them. Who are you? Captain America demanded. We have come to annihilate you, came the chilling reply. A fierce battle ignited once more. Chapter 89. At the moment the alarm's shrill wail reverberated through the skies, the hearts of the Avengers tightened. The once relaxed nerves snapped back to tension, akin to a bowstring drawn taut. As Captain Steve Rogers heard the alarm, his body instinctively reacted. He bolted toward the armory while pondering. Could the forces behind the ruins have returned so swiftly? Regardless, thorough preparation was imperative this time. His gaze was resolute, his strides steady and powerful, each step imbued with unwavering determination. Iron Man, Tony Stark, burst forth from the laboratory, a hint of regret for unfinished work lingering on his face. Damn it, can't a person catch a break? Yet, excitement and fighting spirit shone in his eyes. It was a perfect opportunity to test the newly upgraded armor. His mind raced with calculations of various possible combat scenarios and the corresponding strategies for his suit. Thor, clutching his hammer, strode purposefully to join the fray. Whomever the intruders may be, they would soon feel the wrath of the Thunder God. His heart was filled with an insatiable desire for battle, coupled with a vigilant awareness of the unknown adversaries he faced. He hoped this encounter would not prove as arduous as the previous one in the ruins. The Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, swiftly readied her weaponry, her heartbeat quickening slightly. Another fight awaited. She wished for a smooth resolution this time. Her countenance remained composed, yet her heart was heavy with concern for the safety of her comrades. They must emerge unscathed. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, danced his hands through intricate magical runes, silently praying, "O forces of magic, grant me strength and wisdom, that I may safeguard my companions." His gaze was intense and profound, contemplating how to wield his magic to play a pivotal role in the forthcoming conflict. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, though somewhat apprehensive, summoned his courage to keep pace with his allies. I cannot allow fear to consume me. I must contribute more to the team. He took a deep breath, striving to compose himself, determined to showcase his growth. As the group approached the exterior of their base, they beheld a cluster of unfamiliar figures. Captain America stepped forward, demanding, "Who are you?" The adversaries responded with palpable provocation. "We are here to annihilate you." Upon hearing this, Captain America's gaze sharpened with steely resolve. Let us see about that," he mused, vowing that no matter their intentions, they would not succeed easily. Iron Man activated his suit's flight system, soaring into the air to survey the enemy below. They appeared formidable, yet he felt no fear, though a twinge of anxiety lingered within him. It was overshadowed by an eagerness for the challenge that lay ahead. "Let me engage you." Thor strode forward unflinchingly, his heart ablaze with the fire of combat. "Come forth. Let me witness your capabilities." He silently bolstered his resolve, refusing to show weakness before the foe. The Black Widow concealed herself behind a nearby cover, keenly observing the enemy's movements. I must ascertain their situation before seeking an opening. Her thoughts were meticulous, ever poised to deliver a lethal strike without acting impulsively. Dr. Strange joined his hands in prayer, magical light swirling around him. I must remain calm and identify the enemy's vulnerabilities, he reminded himself, refusing to be daunted by their intimidating presence. Ant-Man lingered in a corner, gazing at the powerful adversaries, feeling a surge of trepidation. Am I truly capable? Yet, upon witnessing the steadfast figures of his teammates, courage rekindled within him. "Come on, Scott, you can do this." In an instant, battle erupted. Iron Man initiated the assault, unleashing a formidable energy beam from his palm towards the adversaries. "Taste this," he exclaimed. The enemy swiftly scattered, evading the onslaught. One foe charged at Iron Man, brandishing a sharp weapon. Iron Man sidestepped, delivering a kick to the attacker. "Nice try," he retorted. Thor, not to be outdone, swung his enchanted hammer, summoning lightning to cleave through the ranks of the enemy. Feel the wrath of the God of Thunder. The lightning erupted among the foes, sending several crashing to the ground. The Black Widow seized the opportunity to spring forth from her cover, her weapon firing in rapid succession, accurately striking several foes. "Not a single one shall escape," she declared. Dr. Strange conjured a spell, ensnaring a group of adversaries within a magical circle. "Struggle against the bonds of magic," he proclaimed. Ant-Man, utilizing his ability to alter his size, materialized suddenly behind an enemy, delivering a decisive blow. Caught you off guard," he exclaimed with exhilaration. However, the enemy's strength far exceeded their expectations. They not only possessed formidable weaponry and defensive gear, but also exhibited seamless coordination and tactical flexibility. Captain America discerned during the fray that the foes seemed intimately familiar with their combat strategies. How is this possible? It appears they were prepared long before, he pondered, filled with uncertainty and concern. Iron Man's armor sustained visible damage under the relentless onslaught. Damn it, these adversaries are tenacious, he thought, his mind racing as he desperately sought their vulnerabilities. Thor discovered that his lightning strikes had diminished efficacy against some of the enemies. What is happening? He mused, his heart aflame with rage and confusion. The Black Widow sustained injuries during close combat. I cannot falter now, she gritted her teeth, pressing on. The exertion of Doctor Strange's magic drained his energy. I can no longer cast spells blindly. I must devise a more effective strategy, he contemplated. Ant-Man, having enlarged himself, became the target of concentrated enemy fire and had to shrink to evade. That was too close, he thought, panic coursing through him. Amidst the fierce battle, Captain America shouted, "Everyone, remain calm and maintain formation." Yet, as enemy assaults intensified, the Avengers found themselves gradually ensnared in a dire predicament. This cannot continue, Iron Man declared. We must alter our tactics. Thor concurred, agreed, we cannot allow them to dictate our actions. At that moment, a formidable leader emerged from the enemy ranks, clad in obsidian armor and wielding a staff that emanated an eerie glow. You insects, today marks your demise, the leader sneered. Captain America retorted, do not be overly arrogant. We shall not be easily vanquished. The leader swung his staff, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that surged toward the Avengers. The team scrambled to evade. Yet several members were struck by the energy wave. Everyone, be cautious, the Black Widow cautioned. Doctor Strange gestured with his hands, attempting to counter the energy wave. I shall not allow you to prevail. Ant-Man, observing from the sidelines, felt a surge of indignation. I must take action. In this critical moment, could the Avengers turn the tide and triumph over this formidable foe? Chapter 90. In the vast depths of the universe, at the very core of the Earth, the members of the Avengers gathered. A mysterious and solemn atmosphere pervades the air, with immense currents of energy surging around, reminiscent of the heartbeat of the cosmos. Captain America, Steve Rogers, stands upon a protruding rock, his gaze resolute and composed as he surveys each member of the team. His heart brims with a profound sense of responsibility and duty. This may very well be their final opportunity to save the world. Friends, we stand at the crossroads of destiny. Tomorrow will mark our ultimate confrontation with the forces of darkness. His voice resonates steadily and powerfully, echoing through the vast expanse. Iron Man, Tony Stark, stands with arms crossed, leaning against a nearby stone wall. His armor glimmers faintly in the dim light, revealing a tapestry of complex emotions in his eyes. This battle is a matter of life and death. Yet, I firmly believe our strategy will tip the scales of victory in our favor. Despite the trepidation of the unknown, his heart swells with confidence in the power of technology. Thor, the god of thunder, stands tall, gripping his mighty hammer. His gaze is fierce, as if he can pierce the impending storm. I am ready to embrace the battle. For Asgard, for Earth, for all living beings. His heart burns with a fervent desire for combat and an unwavering pursuit of justice. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, stands gracefully to the side, her eyes calm and sharp. We must proceed with caution. Every detail could determine our fate. Her mind continuously analyzes the myriad possibilities that may arise, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, gestures with his hands, weaving magical runes that distort the surrounding space. The power of magic shall stand with us, yet we must remain wary of its unpredictable nature. He fully comprehends the might and peril of magic, diligently seeking the optimal approach to wield it. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, appears somewhat anxious, nervously rubbing his hands together. I will do my utmost not to disappoint anyone's expectations. Although fear fills his heart, he is resolute in facing any challenge to protect his family and the world. First, let us analyze the enemy's weaknesses. Captain America indicates a virtual screen displaying various data and intelligence regarding their adversaries. Based on our prior combat experience, there are certain vulnerabilities in the enemy's energy defenses. Iron Man, can your new weapon exploit this? Iron Man nods affirmatively. My latest energy pulse cannon is primed and ready. With the right timing, we can deliver a decisive blow to the enemy. Thor, your command of thunder will play a crucial role in our wide-scale assault. Captain America continues. Turning his gaze to the god of thunder, Thor tightens his grip on his hammer. Fear not, Captain. I shall make our foes tremble before the might of the storm. Black Widow, you and Ant-Man will infiltrate the enemy's ranks to sabotage their critical infrastructure, Captain America directs. Black Widow nods slightly. Understood, Captain. Ant-Man takes a deep breath. I will closely follow Black Widow's lead. Doctor Strange, your magic must always be poised to counter potential magical assaults from our adversaries, providing us with cover and support, Captain America proclaimed. With his hands clasped together, Doctor Strange assured, I will safeguard everyone. This is a formidable battle, yet we are the Avengers. We have never faltered. Nor shall we ever. Captain America's voice surged with fervor. We fight for justice, for peace, for those we hold dear. A fierce determination ignited in the eyes of the assembled. Iron Man shifted his shoulders, affirming, the captain is right. We must ensure our enemies realize that provoking us is their gravest mistake. Thor, the god of thunder, threw back his head and laughed heartily. Let this battle become our legend. Black Widow's lips curled into a smile, declaring, we shall certainly emerge victorious. Doctor Strange's demeanor turned grave, asserting, our fate lies in our hands. Ant-Man puffed out his chest, vowing, I will not let anyone down. After deliberating the battle strategy, the group commenced their preparations. Iron Man returned to his workshop, performing final adjustments and inspections on his weaponry. Jarvis, ensure everything is in optimal condition. His gaze was intense, as every component must be flawless. Meanwhile, Thor stood alone in a corner, silently communing with Mjolnir, feeling the power it contained. Old friend, tomorrow will be our moment. His heart brimmed with anticipation for the impending conflict. Black Widow and Ant-Man engaged in simulated training, repeatedly practicing their infiltration and sabotage maneuvers. Coordinate well, Scott, Black Widow reminded. I understand, Natasha, Ant-Man replied. Doctor Strange perched upon a stone, closing his eyes in meditation, gathering his magical strength. Captain America patrolled the area, scrutinizing every preparatory detail to ensure nothing was overlooked. As night descended, the core zone radiated a more enigmatic and resplendent glow. The Avengers gathered together, relishing this fleeting moment of tranquility. What do you think life will be like after the war? Ant-Man suddenly inquired. Perhaps peaceful and blissful, Iron Man chuckled. No war. No threats. How wonderful that would be, Black Widow mused. But for now, we must first secure victory in this battle, Captain America asserted. A brief silence enveloped the group, each heart filled with aspirations for the future and resolve for the fight ahead. All right, everyone, rest well and conserve your strength for tomorrow's battle, Captain America announced as he rose. The group dispersed, seeking places to rest. Yet, beneath the veneer of this seemingly tranquil night, each heart remained restless. They understood that the battle awaiting them would be one of life and death, a moment that would determine the fate of the world. Captain America lay in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. It is our solemn duty, at whatever cost, to safeguard this world, he silently vowed within. Iron Man gazed at the starry sky. Perhaps this would be my greatest battle. Thor, the god of thunder, communed with his ancestors in his dreams, drawing strength and courage from their wisdom. Black Widow reflected upon her past, knowing this was for redemption. Doctor Strange, in meditation, envisioned countless possible futures. Yet he remained steadfast in his belief that they would emerge victorious. Ant-Man clenched his fists tightly, resolute in his determination to return for the sake of his family and friends. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the heart of the earth, the Avengers awoke, ready to face the ultimate showdown. Chapter 91. As the dawn's light gently cascaded over the core of the earth, that first golden beam seemed to sound the drumbeat of destiny, awakening each member of the Avengers. This mysterious realm was steeped in an atmosphere both tense and solemn. Captain America, Steve Rogers, stirred from sleep, his gaze sharpening with newfound resolve. He looked to the brightening sky, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. This is the day of reckoning. The fate of the world rests in our hands. He inhaled deeply, feeling the weight of responsibility pressing upon him, igniting a fierce determination within. No matter the obstacles ahead, I shall not falter, he silently vowed, his hands instinctively tightening around his shield. Iron Man, Tony Stark, opened his eyes, a glimmer of determination flashing through them. He had barely slept, rehearsing the myriad possibilities of battle in his mind. This is my mission. My technology must be the key to vanquishing our foes. He swiftly rose, meticulously inspecting every detail of his armor, feeling both trepidation for the unknown and confidence in his own creations. I will not disappoint them, nor allow the world to fall into darkness. Thor leaped from the ground, his gaze ablaze with fervent fire. Today, I shall fight for justice, making the enemy tremble beneath my thunder. He caressed his mighty hammer, feeling the ancient and formidable power within, his sense of glory and duty to Asgard growing ever clearer. I am the god of thunder. I shall not allow evil to prevail. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, awoke with no trace of weariness, only calm determination. This is the final battle. I will fight with every ounce of strength for those unable to fight. She stretched her body, preparing to face the impending trial of life and death, devoid of fear, filled only with steadfast conviction. I will fulfill my mission and protect our world. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, slowly opened his eyes, his gaze deep and tranquil. The power of magic shall unfold today. Darkness will surely be dispelled by light. He silently intoned incantations within his mind, feeling the flow of magic, ready to unleash his most potent spells in battle. I am prepared to confront all that is unknown. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, sat up, a hint of tension on his face, yet overshadowed by courage. I seek to prove myself, for my family, for my friends. He inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself, his heart brimming with an ardent desire for triumph. I shall not cower. I will fight to the bitter end. Just as the Avengers prepared to embark towards the battlefield, the silhouettes of their adversaries emerged on the horizon. They were imposing figures, exuding an aura of malevolence, led by a mysterious entity cloaked in darkness. This enigmatic figure donned a black cape, his face obscured by shadows, revealing only a pair of eyes gleaming with crimson light. An overwhelming sense of oppression radiated from him, as if he were the embodiment of darkness itself. Avengers, your doom is at hand, he intoned, his voice low and gravelly, as though it emanated from the depths of hell. Captain America stepped forward, declaring, "Evil shall never triumph over justice. Today marks your end." The mysterious figure scoffed, "Huh? You deluded fools believe you can thwart my plans." Iron Man activated his armor, retorting, "Enough chatter. Let us see who is truly formidable." Thor raised his hammer, electricity crackling upon its surface, proclaiming, "Today, you shall pay for your wickedness." The mysterious figure gestured, and the enemies surged forth like a relentless tide. The battle erupted instantaneously, with Captain America charging into the fray like a fierce lion. His singular conviction was to protect his allies and vanquish the foe. "Come forth, let me witness your prowess." Each swing of his shield embodied indomitable courage and resolute determination. Iron Man unleashed powerful energy beams from the sky, filled with fury towards his adversaries. "You shall taste my might." Each strike of his armor showcased his mastery of technology and insatiable thirst for victory. Thor swung his hammer, weaving a net of lightning that ensnared the enemies. "Perish beneath the thunder." His roar reverberated through the heavens, each blow infused with his unwavering commitment to justice and loathing for evil. Black Widow nimbly maneuvered among the adversaries, her weapon striking with precision at their vital points. "No escape for you." Her demeanor was calm and focused, each motion meticulously calculated and decisively executed. Doctor Strange waved his hands, conjuring magical runes that burst forth in brilliant light. Tremble before the forces of magic. His gaze was resolute and unwavering, each spell cast imbued with strength and wisdom. Ant-Man alternated between colossal and minuscule, his massive form absorbing enemy attacks, then shrinking to sow chaos within their ranks. Behold, courage surged within him, and though his body trembled, his resolve never wavered. However, the enemies proved mightier than they had anticipated. The mysterious figure unleashed waves of dark energy, presenting significant obstacles for the Avengers. In a bold charge, Captain America was struck by the dark energy, his body hurtling backward. "Captain," Iron Man shouted, "I am unharmed. Continue the fight." Captain America rose from the ground, resolutely charging once more into the fray. The thunderous might of Thor appeared to have little effect on the enigmatic figure before him, filling his heart with a sense of dread. What manner of creature is this? Yet he did not relent. Rather, he intensified his assault. Black Widow, despite sustaining injuries in the fray, gritted her teeth and pressed on. "I shall not falter." Doctor Strange's magic drained his vitality, yet he resolutely resisted the encroaching darkness. "I cannot afford to lose." Ant-Man, having grown in stature, found himself besieged by foes and ensnared in peril. "Help!" he cried out. "Hold on, Scott!" Captain America shouted as he rushed to the rescue. In this fierce struggle, the Avengers found their stamina and energy waning, yet their fighting spirit remained unquenchable. "We cannot succumb. For the sake of the world." Captain America's voice inspired each member of the team. "We shall never surrender." Iron Man declared, "To the bitter end." Thor bellowed, "For justice." Black Widow shouted, "We cannot fall." Doctor Strange asserted, "Keep it up." Ant-Man echoed loudly. They fought in unison, supporting one another, delivering relentless blows to their adversary. As the mysterious figure became increasingly frantic and volatile from the stalemate, he amplified his dark energy output, seeking to annihilate the Avengers in one fell swoop. "This is the final battle. We must triumph," Captain America proclaimed with fervor. The Avengers rallied once more, their gazes filled with determination and resilience, prepared to face the enemy's ultimate strike. Chapter 92. On that tumultuous battlefield, the smoke hung like a heavy curtain, and the cacophony of battle cries intertwined with the clang of metal, creating a chilling symphony. Members of the Avengers were engaged in a life-and-death struggle against their foes, each moment fraught with the weight of existential choice. Captain Steve Rogers wielded his indomitable shield, darting through the enemy ranks like a bolt of lightning. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, cascading down his resolute cheeks, with each breath accompanied by labored gasps. "We cannot retreat. For justice, for peace," he silently proclaimed, his eyes ablaze with an indomitable fire. Yet the enemy surged like a relentless tide, wave after wave, and his arms began to ache, his steps growing heavy. Iron Man. Tony Stark soared through the air, energy beams from his suit slicing through the darkness like blades. Jarvis, calculate the optimal attack trajectory. I intend to show these ruffians my true strength. He shouted, anxiety creeping into his voice. The suit's energy was depleting rapidly, while the enemy seemed to have an endless supply of reinforcements, mounting unprecedented pressure upon him. Thor, the god of thunder, descended like a tempest, brandishing Mjolnir, weaving a dazzling web of lightning. His muscles tensed as he poured every ounce of strength into each strike. Feel the wrath of this thunder, you vile bastards. He roared in anger, yet the enemy's tenacity exceeded his expectations. His stamina was rapidly depleting, and a hint of unease surged within him. The Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, moved with agile grace, weaving through the throngs of adversaries like a wraith. Her hands delivered precise, lethal strikes, each movement executed with impeccable efficiency. None shall pass from me, she hissed, but her wounds multiplied, staining her attire with crimson, and the pain rendered her movements increasingly sluggish. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, gestured with his hands, conjuring mystical runes. As a formidable magical force enveloped him, forming a resplendent shield and waves of attack around him. The forces of darkness cannot breach my defenses, he proclaimed. Yet the relentless exertion of high-intensity magic nearly drained his mental fortitude, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead like rain. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, adeptly utilized his unique ability to alter his size, sometimes towering like a giant to deliver crushing blows to foes, other times shrinking to a minuscule form to incite chaos within their ranks. Behold my prowess, he shouted, but the frequent transformations burdened his body, and he sensed his strength waning swiftly. The enemy's leader, a mysterious figure shrouded in dark energy, remained at the rear of the battlefield, coldly observing the fray. He unleashed powerful and malevolent waves of energy, posing a significant threat to the Avengers. Damn it, this cannot continue, Iron Man exclaimed. We must uncover his weakness and focus our assault. Captain America replied, urgency lacing his voice. As the team sought an opportunity to break through, Doctor Strange suddenly detected a flaw in the enemy leader's defenses. Everyone, take note. There seems to be a breach on his left side. Prepare to concentrate fire. He called out. All right, follow my lead and attack together, Captain America bellowed. The group immediately adjusted their stances, ready to unleash their most potent strike. Iron Man maximized the energy of his armor, sending a brilliant beam of energy towards the enemy leader. Thor raised his enchanted hammer high, summoning a powerful bolt of lightning that struck down toward the foe. The Black Widow discarded her weapons, sending them soaring like meteors towards their target. Doctor Strange cast a powerful spell, a dazzling radiance racing toward the enemy leader. Ant-Man enlarged himself, striding with colossal steps toward the adversary. However, just as their attacks were poised to reach the enemy leader, he suddenly unleashed an even greater surge of dark power, effortlessly nullifying all their onslaughts. Impossible, Ant-Man gasped. How strong can he be? Iron Man gritted his teeth in frustration. The enemy leader erupted in maniacal laughter. You think you can defeat me? Such navet. Captain America furrowed his brow, his heart heavy with doubt and concern. Is it truly impossible for us to overcome him? Yet he swiftly cast aside such thoughts, exclaiming, do not relent, we shall surely find a way. Thor, the god of thunder, raised Mjolnir once more, preparing to unleash a new wave of assault. I refuse to believe he can withstand our onslaught indefinitely. The others, invigorated anew, launched another attack against the enemy leader. However, each offensive was thwarted by the formidable dark powers he wielded, draining their stamina and resolve, while the enemy leader appeared to grow ever stronger. This cannot continue. We must alter our strategy, Black Widow remarked, her voice hoarse from fatigue. Doctor Strange pondered for a moment before suggesting, perhaps we should unite our strengths to forge a more potent attack. Very well, let us give it a try, Captain America declared with conviction. The group began to coalesce, pooling their powers into a singular force. Iron Man's energy beams, Thor's lightning, Black Widow's combat prowess, Doctor Strange's sorcery, and Ant-Man's unique abilities began to intertwine. Together, attack, Captain America shouted. A surge of immense power surged toward the enemy leader, yet he merely raised a hand and effortlessly dissipated the assault. How can this be? Ant-Man despaired. The enemy leader jeered, your struggles are in vain. Surrender and become my defeated minions. Never, Captain America roared defiantly, as long as we draw breath, we shall not cease our fight. The group found themselves once more ensnared in dire straits, uncertain of how to vanquish this seemingly invincible foe. Yet their eyes remained resolute and unyielding, for they were the Avengers, and they never spoke of surrender. Chapter 93. On that battlefield shrouded in flames and darkness, the Avengers faced an unprecedented predicament. Their gazes revealed fatigue and confusion, yet within the depths of their eyes, a flicker of indomitable spirit burned fiercely. Captain Steve Rogers gasped for breath, his shield marred with scratches and dents, each swing growing increasingly burdensome. "We cannot be defeated like this. There must be a way," he declared, his voice hoarse yet unwavering, akin to a beacon of hope amidst the darkness. However, anxiety gnawed at him. For the enemy leaders, seemingly unassailable, might left him feeling profoundly powerless. Tony Stark's armor lay in tatters, the energy indicator flashing a perilous red. "What manner of monstrosity is this?" he muttered, his eyes filled with disbelief and fury. He sought the enemy's weaknesses through his suit's systems. Yet repeated failures severely undermined his confidence. Thor gripped Mjolnir tightly, his body trembling slightly, sweat streaming down his cheeks. "Is this truly our fate? No. I refuse to accept it." His heart brimmed with resentment, as the once proud might of thunder seemed to lose its luster before the adversary. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, leaned against a shattered rock, her wounds seeping blood that stained her garments crimson. "We cannot give up. We are the Avengers." Her voice, though weak, resonated with resolve, her eyes still shimmering with indomitable spirit. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, clasped his hands together, mystical runes flickering around him, his complexion pale as parchment. Could the power of magic truly falter? Doubt and self-questioning swirled within him as he pondered whether there were unexplored avenues of sorcery yet to be attempted. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, sat upon the ground, his body weary from the excessive use of his abilities. "I have done my utmost." A glimmer of despair lingered in his gaze. Yet when he beheld his steadfast comrades, a flicker of hope reignited within him. Just as despair enveloped them, Captain America rose abruptly. "We are the Avengers. We have faced countless trials and tribulations, yet we have never surrendered." His voice resonated with strength, echoing across the battlefield. Iron Man lifted his head, a renewed fire igniting in his eyes. "The captain is right. We cannot be defeated so easily." He began to reassess the armor's systems, seeking potential solutions. Thor inhaled deeply, raising Mjolnir once more. "Let us fight side by side again." His roar reverberated through the heavens. Black Widow, grimacing against her pain, stood resolutely. "Then let us battle until the final moment." Her gaze hardened with unwavering determination. Doctor Strange opened his eyes, the magical runes glowing anew. "I shall fight alongside you all." His voice brimmed with conviction. Ant-Man rose as well, clenching his fists. "I will not retreat." The group reassembled, their focus unwaveringly fixed upon the enemy leader. Captain America declared, "We cannot strike blindly. We must observe his movements and seek the true opening." Nods of agreement followed as they cautiously circled the enemy leader. The adversary scoffed. "Your struggles are futile." Yet the Avengers remained undeterred, maintaining their vigilant watch. Suddenly, Iron Man discerned a momentary energy fluctuation when the enemy leader unleashed a powerful attack. "Now!" he shouted. The team immediately concentrated their strength, targeting that fleeting vulnerability. Captain America charged forth, his shield gleaming with brilliance. Iron Man unleashed a formidable energy beam. Thor summoned furious lightning. Black Widow fired precise bullets. Doctor Strange cast potent spells. Ant-Man utilized his abilities to distract the enemy leader. This time, a crack appeared in the enemy leader's defenses. "Continue the assault." Captain America bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder across the battlefield. Upon hearing his rallying cry, the warriors surged forward once more, their eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve, akin to flames igniting within them. Their collective strength coalesced into an overwhelming force, a formidable onslaught. The enemy leader's visage contorted with increasing malevolence as his dark powers began to wane under the relentless assault. Yet, he did not concede easily. He clung desperately to the hope of counterattack. "Push harder," Iron Man urged, a hint of urgency lacing his tone. He pondered silently, aware that they could not afford to grant the enemy a moment's respite. Victory must be seized in one decisive blow. The Avengers gritted their teeth, channeling every ounce of their strength into this final offensive. Muscles tensed, sweat trickled down their faces, each movement infused with power and determination. At last, the enemy leader let out a piercing shriek, collapsing to the ground like a kite severed from its string. "We succeeded," Ant-Man exclaimed jubilantly, his voice brimming with elation and pride. Yet, before they could revel in their triumph, the battlefield shifted ominously. The previously vanquished foes regrouped, their eyes ablaze with a frenzied light, resembling enraged beasts, now more ferocious and brutal than before. "Do not relent. The battle is far from over," Captain America declared, his voice imbued with authority and resolve. The atmosphere turned heavy as the Avengers recognized the impending struggle would be even more arduous. Nevertheless, they stood firm, hearts swelling with hope and courage. Gripping their weapons tightly, they braced themselves for the new challenges ahead, for they understood that united, no foe was insurmountable. In Chapter 94, On the battlefield where a glimmer of victory had just begun to emerge, the Avengers found themselves besieged by a fresh crisis, akin to a surging tide. The threat posed by the vanquished enemy leader appeared to have dissipated, yet the resurgence of the frenzied adversaries compelled their recently relaxed nerves to tighten once more. Captain Steve Rogers clutched his battered shield, his gaze now radiating not confusion or despair, but a steely resolve willing to face death head-on. Lift your spirits. If we have triumphed once, we can do so again. Although his voice had grown hoarse from the relentless conflict, the encouragement it bore remained undiminished. Deep down, he recognized that this might be their most arduous battle yet, but as the captain, he was determined to lead his comrades forward, even if the path ahead was fraught with peril. Iron Man, Tony Stark, surveyed the advancing foes, the lights on his armor flickering uncertainly, mirroring his inner turmoil and resolve. Damn it, these guys are relentless, he muttered through gritted teeth, swiftly calculating the remaining energy of his suit along with potential strategies. Yet, he vowed not to yield easily, ready to showcase the indomitable spirit of iron. Despite the armor nearing its limits, his fighting spirit soared ever higher. Thor, the god of thunder, gasped for breath, and his mighty hammer seemed to resonate with the fury within him, as lightning danced more fiercely upon its surface. Come forth, let the blood of battle boil once more. His gaze burned with an indomitable flame, his anger at the enemy's provocations reaching a fever pitch. Yet, the relentless intensity of combat had rendered his body utterly fatigued. Still, he stood tall, prepared to face new onslaughts. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, bore the excruciating pain from her wounds with stoic resolve, her hands gripping her weapons tightly, her form remaining agile and poised. No matter how many come, they shall not easily breach my defenses. Her stare was cold and unwavering, devoid of any inclination to retreat. Each skirmish left her battered, yet her will to fight remained as resilient as steel, refusing to yield. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, wove intricate magical runes with his hands, the light of sorcery flickering at his fingertips. His complexion was pale as parchment, yet his eyes shone with fierce focus. The power of magic shall not easily wane. As long as I draw breath, he silently vowed, striving to extract the last vestiges of strength from his nearly depleted magical reservoir. He understood that each incantation in this moment could tip the scales of victory. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, surveyed the unfolding chaos, dread surging within him once more. However, the sight of his fearless comrades instantly transformed that fear into courage. I cannot hinder my teammates. I must contribute more to the cause. He inhaled deeply, striving to recalibrate himself, ready to unleash his unique abilities once again. Enemies surged like a relentless tide, their battle cries deafening. Captain America led the charge, his shield a formidable barrier, blocking and striking with unyielding force, each collision resonating with the cries of the fallen. For justice, he proclaimed, fueled by a singular conviction, to safeguard the hope that lay behind him. Iron Man unleashed a barrage of energy beams from the skies, his suit's thrusters emitting brilliant flames as he darted through the enemy ranks like a meteor. Taste my might, he roared. Undeterred by the escalating energy drain on his armor with each assault, Thor swung his hammer, a tempest of lightning weaving a tapestry of destruction, laying waste to foes in his path. Trembled beneath the thunder. His roar reverberated across the battlefield, a proclamation of his indomitable spirit to the world. Black Widow danced through the throng of enemies with agile leaps and rolls, her weapon striking with the swiftness and lethality of a venomous serpent, each blow finding its mark with precision. Do not dare approach, she hissed, her eyes brimming with lethal intent. Dr. Strange conjured formidable spells, ensnaring groups of adversaries within magical circles, or shielding his allies from incoming assaults. The power of magic shall not allow your triumph, he declared, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Ant-Man harnessed his remarkable ability to alter his size, at times transforming into a colossal figure to deliver devastating blows to his adversaries, and at other moments shrinking to a mere particle to sow chaos within their ranks. Experience my might, he proclaimed loudly, creating advantageous opportunities for his team. As the battle intensified, the Avengers found their stamina and vigor rapidly depleting. Captain America's movements became increasingly sluggish, and the scratches on his shield multiplied. I cannot falter, he continuously urged himself, summoning his indomitable will to persevere. Iron Man's suit was running perilously low on energy, and his flight grew more unstable with each passing moment. I must endure, he gritted his teeth, striving to maintain the suit's functionality. Thor's strength began to wane, and the thunderous might of Mjolnir was no longer as formidable as before. Yet he vowed silently, I shall not yield, as he continued to wield his hammer in battle. Black Widow's wounds oozed relentlessly, rendering her movements somewhat stiff. Hold on, she reassured herself, determined not to succumb at this critical juncture. Dr. Strange's magical radiance gradually dimmed, his body trembling as he fought to sustain his spell. Just a bit longer. He exerted every ounce of his strength to maintain the enchantment. Ant-Man too sensed his body reaching its limits, his ability to change size spiraling out of control. This cannot be the end, he thought, filled with a sense of unwillingness as he struggled to rein in his powers. At that moment, a glimmer of hope emerged on the battlefield. Iron Man identified the enemy's command system and, expending his last vestige of energy, launched an assault against it. Success. With the command system incapacitated, the enemy's offensive descended into disarray. Now everyone charge! Captain America shouted. Seizing the opportunity, the Avengers mounted their final assault. Their figures surged across the battlefield like an unstoppable tide, breaching the enemy's defenses. After an intense clash, the enemy finally began to crumble. We are victorious! Ant-Man exclaimed with exhilaration. Yet, all were utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. But this is merely temporary. We must brace ourselves for the next challenge, Captain America panted, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the horizon. The battlefield was shrouded in the acrid scent of smoke and blood, the silhouettes of the Avengers towering majestically in the twilight glow. Chapter 95. As the enemies finally retreated in disarray from the ravaged battlefield, the dying rays of the sun draped a blood-red veil over the scarred earth. The members of the Avengers lay sprawled in disarray, their bodies seemingly drained of all strength, each breath heavy with exertion. Captain Steve Rogers rested upon a shattered slab of stone, his eyes fixed upon the dimming sky, filled with fatigue and contemplation. His muscles ached profoundly, every inch of his skin narrating the brutality of combat, yet within him lingered a rare sense of solace. They have endured, yet this is but a fleeting tranquility. He contemplated silently, his thoughts entwined like a tangled web. He was acutely aware that the price of this victory was exorbitant, and the path ahead remained fraught with thorns. Iron Man, Tony Stark's armor lay in ruins, nearly devoid of all functionality. He struggled to extricate himself from the suit, leaning wearily against a massive rock, his face smeared with dust and sweat. This time, it was indeed a life-or-death struggle. A self-deprecating smile crept onto his lips, his voice laced with profound fatigue. His gaze was somewhat unfocused, his mind replaying the perilous moments of battle, while simultaneously pondering how to execute a more comprehensive upgrade and enhancement of the armor. Thor, the god of thunder, reclined on a patch of grass, gasping for breath, his mighty hammer carelessly discarded at his side. His chest heaved violently, each breath akin to enduring immense agony. Asgard is not merely what I must protect here. His thoughts drifted to his distant homeland, his heart brimming with concern for his kin and people. He understood the weight of his responsibilities. This battle was merely a minor interlude in a protracted journey. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, curled up in a corner, her wounds still throbbing, blood seeping through her tattered clothing. Her gaze appeared hollow, as if her soul had drifted beyond her corporeal form. How much longer can I endure? She murmured softly, her heart laden with confusion and dread about the future. Yet, years of training as an agent enabled her to swiftly recalibrate her state, enduring the pain as she began to assess her injuries. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, sat on the ground, his hands limply resting at his sides, the glow of his magic having vanished from his eyes, leaving only an abyss of exhaustion. The power of magic has its limits. He closed his eyes, attempting to restore some energy through meditation. His mind reflected on the inadequacies in his magical application during the battle, contemplating how to further enhance his magical prowess. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, lay on the ground, gazing at the evening glow in the sky, his expression a blend of relief for having survived and anxiety about the future. Can I truly become a hero like them? He questioned himself internally. His body had reached its limits, yet his resolve remained unyielding. Regardless, I will strive onward, he vowed silently, gritting his teeth in an effort to rise. After a moment, Captain America slowly sat up, his voice shattering the silence. Are you all right? His gaze swept over each teammate, filled with concern. Iron Man laboriously raised a hand in response, saying, I'm not dead, Captain. Just need a good rest. Thor gasped. I can fight again. Just give me time to recover. Black Widow gritted her teeth and declared, I'm fine, Captain. Just some superficial wounds. Dr. Strange opened his eyes and remarked, I need some time to regain my magical energy. Ant-Man managed a faint smile, adding, I'm also holding up, Captain. Captain America nodded and remarked, this victory was hard-earned. However, we must remain vigilant. The enemy may strike again at any moment. Iron Man responded, Captain, once I repair my armor, I will ensure it is even more formidable. Thor declared, I shall return to Asgard to seek additional support. Black Widow stated, I will gather more intelligence to comprehend the enemy's movements. Dr. Strange proclaimed, I will continue to explore the realms of magic in search of greater arcane power. Ant-Man asserted, I will dedicate myself to training to enhance my abilities. In the days that followed, the Avengers commenced their respective recuperation and preparations. Iron Man isolated himself in the laboratory, tirelessly repairing and enhancing his armor. His gaze was intense and fervent, striving for perfection in every component. This time, the armor must be unparalleled. His heart brimmed with anticipation for the new suit. Thor returned to Asgard, conferring with his kin to strategize and bolster their defenses. In the training grounds, he wielded Mjolnir, sweat cascading down like rain. "I must grow stronger to protect everyone," he roared, his voice echoing through the skies. Black Widow utilized her connections and intelligence network to scour for clues, engaging with various perilous individuals. Each venture was fraught with uncertainty. She would not overlook even the slightest hint. Her singular conviction was to provide the Avengers with the most valuable intelligence. In the sanctum of magic, Doctor Strange immersed himself in ancient tomes and enigmatic rituals, relentlessly probing the mysteries of sorcery to transcend his limits. Only by mastering more potent magics could he confront the crises that lay ahead. His silhouette appeared solitary, yet resolute amidst the glow of arcane energies. Ant-Man, in the training room, practiced his unique abilities repeatedly. He would enlarge, battling colossal mechanical constructs, then shrink, navigating intricate mazes. "I must become an indispensable member of the team," he vowed, his garments drenched with sweat, yet he never paused for a moment. However, as they prepared for the future, a new crisis silently approached. One day, while on an intelligence mission, Black Widow uncovered a shocking secret. A mysterious organization was clandestinely orchestrating a colossal conspiracy, seemingly aiming to seize control of global energy resources, thereby dominating the world. This was no trivial matter. Black Widow contemplated, swiftly relaying this information to her fellow Avengers. When the Avengers reconvened, each face bore a solemn and wary expression. Captain America furrowed his brow and stated, "This enigmatic organization harbors malicious intent. We must swiftly ascertain their plans and capabilities." Iron Man added, "It appears we are in for another fierce battle." Thor, the god of thunder, clenched his mighty hammer and declared, "No one shall disrupt the peace of the world." Doctor Strange responded, "Magic will guide our path." Ant-Man added, "I will do my utmost to assist." Thus, the Avengers embarked once more on a journey fraught with uncertainty and peril, their silhouettes fading into the distance, poised to confront new challenges. Chapter 96. Within the Avengers' headquarters. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could yield droplets of water. Having just received news from Black Widow regarding the insidious machinations of a mysterious organization, a stone had been cast into the still waters of their minds, stirring tumultuous waves within each heart. Captain America, Steve Rogers, stood before a vast display screen. Arms crossed and expression grave, his gaze fixated on the scant intelligence displayed, thoughts swirling in his mind. "This clandestine organization is deeply concealed. We must tread carefully," he pondered, his brow furrowing into a profound frown. Every encounter with a new threat weighed heavily upon him, and this instance was no exception. He harbored concerns for the safety of the world and the potential dangers his comrades might face in this uncharted battle. Iron Man, Tony Stark, reclined in a nearby chair, legs crossed, fingers rhythmically tapping against his chin. His eyes sparkled with sharpness and contemplation. "This adversary is indeed formidable. However, I refuse to believe we cannot uncover their vulnerabilities." While exhilaration coursed through him at the prospect of a challenge, he recognized that this enemy was no ordinary foe. He began to mentally devise various strategies, contemplating how to leverage technology to dismantle this seemingly insurmountable puzzle. Standing by the window, Thor gazed out at the sky, a hint of concern shadowing his features. "The glory of Asgard shall not be tarnished under my watch. I shall ensure these conspirators pay dearly." He clenched his fist, silently vowing. For him, safeguarding the world transcended mere duty. It was a profound mission. He contemplated how to wield his divine power in unison with his allies to vanquish this new threat. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, sat at the conference table, her fingers gently tapping the surface, her expression serious and focused. The task of gathering intelligence had proven exceedingly challenging. Their defenses were remarkably stringent. A sense of frustration enveloped her, yet it was overshadowed by an indomitable spirit. She meticulously revisited every detail from her past intelligence missions, striving to uncover the clues she may have overlooked. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, gestured with his hands, weaving magical runes as the light of sorcery flickered at his fingertips. His gaze was profound and enigmatic, as if penetrating the facade to reveal the hidden truths beneath. The realm of magic is replete with the unknown. Perhaps therein lies the key to our breakthrough. He silently recited incantations, immersing himself in the exploration of magic, hoping to unearth a unique solution to the impending crisis. In a corner, Ant-Man, Scott Lang, appeared somewhat anxious. "Can I truly contribute? Will I be able to assist my companions?" His heart brimmed with self-doubt. Yet upon witnessing the resolute expressions of his teammates, he silently encouraged himself. "I must not falter. I must face this with courage." He took a deep breath, striving to compose himself, preparing to confront the formidable challenges ahead. Captain America broke the silence. Let us all share our thoughts. Where shall we commence our investigation into this enigmatic organization? Iron Man rose to his feet. I believe we should first analyze our existing intelligence, seeking to uncover their operational patterns or vulnerabilities. Thor turned his head. Perhaps I could harness the power of lightning to detect some concealed locations. Black Widow shook her head. No, that would be too perilous. We cannot alarm them. Doctor Strange clasped his hands. I could attempt to use magic to glimpse into their minds, though this would require considerable energy and focus. Ant-Man cautiously suggested. Then, might I shrink down and scout their base? A brief silence enveloped the group as they contemplated each suggestion. Captain America finally declared, let us commence with intelligence analysis. While Doctor Strange attempts to uncover some clues through magic, but we must proceed with caution. Ant-Man, your proposal can serve as a contingency, but ensure your own safety above all else. The team nodded in agreement. In the ensuing days, the Avengers immersed themselves in rigorous investigative efforts. Iron Man, in the lab, fixated on the intelligence data displayed on his screen, his eyes unwavering. J-A-R-V-I-S. Assist me in analyzing the correlations within this data. His voice resonated with intensity and urgency. Thor, on the training grounds, relentlessly practiced controlling the precision and strength of his lightning, his garments drenched in sweat. I must achieve perfection. He gritted his teeth, motivating himself onward. Black Widow maintained close contact with intelligence agents worldwide, leaving no stone unturned for potentially useful information. Please, I implore you, help me uncover more leads. Her voice bore a hint of desperation. Doctor Strange, in the sanctum of magic, devoted himself entirely to meditative exploration. Reveal the truth to me. Let magic guide my path. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, yet his gaze remained unwavering. Ant-Man, in the training room, diligently practiced various techniques for shrinking and responding to unforeseen circumstances. I cannot let my team down, he repeatedly reassured himself. However, the investigation proved arduous. The mysterious organization displayed formidable counter-surveillance capabilities, with each lead severed at critical moments, and every attempt seemingly ensnared in a meticulously crafted labyrinth. What on earth is happening? Iron Man exclaimed, slamming his fist onto the table. Do not despair. We will surely find a breakthrough, Captain America reassured him. Just as they began to feel despondent, Black Widow suddenly received a cryptic message. What is this? She opened the message, and her expression instantly turned grave. What happened? The others gathered around. Black Widow took a deep breath. It is an anonymous warning, stating that we have fallen into a vast conspiracy, and if we do not cease our investigation, the consequences will be dire. A threat? This only signifies that we are close to the truth, Iron Man remarked. Yet, this also implies that the danger we face is far greater. Thor furrowed his brow. Captain America pondered for a moment. Regardless, we cannot retreat. We must continue our investigation and unveil the true nature of this mysterious organization. The Avengers reaffirmed their resolve, well aware that the path ahead was fraught with challenges. Yet they were undaunted, for they were the Avengers, and safeguarding the world was their mission. Chapter 97. In the tension-filled conference room of the Avengers headquarters, a vast screen flickered with sporadic and indistinct intelligence, resembling faint candlelight in the darkness, striving to illuminate the path shrouded in thick fog ahead. Captain Steve Rogers leaned slightly forward, his hands braced on the table, his gaze fixed on the screen, turmoil roiling within him like a tempestuous sea. This mysterious organization loomed like a colossal beast hidden in the shadows, and we have yet to grasp even its outline. He mused to himself, his brow furrowing deeper. Each interrupted lead left him feeling defeated, yet the unwavering belief in justice blazed more fiercely within him. No matter how arduous the journey, we must not relent. The world awaits our salvation. He inhaled deeply, striving to quell the anxiety within, his eyes sweeping over his teammates, filled with encouragement and determination. Iron Man, Tony Stark, sat in his chair with legs crossed, fingers deftly navigating a virtual keyboard, a hint of impatience and urgency in his eyes. What in the world are these guys up to? How do they always seem to anticipate our moves? He muttered inwardly, seething at the cunning of the enemy. Simultaneously, he berated himself, lamenting that his technology was not advanced enough to breach their defenses. No, I must find a way to upgrade my system. I must uncover their vulnerabilities. He resolutely resolved, his gaze sharpening with focus and determination. Standing nearby, Thor folded his arms, his expression grave. He gazed out at the sky, reflecting on the glory and responsibilities of Asgard. I cannot let the honor of my homeland be tarnished on my watch, nor allow Earth to fall into peril. He clenched his fists, muscles taut. Each flash of lightning seemed to mirror the fury within him. No matter how formidable this mysterious organization may be, I will shatter them with my might. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, contemplating how best to wield his divine power to bolster the team. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, sat in a corner, gently massaging her temples, her eyes revealing fatigue and resignation. This is the most challenging intelligence operation I have ever encountered. Each lead feels like a kite with its string cut. Her heart was heavy with anxiety. Yet years of experience as an operative instilled in her the necessity of remaining composed. I must maintain my calm. I will surely find a breakthrough. She incessantly reassured herself, compelling her mind to remain alert as she meticulously reorganized the seemingly chaotic clues. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, clasped his hands together, his eyes closed, immersed in the perception of magic. His inner world resembled a vast cosmos, replete with mysteries and the unknown. The power of magic should guide us. Yet why do we remain so lost? He felt a deep sense of confusion and unease. Each foray into magic felt like groping through darkness, unable to find an escape. But I cannot surrender. I believe magic will ultimately provide us with the answers we seek. He steadied his breath, focusing his mind, and delved once more into the realm of magic, searching for a glimmer of hope. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, appeared restless beside them, his gaze filled with doubt regarding his own abilities. Can I truly contribute in this battle? Everyone is so formidable. Will I be a hindrance? His heart raced, anxiety causing his palms to sweat. Yet, upon witnessing the resolute expressions of his teammates, he silently bolstered his own spirits. Scott, you can do this. Believe in yourself. You are a member of the Avengers. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself, preparing to offer his strength to the team at any moment. Captain America broke the silence, his voice deep and resonant. Do not lose heart, everyone. We have come so far, we cannot give up now. His gaze swept over his teammates, attempting to instill courage and confidence within them. Iron Man lifted his head and remarked, Captain, I understand, but this is truly maddening. It feels as though we are groping in the dark, unable to locate the door. Thor approached, placing a reassuring hand on Iron Man's shoulder. Do not be so disheartened. Let us find a solution together. Black Widow rose, stating, perhaps we should consider a different perspective and reevaluate the intelligence we have gathered. Dr. Strange opened his eyes and added, I will continue to explore through magic. There may be dimensions we have yet to uncover. Ant-Man mustered his courage and said, I will strive to be prepared, ready to follow everyone's lead. Captain America nodded, saying, very well, let us begin anew. Iron Man, please analyze the sources and channels of our intelligence once more, searching for any overlooked details. Thor, attempt to sense any unusual energy fluctuations in the surroundings with your lightning powers. Black Widow, maintain contact with your intelligence network to see if we can acquire new leads. Dr. Strange, I implore you to delve deeper into the world of magic. Ant-Man, join me in re-examining this intelligence, seeking hidden patterns. Everyone promptly set to work. Iron Man sat before the computer, his eyes fixed on the screen, his mind racing. There must be something I have overlooked. There must be. His fingers danced across the keyboard, each piece of data and every fragment of information flashing rapidly through his mind. Thor stood in the plaza of the base, raising Mjolnir high, his eyes closed as he attuned himself to the fluctuations of energy surrounding him. Come forth, let me trace your whereabouts, he silently urged, as lightning flickered around his form. Meanwhile, Black Widow sat in the communications room, engaged in tense exchanges with intelligence operatives from various locations. We urgently require this information, she implored, her voice laden with anticipation and urgency. Dr. Strange, in the sanctum of magic, gestured with his hands, weaving intricate arcane symbols that illuminated the entire space. Reveal the truth, magic, he murmured to himself. Ant-Man and Captain America gathered in the conference room, meticulously laying out intelligence reports on the table, scrutinizing every detail with utmost seriousness. Time slipped away, and a palpable tension enveloped the base. Still no leads, Iron Man exclaimed, slamming his fist onto the table. Disappointment etched across his face. Thor shook his head. I too have not sensed any unusual energy fluctuations. Black Widow sighed. My network has yielded no new information. Dr. Strange opened his eyes and remarked, the magical realm offers no apparent clues, yet I sense a mysterious force is interfering with our efforts. Captain America furrowed his brow. What is truly happening? Are we indeed at a dead end? Just as despair began to settle, Ant-Man suddenly interjected, wait, I believe I've identified a common thread. Instantly, all eyes turned to him. Pointing to a report, Ant-Man continued, look here, these locations, seemingly unrelated, experience brief electrical fluctuations at the same time. Captain America's eyes sparkled with realization. This could indeed be a significant lead. We must pursue this direction. Hope rekindled among the group, and they plunged back into their intense investigation. Unbeknownst to them, a clandestine organization had already sensed their movements, stealthily fortifying their defenses in anticipation of the Avengers' arrival. Chapter 98. Within the Avengers base, the atmosphere was thick with tension, suffocating each individual. Ant-Man's discovery shone like a glimmer of dawn amidst the darkness, invigorating their spirits. Captain Steve Rogers promptly approached the report pointed out by Ant-Man, his gaze focused and urgent. This may be the key to breaking our stalemate. A spark of hope ignited within him, tempered by caution. Yet, he reminded himself, we cannot be blindly optimistic. This could be a trap set by our adversaries. With that inner caution, he began to meticulously analyze the report. Iron Man, Tony Stark, also leaned in, excitement flickering in his eyes. Finally, a new lead. Don't let me down, he thought, rapidly constructing various possibilities and strategies in his mind. However, he remained aware of the potential for deceit, urging himself to verify cautiously despite the thrill of anticipation coursing through him. Thor stood resolutely, gripping Mjolnir tightly, his expression grave. Regardless of whether this was a trap, we must confront it with courage. His heart brimmed with determination, prepared to face any conceivable challenge. Yet, he understood the necessity of thorough preparation, refraining from rash actions. He mused silently, his muscles taut, as if ready to spring into battle at any moment. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, began to analyze the potential ramifications of this discovery. If this were indeed a genuine lead, it might expose vulnerabilities in the enemy's strategy. Her gaze was sharp and composed, her mind racing with possibilities. However, if it were false, we could find ourselves in a more perilous situation. A frown creased her brow, her unspoken anxiety palpable. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, gestured with his hands, conjuring magical runes to perceive the hidden truths behind this clue. Magic could guide us, yet it might also be obstructed by more formidable forces. His countenance was serious, utterly focused on the magical feedback. He reminded himself to interpret the messages conveyed by the magic with utmost caution, not daring to be negligent. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, observed the gravity with which his colleagues regarded his discovery, feeling a mix of excitement and trepidation. I hope I've genuinely contributed rather than misled everyone. He silently prayed, his eyes fixed on their reactions, poised to provide further details at any moment. Captain America lifted his gaze, surveying the group. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. Yet we must proceed with caution. Iron Man, utilize your technological prowess to further analyze the data from these electrical fluctuations. Thor, let us strategize based on this lead. Black Widow, continue gathering relevant intelligence to uncover additional support. Dr. Strange, use your magic to explore any concealed dangers. Ant-Man, reflect carefully on the process of discovering this clue to see if any details have been overlooked. Nods of agreement echoed throughout the room as everyone sprang into action. Iron Man retreated to his laboratory, where an orchestra of lights and sounds from various instruments intertwined. It is imperative to extract useful information. His heart raced in tandem with the scrolling data, beads of sweat forming on his brow. We cannot let the hopes of our team be dashed. He immersed himself in the analysis, each fluctuation in data igniting his nerves. Thor and Captain America occupied the strategy room, meticulously reviewing maps and simulated scenarios. We must be wholly prepared, leaving no room for error. Captain America's voice resonated with calm resolve, while Thor occasionally interjected with insights and ideas. Our strike must be precise, denying the enemy any chance for retaliation. Their gazes were filled with determination and valor. Black Widow sat in the communications room, engaged in intense exchanges with contacts worldwide. Please, this is crucial for us. Her voice conveyed urgency and anticipation, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. Even the slightest clue could alter the course of events. Her eyes were focused and keen, missing no opportunity for valuable information. In the sanctum of magic, Dr. Strange stood amidst the flickering runes that illuminated the air with an otherworldly glow. Reveal the truth to me. Let darkness have no refuge. He uttered in a voice deep and enigmatic. As the arcane energies surged around him, he would not be swayed by illusions. With his eyes tightly shut, he immersed himself wholly in the pursuit of magical knowledge. In a corner, Ant-Man sat, striving to recall every detail from the moment he discovered the clue. I must remember. I cannot let everyone down, he thought, his brow furrowed as memories replayed in his mind. After a period of intense deliberation, the group reconvened. Iron Man spoke first. I have analyzed the data from those electrical fluctuations and found they appear to correlate with a specific area. Thor, the god of thunder, added, according to our strategic simulations. This may be a significant enemy stronghold. Black Widow interjected. I have also gathered pertinent intelligence. There are indeed some anomalous activities in that region. Dr. Strange remarked. The magic does not sense any overt danger, yet there is an unmistakable feeling of being cloaked, possibly by a formidable magical force at play. Ant-Man then recalled. I remember that when I first encountered this clue, there seemed to be faint, peculiar sounds surrounding me. Captain America nodded, saying, it seems we have a general direction, but we must remain vigilant. Just as they prepared to devise a further action plan, the base was suddenly engulfed in alarm. This is bad. We have an enemy assault. Iron Man exclaimed. The team swiftly entered combat mode, racing towards the base's defensive installations. What is happening? Have our movements been detected by the enemy? Thor questioned as he ran. Captain America shouted, "No time for that. Prepare for battle." Upon reaching the fortifications, they beheld a group of mysterious figures advancing towards the base. "Open fire," Captain America commanded with authority. The brilliance of various weapons intertwined, illuminating the entire base. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Captain America pondered, "Are these the enemy's vanguard or their main force? We must repel them swiftly. The base cannot fall." Iron Man soared through the air, unleashing energy beams, contemplating. These adversaries come with great ferocity. They must have a nefarious scheme. Thor brandished his mighty hammer, unleashing thunder upon the enemy ranks, resolutely thinking, "Whoever you are, do not dare breach our defenses." Behind cover, Black Widow precisely targeted the foes, coolly assessing, their methods of attack are highly organized. They must be well trained. Meanwhile, Doctor Strange wielded powerful magic to shield his comrades, his mind troubled by the thought, this may merely be the beginning. We cannot foresee what lies ahead. Ant-Man adeptly employed his abilities to navigate the battlefield, creating chaos among the adversaries, while internally motivating himself. "I must contribute to the team. Retreat is not an option." After a fierce confrontation, the enemies began to retreat. "Do not pursue. First assess the damage to the base," Captain America declared emphatically. The team commenced evaluating the state of their stronghold, discovering that although they had repelled the foes, the base had sustained considerable damage. "This serves as a warning. The enemy does not wish for us to continue our investigation," Black Widow remarked. Captain America furrowed his brow, asserting, "Yet we shall not falter. Instead, we must hasten our efforts." The team nodded in agreement, their gazes brimming with resolve. Following this unexpected skirmish, the Avengers faced a formidable trial once more. Yet their conviction grew ever stronger. No matter the challenges and dangers that lay ahead, they would forge onward, steadfast in their quest to safeguard peace and justice in the world. Chapter 99. In the piercing moment when the alarm blared, the Avengers base seemed to be engulfed by an unforeseen tempest. The tense atmosphere sliced through the already grave air like a razor-sharp blade. Captain Steve Rogers swiftly advanced toward the heart of the defenses, his strides resolute and powerful. Each step resonated with unwavering courage and a steadfast sense of duty. "Everyone, remain calm and proceed according to plan," he bellowed, his voice cutting through the chaos and reaching every Avenger's ears. Within him burned a fierce fire, fueled by both anger at the enemy's sudden assault and a resolute determination to protect the base. "No matter how many foes we face, we shall not retreat." His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, fixated on the encroaching adversaries, with his shield poised for defense. Iron Man, Tony Stark, instantly activated his armor's flight system. Soaring into the sky, JARVIS analyzed the enemy's attack patterns. He shouted, his tone laced with urgency and focus. His eyes were glued to the armor's display, where data flickered rapidly. These intruders were not here for mere pleasantries. It seemed they were well prepared. He thought to himself as his hands deftly maneuvered the control panel, energy beams shooting forth from his palms, illuminating the darkened sky. Thor, the god of thunder, raised his mighty hammer, as lightning coiled around him in a dazzling display of power. "Behold the wrath of the thunder god," he roared, each word seemingly imbued with the force of a tempest. He charged forward, each stride causing the ground to tremble beneath him. "The glory of Asgard is not to be trifled with. I shall safeguard the peace of Earth." His heart brimmed with an ardent desire for battle and an unwavering commitment to justice, as he wielded Mjolnir with ferocity, sending adversaries reeling. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, deftly maneuvered between the defensive structures, her movements as ethereal as a specter. "Watch for the enemy's flanks," she called out to her comrades, her weapon striking each approaching foe with precise accuracy. Her gaze was calm and focused, yet her mind raced to analyze the enemy's tactics. "They must not breach our defenses. We must hold firm." Each breath she took was steady and powerful, her resolve unwavering despite the chaos of battle. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, wove intricate magical runes with his hands, conjuring brilliant shields of formidable power around him. "The essence of magic shall protect us," he proclaimed, his voice imbued with an enigmatic force. His eyes, deep and intent, continuously unleashed various spells, providing robust support to his comrades. "The enemy must not extinguish our hope." His heart brimmed with trust in magic and confidence in his allies. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, adeptly navigated the battlefield with his unique ability to alter his size. At times, he transformed into a giant, delivering crushing blows to foes. At others, he shrank to the size of an ant, infiltrating enemy lines to sow chaos. "Behold, witness my prowess," he shouted, his heart racing with tension, yet undeterred for the sake of the team and justice. Captain America, while fending off enemy assaults, vocally directed his teammates. Iron Man, watch for aerial threats. Thor, reinforce the left flank. Black Widow, maintain your firing rhythm. Doctor Strange, enhance the magical shields. Ant-Man, seek out their vulnerabilities. His voice resonated with strength, serving as an unwavering anchor amidst the turmoil, guiding his allies to clarity and order. Iron Man maneuvered through the skies, unleashing powerful energy beams that sent enemy aircraft plummeting. Captain, rest assured, the skies are mine, he replied to Captain America, his resolve unyielding despite the draining energy of his suit. These foes shall not breach my defenses. His heart surged with a fierce desire for victory, each strike fueled by unwavering determination. Thor, like an indomitable god of war upon the earth, wielded his hammer with devastating effect, foes collapsing in his wake. Captain, the left flank is secure. His voice boomed like thunder, instilling profound reassurance in his allies. I shall make the invaders aware of their fate. His heart burned with righteous fury, each blow merciless. Black Widow, sheltered by fortifications, relentlessly fired upon the enemy, her bullets striking true as if guided by an unseen hand. Captain, I comprehend. She responded to Captain America's commands, fear absent from her heart. For victory, for peace. Her eyes sparkled with unwavering conviction, each pull of the trigger a powerful retort to the adversary. Doctor Strange chanted incantations, magical runes shimmering with extraordinary light, forming resilient barriers. Captain, the magical shields will endure. His voice remained steady and assured, though fatigue from the magical drain tugged at him. He gritted his teeth and persisted. As long as I stand, the enemy shall not breach our defenses. His heart was filled with a steadfast devotion to magic and a protective spirit for his comrades. The Ant-Man deftly navigated the battlefield, his form oscillating between colossal and minuscule, leaving his foes bewildered. Captain, I have discovered the enemy's weakness, he exclaimed with palpable excitement, his voice trembling slightly from tension. Yet his revelation heralded a turning point in the conflict. Follow me, he urged as he led his comrades into a fierce assault against the enemy's vulnerability. Under the Avengers' unwavering resistance, the enemy's onslaught gradually waned. Nonetheless, they maintained their vigilance, acutely aware that the battle was far from over, and the enemy could launch a renewed attack at any moment. Captain America observed the stabilizing situation, allowing himself a momentary sigh of relief. Everyone, stay strong. We cannot afford to give the enemy any opportunities. He vocally rallied his teammates, redoubling his own efforts in the fray. Iron Man surveyed the battlefield from above, contemplating how to deliver the final, devastating blow to their adversaries. J-A-R-V-I-S. Calculate the optimal attack vector, he commanded, his eyes glinting with intelligence. Thor, amidst the ruins, gasped for breath, his enchanted hammer still crackling with the brilliance of lightning. Come forth, let us bring this battle to an end, he bellowed, bracing himself for the enemy's imminent resurgence. Black Widow leaned against a barricade, swiftly reloading her weapons, her gaze revealing a hint of fatigue, yet predominantly resolute. We must endure until the very end, she silently reassured herself. Doctor Strange clasped his hands together, eyes gently closed, rapidly replenishing his magical energy. Our magic shall not fail us, he fervently believed, preparing to unleash formidable spells at a crucial moment. Ant-Man scurried across the battlefield, eagerly observing the enemy's movements. We can win, we will win. Hope surged within him as he anticipated triumph. Just then, the enemy unexpectedly launched an even more ferocious assault, plunging the battlefield back into chaos. In the midst of the explosive conflict and billowing smoke, the Avengers' stronghold stood as a solitary fortress, enduring wave after wave of fierce attacks. The howling winds seemed to roar in support of this brutal struggle. Captain Steve Rogers stood resolutely at the forefront of the defense, his silhouette unwavering amidst the smoke. Grasping his battle-worn shield, his eyes burned with unwavering fury. Comrades, for justice, for peace, we must not retreat. His voice pierced through the clamor of battle, resonating in the hearts of every Avenger. His soul brimmed with righteous anger towards the enemy and an unwavering commitment to protect, each breath seemingly accumulating boundless strength. Even if we fight until the very last moment, we shall never yield, he silently vowed, that steadfast conviction serving as a beacon, illuminating the path forward for all. Iron Man, Tony Stark, hovered in the skies, his armor flickering amidst the smoke. J-A-R-V-I-S. Enhance energy output. Let us show these rascals what we're made of, he shouted, tinged with both anxiety and determination. His gaze was firmly fixed upon the enemies surging below like a relentless tide, while his mind contemplated how to achieve the greatest victory at the least cost. This battle must be won. An unprecedented focus and determination emanated from his eyes, as the energy beams of his armor shot forth like sharpened swords, each strike imbued with a resolute commitment to triumph. Thor, the god of thunder, raised his mighty hammer high, as lightning crackled wildly around him. "Come forth, vile scum, and feel the wrath of the thunder god." His roar resonated through the heavens, as if he sought to rend the sky asunder. Each of his steps reverberated with the force of the earth, as the power of thunder coalesced in his grasp, transforming into a storm of devastation. The glory of Asgard must not be tarnished. The peace of earth is mine to defend. A fervent passion for justice ignited within him, and with every swing of Mjolnir, he bore the conviction to utterly shatter his foes. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, deftly maneuvered behind cover, her form lithe and agile. "Maintain your cover. Do not allow the enemy to breach our defenses." Her voice remained calm, yet resolute, as deadly fire erupted from her weapon. Ever vigilant, her eyes calculated the rhythm and tactics of the enemy's assault. "We must hold the line. They cannot advance." Her heart brimmed with determination, each shot striking true, showcasing her prowess and bravery as a top-tier agent. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, wove mystical runes with his hands, the luminous magic intertwining to form radiant shields and waves of attack. "The power of magic shall safeguard this land." His voice was deep and resonant, revealing his absolute mastery over the arcane. Silently, he recited intricate incantations within his mind, each spell cast with meticulous consideration. "The forces of darkness shall not prevail." Gritting his teeth, he poured his spirit unreservedly into the magic, striving to provide his comrades with the most formidable support. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, fully harnessed his unique ability to enlarge and shrink, darting across the battlefield with agility. "Watch this. I shall not let you down." His voice brimmed with vitality and zeal. At times, he transformed into a giant, using his immense stature to thwart the enemy's advances. At others, he shrank to a mere speck, infiltrating the enemy's ranks to sow chaos. "I must create more opportunities for the team." His heart was filled with trust in his comrades and a fervent desire for victory. Though his strength was comparatively modest, his courage and ingenuity proved indispensable in the fray. Captain America, while fiercely resisting the enemy's onslaught, vocally commanded his teammates' actions. Iron Man, concentrate fire on the enemy's rear. Thor, suppress their vanguard with lightning. Black Widow, locate the enemy commander. Doctor Strange, bolster the defenses of the magical shield. Ant-Man, continue to disrupt their formation. His voice was decisive and clear, each command accurately conveying his assessment of the battlefield situation and strategic deployment. Iron Man swiftly adjusted the trajectory of his armor, following Captain America's directives, unleashing powerful energy beams towards the enemy's rear. "Captain, watch me." His voice radiated confidence. Despite the tremendous energy consumption of his armor, his attacks remained extraordinarily sharp. "Let them taste my might." A resolute gleam flickered in his eyes, as he firmly believed that his strikes could inflict significant damage on the adversary. Thor strode forward, charging towards the enemy's vanguard, the mighty Mjolnir in his hand unleashing a tempest of ferocious lightning. "Captain, have no worries." His roar resonated with an indomitable spirit, intertwining bolts of electricity forming a dazzling web, enveloping the enemy's front line. "Under my lightning, no foe shall advance." A fervent desire for victory ignited within him, each swing of Mjolnir fueled by an unwavering determination to utterly crush his enemies. Black Widow navigated through the chaos of the battlefield, her keen gaze relentlessly searching for the enemy commander. "Captain, I am on the hunt." A hint of urgency laced her voice, her form elusive as a specter. "I will certainly find them." Her heart brimmed with resolve, leaving no potential lead unexamined, as her exceptional instincts gradually drew her closer to the enemy's command core. Doctor Strange's hands moved with increasing swiftness, magical runes blossoming in the air with radiant brilliance, while the strength of the magical shield intensified. "Captain, the magical shield is impregnable." His voice remained steady and powerful, despite the beads of sweat adorning his forehead, his gaze resolute. "We shall not allow the enemy to breach our defenses." His heart swelled with faith in magic and a protective spirit for his comrades, channeling his arcane energy to its fullest extent. Ant-Man sowed chaos within the enemy ranks, plunging them into fleeting disarray. "Captain, the enemy is in disarray." His voice brimmed with excitement. Though diminutive in stature, his actions wreaked significant havoc upon the foes. "Continue the assault." His heart surged with fighting spirit, leveraging his unique abilities to create more opportunities for his teammates to strike. Amidst the Avengers' steadfast resistance and tight-knit coordination, the enemy's onslaught began to wane. However, they refused to concede, launching an even more frenzied counterattack as the battle escalated to a fever pitch. Captain America bore the scars of combat, yet his gaze remained unwavering. "Everyone, hold strong. Victory is within our grasp." His voice carried a touch of fatigue, yet it resonated with encouragement and inspiration. "We are the Avengers. We shall not be defeated." He raised his shield once more, charging into the fray, his fearless silhouette becoming an eternal emblem in the hearts of his allies. Iron Man's armor was battered and bruised, yet his assault persisted unabated. "Captain, I can still fight." A hint of stubbornness colored his voice as he relentlessly fired energy beams, providing formidable fire support for his comrades. "Let us embrace victory together." A defiant glimmer sparkled in his eyes, as he firmly believed they could triumph over their adversaries. Thor's strength was waning, yet his fighting spirit soared ever higher. "Captain, I shall not fall." His roar echoed with boundless determination, the mighty Mjolnir still shimmering with brilliant lightning. "For justice, we shall fight to the end." His heart was brimming with a fervent desire for victory. Each swing of Mjolnir seemed to proclaim to the world his unyielding spirit and courage. Black Widow finally located the enemy commander and, without hesitation, launched a lethal assault. "Captain, the enemy commander has been neutralized." Her voice resonated with a note of joy and pride as the weapon in her hand swiftly extinguished the life of their foe. "We are on the brink of triumph." Her eyes sparkled with the dawn of victory, filled with trust in her team and hope for the future. Doctor Strange, though his magical reserves were nearly depleted, steadfastly sustained himself with sheer willpower. "Captain, I will persevere until the end." His voice bore a trace of weakness, yet his gaze revealed an unwavering resolve. The power of magic never truly fades. His heart was filled with the pursuit of justice and a protective instinct for his comrades. Even in exhaustion, he would never relent. Ant-Man also unleashed his full potential in battle, successfully disrupting multiple enemy assaults. "Captain, I did it." His voice brimmed with a sense of accomplishment, despite his weary body. His spirit remained vibrant. "We shall surely prevail." His heart overflowed with love for his team and a yearning for victory, demonstrating through his actions the essence of courage and perseverance. Under the relentless efforts of the Avengers, their adversaries began to crumble. The enemy's morale shattered, and they scattered in retreat. "Pursue them. We cannot let them escape," Captain America shouted. The Avengers rallied, pressing their advantage and utterly vanquishing the foes. As the last enemy fell, silence enveloped the battlefield. The Avengers collapsed, weary and bloodied, yet their eyes gleamed with the joy and pride of victory. "We did it," Iron Man weakly declared. "Indeed, we prevailed," Captain America said, gazing skyward, filled with reflection. This battle was not only a monumental test for the Avengers, but also a glorious chapter in their quest to uphold justice and defend peace. In the days to come, regardless of the challenges and threats they might encounter, they would remain fearless, for they were the Avengers, the embodiment of justice and the symbol of hope. Chapter 101. As the smoke dissipated, the battlefield lay in disarray. The members of the Avengers were sprawled or seated, gasping for breath. Their faces a tapestry of victorious elation intertwined with profound exhaustion. Captain Steve Rogers lay on the ground, gazing at the clearing sky, his heart heavy with sentiment. His body felt as though it had been struck by a mighty hammer. Every muscle ached, and each breath brought a sharp sting. "We achieved it. But this is but a fleeting victory," he pondered silently, shifting his gaze to his equally fatigued comrades. "The road ahead remains long. We must not allow ourselves any slack." Though his body had reached its limits, his eyes still sparkled with resolute determination. Iron Man, Tony Stark, emerged battered from his damaged armor, collapsing heavily to the ground. "Alas, I truly poured everything into this one," he uttered, his voice laced with fatigue yet still tinged with a hint of irreverence. However, the victory was worth the sacrifice. As he surveyed his battle-worn suit, he began to contemplate a more formidable upgrade. Next time, he vowed silently, he could not afford to be so ragged. A stubborn smile crept across his lips. Thor, the god of thunder, sat upon a stone, Mjolnir resting beside him, his chest rising and falling with fervent breaths. What a glorious battle that was! His voice rumbled like thunder, though it could not entirely mask his exhaustion. "But I must return to Asgard to ensure its tranquility." His gaze drifted toward the horizon, concern for his homeland weighing heavily on his heart. Earth was temporarily safe, yet Asgard needed him too. He clenched his fists, silently rallying his spirits. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, leaned against a crumbling wall, her hair disheveled, her face smeared with dust and blood. "It's finally over," she exhaled softly, a glimmer of relaxation in her eyes. "Yet we must remain vigilant. We cannot know how many threats linger." Her thoughts were always meticulous, never allowing the prospect of future dangers to fade, even in moments of triumph. She resolved to recuperate and prepare for the next battle, biting her lip to stifle the pain coursing through her body. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, let his hands dangle limply at his sides, his magical robe in tatters. "The toll of magic was too great," he murmured, his complexion pale as parchment. "Yet this reveals my own shortcomings. I must delve deeper into the arcane arts." His gaze was profound, as if he had already glimpsed the myriad magical challenges that awaited him. "I cannot allow my magic to falter at critical junctures." Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to restore some of his energy. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, lay on the ground, gazing at the clouds above, filled with incredulity. I truly fought alongside everyone and emerged victorious. His voice carried a note of excitement and pride. Yet I am still not strong enough. I must strive to improve. He clenched his fists, resolutely determined to enhance his abilities. I cannot continually hinder my comrades. A resolute gleam sparkled in his eyes. Captain America struggled to sit up. His voice weak yet imbued with strength. Is everyone all right? The group responded affirmatively, assuring him they could hold on. Iron Man raised his hand and waved. Captain, do not worry. We are not in danger of dying. We simply need a good rest. Thor rose, lifting Mjolnir. I must return to Asgard. Contact me if anything arises. Captain America nodded. All right, be cautious on your journey. Black Widow addressed the others. We must swiftly organize the battlefield, gather intelligence, and seek further clues about our enemies. Doctor Strange also rose slowly. I need to return to the sanctum to replenish my magical energy and analyze the application of magic in this battle. Ant-Man chimed in eagerly. I will assist. In the days that followed, the Avengers embarked on the arduous task of post-war cleanup and reorganization. Iron Man secluded himself within his laboratory, tirelessly repairing and enhancing his armor day and night, while collaborating with Jarvis to analyze combat data and seek methods to elevate the armor's performance. This time, he aimed for a suit endowed with formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. Refusing to remain passive in battle, his gaze was focused and resolute, with each design meticulously scrutinized. Thor returned to Asgard, joining his kin in fortifying defenses, training soldiers, and discussing the state of the cosmos with Odin. Father, the crisis on Earth has made me realize that we cannot merely safeguard Asgard. We must attend to the equilibrium of the entire universe. His voice resonated with a profound sense of responsibility as he prepared more thoroughly for the challenges that lay ahead. Black Widow leveraged her intelligence network to delve deeply into the backgrounds and motives of their enemies. She communicated with agents and informants from around the globe, leaving no minute clue unexamined. There must be a grander conspiracy behind this adversary. I will unearth it. Her eyes glinted with determination as she navigated the shadows, seeking to provide the Avengers with vital intelligence. Doctor Strange immersed himself in ancient tomes and mystical rituals within the Sanctum Sanctorum, continuously elevating his magical prowess. Only by mastering more potent sorcery can I better shield the world. His silhouette flickered amidst the arcane luminescence, wholly devoted to his magical discipline. Ant-Man was not idle either. He diligently trained his abilities on the practice grounds, persistently experimenting with new techniques and tactics. I must grow stronger. I can no longer be the team's liability. His perspiration soaked the training ground, each advancement instilling him with newfound confidence. Meanwhile, Captain America coordinated resources, liaising with the government and various organizations to ensure the Avengers received adequate support and protection. We cannot fight alone. We must unite all possible forces. His voice was steady and commanding, laying a robust foundation for the future of the Avengers. However, just as they began to heal from the scars of war and brace for new challenges, a mysterious signal captured their attention. This signal emanated from the depths of the cosmos, imbued with an aura of uncertainty and peril. What is this? Iron Man inquired, scrutinizing the signal data on the screen. His brow furrowed. Unclear, but it does not bode well, Black Widow remarked. Regardless of what it is, we must be prepared, Captain America declared. Doctor Strange gestured with his hands, weaving magical runes in an attempt to decipher the signal's meaning. The magical fluctuations are peculiar. They seem to conceal a monumental secret. Ant-Man widened his eyes. Could it be that we face a new adversary? The Avengers regrouped, their expressions rife with vigilance and determination. A new journey is about to commence, shrouded in uncertainty regarding what lies ahead. Yet, they remain undaunted, for they are the Avengers, the guardians of the world. In Chapter 102, within the core control room of the Avengers headquarters, the atmosphere is so tense it feels as though it could coalesce into water. A mysterious signal from the depths of the cosmos flickers on the enormous screen, akin to an unsolved enigma that troubles the hearts of each Avenger. Captain America, Steve Rogers, stands with arms crossed before the screen, intently scrutinizing the pulsating data of the signal, his brow furrowed in deep concern and contemplation. This signal appeared so abruptly. What could it possibly signify? A profound sense of responsibility weighs heavily upon him. Regardless of what it is, we must be prepared to respond. His gaze sweeps across his teammates, searching for the same resolve reflected in their eyes. Iron Man, Tony Stark, sits at the control panel, fingers flying across the keyboard as he endeavors to analyze the origin of the signal and the potential information it may contain. This infernal signal resembles a cryptic puzzle awaiting my solution. His expression is focused and urgent, his competitive spirit thoroughly ignited. Yet, I shall not be defeated by it. Not in the least. As he continues to operate, he mutters to himself, beads of perspiration gradually forming on his forehead. Thor, The god of thunder grips his enchanted hammer, his gaze shimmering with vigilance. This could perhaps be a warning from the depths of the universe, or a harbinger of a new threat. Memories of the myriad crises Asgard has faced flood his mind, making him acutely aware of the countless unknown dangers lurking in the cosmos. Regardless, I must utilize my strength to protect all that I hold dear. He silently tightens his grip on Mjolnir, as if preparing himself for battle at a moment's notice. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, stands nearby with arms crossed and a serious expression. Her mind races, contemplating various possibilities. Could this be an enemy trap? Or perhaps a signal for help? Her eyes reflect uncertainty and caution. We cannot act recklessly. We must first ascertain the situation. She maintains the keen and composed demeanor inherent to her training as a spy. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, weaves his hands through intricate magical runes, attempting to perceive the mysterious forces behind the signal through sorcery. The fluctuations of magic are extraordinarily potent. Within them lies a vast secret. His gaze is profound and enigmatic, as if he has already delved into another dimension of thought. However, unraveling this mystery will require further exploration. He shuts his eyes tightly, concentrating, striving to extract answers from the realm of magic. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, appears somewhat anxious and restless in the corner. Could this be a foe more formidable than before? Are we capable of confronting it? Self-doubt fills his mind. Yet upon witnessing the resolute expressions of his comrades, he silently encourages himself. I cannot falter. I too am an Avenger. He takes a deep breath, striving to steady himself. Captain America broke the silence, his voice deep and resonant. Everyone, please remain calm. We must not allow this unknown signal to disrupt our formation. Iron Man, continue analyzing the signal data, Dr. Strange. See if you can use your magic to uncover more clues. Thor, reach out to Asgard and inquire if they have received similar signals. Black Widow, prepare to gather and organize relevant intelligence. Ant-Man, assist Iron Man with the data analysis. The team nodded in agreement, swiftly responding to the captain's directives. Iron Man immersed himself wholly in the data analysis, his gaze intense and sharp, leaving no minute detail unnoticed. The frequency and wavelength of the signal were peculiar, seemingly encrypted with a special code. As he pondered, he tirelessly experimented with various decoding methods. I will surely find a breakthrough, he thought, his fingers dancing across the keyboard as if performing a tense and vigorous symphony. Dr. Strange entered a profound meditative state, surrounded by a halo of magical light. Let me pierce through this veil of fog and uncover the truth. His consciousness soared through the realm of magic, endeavoring to capture the elusive, mysterious force linked to the signal. I must discover the answer. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, yet his expression remained resolute. Thor communicated with Asgard through a specialized device, his demeanor grave and earnest. Father, Earth has received a mysterious cosmic signal. Does Asgard have any findings? His voice brimmed with urgency and anticipation. Upon receiving a negative response, his brow furrowed even deeper. Very well, I will continue to monitor the situation here. He ended the communication, his concern intensifying. Black Widow sat before her computer, leveraging her intelligence network to scour every possible lead related to the signal. Every detail could be pivotal. She could not afford to overlook any trace. Her gaze was focused and keen, her fingers flying across the keyboard. I must uncover valuable intelligence. Determination filled her heart as she sifted through the vast sea of information. Ant-Man stood beside Iron Man, his eyes fixed intently on the data displayed on the screen, striving to assist in the analysis. I must pay close attention. I cannot make a mistake. His expression was tense and concentrated, silently praying to contribute to the team. As time ticked by, a palpable tension enveloped the control room. Still no leads. Iron Man raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. The realm of magic was equally shrouded in mystery. Dr. Strange slowly opened his eyes and shook his head. There is no useful information from Asgard. Thor clenched his fists. The intelligence network has yielded no relevant clues. Black Widow added, her expression grave. Captain America took a deep breath and said, let us not lose heart. We should reassess our thoughts. Perhaps we have overlooked some critical points. Just as the team fell into contemplation, Ant-Man suddenly exclaimed, I believe I have discerned a pattern. The gaze of the crowd instantly converged upon him. Ant-Man pointed to the data displayed on the screen and remarked, look, the fluctuations in the signal during these time intervals seem to exhibit a certain resemblance. Iron Man's eyes brightened as he responded, you are indeed correct. Perhaps this is our breakthrough. Once again, hope ignited among the group as they delved into an extensive study surrounding this newfound discovery. After an intense period of analysis and discussion, they ultimately reached some preliminary conclusions. This signal appears to be guiding us to a specific location, Iron Man declared. But could this not be a trap? Black Widow inquired with concern. Regardless, we cannot afford to remain idle, Thor proclaimed. We must devise a detailed plan, Captain America added. Thus, the Avengers commenced preparations for the impending journey into the unknown. Iron Man conducted a final inspection and enhancement of his armor, ensuring it would perform at peak efficiency under any circumstances. This time, there can be no errors. His gaze radiated confidence. Thor honed his combat skills, engaging in a deeper communion with Mjolnir. Together, we shall face new challenges, he thought, emboldened by courage. Black Widow readied an array of weapons and equipment, ensuring she could tackle any unforeseen circumstances during battle. No matter what encounters arise, I shall not falter. Her eyes reflected unwavering determination. Doctor Strange reviewed various incantations, preparing to unleash formidable magic at a critical moment. Magic shall accompany us. His heart brimmed with strength. Ant-Man also dedicated himself to training, enhancing his mastery over his abilities. I will not let you down. His spirit was infused with resolve. When all preparations were complete, the Avengers embarked on their new journey, uncertain of what awaited them. They were filled with courage and conviction, for they were the Avengers, unafraid of any challenge. In Chapter 103, upon the helipad of the Avengers base, sunlight bathed the resolute faces of the team, reflecting their inner determination. The vessel, bearing hope and mission, stood silently, awaiting the Avengers' departure. Captain Steve Rogers stood at the forefront, his gaze steady and composed as he surveyed each teammate poised for the journey. My friends, this is a journey fraught with the unknown, yet we are undaunted. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears, imbued with a comforting strength. Within him resided both vigilance towards the unknown and unwavering faith in victory. No matter the challenges that lie ahead, we shall fight side by side. He tightened his grip on his shield, as if it were the very embodiment of his convictions. Tony Stark, Iron Man, strode confidently onto the ship, his new armor gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Captain, do not be so serious. This may well be an exhilarating adventure. A smile graced his lips, his eyes sparkling with shrewdness and resolve. However, I have prepared myself to confront all challenges. He cast a glance back at the base, resolutely determining that this time, the enemy would witness his prowess. Thor, the god of thunder, strode purposefully behind him, his eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. No matter the foe, they shall tremble beneath my hammer. His voice thundered, imbued with strength and resolve. For justice, for peace, I shall give my all. He tilted his head towards the heavens, as if he could already foresee the fierce combat that lay ahead. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, gracefully stepped onto the spacecraft, her form both elegant and agile. Everyone, be cautious. The unknown often harbors danger, she cautioned, her tone calm yet prudent, a hint of concern flickering in her gaze. Yet we are the Avengers, nothing can stand in our way. She gently caressed the weapon at her waist, silently contemplating the myriad scenarios that may unfold. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, entered the ship with arms crossed and a serious expression. Magic shall guide our path, yet we must remain vigilant. His gaze was deep and enigmatic, as if he could see through the impending mists. The forces of the unknown may exceed imagination. We must be thoroughly prepared. He silently recited incantations in his mind, gathering strength for the trials ahead. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, was the last to board the ship, a mix of anxiety and excitement etched on his face. I will strive to keep pace with the others and not lag behind. He inhaled deeply, attempting to steady himself. I hope to play a significant role in this mission. He gazed at his formidable teammates, filled with admiration and aspiration. The spacecraft ascended slowly, heading towards the source of the mysterious signal. Captain America sat beside the controls, his gaze fixed firmly on the flight path ahead. According to our analysis, the destination may be an unexplored galaxy. His voice resonated within the ship, heightening the gravity of the moment. Yet we cannot be daunted by the unknown. We are the Avengers. His eyes radiated unwavering determination as he clutched the communicator, ready to engage with his comrades. Iron Man busily operated various instruments nearby, continuously gathering information about their surroundings. We cannot afford to be idle on this journey. We might uncover vital clues. His fingers danced swiftly across the control panel, his gaze sharp and focused. Jarvis, closely monitor all data and report any anomalies immediately. His heart brimmed with curiosity for the unknown and a thirst for challenge. Thor stood by the window, gazing into the vast cosmos, his mind awash with thoughts. In this endless expanse of stars, countless secrets and dangers lie hidden. His grip tightened around Mjolnir, as if communing with it. But I shall not falter. I am the god of thunder, and I will fight for justice. His eyes sparkled with resolute light, prepared to embrace all that was to come. Black Widow sat in her seat, eyes closed in meditation, appearing tranquil while her mind raced with thoughts. Each mission is fraught with unpredictability, and this one is no exception. She silently contemplated strategies to address the situation. Yet, I hold steadfast faith in our team. We shall undoubtedly surmount the challenges ahead. Her fingers lightly tapped the armrest, her vigilance unwavering. Doctor Strange stood at the center of the spacecraft, his hands weaving intricate magical runes, striving to perceive the enigmatic forces that lay ahead. The magical fluctuations intensified, signaling imminent danger. His brow furrowed, and his expression grew grave. However, I shall forge a path with my magic to safeguard our safety. His heart brimmed with reverence for the unknown, intertwined with confidence in his magical prowess. Ant-Man, in a corner, anxiously observed the others, his heart heavy with unease. Can I truly contribute in such a daunting task? He repeatedly questioned himself. No, I must not succumb to fear. I shall confront this with courage. He clenched his fists, rallying his spirits. As the spacecraft advanced, the surroundings grew increasingly alien and bizarre. Attention, we are on the brink of entering an uncharted galaxy. Captain America's voice shattered the silence. The group stirred, their gazes fixated on the vista beyond the windows. In the galaxy before them, planets displayed an array of colors, some emanating an eerie glow while others were shrouded in thick mists. This place does not appear hospitable, Iron Man remarked. Regardless, we must seek the answers, Thor responded. The spacecraft gradually descended onto a seemingly desolate planet. The crew disembarked, cautiously surveying their environment. The ground was strewn with peculiar stones and fissures, and a pungent odor permeated the air. Caution, danger may lurk here, Black Widow warned. At that moment, a fierce wind howled, swirling clouds of dust around them. Gather close, Captain America shouted. Amidst the tempest, they huddled together, awaiting the storm's reprieve. As the dust began to settle, they spotted a massive cavern ahead. That may be the place we seek, Doctor Strange declared. The group approached the cave with utmost caution. Inside, it was dark and damp, the walls shimmering with otherworldly light. What is this? Ant-Man inquired with curiosity. Uncertain, but vigilance is prudent, Iron Man replied. Suddenly, a deep growl resonated from the depths of the cave. Causing their nerves to tighten in an instant, a new battle was imminent. Chapter 104. As the deep growl echoed from the cavern's depths, it swept over the Avengers like a chilling breeze, heightening their senses to a razor's edge. Captain America, Steve Rogers, raised his shield, leaning slightly forward, his eyes betraying intense vigilance. Everyone be cautious. Maintain formation. His voice resonated low and powerful within the cave. His heartbeat quickened, yet his mind remained remarkably calm. Every fiber of his being poised for the unforeseen. Regardless of the circumstances, we must not falter. He silently encouraged himself while attentively observing the positions of his comrades. Ensuring mutual support, Iron Man, Tony Stark, activated the illumination system and scanning devices of his armor, endeavoring to pierce the encroaching darkness and gather further intelligence. J.A.R.V.I.S. Analyze the source of the sound and potential threats, he commanded, his voice laced with a hint of tension, yet predominantly infused with confidence in technology. I am determined to uncover the nature of this lurking menace. His hands were poised to unleash energy beams, and the suit's thrusters stood ready for swift action at a critical moment. Thor, the god of thunder, gripped Mjolnir tightly, arcs of lightning dancing upon the hammer, illuminating a small area around him. Allow me to forge ahead, he proclaimed loudly, striding resolutely into the depths of the cavern. Whatever malevolence awaited would tremble before the might of Thor. His heart brimmed with the fervor of battle, each step imbued with a determined fervency. Prepared to confront the imminent adversary, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, gracefully followed in Thor's wake, her movements akin to a feline in the night, agile and elegant. Be attentive to your surroundings. Do not fall prey to ambush, she cautioned, her tone calm and steady, her weapon primed, eyes keenly scanning every shadowy corner. In such an environment, any lapse in vigilance could prove fatal. Her heartbeat remained steady. Years of training as a spy had instilled in her a heightened alertness in the face of danger. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, gestured with his hands, conjuring magical runes that enveloped the group in a faint magical shield. The magic shall provide us forewarning, he murmured, eyes fixated on the runes, attuned to the fluctuations of magical energy surrounding them. Yet we must not rely solely on sorcery. Vigilance is paramount. His expression was grave, mind racing through various magical counter-strategies. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, trailed at the rear of the group, his body trembling slightly from tension. I will safeguard everyone's flanks, he stammered, striving to compose himself. Though I may not be the strongest, I refuse to let you down. He inhaled deeply, focusing on the situation behind him, poised to counter any impending assaults. As they delved deeper into the cavern, the roar grew increasingly distinct, resonating as if it were beside them. That sound does not resemble that of an ordinary creature, Iron Man remarked. Whatever it may be, we must brace ourselves for battle, Captain America responded. Suddenly, a pair of enormous red eyes materialized ahead, glimmering with an eerie light in the darkness. Prepare for combat, Thor bellowed, charging forth. A bolt of lightning erupted from his hammer, illuminating the scene before them. Before their eyes loomed a colossal beast, its form akin to a small mountain, covered in sharp spikes and exhaling a plume of black smoke. What manner of creature is this? Ant-Man exclaimed in shock. Forget the details, attack. Captain America commanded assertively. Iron Man unleashed a powerful energy beam, striking the monstrous creature squarely upon its head. The beast roared in fury, swinging its colossal claws in an attempt to assault them. Thor, the god of thunder, leaped high into the air, bringing his mighty hammer down upon the creature's paw. Meanwhile, Black Widow deftly maneuvered beneath the beast's feet, seeking an opportunity to strike. Doctor Strange conjured magical spells, directing beams of arcane light towards the creature's eyes. Ant-Man, not to be outdone, rapidly enlarged himself, charging at the monster to divert its attention. Enraged by their relentless assault, the creature writhed violently, exhaling a noxious black smoke. This smoke is toxic. Everyone be cautious. Black Widow exclaimed. Captain America shielded himself against the encroaching fumes with his shield. Stay composed. Continue the assault. Iron Man's energy beams relentlessly targeted the beast, while Thor's lightning continued to rain down upon it. Despite numerous wounds appearing upon its form, the creature stubbornly fought back. This approach is futile. We must identify its weakness. Doctor Strange declared. Scatter and search for vulnerabilities. Captain America commanded. The teams swiftly dispersed, encircling the beast as they observed its movements. At that moment, Black Widow spotted a glowing area on the creature's abdomen. That may be its weak point. Focus your attacks there. Captain America shouted. The team converged their efforts on the luminous spot. Feeling the imminent threat, the creature desperately shielded that vulnerable area. Do not let it succeed. Thor bellowed. With their combined strength, they finally shattered the glowing section of the monster's abdomen. The creature emitted a pained roar as it collapsed to the ground. We have finally vanquished it. Ant-Man sighed in relief. But this may just be the beginning, Captain America warned. The team continued to tread cautiously through the cave, uncertain of what further dangers awaited them. Chapter 105. Following the successful defeat of the colossal beast, the Avengers remained on high alert, their nerves taut. The cave was suffused with the lingering scent of the creature and the remnants of battle, the darkness thick and oppressive, as if concealing countless unknown terrors. Captain America. Steve Rogers vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, gripping his shield firmly, his steps steady and cautious. Everyone, stay vigilant. The dangers here may extend beyond this. His voice resonated in the stillness of the cave, imbued with unwavering determination. His heartbeat was steady and strong, each breath adjusting his state, preparing him for potential new threats. We must proceed with caution, not a moment of carelessness, he silently admonished himself, his eyes gleaming with resolute resolve. The lights of Iron Man's armor flickered in the darkness, the scanning system continuously probing the surrounding environment. This place is truly brimming with surprises, and I cannot fathom what the next gift may be. His tone may be lighthearted, yet his gaze is laden with vigilance. Jarvis, expand the scanning range and depth. We must not overlook any detail. His fingers glide swiftly over the control panel, ensuring that all systems of the armor are on high alert. I do not wish to be caught off guard by anything unexpected. His mind is a flurry of contingency plans. Thor, wielding the mighty Mjolnir, strides confidently at the forefront of the group, lightning crackling upon the hammer, illuminating the path ahead. Whatever awaits us, I fear nothing, he proclaims, his voice resonant like thunder, infused with confidence and strength. Yet, caution is paramount, for the shadows often conceal unforeseen perils. His eyes are sharp, each step imbued with vigilance, ready to confront any foe that may arise. Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, follows gracefully in Thor's wake, her senses acutely attuned to the slightest disturbance. This environment provides excellent cover for adversaries. We cannot afford to be complacent. Her voice is low and steady, her weapon poised for immediate action. Remain silent and attentive to the sounds around us. Her heartbeat is steady and rhythmic, years of espionage experience allowing her to maintain composure and focus in perilous situations. Dr. Stephen Strange weaves intricate magical runes with his hands, an ethereal shield of magic enveloping the group. The fluctuations of magic feel unusual. A potent force seems to linger here. His gaze is profound and concentrated, continuously sensing the shifts in magical energy surrounding them. Be cautious. There may be magical traps or formidable magical beings, he warns gravely, mentally preparing incantations to counter any magical assault. Scott Lang, the Ant-Man, treads cautiously in the midst of the group, his eyes darting about nervously, his body trembling slightly from tension. I shall do my utmost not to hinder anyone, he states, his voice quavering, yet his eyes reflect unwavering resolve. I will strive to contribute and safeguard everyone. Taking a deep breath, he endeavors to calm himself, ever prepared for unforeseen circumstances. The group continues to traverse the cavern, the ground beneath them uneven, occasional drops of water cascading from the ceiling with a crisp sound. That dripping noise sends chills down my spine, Ant-Man whispers. Do not lose focus. Concentrate, Black Widow replies softly. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind surges from the depths of the cave, causing the group to stagger. Steady yourselves. Captain America commands. Iron Man swiftly activates the stability system of his armor. This wind is peculiar. Remain on guard. Once the wind subsides, several dark and mysterious paths appear ahead. Which path shall we take? Thor inquires, furrowing his brow. Allow me to probe with magic, Doctor Strange responds, gesturing with his hands to summon magical detection. A moment later, Doctor Strange spoke gravely. Every path is fraught with unknown dangers and formidable magical interference, making it difficult to discern which road is the correct one. Shall we split up? Ant-Man suggested. Absolutely not. That would be too perilous. We cannot separate. Captain America firmly rejected the idea. What shall we do then? Inquired Iron Man. Let us choose a path that appears relatively spacious and proceed with caution. Captain America contemplated before declaring. The group selected one of the side paths, treading carefully within. The temperature within the cave began to plummet, and a thin layer of frost emerged upon the walls. What is happening? Ant-Man shivered involuntarily. I am uncertain, but it is certainly not a good omen, Black Widow remarked. At that moment, an odd sound echoed from ahead, resembling countless objects moving swiftly. Prepare for battle, Thor bellowed. The group halted, bracing themselves. Suddenly, a horde of bizarre creatures surged forth from the shadows, armed with sharp claws and jagged teeth, their eyes gleaming with a menacing red light. Open fire. Captain America commanded loudly. Iron Man unleashed energy beams. Thor swung his mighty hammer, unleashing a torrent of thunder. Black Widow aimed with precision. Doctor Strange conjured spells, and Ant-Man instantaneously enlarged himself to engage fiercely with the creatures. During the skirmish, Captain America observed that these creatures possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, quickly rising after being struck down. This cannot continue. We must identify their weakness, Captain America shouted. After careful observation, Doctor Strange discerned a luminous spot on the backs of these creatures, likely their Achilles heel. Concentrate your attacks on their backs, Doctor Strange urged. The group adjusted their aim, focusing their onslaught on the vulnerable spots of the creatures. Through their united efforts, the creatures were finally vanquished. Phew, it has been resolved at last, Ant-Man gasped for breath. Yet we cannot afford to relax. We do not know what else awaits us ahead, Captain America stated. The group pressed onward deeper into the cave, each step laden with vigilance and uncertainty. Chapter 106. The Avengers, having just emerged from a fierce battle with the strange creatures, had no time to catch their breath. As they continued to probe further into the depths of the cave, the darkness loomed like an endless abyss, devouring their courage and hope, yet their steps bore no hesitation. Captain Steve Rogers led the way, his shield glinting with a cold brilliance in the faint light. His gaze was resolute and focused, every stride imbued with unwavering determination. Be cautious, we are nearing the truth, he warned. His voice, deep and resonant, echoed through the silent cavern, offering a semblance of comfort and encouragement to his comrades. Filled with vigilance towards the unknown, he resolutely believed in their ability to overcome any challenge. Regardless of the daunting obstacles ahead, retreat was not an option. Silently, he vowed to embrace the impending ultimate trial. Iron Man, Tony Stark, followed closely behind, his armor illuminating a small patch of the surroundings. Captain, I can't shake the feeling that this place exudes an eerie aura. His voice emerged from the suit, tinged with unease. Yet, with me here, no fiend shall succeed easily. Despite his underlying concern, confidence and pride resonated in his words. His mind raced, contemplating various scenarios and strategies. JARVIS. Be prepared to activate the strongest defense and offense modes, he commanded inwardly, gripping the controls of his armor tightly. Thor, the god of thunder, strode forward with purpose, his hammer sparking with electricity. I sense a formidable power approaching. Prepare for battle. His voice brimmed with fervent zeal, as if he could hardly wait to clash with the foe. Whatever divine entity it may be shall be reduced to ashes beneath my hammer. His eyes burned with a thirst for combat, each step infused with strength and resolve. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, remained acutely alert, her silhouette flickering in the shadows. Everyone, stay vigilant. Even the slightest sound could signal danger. Her voice was soft yet unwavering, her weapon poised for any unforeseen circumstances. We must exercise utmost caution. No negligence can be afforded. Her heartbeat was steady and strong, years of espionage experience allowing her to maintain composure in such tense environments. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, waved his hands, conjuring magical runes, enveloping the group in a powerful magical shield. I sense a gathering of dark magical forces ahead. Everyone must exercise caution. His tone was grave, his gaze revealing profound concern. But magic will fight alongside us. We shall not be easily vanquished. Inwardly, he prayed that his spells would prove vital in protecting his allies at a critical moment. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, brought up the rear, his body trembling with tension. I will safeguard our rear. The enemy shall find no opportunity. Though his voice quivered, his eyes shone with unwavering determination. I will do my utmost to contribute to the team. He took a deep breath, striving for calm, focusing intently on the movements behind them. As they ventured deeper, the atmosphere within the cave grew increasingly oppressive and heavy. A potent aura of malevolence enveloped them, making it difficult to breathe. This power is overwhelming, Iron Man marveled. Whatever it may be, we must face it with courage, Captain America affirmed. Suddenly, a blinding radiance pierced through the darkness, illuminating the entire cavern. As the group focused their gaze, a colossal figure materialized before them. This was an entity of terrifying visage and formidable power, exuding an aura of boundless darkness that sent chills down their spines. You insignificant insects dare to trespass into my domain. The voice of the malevolent being thundered, reverberating through the cave. Are you the mastermind behind all this? Captain America bellowed. Indeed, it is I. Today, you shall all perish here, the malevolent entity cackled, extending its enormous hand towards the Avengers. Without hesitation, Captain America raised his shield to meet the oncoming assault. Everyone charge, he commanded. Iron Man unleashed potent energy beams. Thor swung his mighty hammer, conjuring fierce lightning. Black Widow aimed with precision. Doctor Strange wielded powerful sorcery, while Ant-Man rapidly enlarged and charged at the dark presence. The cavern erupted in flashes of light and resonating booms as energy clashed. The malevolent entity, however, proved overwhelmingly powerful, effortlessly repelling the Avengers' attacks and sending them reeling one by one. Is this all you can muster? It mocked. Do not underestimate us. Thor roared, surging forward once more. Yet, despite their relentless efforts, the Avengers could not inflict any substantial harm on the dark being. This approach is futile, Captain America gasped. We must discover its weakness. Doctor Strange asserted. Just as they found themselves in dire straits, Ant-Man noticed a minuscule rune beneath the feet of the malevolent entity. What is that? He exclaimed. Glancing at it, Doctor Strange replied with excitement. That could be its sealing rune. If we can destroy it, perhaps we can vanquish it. Without a moment's hesitation, Ant-Man dashed towards the rune. Be careful, the others shouted. Ant-Man evaded the entity's strikes with agility, finally approaching the rune. Now, he exclaimed, channeling all his strength into the attack. The rune shattered instantly, eliciting a pained roar from the dark being. Now's our chance, attack, Captain America commanded. The Avengers launched their assault anew, and this time, the malevolent entity's strength began to wane. After a fierce battle, the dark being ultimately collapsed, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. We have succeeded, Ant-Man cried out in elation. But this is merely a temporary victory. We must continue to safeguard the peace of the world, Captain America declared. Exhausted, the group collapsed onto the ground, their faces radiant with the joy of triumph. They emerged from the cavern, sunlight bathing them in warmth and brilliance. This marks a new beginning, Iron Man remarked. Indeed, as long as malevolence exists, we shall not cease our struggle, proclaimed Thor, the god of thunder. The silhouettes of the Avengers loomed large in the sunlight, their tales destined to endure. For justice and peace, they would eternally fight. Chapter 107. As the embodiment of evil dissipated into a cloud of black smoke under their united assault, the Avengers' taut nerves finally began to ease. However, an overwhelming fatigue surged upon them like a tide, each member collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Captain America, Steve Rogers, lay on the cold earth, gazing at the rocky ceiling of the cave, his eyes reflecting both the joy of victory and the exhaustion of combat. We did it. But this is merely a solitary triumph in a protracted battle, he rasped, his voice hoarse and feeble, each word seemingly extracted from the depths of his being. His muscles ached profoundly, his shield marred with the scars of battle, as if recounting the harrowing duel they had just endured. The peace of the world requires our continual vigilance. He understood in his heart that this was but the beginning. More challenges awaited them in the future. Iron Man, Tony Stark, emerged from his battered armor, parts of it emitting wisps of smoke with a crackling sound. He struggled to extricate himself, his face smeared with dust and sweat. This was truly taxing, he remarked with a hint of self-mockery, yet his eyes sparkled with pride. Nevertheless, it has illuminated the areas in which my armor requires enhancement. His mind began to conceive a new design for his suit, contemplating how to fortify it against potentially more formidable foes. The advancement of technology knows no bounds, and our battles shall persist. He gazed at his comrades, his heart brimming with anticipation and resolve for the future. Thor lay nearby, his hammer resting beside him, his chest heaving violently. This was a battle worth commemorating, he declared, his voice resonant like a bell, still imbued with strength despite his fatigue. His gaze drifted towards the horizon, as if envisioning the splendor of Asgard. Yet I cannot forsake my responsibilities, not merely for Earth, but also for my homeland. He contemplated how to relay the lessons learned from this battle back to Asgard, fortifying its defenses and strength. I shall make Asgard more unassailable. A beacon of hope in the cosmos, he clenched his fist, silently vowing. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, leaned against the cave wall, her wounds throbbing subtly. Yet her expression remained resolute. This victory was hard-earned. She spoke softly yet firmly, a trace of concern flickering in her eyes. Yet we must not grow complacent. The enemy may return. She began to devise plans to enhance their intelligence-gathering efforts, aiming to detect potential threats in advance. I will ensure our operations are swifter and more precise. She bit her lip, stifling the pain, preparing to rise. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, sat upon the ground. His hands clasped together, eyes closed, as he sought to replenish his depleted magical energies. The path of magic is ceaseless, he intoned, his voice deep and enigmatic. His face drenched in perspiration. This battle has granted me a profound understanding of magic. He pondered how to further enhance his magical abilities to confront the increasingly intricate and perilous situations of the future. I yearn to explore more mystical secrets, to contribute greater strength in the protection of our world. He opened his eyes, a resolute glimmer illuminating his gaze. Ant-Man Scott Lang lay upon the ground, gazing up at the cavern's ceiling, a look of contentment gracing his face. I never imagined I could partake in such a grand battle. His voice resonated with excitement and pride. Yet, I am acutely aware that I have much to learn and improve. His heart brimmed with admiration and gratitude for his comrades. I must grow stronger, to honor the trust they have placed in me. He inhaled deeply, striving to restore some vigor to his body. After a moment, Captain America slowly rose to his feet. Is everyone all right? His voice, though weary, was still imbued with concern. The others responded affirmatively, indicating their resolve to persevere. Let us depart from here and take the time to recuperate, Captain America declared. As they struggled to exit the cave, sunlight bathed them, warm and comforting. Iron Man stretched languidly, exclaiming, "Ah, the sun feels splendid. I feel rejuvenated." Thor inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, the essence of victory. Black Widow surveyed the group, however. We cannot afford to relax for too long. There remains much work ahead. Dr. Strange nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must reflect upon the lessons learned from this encounter. Ant-Man interjected, regardless, let us relish this moment of triumph. Upon returning to their base, the team commenced their recuperation and reflection. Captain America sat in the conference room, diligently noting every detail of the battle. Our coordination in combat requires further synchronization. His gaze was focused and serious, contemplating ways to elevate the team's combat prowess. Iron Man, in the laboratory, examined the remnants of his armor, instructing J.A.R.V.I.S. Analyze the data from this encounter. We need a comprehensive upgrade. Thor wielded his hammer in the training grounds, relentlessly honing his strength and technique. Black Widow engaged with contacts worldwide in the intelligence room, gathering the latest information. Dr. Strange immersed himself in the study and practice of magic within the sanctum. Ant-Man also dedicated himself to rigorous training, striving to master his abilities. However, while they reveled in the joy of victory and the busyness of recovery, a new crisis silently approached. One day, Black Widow received urgent intelligence. Everyone, come quickly. There's new information. Her voice was laced with tension and anxiety. The team swiftly convened in the conference room. According to reliable sources, a mysterious organization is plotting a larger-scale conspiracy, Black Widow reported. What? We've just emerged from one battle, and now another? Ant-Man exclaimed in disbelief. Yet we cannot falter. This is our duty, Captain America asserted resolutely. As Iron Man rose to his feet, he pondered, what more is there to await? It was time to embrace new challenges. Thor, the god of thunder, tightened his grip on Mjolnir, resolute that no one shall disrupt the peace. Dr. Strange, with his hands weaving intricate magical runes, declared that magic would ever be our companion. Thus, the Avengers embarked once more on an uncharted journey, their silhouettes fading into the horizon, ready to confront the unknown perils that lay ahead. They understood that the battle was ceaseless, and they would eternally fight for justice and peace. Chapter 108. After the heart-stopping battle concluded, the Avengers returned to their base, their weary bodies heavy with exhaustion. Sunlight bathed them, yet it failed to dispel the profound fatigue etched deeply in their hearts. Captain America, Steve Rogers, sat alone in his chamber, gazing out at the scenery. His mind a tumult of emotions. We have triumphed, yet the price of this victory weighs heavily upon us. He recalled every fleeting moment of the battle, his teammates' selfless figures perpetually resurfacing in his mind. Have I made the right decisions? Each command bore the weight of life and death. His brow furrowed slightly, ensnared in deep self-reflection. Nevertheless, we have safeguarded justice. His gaze gradually solidified with determination, reaffirming his commitment to his mission. Iron Man, Tony Stark, reclined on the lab's sofa, his eyes vacant. This battle unveiled my inadequacies. My armor remains imperfect. His heart brimmed with a fervent pursuit of technology and a yearning for self-improvement. Yet, I also felt the strength of our team. Without them, my efforts would be futile. A faint smile graced his lips as he reminisced about the moments spent fighting alongside his comrades. In the future, I shall fortify my armor to protect them and safeguard this world. He silently resolved, a renewed spark of fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. Thor stood in the training grounds, gazing skyward, his heart filled with reflection. I must guard the glory of Asgard and the peace of Earth. He recalled every swing of Mjolnir during battle, feeling the surge of power within him. Yet, strength alone is insufficient. Wisdom and strategy are imperative. He clenched his fists, relishing the soreness of his muscles, remnants of battle's memory. I aspire to be a better leader, for my people and for my friends on Earth. His gaze solidified, as if he could already envision the path ahead. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, methodically organized her gear in her chamber, her movements deliberate and measured. Each battle is a test of life and death. I cannot afford the slightest lapse in vigilance. A hint of fatigue flickered in her eyes, yet resilience predominated. This time, I witnessed the growth and unity among us. A smile tugged at her lips as she recalled her teammates supporting one another. In the future, no matter how perilous the journey, I shall not falter. She inhaled deeply, ensuring her equipment was in order, ready to embrace new challenges. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, sat in quiet meditation within the sanctum of magic. The realm of sorcery is vast. There remains much for me to explore and learn. His heart brimmed with reverence for magic and an insatiable yearning for the unknown. This battle illuminated for him that magic is not merely power, but also a profound responsibility. He opened his eyes, their depths sparkling with wisdom. I shall wield magic to safeguard this world, to protect all that I hold dear. He rose, resolved to delve deeper into the mysteries of the arcane. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, sat in his chamber, gazing at photographs of his family, his heart swelling with warmth and guilt. I fight for justice. Yet I have also instilled fear in my loved ones. His gaze revealed a longing for his family and a sense of disorientation about the future. Yet I understand. This is my choice. I must strive for the happiness of all. He gently caressed the photograph, as if he could feel the warmth of his family. In the future, I shall grow stronger, so they may take pride in me. He inhaled deeply, stowed the photograph away, and prepared to immerse himself in newfound training. Days later, the gathering reconvened in the conference room of their base. Captain America rose, addressing his comrades. This battle has unveiled both our strengths and our shortcomings. We are a team, each member indispensable. His gaze swept over each individual, filled with gratitude and determination. Iron Man nodded, affirming, "Indeed, Captain. Yet we must not rest on our laurels. We must continually strive for improvement." Thor proclaimed, "We must be thoroughly prepared for potential threats that lie ahead." Black Widow added, "Intelligence operations are paramount. I shall intensify my efforts in this domain." Dr. Strange remarked, "The power of magic remains to be fully explored. I will continue my quest." Ant-Man summoned his courage, declaring, "I will train harder, ensuring I do not hinder our progress." Captain America smiled, "You all have performed admirably. We are the Avengers. As long as we stand united, nothing can vanquish us. However, as with all gatherings, this too must come to an end." Iron Man resolved to return to his company, dedicating himself to the advancement of new technologies, thereby providing the team with formidable support. "Friends, await my return with new armor," he proclaimed, his eyes brimming with confidence and anticipation. Thor prepared to journey back to Asgard, to attend to matters in his homeland, while fortifying ties with Earth. "To my friends on Earth, when you require my aid, I shall return post-haste." His voice resonated like thunder, infused with strength. Black Widow accepted a new covert mission, ready to plunge into darkness, silently laboring for global peace. "Take care, I shall return with valuable intelligence." Her silhouette vanished into the night, ephemeral as a specter. Dr. Strange made his way back to the Sanctum Sanctorum, intent on probing the higher realms of magic to confront potential future crises. "May magic forever be our ally," he intoned, his hands weaving through magical runes before dissipating in a radiant light. Ant-Man chose to return to his family, cherishing their company. Yet he pledged to respond immediately should the need arise. "I shall await the call of my homeland." His eyes reflected both reluctance and resolve. Captain America observed the departing figures, his heart laden with emotion. This is not the end, but rather a new beginning. We shall continue to forge ahead on our respective paths, in pursuit of justice and peace. He turned to gaze at the emblem of the base, his eyes shimmering with a radiant light. Henceforth, the Avengers embarked on their new journeys, Yet their hearts remained intertwined, ever ready to unite once more for their shared convictions, to embrace the unknown challenges that lie ahead, and to safeguard the tranquility and harmony of this world.